This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Beep, beep, beep. The rhythmic sound of machinery echoed in the enclosed space. The dim light faintly illuminated a figure leaning against the control panel, his fingers tapping on it for a while. Soon after, a cold, mechanical female voice followed. Delete experimental data? The operator pressed the delete button before it finished speaking, as if it were a trivial matter. But those familiar with the subject knew that once the data was deleted, the experiment was completely destroyed, and all the previous efforts were wasted. Soon, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the building. Alarm! 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 Hearing the familiar alarm, the man's hands moved faster, leaving only after images. The alarm, which had been blaring for several minutes, abruptly stopped. All that remained was the approaching footsteps outside, hurried like a rapid drumbeat, pounding against one's heart, resonating with its own throbbing. The man took a deep breath and instinctively called out, "Qingyuan, stop them!" Only after shouting did he realize he was alone in the lab. He gave a bitter smile and typed the last number. A few seconds later, a white pod slowly rose from the isolation chamber, glowing with a pale blue light. Through the glass, one could see that the person lying inside had a handsome appearance. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure to darkness, the person's skin was very pale, a sickly white as if from excessive drug use, but a beauty mark at the corner of their left eye added a touch of liveliness to their otherwise expressionless and docile face. More striking than anything else was his head of white hair. The man's eyes stung, but more so with anger. His fingers flew across the complex code before he pressed confirm. The reboot pod swiftly activated, sliding out along its program path. The mechanical vibrations echoed, seemingly announcing the end of this absurd farce. He sighed in relief, took a reagent from his protective bag, and pricked his arm. The pale green liquid quickly entered his body. Having done all this, the control room door was violently flung open with a deafening crash. 2 rows of men in uniform black overalls stood neatly, and a tall man with long hair strode in. The man had deep blue eyes. The moment he looked at someone, they seemed to hold a profound love, while his long black hair, casually tied with a rubber band, revealed his slender neck, like that of a proud swan. The moment he saw the man's face clearly, his pupils contracted, a pang of sorrow rising in his heart. Then he thought it was to be expected. The next second, the drug took effect, and he lost consciousness. As he closed his eyes, he wondered if it was just his imagination, but he actually saw panic in the man's eyes. Night fell, and the Northern Talisman realm remained brightly lit, with the various shipping lanes from the interstellar city operating smoothly. As the border between 2 great civilizations, the Northern Talisman realm had been an important military stronghold since the new era. Although the 2 civilizations had not fought for a century, they still stationed troops there. Moreover, the Northern Talisman realm was also one of the operational points for another civilization, the Outer Heavens. Those wishing to travel to the Outer Heavens inevitably passed through here. As usual, Qingyuan finished his daily physical training and returned to the rest room for a short rest. Just as he took off his training jacket, the military's internal communication system vibrated rapidly. The next second, a screen from the sentry tower projected onto the wall. The sentry on duty said anxiously, "Colonel, we detected an unidentified object flying towards Qingyuan. It has now reached within 100 meters of Qingyuan's atmosphere." Before he could finish, the sentry, whose back was to the screen, jumped up and shouted, "No, no, just now, it entered Qingyuan's atmosphere. Judging from its trajectory, it's going to crash into Qingyuan. Its speed exceeds that of a military flight module. It's accelerating." Hearing his voice, the other sentries, who were still watching their assigned areas, stood up as well. Looking at the screen, a completely white hull suddenly entered their field of vision, entering Beifu Qingyuan at a speed beyond this era, gliding across the sky and leaving a white trail. Suddenly, the hull rotated, revealing another pane of glass, a breathtaking face. The pale face carried the gentle warmth of time, a beauty mark at the corner of its eye adding a silent, vivid beauty, subtle and delicate, like a lotus blooming in the snow. In an instant, it drew everyone's attention, and the watchtower fell silent. Qingyuan stared blankly at that face, his long dormant blood stirring, a suppressed emotion making his fingers tremble. The next moment, he saw those eyes slowly open, filled with arrogance, pride, and also aloofness and unfamiliarity, silently meeting his gaze. Then, a massive mech, clad in silver-gray armor, its head glowing red, appeared. It cradled the hull in its arms, and vanished from the screen. It took a long time for the watchtower's personnel to realize that their leader had fled. Their commander, Si-Moon, stared blankly at the screen, saying nothing. It took a long time for him to respond, as if jolted awake from a dream, before he casually answered. Shortly after, Si-Moon received a message from outside the celestial realm. Please assist us in capturing the criminals in the reboot pod. Si-Moon smiled enigmatically, calmly crushing the necklace. A black and red mecha appeared, shattering the screen with a single punch. The image vanished, turning into a stagnant pool, never to rise again. Meanwhile, far underwater in Tonda City, a gigantic eye opened. At the same time, the people outside the celestial realm stopped what they were doing, and looked up at the tower designed in the shape of a sharp needle. The bell rang. From an inconspicuous corner, a chilling mechanical laugh echoed, "Welcome to the reboot. What I want to dominate are the mountains and seas they have never crossed." Chapter 2. 3 years later. Floating star Tonda City. As night approached, the last rays of the setting sun shifted along the horizon, filtering through the dense foliage and casting a dappled glow on the moss-covered stone pavement of Anyang Street, like the weathered surface of an old film. People hurried home from get-off work, the aromas of street food wafting through the air. The stomachs of those weary from a long day rumbled, and their pace quickened. The liveliness of Anyang Street was unlike that of big cities. There were no dazzling lights or ubiquitous products of the information age. Here, playful children, reluctant to go home, roamed freely, their presence met with a slight smile from the adults. At dinner time, many women cooking at home peeked out of their windows, calling their children home. In this technologically advanced era, urban villages like Anyang Street were rare, yet incredibly warm and inviting, like the peach blossom spring described by Tao Yuanning, full of life, where everyone lived peacefully and contentedly. On the long street of Anyang, a burly, drunk man, carrying a bottle of liquor, staggered down one side of the street. He wore a faded military green short-sleeved shirt, and his face was flushed, indicating he had drunk quite a bit. Zhang's eldest son has gone out drinking again, a middle-aged woman sitting by the door, picking vegetables, said, clicking her tongue and shaking her head. The woman picking vegetables with her said, "It's a good thing his wife divorced him, otherwise, with his drinking and gambling addiction, he'd have ruined the family sooner or later." "That's right," the middle-aged woman leaned closer and whispered, "Last night, my husband told me that Zhang's eldest son has racked up another debt, and now he doesn't even have a house. When school started recently, he couldn't even pay his son's tuition. He was wearing that old-fashioned shirt from decades ago. What era are we living in? How can anyone still wear that kind of clothing?" In the end, his son stopped coming home and stopped going to school. Just then, the homeless man leaning against a corner not far away seemed annoyed by their noise. He shifted slightly, revealing a head of frizzy, messier hair than a chicken coop, contrasting sharply with his face, which looked as if it had been smeared with charcoal, a truly striking sight. His burlap clothes were entirely sewn together from scraps of cloth, brightly colored and utterly inconspicuous. Noticing the beggar's shift, the two women quickly fell silent and continued picking vegetables. Out of the corner of their eye, they saw Zhang De walk to a fruit stand, pick out an apple, and mumble, "How much is this?" The fruit stand owner gave him a disdainful look and scoffed, "Do you have money? If not, get lost." Zhang De ignored him and asked again. Seeing that he wouldn't leave, the fruit stand owner became angry, snatched the apple from his hand, and shoved him aside. Zhang De, already unsteady, was knocked to the ground by the shove. The wine bottle in his hand crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. The fruit stall owner waited for several minutes, but Zhang De didn't get up. He grew suspicious, but remembering Zhang Da's frequent drunken nights on the street, he relaxed. However, when he reached the stall, he was so horrified by what he saw that he immediately knelt on the ground. Zhang De, whom he had pushed down, had eyes wide open like saucers, 2 bloody streaks running down his eyelids, a gruesome and glaring sight. The owner took a step forward, his fingers trembling as he checked Zhang Da's breath. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, dripping onto the ground, forming a river in a short while. Murder. This scream seemed to press the pause button. The usually bustling Anyang Street fell silent for a moment, save for the chirping of swallows perched in the trees. However, the pause lasted no more than 3 seconds. Everyone fled Anyang Street as if struck by a plague, screams, cries, and profanities mingling together, shattering the street's tranquility. Thump. The interrogation room light was switched on unexpectedly, the cold white light blinding Lin Yuan. It took her a while to finally open her eyes and look at the person sitting opposite her. A junior policeman in a dark blue uniform sat upright behind the table. Beside him sat a tall, well-built policeman, whose hat brim was pulled low, obscuring his eyes and nose, revealing only his thin, rose-red lips. Lin Yuhan's eyes darted around before settling on the more approachable junior officer. The junior officer asked matter-of-factly name. I don't know. The junior officer looked up at him, his eyes filled with surprise, unsure whether the man was lying or genuinely didn't know his name. He continued, and your age? I think it's 30. What did he mean by seems? Did anyone really not know their own age? The young policeman's stern face cracked slightly, and he gripped his pen harder. After thinking for 3 seconds, he decided to skip that topic and ask about things related to Anyang Street. What were you doing when the incident happened? Sleeping. Nothing else besides sleeping? The young policeman hesitated, unsure how to begin writing. Ugh! Lin Yuan, irritated at the thought. I was arrested before I was even fully awake. At this moment, the policeman, who had been silent, his face covered, spoke up, his tone certain. You weren't sleeping. He seemed to have just woken up, or perhaps just rested. His voice was a little hoarse. Captain C. The young policeman called out upon hearing his voice. Lin Han, his hair a mess, looked at him. What makes you think I wasn't asleep? The surveillance footage shows you turned over. Lin Han sneered, dismissing his reason. I just turned over once, and you're sure I wasn't asleep? Let me ask you, can you guarantee you never turn over in your sleep, that you stay in one position the whole time? Sorry, I'm human, I can't guarantee that. Si Muyun adjusted his hat brim, revealing a pair of deep black eyes, and looked at him calmly. Lin Han glared back defiantly. Their eyes met, and in that instant, he suddenly felt this person was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. A vague image flashed through his mind. He reached out to grasp it, but it vanished instantly, his palm empty. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Although the person in front of him had a cold face, it was exactly his type. A mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he said with a grin, Handsome, do we know each other? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan could clearly feel the air around him freeze, a deathly silence spreading. Neither of them spoke. After a long while, Si Muyun's cold, indifferent voice finally rang out, No. Lin Yuan slumped back, his smile unchanged, his eyes meticulously tracing Si Muyun's features, and said nonchalantly, But you look a lot like my deceased boyfriend. Hearing this, Si Muyun coldly replied, I'm not dead yet. Seeing Si Muyun's unyielding attitude, as if he would refute everything he said, Lin Yuan found it amusing, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even I, when I look in the mirror, amazed by my own face. What a magnificent face! But he clearly forgot that his face was smeared with the bottom of a pot, making him look like a black rag to everyone else. Yet this rag was still showing off its appearance. He pointed to himself in high spirits. So, do I look like your boyfriend? My ex-boyfriend is fine too. Anything you like, I can be, Lin Yuan added unhurriedly. Si Muyun remained silent, as if he had heard a fantasy, then replied coldly, Go see a doctor if you're sick. Hearing this, Lin Yuhan's smile faltered, inwardly cursing. What an insensitive man. Si Muyun lowered his hat brim again, stood up, and said to the young policeman, Keep a close eye on him. Release him whenever he's willing to talk. The young policeman responded. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the other man didn't even give him a second glance, slamming the interrogation room door shut, completely cutting him off from view. The moment the door closed, a gust of wind swept through, ruffling Lin Yuhan's hair. The air in the interrogation room returned to silence, though it hadn't been pleasant with the cold-faced policeman present. The young officer scratched his head, looked at Lin Yuhan, and kindly advised him, Our captain is always easy to talk to. Just tell us what you saw honestly. Lin Yuhan was surprised, clearly not believing the young officer's words. He's easy to talk to? The young officer nodded earnestly. Of course. Don't let his cold demeanor fool you. He's actually quite gentle with us. Lin Yuan laughed at the last sentence. He sat up straighter, closer to the young officer, gesturing for him to come closer, and said mysteriously, Then why was he so mean to me? Am I not good looking? Seeing the young policeman's suspicious look, he continued, Don't you believe me? Aside from that Captain C guy, nobody in the entire Star City can compare to my face. I get a 100% head-turning rate when I walk down the street. Not just women, even men passing by have to turn their heads for a second. The young policeman's lips twitched. The person in front of him was so dark he couldn't see his face clearly, and the man himself seemed completely unaware of what his face looked like, relentlessly boasting about his appearance. Lin Yuhan was somewhat unconvinced. He talked himself hoarse, but the young policeman's expression remained unchanged, his expression not one of disbelief, but rather a hint of mockery. What kind of eyes do you have? In the entire Star City, who doesn't know that I, Song Qingmao, am incredibly handsome? He slammed his hand on the table, shouting angrily. The young policeman quickly picked up a pen and started writing something. Lin Yuan leaned closer to look and was shocked to see the name Song Qingmao written in large characters on the paper. Realizing he'd been tricked, Lin Yuan slumped back down, then sat bolt upright, a look of disgust on his face. He said to the young policeman, I'm not saying this to criticize your police station, but with technology so advanced these days, other stations just use AI facial recognition to scan criminals, and their information comes out. Who still uses paper for written interrogations? The young policeman looked up, a half smile on his face. Mr. Song, he said, we used AI facial recognition before you woke up, but strangely, the information displayed was blank. So we had to use traditional methods to interrogate you. The young policeman continued, and I must remind you, your black face can't be scanned by AI. Black face? What black face? Seeing Lin Yuan's blank, innocent expression, as if wondering what a black face was, the young policeman took out a small mirror and handed it to Lin Yuan, saying, to prove I wasn't lying, I specially prepared a mirror for you so you can admire your own stunning beauty. Lin Yuan took the mirror with some skepticism, but upon looking in it, a face that looked as if it had been smeared with charcoal for 800 years appeared on it, startling him so much that he threw the mirror away. Who is this? Is this his face that gets everyone's attention? Who smeared his face like that? The young policeman clearly anticipated Lin Yuan's reaction, catching the mirror as it was thrown, and saying to Lin Yuan, this is a small mirror that Captain C has treasured for many years. I went to great lengths to get it for you, and you actually wanted to smash it. What a waste. He sighed and said, it seems you clearly realized your shameful appearance. Lin Yuan was furious at the young policeman's tone. Where's the restroom in your police station? I need to wash my face. Sorry, Captain C said you could only leave after you explained yourself. The young policeman pointed to the paper on the table, indicating that he should hurry up and explain. Lin Yuan was so angry she wanted to knock the infuriating young policeman unconscious, and then storm out. The young policeman seemed to read his mind and advised, Mr. Song, I advise you not to have any dangerous thoughts. You know how advanced technology is now, escaping is almost impossible. Besides, even if you manage to escape, you still be branded as a fugitive, which is pointless and a lose-lose situation. Lin Yuan, you win. Half an hour after the interrogation ended, Wang Zhao's face darkened. Despite repeatedly emphasizing to the suspect not to ramble, the suspect kept veering off topic. Each time he tried to steer the conversation back on track, it would be over in less than a minute before the suspect easily pulled him back. Listening to the increasingly absurd topic, Wang Zhao was speechless. As soon as he left the interrogation room, he saw Lu Wenwen, who had entered the room a few years earlier, coming out of the files room. She greeted him upon seeing him, and closed the file room door. Wang Zhao also greeted her. Sister Wen, aren't you going to pick up your child at this hour? Lu Wenwen had married a few years ago, and her child was now 4.5 years old. Due to her busy work schedule, she had sent her child to kindergarten early. The files room was a bit messy, so I tidied it up. But haven't you finished the interrogation yet? Lu Wenwen walked alongside him, talking as they went. Wang Zhao smiled wryly. Sister Wen, you have no idea how cunning the guy inside is. We tried everything, but we can't steer him back on track. We've been interrogating him for half an hour, and all he said is nonsense. Although Captain C ordered that we can only release him after we got him out of the water, this one we arrested isn't really connected to anything. We just want to know what he saw, but he keeps rambling on and on about random things. We see tomorrow. It'd be a miracle if we got him out in half an hour, Lu Wenwen said, shaking her head with a smile. The two walked together, and quickly disappeared down the corridor. Night fell, and the interrogation room was pitch black. Lin Yuan looked around boredly, sighed again, and looked at the window sealed with iron bars. He silently calculated in his mind how long it had been since he came in, and how much longer it would take to get out. After calculating several times, he realized that the time until he got out was incredibly long, so he simply moved his stool to the wall and leaned against it to sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when a clap of thunder struck, waking him from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes, trying to look out the window at the sky, but then another clap of thunder boomed, as if to rouse the entire world. Immediately afterward, a torrential downpour began, pounding against the unprotected windowsill, the splashing raindrops intermittently hitting him. Lin Yuan had no choice but to move his stool to the corner and change his position to continue sleeping. Meanwhile, in the heart of Tonda City, Yuehu Jiangxin Island remained brightly lit. The rain poured down, The water on the shore was dark, blending seamlessly with the black sky, obscuring the view. Compared to the bustling island center, it was noticeably quieter here. Suddenly, the sound of shoes sinking into the mud came from here, and in the darkness, a figure could be vaguely seen walking on the mud flats. After a while, the figure disappeared, and a piece of clothing appeared on the river. Soon, the clothing sank into the water and vanished. In the utter silence, only the sounds of rain and thunder mingled. Chapter 3. Interstellar Time 123. In a private room of the Yak Tavern on Jiangxintu Island, several slightly immature-looking teenagers, clutching bottles of liquor, boasted about their experiences of being admitted to the Interstellar Science and Technology Academy from all over Interstellar City. The glasses on the table were emptied and refilled repeatedly. One of the teenagers leaned lazily against the sofa, picked up a newly refilled glass, and took a lazy sip. Noticing that the seat to his right had been empty for a long time, he asked, "Why hasn't Chinwen come back yet?" A teenager named Chunwon, also a classmate at the Interstellar Science and Technology Academy, had been sitting to his right. Half an hour ago, he said he had drunk too much and needed to go to the restroom, but half an hour had passed, and he still hadn't returned. Hearing the question, the other boys laughed and said, "He can't hold his liquor, he's probably throwing up in the trash can right now." Another boy pointed to his face, gesturing. "I noticed him when he left, his face was as red as a monkey's bottom at the Kanglan City Wildlife Park. He must have been drunk. The liquor Yak provided is quite strong, it smells nice, but it's potent." The boys laughed in unison. They raised their glasses again, completely forgetting about Chinwen's whereabouts. For a moment, only the crisp sound of clinking glass filled the private room. A long time passed, so long that the boy thought it was getting light outside. The other boys who had been drinking with him were passed out, slumped on the table. The ones with a higher alcohol tolerance hadn't passed out yet, but the boy saw one of them talking nonsense with his glass in hand and shook his head with a smile. He snatched the glass from him, saying, "Stop drinking. You drunk the sun out?" "No sun, that's lightning." He looked up, speaking incoherently, then collapsed onto the table, unable to stay awake any longer. Hearing this, the boy looked out the window. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire expanse, and the countless water droplets clinging to the windowpane. In that instant, perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, he hallucinated, and saw a white garment appear on the otherwise empty river surface. He involuntarily thought of Chenwon, who hadn't returned. The latter was also wearing white today. Thinking of this, the image of the white garment in his mind perfectly matched the one appearing on the river. His gaze froze, and his blood ran cold. The next morning, Lin Yuan was awakened by a commotion outside his door. He slowly got up, stretched, and leisurely walked to the door, listening intently. The footsteps outside were chaotic, followed by hushed conversations. "I heard someone died on Jiangxintu last night." "That's right." A group of students were drinking at the Yak Tavern on the shore, and they never expected that someone who came with them would fall into the water. The person was dead for quite a while before anyone noticed. At dawn, Deputy Captain Song led a team to Jiangxintu. When they arrived, they found only one person awake, the others were completely drunk. And that person was clearly terrified, leaning against the wall motionless. In the end, Deputy Captain Song had to call the station's doctor to come, and only then could he barely speak a few words. The voices faded into the distance. Lin Yuan followed the sound, and just as she was leaning against the door again, it suddenly opened. "Lin Yuan, Si Muyun opened the door without noticing anyone behind it. Upon opening the door, she only saw a stool in the corner, and the person on the stool was nowhere to be seen. He looked up at the interrogation room's only window. There were no signs of forced entry, so the person was clearly still inside. His gaze swept around, and just as he was wondering where the person had gone, the doorknob in his hand suddenly moved, followed by the rustling sound of clothes scraping against the wall. Then a hand reached out and grabbed haphazardly, grabbing his shirt button by sheer luck, and then yanked hard, nearly causing Si Muyun to crash into the door. Realizing what he had grabbed, Lin Yuan hurriedly peeked out, not noticing Si Muyun's condition. His nose barely grazed Si Muyun's chin, leaving a small black mark. After seeing who it was, he looked down again, his toes digging awkwardly into the ground. But when he looked down, all he saw was the other person's shirt, which he was clutching tightly. Whether he had used too much force or not, the center button of the uniform was teetering on the verge of falling off. He looked up again, about to smile, when he saw the uniform's owner's dark, cold eyes, yet those eyes were exceptionally beautiful, possessing an unfathomable depth of feeling when he looked at someone. The moment their eyes met, Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He saw his own reflection in those eyes, but it was faint, almost imperceptible, and there was also an intangible shadow, not his. Lin Yuhan's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but suddenly a force gripped his hand, causing him to look down again. He saw Si Miyun forcefully pull his clothes back, the buttons falling to the ground with a barely audible thud. The air was utterly silent. Neither of them spoke first, only the sound of their breathing remained. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, followed by shouts. "Captain! Captain! Where are you? Deputy Captain Song's communications are down." Wang Xiao, having finally reached the interrogation room, slammed on the brakes, the force of the impact nearly sending him crashing into the door. When he regained his senses and looked up, he saw his captain and the suspect they had arrested 2 days prior standing awkwardly together, almost intimately close. Despite this, an awkward atmosphere hung between them. Hearing the sound, both men turned to look at Wang Xiao simultaneously. One's dark eyes were piercingly intimidating, while the other looked as if he'd seen a savior. Startled, Wang Xiao immediately looked away, his eyes darting around. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Not far from their shoes, on the ground, lay a button he recognized even in ashes, a button from their police uniform. Wang Xiao shakily raised his head and suddenly noticed that Captain C's uniform was missing a button, with a stretched thread where it was, clearly torn. Not only that, Captain C's chin seemed to have a dark tinge. Realizing what had happened, Wang Xiao immediately turned around and ran as fast as she could, apologizing profusely in a voice loud enough to be heard throughout the hallway. "Captain, sorry to bother you. Please continue." "I have sister when returned the communication with Deputy Captain Song." Completely bewildered, and not even having a chance to speak, Si Miyun stammered, "Continue what?" Standing opposite him, Lin Yuan wished she could minimize her presence, thinking, what kind of mess is this? She subtly slipped herself behind the door, trying to hide. Seeing Lin Yuan's small movement, Si Miyun chuckled in exasperation. Lin Yuan thought Si Miyun hadn't noticed, and slowly moved forward, head down, almost burying herself in the wall, when a laugh came from above. She paused, pondering the meaning of the laughter. Before he could figure it out, he saw Si Miyun bend down to pick up the button, saying, whether in praise or sarcasm, "You got a pretty strong grip." Lin Yuan paused, his mouth moving before his brain. "Thank you for the compliment." Realizing what he said, he instantly wanted to slap himself. Si Miyun gave him a deep look upon hearing the reply. He didn't know if this guy was stupid or just playing dumb. He couldn't even pick up on such obvious sarcasm. Si Miyun hadn't forgotten how he'd been teased yesterday. If he had some sense yesterday, he was utterly stupid today. He said to Lin Yuan, "Stay put and don't keep thinking about getting out." Then he closed the door. The interrogation room fell silent again. Lin Yuan angrily kicked the door, muttering, "He tried to seduce me with his good looks before I was even fully awake, then refused to back down. What a scumbag." Si Miyun, who had listened intently to every word, paused at the door for a moment, then simply uttered, He might as well stay inside forever if he couldn't speak. On the shore of Yuehu Jiangxin's island, Song Chunlei, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team at Tonda City Police Station, arrived before the recovered body. A man in a white coat nodded slightly upon seeing him. He knelt down on one knee and gently pulled back the white sheet covering the body. A pungent stench of rotting flesh assaulted his nostrils. It was a face unrecognizable, soaked beyond recognition. Below were numerous large and small, swollen wounds, clearly inflicted by a sharp weapon before death. "Is this Chenwen?" Song Chunlei covered the body with the white sheet, stood up, looked at a junior officer, and asked, "Old Zhao, how's the surveillance footage? Did you find out what time he fell into the water?" The young policeman replied, "Not yet. Director Zhao said the rain was too heavy last night, and all the surveillance cameras in this area are broken. Their technical team is working on fixing them." Song Chunlei asked in surprise, "Aren't modern surveillance cameras automated, waterproof, ultra-long range, high definition, and traceless? How come they suddenly broke?" "I don't know." The young policeman scratched his head, clearly unsure how to answer his question. Song Chunlei sighed, "Never mind. Has the communication with the police station been restored?" "Not yet." Song Chunlei rubbed his forehead slightly, feeling puzzled. He usually got through to Si Miyun instantly, but today, for some reason, the protagonist wasn't answering. At this moment, Zhao Mingchuan, the head of the investigation department, walked over from another part of the shore with a group of people. Song Chunlei squinted at him for a while, noticing that he was holding a transparent plastic bag, inside which appeared to be a dagger. As Zhao Mingchuan got closer, He noticed that there were dried bloodstains on the dagger, scattered here and there. "What is this?" Zhao Mingchuan explained. "We found it at the base of a reed bed. The hilt of this dagger is old, an older model from several years ago. We scanned it with fingerprint recognition technology, and there's a fingerprint on the hilt belonging to someone named Zhang Dagua." Hearing the name Zhang Dagua, Song Qinglei's thoughts froze, as if a bolt from the blue had struck his mind. Zhang Dagua, the Zhang De who died on Anyang Street the day before yesterday. And the drowning death only happened last night. Before he could think further, an electronic information screen appeared before him. The police station's communication was connected. On the other side, the police station's public communication system rang incessantly. Wang Xiao, rushing back from the archives, dashed into the office, answered the call, and a virtual screen projected onto the wall. A gentle-looking man in the same uniform appeared on the screen. He glanced at Wang Xiao, not seeing Sima Yun, and asked, "Where's Captain C?" Wang Xiao awkwardly scratched his hat, unsure how to answer. After a long pause, he finally said, "Captain? He's busy." "Even if he's busy, can't he answer a call?" Song Qinglei asked, puzzled. "Did you send someone to call him?" Hearing the vice-captain's question, he immediately explained, "Vice-captain, I really did go. But Captain..." He paused, then said mysteriously, "Vice-captain, you might not believe it, but it seems the captain has a girlfriend. And a guy with a dark complexion who seemed completely off-topic." Song Qinglei's curiosity was piqued. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Is that why he didn't answer my call?" Wang Xiao nodded, continuing, "You have no idea how awkward I was when I got there. The situation was quite intense. Didn't the higher-ups say our police uniforms are incredibly sturdy? The buttons never fall off no matter how much we wash them?" And then? Song Qinglei listened with rapt attention. "When I first got to the interrogation room, those two were staring at me so intently, it gave me goosebumps. Those eyes, those faces, just one look could kill you. That's when I noticed a button on the floor, and when I looked up, good heavens, it was our captain's button. And right there, in the middle, there were several loose threads sticking out. His girlfriend had obviously pulled them off." The more Wang Xiao explained, the more reasonable it seemed, and his conviction grew stronger. "I didn't expect this at first, until I saw the intimate marks between the two on Captain C's chin. My heart skipped a beat. I thought, oh no, I come at the worst possible time. To make amends, I turned and ran, determined not to stay and cause trouble for the captain." He looked up at Song Qinglei, who was beaming with a bright smile, his eyes unreadable. Wang Xiao couldn't immediately understand the meaning behind Song Qinglei's smile, and his voice weakened, "Vice-captain." Suddenly, a chilling voice came from behind, making him tremble. "You were saying all you wanted. Why did you stop?" Wang Xiao stiffly turned around, and saw it was Sima Yun. He immediately fawned, "Captain, I was wrong." "What wrong?" "I love to give the captain a virtual partner. Should I lock you two up together, and have a proper discussion about the meaning of life?" Sima Yun said expressionlessly. "Captain, I never do it again." Sima Yun said coldly, "I see you got some nerve. Get out of here, and go on duty." Upon receiving the order, Wang Xiao ran off without stopping, afraid Sima Yun would come after him. He ran incredibly fast, disappearing from the office in the blink of an eye. Seeing Wang Xiao's appearance, Sima Yun forced a smile. Was he some kind of monster? Turning his head, he heard Song Qinglei teasingly laughing, "The battle is fierce. Buttons that wouldn't break even after wind and rain. You two broke as soon as you started working. Can I consider it dry wood meeting a raging fire, a thunderbolt striking the earth?" Sima Yun's voice was terrifyingly calm. "Why don't you quit being the deputy captain and come back to do odd jobs with Wang Xiao?" "No, Wang Xiao is young, he needs more practice." Song Qinglei finally stopped laughing. Remembering his purpose in seeking out Sima Yun, his tone became serious. "This morning I brought men to the Yak Tavern on Yuehu Jiangxintu Island. We initially thought it was just a simple drowning case, but just now, when we retrieved the body, we found numerous wounds on his body, and the backs of his hands and feet showed signs of swollen, white, and shrunken skin." He continued, "Not only that, Lao Zhao's men also found a blood-stained dagger in the nearby reeds, with Zhang Dagua's fingerprints on the hilt." Sima Yun rubbed his temples. "Zhang Dagua is dead, so how could his fingerprints be there, especially his criminal fingerprints? This body clearly looks like it's been submerged in water for over 48 hours. Any other clues?" Song Qinglei was about to say no, when he heard someone call him from behind. Turning around, he saw a young policeman running towards him, breathless, saying, Deputy Captain, we just found someone who's still alive on the other side." The policeman continued, that person said his name was Chen-Wen. Those present were stunned, some unable to believe what they were hearing. Song Chun-Lei asked even louder, he said his name was Chen-Wen. The policeman nodded. At that moment, Song Chun-Lei's doubts reached their peak. Chen-Wen wasn't dead, so whose body was that? His gaze shifted to the corpse, the bloated, unrecognizable face flashing in his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. It was a body that had been dead for over 48 hours. Chapter 4. The news that Chen-Wen was alive was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb in everyone's hearts. At the same time, the ensuing mysteries included a body suddenly pulled from the riverbed, and a dagger bearing Zhang Dagua's fingerprints inexplicably appearing. I'm coming right away. Realizing that the drowning case might be related to the deceased Zhang Dagua, Si Miyun didn't hesitate. Ignoring the fact that his police uniform had its buttons ripped off, he turned off his communication device, grabbed his car keys, and headed out. Wang Xiao, on duty at the gate, remembered that Lin Yuan had already been detained for 48 hours. Keeping her locked up like this wasn't reasonable. Thinking this, he looked up and saw Si Miyun coming out, and immediately ran towards him eagerly. Captain, what about that homeless man we arrested? Keep him locked up. But Captain, he's just a witness, not a suspect. According to interstellar law, he can only be detained for a maximum of 48 hours. 2 days have passed already. It's not good to keep him locked up any longer. Wang Xiao cautiously asked, observing Si Miyun's expression, Captain, you really have nothing to do with him? Si Miyun's expression was relatively mild for the first 2 sentences, but upon hearing the last, his face suddenly turned cold. He said expressionlessly, Wang Xiao, how about I give you a long leave until you find a partner before you come back to work? Knowing he had said the wrong thing, Wang Xiao sheepishly touched his nose, inwardly complaining that ever since Captain Si saw the homeless man, his temper had become so unpredictable. He desperately tried to survive, saying, Captain, I was wrong, I won't say it again. Si Miyun looked at him coldly, thinking that he never changes his ways, always repeating the same mistake, never learning his lesson, just like Lin Yuan locked in the interrogation room. If you can't keep someone, let them go. A smooth talker is useless if you don't keep him. Upon receiving the reply, Wang Xiao cheerfully responded, Okay, Captain, I go release him right away. Si Miyun, who had taken a few steps, stumbled upon hearing this, his shoe making intimate contact with the floor tiles, almost falling headfirst. When he turned around again, Wang Xiao had already vanished. Si Miyun smirked. This Wang Xiao was probably an undercover agent sent by Lin Yuan. In the interrogation room, Lin Yuan idly stood on a stool, looking out the window. The police station was located deep within residential areas. Rows of buildings stretched out from the window, but they were quite far apart and not very clear. Only the roar of aircraft flying overhead could be heard. He sighed. The 48 hours had long passed. Why hadn't he been released yet? Perhaps sensing something, he heard a click behind him, turned around, and saw the interrogation room door open. He immediately jumped off the stool, straightened his tattered clothes, and walked towards the door. Finally, they decided to let me out. Wang Xiao opened the door to find Lin Yuan walking towards him with complete ease, acting as if the interrogation room were his own home. Lin Yuan waved at him. Never again. Hey, wait a minute. Wang Xiao called after him. Is there something you haven't returned to me? Lin Yuan feigned ignorance. What? I didn't bring anything with me when I came in. Even if I did, you should have found it by now. What about the mirror I gave you that day? Wang Xiao clearly didn't believe Lin Yuan. A mirror? Lin Yuan pretended to think, reached into his pocket, felt for a mirror, and said without changing his expression, I returned it to you after I used it that day. Don't you remember? Wang Xiao scratched his head. Really? Did I remember wrong? He then began to recall his movements after leaving the interrogation room that day, his mind racing through his thoughts. But he couldn't find any memory of the mirror. Take your time thinking about it. I'm leaving now. Lin Yuan wasn't about to let Wang Xiao remember that he hadn't returned the mirror at all. Without waiting for Wang Xiao's reaction, he turned and left, his back to him hurried. Wang Xiao didn't know that Lin Yuan was leaving so quickly because he felt guilty. He turned and closed the interrogation room door, saying suspiciously, Is there something fishy going on at the police station? Why are you running so fast? If Lin Yuan could hear his thoughts, he would definitely tell him, I have a guilty conscience. Leaving the police station and finally able to breathe fresh air, Lin Yuan sighed. He turned into an alley near the police station with practiced ease, seemingly casually glancing up at the surveillance camera directly in front of him. In an instant, the young policeman sitting behind the computer suddenly stood up. The computer screen in front of him went blank. The monitoring room door was pushed open, and Wang Xiao walked in, asking, "How's it going?" Before he could speak, his gaze faltered as he looked at the screen, and after a long pause, he belatedly said, "I remember Director Zhao just got this batch of equipment this month, right? But now it was like old, outdated equipment, lagging and flickering." The two stared at each other for a moment, then suddenly a message appeared on the screen. "Do not attempt to monitor my movements." After a long while, Wang Xiao cursed, "Damn it, we've been tricked." In the alley, Lin Yuan leaned against the wall for a while, when a robot glowing blue and floating on the ground slowly approached from the other end of the alley. Lin Yuan glanced at it, then said irritably, "Migu, wait until I'm dead before you come back." The robot ignored him, reaching out its mechanical hand to touch him. Its mechanical voice was devoid of any intonation, yet a hint of melancholy, only Lin Yuan could detect, lingered. "Master, I sense snow." "So what if you sensed him? You don't remember what you shouldn't, and you don't remember what you should. You might as well just lie down and enjoy your life," Lin Yuan said casually. Seeing that Migu was about to speak, he quickly urged, go home, hurry home. How can a robot be more sentimental than me?" Migu lowered its head, wanting to say no, but when it looked up, Lin Yuan was already far away. His gait was unsteady, casual and lazy, but it couldn't hide his thin, sickly frame. His deliberately dyed black hair, upon closer inspection, revealed countless white hairs hidden beneath. Seeing this, a sorrowful expression appeared on Migu's face. It was originally a super-intelligent robot with only one expression, unaware of sorrow or longing. For 10 years, it simply guarded its cold, empty house, waiting for its master's return. It didn't know where its master had gone for the 7 years since leaving, only that the once-spirited master had lost his edge with time, leaving behind a composed figure, often unable to sleep at night, having nightmares, tossing and turning, even coughing all night. Lin Yuan was sick. At the prime of her life, she unknowingly began living like an old person. Lin Yuan walked for a long time, noticing that Migu hadn't followed, and turned back to remind her, "Migu, hurry up, let's go home." "Okay." At this moment, several police tapes surrounded Yue Hujiangzhensu. Reporters from various media outlets, trapped outside, desperately wanted to rush into the scene to get the first scoop, but were restrained by the police's authority and force, pushing and shoving each other in a chaotic scene. As soon as Si Miyun got out of the car, he headed towards Song Chunglei and Zhao Mingchuan. The reporters blocking the way couldn't get in when suddenly a tall, handsome man rushed towards him without hesitation. "Officer, would you mind giving us an interview?" one person said, holding a microphone. Another person pushed him aside. "Officer, we're from Xinjiang Media. Could you tell us what happened inside?" "Officer, hello." The scene was chaotic. Si Miyun's cold demeanor couldn't stop the enthusiastic reporters. Soon, a person carrying a camera bumped into him. Si Miyun frowned, steadied the photographer who was about to fall, and said to the crowd, "Excuse me." Si Miyun's voice wasn't loud, but his icy aura and powerful presence immediately intimidated everyone, and the crowd unconsciously made way. Song Chunglei, who had arrived, immediately arranged for other police officers to disperse the reporters who were crowding together. After giving the instructions, he and Si Miyun walked side by side towards where Qinwen had been found. As they walked, Si Miyun asked, "Has Zhang Daguo's son been found?" Song Chunglei paused slightly, "Not yet. That kid's hiding too well. He doesn't go to school. He doesn't go home. Finding him is like looking for a needle in a haystack." "I remember he was a student at the Star Academy," Si Miyun said thoughtfully. The Interstellar Science and Technology Academy, or Star Academy for short, is one of the few century-old schools in Star City. Its original dean was Professor Bai Zhen, now renowned throughout the interstellar world. In its most glorious year, it was even considered one of the swords of civilization alongside the Menglan Military Academy of Kanglin City. Unlike the Menglan Military Academy, the Star Academy, as a brainpower academy, is closely related to the current technological development of Star City. Its electronic information-related technologies attract countless students from all over Star City. Lin Yuan, the scientific genius who burst onto the scene 10 years ago, also graduated from the Star Academy. The older generation of professors spoke highly of him. Despite his untimely death, his theories are still included in textbooks for future generations to reference. Thinking of Lin Yuan, Si Miyun's mind seemed to be stuck in the whirring of some old machine, the gears creaking, and his thoughts slowing down. He rubbed his temples, trying to stop thinking about it, but the homeless man in the interrogation room inadvertently entered his mind, the similarities in their personalities slowly stirring up the hidden emotions within him. For a moment, Si Muyun's breath seemed to stop. After only half a second, he laughed self-deprecatingly. It's true that longing for someone for too long makes everyone seem like an old friend. Song Chunlei didn't quite understand why the Star Academy was suddenly brought up, but he still said, "Yesterday I sent someone to check, and his roommate said he hadn't been back to school for a month." A month? Si Muyun frowned. The management system at Xingyuan Academy is no less strict than that of Menglan Military Academy. Anyone who disappears without cause for a month or more will be expelled. Besides him, there's another person in their dorm who hasn't returned for a week. The others in the dorm tried to contact them using their terminals, but without exception, they couldn't reach them. They vanished into thin air. We can't find them anywhere. Song Chunlei sighed after speaking. Send people to look for them. Si Muyun felt something was amiss. How could two people from the same dorm disappear without explanation around the same time? As they spoke, the two arrived at the place where Chinwen was found. Chinwen was still somewhat dazed, not understanding why the police were surrounding him, and he was clearly unaware that his drinking buddy had called the police, thinking he had drowned. Seeing Si Muyun and Song Chunlei approaching, he spoke timidly, his voice trembling with fear. "Police officer, can I ask what happened?" He glanced up at Si Muyun, then lowered his head again, intimidated by the other's unapproachable aura. It was terrifying. Song Chunlei crouched down and said, "Your friend found you drowning last night, and called us to rescue you. How are you feeling now? Are you better?" Song Chunlei's voice was gentle, a warm and welcoming sound that instantly made people feel at ease. Chinwen's tense heart calmed down instantly. Hearing Song Chunlei's words, his focus was clearly on the first sentence. He scratched his head, surprised and unsure how to speak, finally managing to say, "I drowned?" Song Chunlei and Si Muyun exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. After a long silence, Si Muyun said, "Don't you know whether you drowned or not?" "Last night." Recalling last night, Chinwen's brain began to throb. He patted his head, trying to alleviate the pain, but when he looked at Song Chunlei again, his mind was blank. It was as if what happened last night had vanished from his memory. I can't remember." Chinwen's voice was bitter. Song Chunlei wanted to say something, but a hand suddenly grabbed him. He turned around, and Si Muyun shook his head at him, saying, "Take him to the hospital first." Song Chunlei stood up and agreed. After putting Chinwen in the ambulance, the two walked along the shore for a while, when a policeman rushed over, his voice urgent, "Captain C, Deputy Captain Song, Director Zhao has found information about the body. It's been so long since Captain C arrived here, and you only just found this? Your department is way too slow," Song Chunlei joked. The policeman looked somewhat embarrassed, but still spoke up for his team. "Deputy Captain Song, our department is practically spinning like tops. Considering how exhausted we are, could you please give us a technician? Director Zhao is the best technician in the department. You can't make things difficult for us." Song Chunlei patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Young man, if you lack ability, you have to practice. Don't let Zhao Mingchuan's current position as the head of the investigation section fool you. When we joined the team at the same time, we were complete novices." He then stopped teasing him, and his tone became serious. "All right, that's the message Zhao Mingchuan asked you to relay." The policeman stood at attention, chest puffed out, and said loudly, "The body's name is Yang Ming, a second-year student at the Interstellar Science and Technology Institute, 20 years old this year. He has an older brother who works in Kanglan City." He added, "Director Zhao also found out that he shared a dormitory with Zhang Dagua's son, Zhang Yuanhang, and was one of Zhang Yuanhang's few friends, but he hasn't returned to school for a week." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that Captain C and Deputy Captain Song had identically grave expressions. Song Chunlei spoke up at the opportune moment. "The student drinking at Yak last night was also from the Interstellar Academy." "The Interstellar Academy?" Si Muyun read slowly. "Speaking of which, since the death of Lin Yuan, who had just begun to show promise 10 years ago, he had rarely heard any news about the Interstellar Academy. Also, since Lin Yuan's death, the Interstellar Academy had been declining year by year, showing a subtle downward trend. As time went by, just as he had expected, numerous science and technology schools emerged, overshadowing the established schools, and the quality of students at Xingyuan became worse year by year. The series of incidents involving students from the Star Academy at this time made him suspect that someone was targeting the academy. Suddenly, a ringtone interrupted his thoughts. His terminal was ringing. He swiped to answer, and Wang Zhao's heavy voice suddenly rang out, tinged with tears. "Captain, we've been tricked by that homeless man." Si Muyun snorted in confusion. He broke the monitoring equipment that Director Zhao just got this month. Wang Xiao sobbed, I just wanted to see where he was going, and the screen broke in the blink of an eye. Sima Yun had a headache, rubbing his throbbing temples, unable to utter a word. But Wang Xiao clearly hadn't finished. Captain, he also stole your mirror. What mirror? Sima Yun's mind was a mess. He couldn't immediately recall what mirror he was referring to. It's that little mirror you always locked in the drawer, with a few letters scrawled crookedly on the back. Realizing which mirror it was, Sima Yun fell silent. After what seemed like an eternity, Wang Xiao heard Sima Yun say, in a voice devoid of emotion, well done. In that instant, Wang Xiao heard helplessness, anger, and a faint, almost imperceptible regret and sadness in his words. Soon, the call ended, and everything returned to silence. It was as if he had just imagined it. But only Sima Yun knew that it wasn't an illusion. 10 years had passed, and he had still lost one of the few things he had left behind. Chapter 5. Lin Yuan returned home at 2 in the afternoon. He took a shower, took off his dusty clothes, and changed into a white shirt. Coming out of the bathroom, he picked up the clothes he had tossed in the laundry basket, intending to throw them in the trash can, when his hand touched his pocket, and he suddenly felt something rough. He pulled it out, and saw it was the mirror he had taken from the police station. When Wang Xiao handed him this mirror, Lin Yuan felt a strange ripple in his heart, as if the mirror was his, and Wang Xiao giving it to him was simply returning it to its rightful owner. This feeling was hard to describe in words. The moment he woke up last year, he discovered that he had forgotten everything before he was 20 years old, the only thing he remembered being the 7 years he least wanted to recall in his life. Dark, dirty, and suffocating. He remembered nothing. Every time he tried to recall the past, he found his mind a blank. He was like someone who had suddenly appeared without a past. The only thing he remembered was going to Anyang Street before the 10-year promise arrived. So he went, but he was arrested too. He turned the mirror over, saw the words LYH Love SMY engraved on the casing, and let out an unreadable laugh. He rarely met someone whose appearance and personality clashed with his aesthetic sense, yet someone else's image was already in his mind. Thinking of this, the mirror in his hand felt hot. He wanted to throw it away along with his clothes. Who knew if this mirror was a gift from someone Sima Yun liked? But he ran his fingers through his hair, sighed in self-reproach, and thought it wasn't worth throwing away a mirror he worked so hard to acquire. He walked to the sofa, sat down, threw the mirror on the table, and called out Mi Gu. A moment later, the withdrawn Mi Gu emerged from the corner. Lin Yuan glanced at him and said, "Did you find anything?" Mi Gu's mechanical voice sounded. Sima Yun, 29 years old this year, is the son of General Si Weiyu and Executive Officer Chung Su. Currently serving as the temporary captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Tonda City Police Department, his official position is a garrison officer at Baifu Jinjiwen, with the military rank of colonel. Marital status, unmarried. With the master's conditions, winning him over is a piece of cake. Before he could finish, a cushion flew towards it. Migu caught the pillow, pulled up the interstellar law in the system, and read it aloud in a measured tone. According to Article 332 of the Interstellar AI Protection Law, anyone who uses violence against an AI, intentionally causes injury, or damages it, shall be sentenced to imprisonment for 1 year or more. Lin Yuan looked at it coldly. According to Article 145 of the Interstellar Human Protection Law, any AI that unjustly defames others, spreads rumors, or fabricates unfounded charges against those with whom it has a contract, or fabricates facts, shall be sentenced to imprisonment for 2 years or more. Even if I stay single for the rest of my life, I could never be with Sima Yun. Lin Yuan sneered, inwardly cursing this clueless AI. Migu silently lowered its head. See, it's just making empty promises again. Lin Yuan pressed her temples, gesturing for Migu to come closer. Let's test your mental strength. Migu didn't go over, but instead said, Master, your mental strength is severely damaged and will recover slowly. Besides, it was already tested a week ago. Your mental strength won't improve rapidly in a short time. Lin Yuan was silent for a long time before asking, then calculate, at this rate, when will I be able to unlock that memory chip? 10 years later. Hearing this number, Lin Yuan wasn't surprised at all. One day, after he woke up, under Migu's examination, he suddenly discovered a locked chip in his mind. He speculated that this chip might be related to his amnesia, but his mental strength had been damaged over the past 10 years, and he couldn't unlock the chip because it didn't reach the required threshold. So he tried everything to restore his mental strength, but to little avail. His mental strength barely recovered at all. Knowing what his master was worried about, Migu spoke up at the opportune moment. Actually, there are other ways. Lin Yuan immediately shifted his attention. What way? Mi Gu's tone was serious, his words both reasonable and absurd. It's simple. Find someone with strong mental power to assist you. And in my system data, Major C is a good choice. Lin Yuan. Ha, you AI people actually produce such a love-struck fool like you. Saying this, he stood up and patted Mi Gu's head, gesturing up and down. You're not even as tall as my hip, and you're talking about dating? Every time I take you out, people always think you're my son. Mi Gu tilted his head, looking at him without speaking, his eyes full of accusation. Height is set by the system, not determined by it, so why are you attacking its body? Lin Yuan sighed, full of melancholy, and said, Dad's cooking skills aren't as good as before. I'm afraid I won't be able to put it back together after taking it apart. Why did you run so far? I'm not going to eat you. Mi Gu's fading voice came. Lin Yuan's mouth, a lying devil. 100 years ago, Earth's resources were depleted, global warming accelerated, Antarctic icebergs melted rapidly, and rising sea levels successively submerged land. Humanity, in search of a new home, was forced to embark on a long voyage. After a century of voyages, humanity finally found a habitable planet in the vast universe, just like Earth. However, amidst this joy, they also discovered a new civilization, the Outer Heavens. As a human civilization similar to Star City, the Outer Heavens possess formidable creative abilities. In the field of technological development, their level was comparable to Star City's, and they even showed signs of surpassing it. Initially, the two civilizations clashed, and war raged for over 50 years. The final battle 100 years ago resulted in heavy casualties, and severely weakened both sides. After this war, the two civilizations reconciled. Since the end of the war, the two civilizations have coexisted peacefully for 100 years, a milestone in human civilization's history. On the planet home to the Outer Heavens civilization, a meticulously designed, massive high-tech space station, constructed from the latest and most sophisticated materials, slowly orbited its home planet along its predetermined path. At this time, the Outer Heavens' highest governing center, White Night City, was in the dead of night. The night sky was a deep, dark blue, with a few hidden stars. Amidst the towering buildings, numerous aircraft flew along their designated paths, their blue screens blending seamlessly with the walls, broadcasting news from around the world. Meanwhile, a needle-like tower stood silently and dimly in the city center. Its exterior walls were constructed from layers of advanced silicon core materials and nanotechnology, gleaming with a dim light. Its tip shot straight into the sky, like a sharp sword piercing the heavens. This was the faith of the extraterrestrials, the symbol of their civilization, the White Knight Tower. Atop the tower, a long-haired man stood before a transparent glass window, his well-fitting uniform accentuating his tall figure. He stood there lazily, taking in the panoramic view of the myriad lights of White Night City. After a while, a laboratory door hidden in the wall opened, and several people in white lab coats emerged. The white-haired old man at the head glanced around, confirmed the man was at the window, and respectfully approached, calling out, Executive Director. The man didn't turn around. Speak. The white-haired old man handed him the test results. We detected that since 3 years ago, A002 has shown signs of organ failure in most of his organs. If we can't find suitable human parameters, his lifespan will likely be shortened to 3/4 of its original length, or even he won't make it past next year. 3 years have passed, and what have you done besides giving me the exact same results? The man laughed self-deprecatingly. Did you really think my patience was as abundant as a river? Executive Director, our database also has some human parameters for A001. Replacing A002's with his would be perfect. The white-haired old man wiped the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve, speaking cautiously. Hearing this absurd suggestion, the man turned to look at him, his tone as cold as the icy depths of an iceberg at the edge of the outer world. And then what? You deleted a portion of A001's data, and you can't recover it, so you're dreaming of turning A002 into him? Do you think I don't know your ways? Go back and tell him not to delude himself into thinking he can turn everyone into A001. If it happens again, I won't hesitate to personally send you all to a space prison. Get out, all of you. The man wearily rubbed his temples. After everyone else left, the room returned to silence. The man unlocked the experimental door with his fingerprint. Inside was a restart pod, faintly glowing. Countless sophisticated instruments surrounded the pod, beeping intermittently, operating efficiently. The man stood at the doorway, gazing for a long time, all his unspoken words culminating in a sigh. Are you still blaming me? He approached the pod, looking through the glass at the pale face inside. His voice was soft and gentle, yet terrifyingly stubborn. Gu Xi, 10 years. From the moment you came to the outer world, I never let anyone else call you by your name. I don't want anyone else to know your name. I guarded you for 10 years. Can't you open your eyes and look at me openly? As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something, a slight sneer on his face. That's true. A fake is a fake, and a fake can never become real. The one I love is someone who will never reciprocate my feelings. He walked out of the laboratory without looking back, the sensor door closing immediately. The moment the door closed, inside the reboot pod, Gu Xi's fingers twitched slightly, then quickly returned to normal. Leaving the lab, he called the white-haired old man from before via intercom. The white-haired old man stood trembling opposite him, unsure of the man's purpose in summoning him back. The man glanced at the white-haired old man, his tone noticeably gentler than before. Mr. Jiang, please sit. Jiang Song practically gripped the armrest of the chair to sit down at the man's sudden change in tone. As he sat down, he noticed his palms were sweating profusely. He tried to remain calm, looking at the unpredictable man before him, and said, "CEO, do you have any other questions?" The man sat up slowly, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Please arrange the experiment as soon as possible, replacing his with my human parameters." "Sheng Lin, are you insane?" Jiang Song stared wide-eyed in disbelief, his usual respect vanishing. He even forgot Sheng Lin's inherent madness, and his relentless pursuit of his goals. His voice rose several decibels. 10 years ago, when Sheng Lin returned from Interstellar City, he should have known. Sheng Lin had fallen in love with someone. A madman fell in love with a normal person. He thought that by locking up the person he loved for 7 years, the other would fall in love with him. He thought that his constant presence would win the other's heart. But how ridiculous reality was. Jiang Song's lips trembled with anger. "Sheng Lin, remember your place. You are the ruler of civilization, not an ordinary person." "Even a ruler has the right to love," Sheng Lin retorted. "I'm only giving you 1 month. Whether you do it or not, it's all set in stone." Sheng Lin looked firmly at the elderly man with graying hair before him. "Also, I'm not begging for his love, I'm atoning for my past sins. I love him. So I will remove the shackles from his body. Regardless of whether he loves me or not. I still love him." Lin Yuan slept restlessly that night. His dreams were bizarre and fantastical. Just as he was about to wake up, he reached out and grabbed at the surface, only to find nothing there. He lowered his head in despair, still unable to remember anything, even his dreams were blank. Suddenly, a pair of shoes appeared. He quickly looked up, and a familiar face came into view. It was Gu Xi, one of the few people he remembered. Gu Xi. Lin Yuan's eyes welled up with tears. He hadn't seen Gu Xi in a long time. The Gu Xi before him still carried the naivete of 10 years ago. Seeing Lin Yuan cry, he immediately became flustered. "I remember you didn't used to cry. You used to be like a little sun, so beautiful when you smiled." Gu Xi sighed, patting his back comfortingly. "You used to say that tears would only make you ugly, that you wouldn't be handsome if you cried." Lin Yuan wiped away his tears and whispered, "You were the first person whose face I saw in my dreams." His voice was so soft that Gu Xi leaned closer and asked, "What did you just say?" Lin Yuan shook his head. "Nothing." Gu Xi didn't press further. He took Lin Yuan's hand, as if making a promise. "Yuan, live well." Gu Xi. Lin Yuan realized that his grip on his hand was loosening, and he seemed to grow weaker. Gu Xi smiled, and slowly released his hand. "You said you wanted to become the youngest director of the Science and Technology Department. Yanji and I are waiting for you." Gu Xi. Interstellar Time 250. Lin Yuan woke up with a start, his back soaked with cold sweat. He lay weakly on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. After what seemed like an eternity, a tear rolled down his cheek, silently seeping into the cotton quilt, eventually turning into a soft sob. Mi Gu stood outside the bedroom door for a long time, listening to the sounds inside gradually weaken until the muffled sobs from under the covers disappeared. Only then did it turn and walk towards the balcony. Outside the window, the wind and rain raged, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and fine raindrops pounded against the glass with a dull thud. It extended its mechanical arm to close the window and draw the curtains. Tonight was another rainy night. It hoped its owner wouldn't wake up from his dreams again. The lights in the Tangdeching police station were dimmed considerably. Wang Xiao, having finished giving a statement, came out of the interrogation room and bumped into Lu Wenwen, who had already finished get-off work that afternoon to pick up her child. Lu Wenwen was dragging a burlap sack, her police uniform soaked through, clearly having braved the rain. "Sister Wen, why are you at the police station so late?" Wang Xiao asked, puzzled. Lu Wenwen, dragging a sack, looked unnaturally pale, whether from the rain or something else, it was hard to tell. Hearing Wang Xiao's question, she instinctively tightened her grip on the sack, trying to sound natural as she said, the owner of the printing shop is out these past few days, and our police station was almost out of printer paper, so I borrowed a bag from him. Wang Xiao was still puzzled. But isn't it usually the robot that gets it? It's raining so hard, the robot isn't waterproof, it'd break if it gets wet. I couldn't sleep anyway, so I just grabbed it. Lu Wenwen said with a smile. Wang Xiao nodded, half believing, I'm going home now. Sister Wen, please put the things away, I turn off the lights later. Lu Wenwen smiled and politely declined. I see you've been busy all day, you should go home first, I turn them off later. Okay. Wang Xiao couldn't refuse, locked the office door, and left the police station. Lu Wenwen breathed a sigh of relief after Wang Xiao was completely gone. She dragged the bag into the archives room and stuffed it under the last unused table. Whether the rope wasn't tied tightly enough or she gripped it too tightly, the bag's opening came undone as she stuffed it in, revealing a tangled clump of hair. In an instant, a flash of lightning streaked across the window, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Lu Wenwen was so startled that she fell to the ground. Then the contents of the bag were revealed. It was a corpse. Chapter 6. After a week of continuous rain, Tonda City finally saw a sunny day. The clouds on the horizon were just beginning to turn red, when a bright yellow sports car, exuding a flamboyant air, pulled up in front of Hospital 9635. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a pale, slender hand resting on it. Above that was a face, pale as porcelain, made to look somewhat sickly by large black sunglasses. Lin Yuhan parked the car, adjusted his hair in the rearview mirror before getting out, and only after being satisfied did he open the door and step out. He carried a miniature Migu car key and walked unhurriedly through the hospital gate, like a star walking the red carpet, every move extremely eye-catching. Good morning, Miss Xiaofeng. Lin Yuhan removed his sunglasses and gave the nurse on duty at the hospital reception a standard smile. The receptionist nurse's face twitched, desperately suppressing her urge to hit someone. She gritted her teeth and said, Dr. Lin, my name is Chen Lin, not Huang Xiaofeng. Lin Yuan put his sunglasses back on, trying to hide his embarrassment. I'm sorry. I definitely won't get it wrong next time. Chen Lin glanced at him, inwardly scoffing, he's always making empty promises. Seeing her disbelief, Lin Yuan tried to explain, but was coldly reminded, Dr. Lin, you're 1 minute late. 1 minute counts? My car was already parked in the hospital parking lot. I just walked a little slowly, can you not count that? Lin Yuan pleaded pitifully, Miss Chen, your makeup is so beautiful today, can you pretend you didn't see me? Chen Lin rolled her eyes. Dr. Lin, I wasn't wearing makeup today. If you have an eye problem, please go to the 3rd floor and turn left to see an ophthalmologist. Lin Yuan, you're so heartless. It's alright, Chen Lin said calmly, it's better than being late. Lin Yuan was completely speechless. Normally, if Huang Xiaofeng was on duty, she would turn a blind eye if he was late. But when Chen Lin was on duty, he was caught 9 out of 10 times for being late. Even so, he still couldn't remember whose face it was. Every day he confidently spoke up, only to be proven wrong again. Suddenly, an arm was draped over his shoulder. Lin Yuan turned around and saw Mo Xiaobei, with multicolored hair and panda-like dark circles under his eyes, drooping his eyelids and gesturing for him to look to the side. Not far away, an elderly man, with a full head of white hair mixed with a few black hairs stood with his hands behind his back, his sharp eyes fixed on him. Lin Yuan only needed one glance to know that the old man's burning gaze was on him, feeling like a thorn in his back, making him sweat profusely. Mo Xiaobei, clearly having slept poorly, kept yawning. Yuan, the director wants to see you. You better go quickly. He gave Lin Yuan a look that said, good luck. Seeing that look, Lin Yuan knew exactly what was coming. Despite thinking she shouldn't go, her body betrayed her as she walked towards the old man, the current director of Hospital 9635. He gave a forced smile, saying, Director, I heard you wanted to see me. The director didn't answer her question, but instead flashed his familiar, amiable smile, saying casually, Little Lin, how's your rest these past few days? Lin Yuan, seeing his familiar smile, immediately became immune. He said, It's been great. I wish the holiday were longer, or even a year of vacation. I'd be very happy. The hospital director chuckled, inwardly thinking, You're dreaming? He strolled closer to Lin Yuan, his expression serious. Recently, the police forensic doctor was injured on a mission. The military has requested our hospital to send someone to follow up on the Anyam case. Simply put, they'd be handling cases of murder and injury. After recommendations from various department heads, you're the perfect fit. Lin Yuhan, are you sure you're not just giving me a hard time because I've been enjoying my vacation? You're giving me trouble as soon as I get back. Lin Yuhan yanked Mo Xiaobei, who was standing far away, over. Director, I think Mo Xiaobei is quite suitable. Seeing this, the director's beard bristled with anger. The more he looked at the two of them, the more annoyed he became. Fine, you can take leave, right? I won't give you leave. Coming to work with this bright green hair? Did the hairdresser force you to get it dyed? Dye your hair back to normal when you get back from your leave. It's embarrassing. Director, my hair color is quite trendy, keeping up with the times, Mo Xiaobei chuckled, smoothing his hair. The hospital director snorted, turning to face Lin Yuhan, who was watching the spectacle. He was furious. And you, always thinking about vacations. If I hadn't just approved your annual leave, people would think the hospital was withholding you. Director, I'm innocent. Lin Yuan protested. You know how much I love going to work. Know what? Don't tell me you love going to work. Your annual working hours don't even compare to your daily lateness. Late again today. I really don't know how the hospital produced two such oddballs, each more eccentric than the last. The director blinked, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, disregarding all decorum. Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly, no need to say it out loud. The hospital director glared at him without hesitation, angrily saying, hurry up and pack your things. The sooner the better. Lin Yuan flashed a bright white smile. I know, you don't need to emphasize it. Before the director could hit him, he made a goodbye gesture, adjusted his glasses, which he hadn't taken off yet, and squeezed into the elevator with the other patients to go upstairs. An hour later, at Tonda's city police station, Lin Yuan looked at the familiar, expressionless, handsome face and tall figure in front of him, with a silly-looking follower peeking out curiously from time to time behind him. If he hadn't lost his memory, he clearly saw these two just a week ago, but why? He suddenly remembered what he had done a week ago, and his face, hidden under his medical mask, stiffened slightly. However, oblivious to Lin Yuhan's change in mood, out of politeness, Xin Muyun extended his hand. Lin Yuhan, not wanting to offend him, shook his hand briefly, a fleeting touch lasting no more than 3 seconds. He still felt a burning sensation in his palm. He glanced at Xin Muyun, inwardly marveling. A week ago, he'd been so captivated by the man's beauty that he hadn't noticed this aloof Captain C was half a head taller than him. From his angle, he could even see Xin Muyun's thick, long, slightly curled eyelashes, like small fans, incredibly alluring. Wang Xiao, waiting to shake hands, was momentarily surprised, then embarrassed. He was surprised that none of the doctors borrowed from the hospital had shaken hands with anyone, embarrassed that this doctor was staring at Xin Muyun in a daze. Xin Muyun's expression darkened slightly, but he said nothing. Wang Xiao coughed casually. Lin Yuan snapped out of her reverie and spoke first. Lin Yuan from Hospital 9635. May I ask your name? Xin Muyun. Which Muyun? For some reason, hearing this name brought a wave of familiar, long-lost joy, and her heart fluttered, beating wildly. Xin Muyun patiently explained, spring mornings and evenings, clouds and rosy hues. Lin Yuan glanced at him, wondering why this man had suddenly become so talkative. Then she remembered that last week he was a suspect. What policeman would be so kind to a suspect who had flirted with him? He praised, a very good name. Xin Muyun paused, then nodded, indeed very good. After saying that, he casually asked, you said your name is Lin Yuan? Hearing the question, Lin Yuan felt strange. Hadn't he just told him his name? Why was he asking again? He asked in confusion, what else would I be called? As if afraid the other wouldn't understand his name, he continued to explain, you might not know, but 10 years ago, the groundbreaking tech genius Lin Yuan was my grandfather's idol. At that time, my grandfather was seriously ill and didn't have long to live. To ensure he had no regrets, I especially changed my name to Lin Yuan, determined to become someone like him. Xin Muyun's eyes darkened slightly, concealing many emotions Lin Yuan couldn't understand. When they met eyes, the abyss in his eyes seemed to suck him in. It was like a fleeting illusion, and then she saw his disbelieving expression. Really? Lin Yuan waved her hand. You don't actually know him, do you? He died 10 years ago. Even my grandfather lamented that he was a genius who died young. Of course, you don't need to worry about it too much. The dead can't be brought back to life. If you really don't believe my name is Lin Yuan, you can check my family tree. I believe you. Xin Muyun suddenly grabbed his hand. Lin Yuan, who had been standing perfectly still, was caught off guard by the sudden tug and fell uncontrollably into Si Muyun's arms, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. Lin Yuhan, are you sure you're not just having a crush on me and getting handsy? Realizing his behavior was inappropriate, Si Muyun released his hand and apologized. Sorry, I have a bit of low blood sugar. Lin Yuhan, who has low blood sugar with such a strong grip? The moment he was pulled, Lin Yuhan felt like his bones were about to fall apart. However, Lin Yuhan was easygoing and didn't hold it against him, kindly reminding him, Captain C, you police officers are busy, but you still need to eat breakfast. As a doctor, I don't really want you to patronize the hospital. After all, I'm a lazybones, the kind who can make someone's arm swell up from giving an injection. It's not easy running the hospital, it all depends on the hospital director. Si Muyun, He finally run into a quack doctor, who eagerly introduced himself. Wang Xiao, take him to the temporary office, Si Muyun said helplessly. After all these years, his personality remained unchanged. Wang Xiao responded, and led Lin Yuan towards the office at the end of the corridor. This route was familiar to Lin Yuan, even well known, but as they passed the records room, he stopped. He smelled an indescribable stench. If he had to describe it, it was the smell of rotting corpses. Thinking of this, he raised his foot to kick open the records room door, but was stopped by the quick-witted Wang Xiao. These are important documents for our police station. Sister Wen said, we can't just go in. Lin Yuhan glanced down at him. He'd been quite clever last week, but this week it seemed like his IQ had plummeted. Couldn't he smell the obvious stench of a corpse? I remember your name is Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao was completely bewildered, clearly not understanding why he was suddenly being asked his name. Yeah, what's wrong? Lin Yuan chuckled meaningfully. Why don't you change your name to Wang Ming? Someone's dead in here. If you don't want to get kicked, get lost. Why should I? Because I can kick this door down right now. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate, kicking open the file room door. The door, unable to bear the weight, made a loud bang sound, attracting the attention of numerous police officers. Si Muyun, who had originally entered the office, turned back. As soon as the file room door opened, a strong stench of corpses instantly filled the air, engulfing every corner. Peering inside, the curtains of the records room were drawn, the room dimly lit, like a scene from a horror movie. Behind the last desk sat a disheveled person. The face was obscured, but it was unmistakably a woman. Judging by the smell, she had been dead for at least 7 days. Is no one at work today? Lin Yuan asked as she entered. Wang Xiao was clearly frightened by the scene, stammering, Sister Wen's child has been sick these past few days, and she's been staying home taking care of the child. The child is sick? Isn't that a bit too much of a coincidence? Lin Yuan stroked her chin, turning to look at Si Muyun, who had rushed over. If I help your team solve the case, will I get a raise? Si Muyun ignored his unreasonable request. Still terrified, Wang Xiao couldn't help but say, You're a doctor, can't you be a little more reserved? Lin Yuan glanced at him, saying incredulously, What's reserve? Can it feed you? I bet you don't even have a girlfriend yet. What do single dogs know? I'm saving up for a wife. As he spoke, he walked to the last desk, swiveled his chair halfway around, and a pretty young woman with wide eyes sat quietly. Her clothes were clean, and her hair was meticulously styled. If it weren't for the strong smell, anyone would think this person was just sitting there. Wang Xiao, seeing this, quickly hid behind Si Muyun. Lin Yuan noticed his movement, chuckled, closed the eyes of the corpse before her, and turned back. As he passed Si Muyun, his gaze met hers, filled with scrutiny and depth. He gave her a standard smile. Captain C, don't look at me like that. She's dead. As for why she died, and why she's here, that's your business. Dr. Lin. Si Muyun called out in a low voice, looking at him earnestly. I know you came to our police station out of necessity. If the case is solved, I can ask your hospital director for 3 more days of leave. Hearing someone call her name so earnestly for the first time, Lin Yuhan's heart skipped a beat. Forgetting what Si Muyun was about to say, she inexplicably agreed, okay, deal. After taking a few steps, she realized what Si Muyun had said, inwardly cursing herself for being so easily swayed by his good looks. He took the white rubber gloves from his assistant, brushed aside the woman's disheveled hair covering her forehead, revealing her originally handsome face. When Lin Yuhan looked up again, Si Muyun had already left the office with Wang Xiao. At this moment, the assistant called out, and Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the voice. He saw the assistant, who had followed him, prying open his neck with both hands to show him. Dr. Lin, have you noticed that this person's skin color is off? The side closer to his face is white, but the side closer to his neck is dark. Judging from this color, it's a dark tan from years of hard work. Lin Yuhan's expression turned serious, only one thought remaining in his mind. Anyang Street. If they weren't from Anyang Street, he couldn't imagine anywhere else where people would use ancient Earth's tools to work under the sun. In this advanced technological age, everything is handled by AI, there's no need for manual labor. Although most people face unemployment, technology has also brought them the life they desire. Lin Yuhan tore off the human skin mask, revealing the face of a middle-aged woman, dark-skinned, haggard, with a few crow's feet. The assistant stared in disbelief. He also noticed a small, unhealed wound where the mask met the skin. If not for his excellent eyesight, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. He told the assistant, "Go and call Captain C." The assistant quickly put down what he was holding and went to find Si Miyun. Before the assistant left, before he could even move, a sudden crackling sound of electricity rang out. He looked up at the source of the sound, a small spider in the corner of the ceiling. It was a tiny surveillance camera, almost invisible to the naked eye, yet a chilling voice still emanated from it. "Mr. Lin, I know you're a pragmatic person. Don't touch things you shouldn't." He sneered, "Are you threatening me?" "Not entirely, it depends on your choice." "Heh." Lin Yuhan sneered, "Then should I praise you?" "Me goo smash it." With that, he expressionlessly used a scalpel to cut open the wound, retrieving a blood-soaked slip of paper. Opening it, he saw white paper with black lettering. A 002. He chuckled, his eyes flashing with icy coldness. "It's truly pathetic that you bunch of mad dogs bite indiscriminately when you can't find meat." Chapter 7. As soon as Wang Xiao entered the office, he noticed a large crater in the corner of the wall. Dr. Lin, standing calmly in the corner, was performing an autopsy, seemingly unconcerned about the inexplicable crater. He even noticed someone enter the office, glancing up coldly, which startled Wang Xiao. "Dr. Lin," Wang Xiao swallowed nervously. Seeing Wang Xiao's fearful expression, Lin Yuhan realized he hadn't kept a straight face. He immediately lowered his eyes, pretending nothing had happened, his voice still cold. "What is it? Didn't you send someone to call us?" Wang Xiao scratched his head, asking helplessly. "Lin Yuhan, I forgot." He noticed that only Wang Xiao had come, and casually asked, "Where's your captain?" Before Wang Xiao could answer, a deep male voice rang out. "Dr. Lin, were you looking for me?" He looked up and saw 3 more people at the door of the records room. Si Miyun standing in front, followed by 2 men wearing the same dark blue uniforms as him. The 2 seemed to have a good relationship. The one with the fiercer appearance kept glancing warily at the one with the gentler features, constantly on guard against any potential physical contact. Si Miyun, seemingly used to the 2 of them standing together with their ever-present suspicion, had been watching Lin Yuhan from the moment he appeared. Lin Yuhan glanced at him only once before looking away. Si Miyun suddenly stepped forward, grabbed his trembling hand, and earnestly asked, "Dr. Lin, are you crying?" Lin Yuan stubbornly denied it. "No." Before he could finish speaking, a scalding tear fell onto the back of Si Miyun's hand, its heat alarming. Lin Yuhan didn't know why, but the moment he saw Si Miyun, his eyes involuntarily stung, burned, and filled with tears, blurring his vision. Only the texture of his hand felt real. He sniffed, forcing a calm explanation, "I was overwhelmed by the stench." Si Miyun was still looking at him, his burning gaze fixed on him, as if trying to see right through him, Lin Yuan thought. But the next second, the other released his hand, and the tear that had fallen on the back of his hand slid off with gravity and disappeared to the ground. He retreated to a safe social distance and said in an unreadable tone, "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Lin." His gaze shifted to the corpse, and he asked, "How did he die?" "Starved to death." At this moment, Song Chunlei and Zhao Mingchuan, busy scheming against each other, stopped their struggle and walked towards Lin Yuan. "Hello, Dr. Lin, I'm Song Chunlei, Deputy Captain of the Criminal Investigation Team. This gentleman next to me is Zhao Mingchuan, the head of the Investigation Department. You can call him Old Zhao." After introducing himself, he casually punched the absent-minded team leader Zhao. Zhao Mingchuan turned and glared at him. "Your hand cramped up?" Song Chunlei smiled and said, "Just trying to wake me up." Zhao Mingchuan rubbed his hand, suspecting that this Song guy had ulterior motives, and he even had evidence. Lin Yuan wanted to laugh but couldn't. Si Miyun seemed aloof, but his subordinates were much more interesting. Turning around, he met Si Miyun's scrutinizing gaze. He reservedly shifted his gaze to the corpse, suddenly finding the disfigured face extremely pleasing to the eye. "Old Zhao, have you found the victim's identity?" Song Chunlei approached and examined the body, asking Zhao Mingchuan. Zhao Mingchuan said with difficulty. The equipment broke down last week, and the only lightweight piece of equipment in the group was sent for repair by Xiao Yao yesterday. Hearing this, Lin Yuan looked up. Team leader Zhao, I do have some equipment. Do you need it? This isn't a good idea. Zhao Mingchuan looked at Lin Yuan's small frame, finding it incomprehensible that a doctor would carry several kilograms of equipment. Although we live in a high-tech era, there are too many top-of-the-line equipment components on the market, making them difficult to carry around. Unless it's lightweight equipment. However, compared to other first-tier cities, the decline of Xingyuan, Tongda City has very few lightweight equipment options. In fact, due to budget constraints, their reconnaissance department is still using versions from several years ago. Just as he was wondering, Lin Yuan drew her finger in the air, and a floating, blue, high-tech virtual keyboard appeared. Immediately afterward, a screen of the same color appeared in front of Lin Yuan, and a light press would create faint ripples. The moment the keyboard appeared, everyone's jaws dropped. Si Muyun's eyes darkened as he looked at Lin Yuan with a probing gaze. There was a familiar figure in him. The person who saw the keyboard back then was full of pride, but the person before him saw it with a look of confusion in their eyes. It was as if they themselves couldn't understand where the keyboard came from, yet they could indeed control it with ease, and even felt a surge of joy at a long-awaited reunion. Si Muyun's gaze froze. He hadn't seen this keyboard in a long time. Although the keyboard was entirely blue, it didn't prevent him from clearly seeing a 5-pointed star carved with a military dagger in an inconspicuous corner. The carving was very faint, so faint that it seemed only he knew where the 5-pointed star was hidden, only he knew it was carved with his military dagger, and that he had even watched it being carved by his own hand. You don't like hearts, so I carve a 5-pointed star. Why do that? Because you're like a star in my heart? When you're not by my side, I can see you through the stars. It's called seeing an object and remembering the person. Si Muyun's mind flashed back to Lin Yuan as a child, a confident, sunny little son, chattering incessantly, head down, sketching on the keyboard with a military dagger. The moment she finished carving, she held it up to him, asking if it was good. His gaze, however, was already drawn to the other's clear, burning eyes. It was like uncontrollable emotion, or perhaps the first stirrings of love. His heart pounded in his ears, and before him stood the bright, cheerful young man, washing away the gloom of Kanglin City for days, welcoming the first sunny day of winter. 10 years isn't a short time, but it was enough for him to understand how agonizing it is to wait for someone you love. Lin Yuan is back. No one noticed Si Muyun's unusual behavior. Lin Yuan's attention was entirely focused on the screen in front of him. He now wore half a pair of glasses. The screen displayed a scan, storing the corpse's face in its database. A moment later, a mechanical voice announced, Huang Weihong, female, 45 years old, former wife of Zhang Dagua on Anyang Street, divorced a month ago, currently residing at number 7, Building 3 Jingren Plaza. Lin Yuan felt extremely uncomfortable looking at the person opposite him. Looking around was awkward, but ignoring his surroundings wasn't an option either. Instead, more and more people around him were staring at him. Perhaps sensing the increasingly meaningful gazes of those around him, he finally couldn't hold back and said, Captain C, do you even know where this is? A restaurant. Si Muyun wore a strange expression, perfectly concealing his true emotions, even displaying a perfectly balanced air of bewilderment, as if he genuinely didn't understand why he would ask such a question. Hearing such a concise and thought-provoking answer, Lin Yuan inwardly scoffed, thinking, this guy clearly doesn't have a romantic streak. Undeterred, Lin Yuan said, be more specific. Si Muyun's answer was still brilliant, the place to eat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt as if his heart had been choked, unable to comment on Si Muyun's answer, even finding it hard to breathe. Composing himself, he stared at the other's face for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said, Captain C, this will make people think we have that kind of relationship. What kind of relationship? Si Muyun asked, puzzled. Lin Yuan silently picked up the knife, then put it down again, saying softly, a romantic relationship. Si Muyun clearly noticed his movement, lowered his smiling eyes, and asked him in return, do we look like lovers? No. Lin Yuan answered without hesitation, his attention focused on Si Muyun's words, oblivious to the smile in his eyes. Then is it necessary to agonize over this all night? Si Muyun asked seriously, his tone even carrying a hint of genuine doubt. Lin Yuan touched his face, it hurt a little. Rewinding to half an hour earlier, Lin Yuan left the police station as dusk fell, and Si Muyun happened to drive out, asking him, Dr. Lin, are you interested in going to Jingren Square? He rubbed his aching back, and shook his head. Si Muyun continued, Dr. Lin, don't you want to know how she died? If Dr. Lin doesn't find out, then the 3-day holiday. He hadn't finished speaking, staring intently at Lin Yuhan, certain she would go with him. Lin Yuan squinted for a moment, then shamelessly opened the passenger door. For the sake of the holiday, he endured it. Once in the car, Si Muyun asked him what he wanted to eat. Lin Yuhan's attention was entirely on the scenery outside the window. He wasn't particularly hungry after a busy day, but he was annoyed by Si Muyun's overtime work and impatiently said, anything. So, when he got out of the car at a famous couple's restaurant near Jingren Plaza, he wanted to slap himself for saying anything. He really didn't understand Si Muyun's taste. Who goes to a couple's restaurant with 2 grown men? Anyone who didn't know better would think Si Muyun was interested in him. After finishing their meal and getting into the car, Lin Yuhan asked curiously, is Captain Si still single? She glanced at Si Muyun, who was focused on driving, and added, if you haven't found a suitable partner, I know a few nice aunties. I met their daughters. Si Muyun interrupted her rudely, do you enjoy playing matchmaker? No, Lin Yuhan said decisively, I just wanted to test your preferred gender. Then don't do anything pointless, Si Muyun said coldly. Lin Yuhan crossed her arms and gave him a cold glare. You regret this heartless man. Upon arriving at Building 3 of Jingren Plaza, Lin Yuhan got out of the car first. The night was dark, and the Jingren Plaza, with its towering buildings and bright lights, was arguably the most bustling area in Tonda City. However, the 3 buildings they arrived at had old, yellowed walls, rusty handrails covered with a thick layer of rust, and a lot of plaster that had peeled off the walls was scattered on the ground, all hidden in the darkness, making them look like dilapidated buildings that had not been repaired for a long time. The dilapidated streetlights glowed listlessly, their light so weak it seemed their power would soon run out, plunging them back into darkness. Lin Yuan glanced at them, finding them somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall where she had seen them before, only a vague impression lingering. Suddenly, a cough sound came from the corner of the wall. Lin Yuan looked over and saw an AI robotic vacuum cleaner, its battery less than 2% depleted, struggling to emerge from the darkness. Much of its paint had peeled off, revealing the original cold, silvery white metal beneath. Lin Yuan and Si Muyun exchanged a glance, remaining silent. Then, the cough sounds continued from all directions. In an instant, a group of AI robots with different functions surrounded them, all old and low on power, just like the original robotic vacuum cleaner. Lin Yuan looked around and guessed, if I'm not mistaken, there should be a repair shop nearby. A repair shop collects broken AI robots for repair or disassembles components and transports them to a factory to be processed into new AI robots. While this allows for the recycling of raw materials and reduces waste, it also has a serious impact on the environment. Let's go! Lin Yuan went upstairs first, with Si Muyun following closely behind. Before going upstairs, he glanced back. Behind him was endless darkness, and it seemed that some unknown danger lurked within. He hoped he was just imagining things. Lin Yuan stopped at door number 7, curled his fingers as if preparing to knock, but the next second a gust of wind blew through the hallway, and the door opened. How strange. Lin Yuan thought to himself, he was actually planning to knock. Lin Yuan walked ahead, and as soon as he stepped into the room, he immediately turned and blocked Si Muyun's path. Si Muyun saw that Lin Yuan's brows were furrowed, staring intently in one direction. From Si Muyun's angle, all he could see was the darkness of the room. Lin Yuan raised his hand and gestured through the air, and a keyboard appeared in front of him. His fingers flew across the keyboard so fast they were barely visible. Only students from the Star Academy could so easily type on a keyboard in midair. After all, it was their school's signature skill, but also their most basic skill. Noticing that Si Muyun's gaze was fixed on the keyboard, Lin Yuan couldn't help but tease, Captain Si, don't stare at my keyboard like that. Even if you like it a lot, I'm not giving it to you. His fingers didn't stop, and there was even a glint in his eyes, as if he had encountered something interesting. I was just thinking about a friend, Si Muyun said casually, his voice slightly low. He's been dead for many years. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart clenched inexplicably. Was that person important to you? Very important, extremely important. Hearing this answer, a complex mix of emotions welled up inside Lin Yuan, subtle yet intense. He didn't show it on his face, and wasn't good at comforting people, so he could only force himself to say, I mean, isn't it a bit much for a cold person like you to be sentimental in front of me? Si Muyun hesitated, looking at him. Lin Yuan realized he really couldn't just look Si Muyun in the eye. Sooner or later, he'd drown in those eyes. He shifted his gaze back to the keyboard, his fingers tapping, but his mind was still on Si Muyun. Although Song Chunlei and Zhao Mingchuan were Si Muyun's colleagues, they were ultimately his subordinates. The younger Wang Xiao was even less likely to become friends with Si Muyun. He both hated and feared Si Muyun in his daily life, and couldn't even understand how Wang Xiao had come up with the word gentle a week ago. He seemed like a personality assassin. Thinking this, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that Si Muyun's personality truly meant he had very few friends. After some thought, Lin Yuan said, "Considering how pitiful you are, I reluctantly become your friend." Si Muyun's face showed obvious surprise. "What did you say?" I said. "Captain Si, do I, Lin, have the qualifications to be your friend?" "Yes." Beep. Danger device deactivated. With a mechanical sound, Lin Yuan swiped away on the keyboard and went back into the house. He looked around and said, the devices in the house were set up by people from the Star Academy. He walked into the master bedroom and heard Si Muyun ask, "Are you also a student at the Star Academy?" "Of course." "No, I don't like technology, I don't like code, I don't like mechs." Lin Yuan didn't think too much about why Si Muyun asked this. He said nonchalantly, "Complex things will be learned by geniuses. I just want to be an ordinary person. Don't you want to go to the science and technology department?" Si Muyun looked at him with a complicated expression. The Science and Technology Department, the highest research and management center for technology on the central star of the interstellar network, gathers the top talents from the 5 planets of the interstellar city. In this era of rapid technological development, no one doesn't yearn for it, and no one doesn't want to be a member. The Science and Technology Department is even called the faith of programmers, a faith that everyone must go to in their lifetime. But when the Science and Technology Department was mentioned, the light in the man's eyes had already disappeared. "I don't want to go anymore," Lin Yuan said calmly. "Captain Si, you're being a bit gossipy." "Sorry." The two fell silent, looking around before their eyes settled on the last room. As they walked towards the room, Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon expensive decorations. She wondered, the paint on the walls is peeling, the handrails are rusty, and the expensive decorations in the room are something I didn't expect. Si Muyun didn't speak. Upon entering, he noticed the window was wide open, letting in the night wind that occasionally ruffled the petal-patterned curtains. He glanced at the room's furnishings, so different from the outside. There were no expensive decorations, only numerous mecha models on the table, and many mecha design drawings scattered on the floor, all bearing the 3 letters ZYH. Turning to the other side, he saw countless trophies of various sizes on the wall, each accompanied by a corresponding mecha model. Suddenly, a bell rang, interrupting their thoughts. It was Lin Yuan's terminal. Lin Yuan took up the terminal, swiped it open, and saw only a string of numbers on the screen, 9635771. He looked up, smiled, and put the terminal back in his pocket. "My robot is calling me home for dinner." "Your robot is quite diligent." Lin Yuan thought to herself, of course. Only a fool would dare to argue with their master like that. The two realized the people in the room had escaped, and didn't observe for long. After Si Muyun jumped out of the window, Lin Yuan followed. The landing spot was somewhat dark. In the distance, there seemed to be a large metal door, its markings long gone, leaving it looking rather empty. Si Muyun, who had jumped down before him, was nowhere to be seen. Above, a busy transport line stretched out, various numbered spaceships moving back and forth methodically, their buzzing roar audible even from afar. Things beyond this world were relevant to them. Time seemed to have been paused, everything before him plunged into darkness, devoid of light and wind. A long time passed, and he gradually lost consciousness of his surroundings. Only an endless, chilling cold remained. Tap. The cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his temple. A voice like that of a venomous snake rang out, accompanied by a chilling laugh. "Finally found you." A 001. Chapter 8. "What? Are you all out of people or dead? You actually sent you?" Lin Yuan sneered. The man with the gun was equally defiant. "Believe it or not, I shoot you dead." "Go ahead and shoot." "I die first, then I admit defeat." With that, Lin Yuan quickly turned, snatched the gun from his hand, and pressed it against his head, her tone icy. "Where is he?" The man, hiding in the darkness, showed no fear even after his gun was taken from him. "You think you're still alive to save someone? Dream on." Lin Yuan kicked him in the stomach and pulled the trigger. "I need to remind you, it's nighttime. If you're going to daydream, you should think about whether you see the sun tomorrow. I told you not to threaten me." He bent down, grabbed the man's collar, and pulled him closer. "He's no match for me. So what are you?" "Some dogs always think they're human." "You?" The voice trailed off, and the air fell silent again. Lin Yuhan didn't turn around. He slowly took a silk handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped the fingerprints off the gun. Migu. He tossed the gun into the darkness, seemingly unconcerned about being discovered by the police. Master. The soft light emanating from Migu illuminated half of his face, revealing a mixture of nonchalance, ruthlessness, and composure. But above all, it was an untamed, unrestrained spirit. It's time to bury him. He walked into the darkness, and the corpse behind him disappeared into the shadows. Si Muyun jumped out of the window first, assuming Lin Yuhan was following him. But after walking for a while, he realized no one was behind him. His heart tightened immediately, and he turned back. Turning and taking a few steps, he bumped into Lin Yuhan, who had arrived late. The other man exuded a cold aura, but a smile appeared on his face the moment he saw him. Rarely did he show such nervousness, so he couldn't help but tease, "Captain C, I thought you'd forgotten me." Before he could finish speaking, he was thrown into a firm embrace. As if to confirm his presence, the other man held him tightly, so close that Lin Yuhan could clearly hear the frantic pounding of his chest. For a moment, his breathing became erratic. Was it his imagination? Si Muyun was afraid. He raised his hand to push Si Muyun away, but the hand fell back halfway. Hot breath brushed against his neck, numbing his nerves. Si Muyun's muffled voice came with the vibration of his chest. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, resignedly not pushing him away. He said, "Don't go." Zhang Yuanhang woke up to a white ceiling, thinking he had entered the underworld. He couldn't help but marvel at how well built the underworld was, just like a hospital. Turning his head, he saw a young doctor wearing frameless glasses and opened his mouth. "You died too?" The young doctor pushed the food in front of him and said casually, "Yeah, eat quickly. After you finish, go to Mengpo's to get the Mengpo soup. Tonight, the black and white impermanents will come to collect souls. Remember to dress well, so you can be reborn into a wealthy family in your next life." Zhang Yuanhang nodded blankly, took the food, and buried his head in it. "Eat slowly. The underworld doesn't need another one to reincarnate." The young doctor handed him a glass of water. Zhang Yuanhang reached out his free hand to take it, and thanked him. Si Muyun had only gone out to answer a call, and when he returned, he saw the incompetent Dr. Lin frightening a patient. The patient actually believed it. Zhang Yuanhang looked up halfway through his meal, and suddenly noticed a man in a police uniform standing in the doorway. He stared blankly at the young doctor, wondering if he had done something wrong. The police had even tracked him down to the underworld. However, the young doctor calmly tapped the screen remotely. An AI-generated mechanical voice echoed in the ward. Zhang Yuanhang, Father Zhang Dagua, Mother Huang Wehong, both deceased. Currently a second-year student majoring in mecha design at the Interstellar Science and Technology Academy. "Who are you?" Zhang Yuanhang stopped eating, staring blankly at the screen opposite him, knowing he couldn't see anything. Since entering the Interstellar Academy, he had tried to encrypt his information. Logically, ordinary people shouldn't be able to open it unless their abilities surpass his. Although the young man before him wore a white coat, it didn't hinder his complete understanding of the surrounding electronic information screens, not to mention the virtual keyboard specially provided by the Interstellar Academy, which he operated without any difficulty. If it weren't for the white coat, he would have genuinely thought the other person was also from the Star Academy. Just an ordinary little doctor. Lin Yuan yawned, seemingly having slept poorly the night before. Faint dark circles still lingered under her eyes. "Before we learn about my identity, let's talk about you first." Lin Yuan casually changed the subject, pointing to Si Muyun, and said, "This is Si Muyun, the captain of the criminal investigation team of Tonda City Police Station. I'm Lin Yuan, the doctor assisting with the case." Zhang Yuanhang asked blankly, "Wasn't I already dead?" "We'd be there after we finished talking about the coffin." Zhang Yuanhang, Still not understanding what Lin Yuan meant, Zhang Yuanhang felt he could be reborn. But he had clearly forgotten that he no longer had parents. Lin Yuan's face hardened. "Before we begin, let me ask you a question. Were you the one who set up the dangerous device last night?" "Yes." He expected Lin Yuan to beat him up, but instead, she patted his shoulder and said admiringly, "The design is good, but there are still many areas for improvement. It might hold off others for 10 minutes, but against someone as skilled as me, it can be cracked in a minute. You still need practice." Hearing this, Zhang Yuanhang weakly said, "But I didn't see you when I ran." "That was an accident," Lin Yuan vehemently denied. 3 seconds later, he turned to Si Muyun, who was sitting on the communal sofa. "Si Muyun, don't think I don't know you're laughing." Si Muyun, who usually had a cold expression, was struggling to suppress her laughter, and it finally spilled out. "I'm not. Dr. Lin needs to get new ears." "Is that so?" Lin Yuhan said through gritted teeth, while Si Muyun, clearly unaware of the seriousness of the situation, continued to suppress her laughter. 5 minutes later, at the ward door, Wang Xiao, sitting on a communal bench in the hospital, saw Si Muyun come out shortly after going in and asked in confusion, "Captain, why did you come out?" Si Muyun glanced at Wang Xiao, whose eyes were clear and without any trace of acting, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Don't pry." Wang Xiao scratched his head, thinking, has the captain damaged his brain? Inside the ward, Zhang Yuanhang stared at Lin Yuhan in disbelief and asked cautiously, "Dr. Lin, why did you kick him out?" "I'm a bit petty. I can't stand people laughing in front of me." Lin Yuan calmly poured herself a glass of water and said to Zhang Yuanhang, "Don't worry about him. Let's continue." Zhang Yuanhang clicked his tongue. "Dr. Lin, I remember you're a doctor." "Yeah, so what if I'm a doctor? Can't doctors do criminal investigation? There are many paths to success, and I can succeed in many things. Look at me, I'm a doctor, but I can still use that virtual keyboard from your school," Lin Yuan said irritably. "What era is this? There's still prejudice against people who have multiple jobs. I really want to crack open their heads and see what's inside." Having been scolded so harshly, Zhang Yuanhang lowered his head in shame. Thinking to himself, "Captain C, you better come back quickly." Lin Yuan seemed to see through his thoughts and sneered, "You better confess honestly, no one can save you." With that, he pulled a scalpel from his pocket and slammed it on the table without another word. The ward was brightly lit, the sharp blade of the scalpel blinding Zhang Yuanhang. "Zhang Yuanhang, Lin Yuan, completely ignoring Zhang Yuanhang's feigned death, asked, "What happened last night? Or did you hear something?" His tone was intriguing and inquisitive, making Zhang Yuanhang tense. He tried hard to recall last night's events. Suddenly, the familiar countdown timer started ticking again, very slowly, amplifying the surrounding senses as the ticking ticked away. The scene before Zhang Yuanhang changed. He was back to last night. Zhang Yuanhang was a homebody. The school science and technology conference was about to begin, and to get a chance to go to the science hall, he locked himself in his room drawing design plans. However, because the materials for building mechs were expensive, he could only scavenge for scraps at a nearby repair shop, hoping to find good materials by chance. Yesterday, he was scavenging for scrap at the repair shop as usual. But shortly after he entered, he saw a man in black sitting atop a pile of materials used to build the metal shells of mechs, toying with a gun in his hand. Hearing footsteps, he looked up coldly, a smile playing on his lips, but it didn't reach his eyes. Zhang Yuanhang shivered at just one glance, a chill running down his spine. Without thinking, he turned and ran. But before he could take 2 steps, he was grabbed by the back of his collar and thrown to the ground. The man in black stepped on his back, preventing him from moving, bent down, and stared at him, saying, "You're still not dead, Zhang Yuanhang? 10 years have passed, and you're still stuck in this dilapidated house. What? You can't bear to leave this house and build a separate one? Ridiculous. You've been clinging to life for 10 years. What have you been holding on to? You keep coming and going from this place. Did you really think you could leave by attending a science conference? You're dreaming. I really want to kill you." The man in black chuckled, rubbing his face against the ground. "You poor thing without parents, family is the lowest thing in the world. You can't even protect yourself, so why do you put family first? Zhang Yuanhang, staying in the past isn't easy, is it? Let me guess, you probably haven't remembered yet." "Huh." The man kicked him on the back. "Then you should try harder to remember, and see what kind of farce you created." Zhang Yuanhang didn't know how to describe this feeling, suffocating, humiliating. Before the man in black, human life was insignificant, like ants or blades of grass. Sometimes, he didn't even know the meaning of his life. He was powerless to change even his parents' divorce and death. His life was a complete and utter failure. Zhang Yuanhang. Lin Yuan called out countless times before the dazed boy finally snapped out of his reverie and stammered, "Dr. Lin." Lin Yuan wearily rubbed her temples. "Never mind, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't. It's not a good thing anyway. The interrogators from the criminal investigation team will ask you about your parents later. Just tell them what you know, they won't make things difficult for you." Zhang Yuanhang, "Then, why did you ask me about last night?" He had anticipated Zhang Yuanhang's question and said, "I have a feeling that what you and I saw is the same thing. Out of personal reasons, I still wanted to ask. But I'm certain now that you and I are the same kind of people." "What kind of people?" Zhang Yuanhang pressed. "People who don't succumb to fate." With those words, Lin Yuan left the ward. Zhang Yuanhang sat there blankly for a while, then suddenly smiled, but the smile was filled with bitterness, yet also a relief that had been shackled for many years. Lin Yuan returned home, opened the refrigerator, and saw there was only one bag of frozen dumplings left. He turned around and called out, "Migu, you should go buy groceries." He then took out the bag of dumplings, found a pot that hadn't been used in a long time, washed it clean, filled it halfway with water, and turned on the stove. When the water boiled, he put in half a bag of dumplings. Just as he finished cooking the dumplings, Migu, who had been called to buy groceries, returned with the bags containing various seasonings and some fresh fruit. Lin Yuan unceremoniously took a pear, pointed to the refrigerator, and said, "It's all packed. You can cook these for the next few days." If Migu's programming included the ability to roll its eyes, it would undoubtedly give its master a huge eye roll without hesitation. So, this super-intelligent AI robot was here to cook for him, but thinking of its master's cooking skills, aside from dumplings, any other dish might explode the moment it entered the kitchen. Migu decided against rolling its eyes. Lin Yuan casually asked while eating dumplings, "How's your mecha brother's repair going?" As a super-intelligent AI, Migu was originally designed with two parts, the core control unit, which is now the robot itself, and the mecha body, currently being repaired at the shop. When the two are combined, it becomes a combat mecha. Generally, combat mechas are only permitted in the military and schools with related mecha courses. Compared to the military, the mechas used in schools are low-level mechas available on the market, offering little destructive capability. Except for the technology conference held every 3 years in Interstellar City, combat mechas are rarely seen in schools. Owning a combat mecha is a serious crime for residents and can result in imprisonment. He woke up a year ago to find that Migu's mecha had malfunctioned. He immediately sent it for repairs, which took almost a year, and he didn't know its current condition. However, Migu had maintained contact with her mecha. Axioming said it will be repaired in a month at the shortest, and 3 months at the latest. Axioming was the owner of the repair shop responsible for repairing Migu's mecha, and he was quite famous in the area. Lin Yuan had chosen to send her mecha to him because of his reputation as a former mecha pilot of Formation 771. To stand out for millions to become a mecha pilot of Formation 771, his strength was not to be underestimated. Hearing this time frame, Lin Yuan paused for a moment. It was quite a long time. The fastest way to reach the outer realms was through a reboot pod, but he had lost it 3 years ago. Flying there using the mecha transformed flight pod would take at least half a month. Not only that, but to enter the outer realms, one also needed a pass personally signed by the executive officer. Thinking about all these complicated matters, Lin Yuan felt a heavy responsibility and a long road ahead. After eating, Lin Yuan took a shower and went to bed. He had spent the night at the hospital and hadn't slept much. Lying in bed, he muted his terminal, closed his eyes for a while, then jumped up, turned the volume down, and muttered to himself, "Maybe something urgent is happening." Thinking this, he fell asleep after a few seconds. Ding! In the middle of the night, a rapid ringtone startled Lin Yuan, who jumped out of bed. Turning his head, he saw it was his terminal ringing and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the words on the screen, he swiped it open, and Wang Zhao's anxious, loud voice immediately came through. "Dr. Lin, something's happened to Zhang Yuanhang." Hearing the name Zhang Yuanhang, Lin Yuan instantly woke up. Before he could speak, he heard a hysterical scream from the other end. "Zhang Yuanhang, you killed him." Chapter 9. Rewind half an hour. Interstellar time 3:15. After Lin Yuan left during the day, Sima Yun, who had been kicked out, entered the ward with a policeman named Wang Xiao. After inquiring in detail about his parents' whereabouts a week ago, they left. In the evening, the policeman named Wang Xiao brought in a boxed lunch. Zhang Yuanhang felt a warmth in his heart, but having received so much kindness, he felt embarrassed to accept it. He said to Wang Xiao, "Officer Wang, I just drink the nutritional supplement." He then took a glass bottle with a yellowed barcode from his pocket. "Don't be so polite. The nutritional supplement has no taste and is unpalatable. You should eat your meal." Wang Xiao snatched the nutritional supplement from his hand, glancing casually at the date on the bottle, and handed him the meal. The nutritional supplement has long expired, and its nutritional value is almost gone. You should eat your meal. Unable to refuse any longer, Zhang Yuanhang agreed. Wang Xiao casually tossed the nutritional supplement into the trash can, not noticing the production date written on the bottle. Shinji 140. Even so, Zhang Yuanhang woke up hungry at 3 in the morning. He was still at an age where he was growing, and usually had a large appetite, so he tried to drink the nutritional supplement rather than eat, hoping to endure the hunger. But since waking up at 3, he couldn't fall back asleep, his stomach rumbling, reminding him of his current state. He remembered that Wang Xiao seemed to have thrown the nutritional supplement in the trash can during the day. He threw back the covers, got out of bed, and slowly walked to the trash can, bending down. Suddenly, he felt a burning gaze on him. He looked up and saw a young man in a white shirt standing at the door of the ward. The figure looked somewhat familiar. He stood up and called out, "Yang Ming?" Seeing the man remain silent, he decided to go over and investigate. However, he had barely taken a step when the boy moved. In that instant, a flash of white light appeared, and Zhang Yuanhang immediately stopped. It was a fruit knife. "Yang Ming?" Zhang Yuanhang called again, but this time the boy moved even faster. The night breeze gently lifted the curtains of the ward, revealing the pure white moonlight that shone on the two of them, allowing him to see the boy's face clearly. Zhang Yuanhang was stunned for a moment, then finally managed to utter the name, "Chen Wen?" Without a word, Chen Wen stabbed him in the shoulder with a knife, forcing him back a few steps until his back pressed against the glass. The curtains fluttering in the wind gently brushed against his face, indicating that this was not a dream. The person before her was terrifyingly unfamiliar, his eyes filled with intense hatred. He said, each word distinct, "It was you who killed him." Lin Yuhan looked at Zhang Yuanhang, who was bandaging his shoulder wound, with annoyance. Despite the passage of time, bright red bloodstains still stained the white gauze, and the injured man remained silent, quietly bandaging himself. "He stabbed you, didn't you dodge?" Seeing his clumsy bandaging technique, Lin Yuan snatched the gauze away and said bluntly. Zhang Yuanhang lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, he suddenly asked, "Dr. Lin Yongming, is he really dead?" Knowing what he was thinking, Lin Yuhan's tone softened unconsciously as she told him the cruel truth. Yes, his body was recovered a week ago. His face was completely disfigured. Even knowing the truth, hearing it again from someone else still brought tears to Zhang Yuanhang's eyes. His lips trembled, unable to utter a complete sentence. He seemed to be saying to no one in particular, how could he be dead? He clearly promised to go to the Science and Technology Bureau with me. I already finished the design drafts, and I gathered the materials. How could this be? As he spoke, he suddenly looked up, grabbing Lin Yuhan's hand holding the gauze. "Dr. Lin, are you lying to me? He's not actually dead, he's just asleep. He's just asleep. He's just asleep like my parents." He broke into a sob as he said the last sentence, burying his face in his chest and weeping uncontrollably. Almost overnight, he lost his beloved parents and his most trusted friends. But he chose to immerse himself in his own dreams, taking a long time to accept their departure. Lin Yuan sighed, finished bandaging him, patted his head, and called Wang Xiao to watch over him. Rest well. In another ward, Song Chunglei and Zhao Mingchuan tied Chen Wen to a chair, took the knife from his hand, and placed it on the table. "Chen Wen, why are you in the hospital now?" Si Miyun observed the boy's facial expression and noticed that since tying him to the chair, his gaze had become dazed, and his face showed a kind of bewilderment, as if he hadn't yet entered society. Even after hearing Si Miyun's question, he stared blankly at him, clearly not understanding why he was being asked. Chen Wen looked at the 3 policemen and slowly asked, "Officers, may I ask where I am now?" Hearing the unexpected answer, the 3 men exchanged glances, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Song Chunglei picked up a fruit knife from the table and asked him, "Do you remember this knife?" Hearing this, Chen Wen looked at the fruit knife in his hand. There was still a little blood on it, fresh and not yet dry. Suddenly, his gaze changed, and he laughed almost maniacally, moving closer to the table and saying, "Weren't you all very curious about how Yang Ming died? I saw it all. Zhang Yuanhang killed him with his own hands." The serene, pristine street scene, like a paradise, was actually a den of the dead, hiding a cannibalistic demon. They were all dead, but they came back to life. Ha ha! They come back to life. Chen Wen leaned back on the stool. The hospital stools weren't very sturdy, and the sudden force sent Chen Wen and the chair crashing to the ground. Even with the 3 of them reacting quickly, the stool still made a loud thud as it hit the ground. "Chen Wen!" Si Miyun grabbed him by the collar, forcing him to look at him. Chen Wen's pupils were unfocused, his eyes glazed over. He didn't look at Si Miyun, but stared intently at the wall behind her, muttering incomprehensible babbling. Everyone present instantly felt a chill run down their spines. He said it opened its eyes. "What it?" Chen Wen shifted his gaze back to Si Miyun, a sinister smile spreading across his face. His hand trembled as he pointed to the wall behind him. "Of course it's that. My great God. Si Miyun looked in the direction Chenwen was pointing. There was nothing on the wall behind him except a diagram of human anatomy. He turned back. Chenwen was still grinning foolishly, staring motionlessly at the wall. He gave Song Chunlei and Zhao Mingchuan a look. The two understood and walked towards the diagram. Reaching it, they ripped it down. They looked closely. There was nothing there. Seeing this, the two exchanged a glance, seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. Is it haunted? Si Miyun, too, saw nothing behind the diagram. He asked softly, Chenwen, what did you see? Perhaps because Si Miyun's tone wasn't as harsh as before, Chenwen's expression faltered for a moment. At that moment, the ward door opened, and Lin Yuhan emerged from Zhang Yuanheng's room. He was still holding a medical record. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Si Miyun and Chenwen facing off. Not far behind them, Song Chunlei and Zhao Mingchuan, holding a human anatomy diagram, were searching for something on the wall. Seeing the door open, they also turned to look. Seeing it was Lin Yuhan, the two were about to greet him. Before they could utter a sound, Chenwen moved first. He stared at Lin Yuhan and said, word by word, you're still alive. Does my being alive surprise you? Lin Yuan strode in, medical record in hand, glanced at Si Miyun, and without hesitation, slapped Chenwen on the back of the neck. He squatted down and said, Captain Si, isn't there no need for further interrogation in this situation? After speaking, he looked at Si Miyun, only to find Si Miyun's deep gaze fixed on him. Lin Yuhan touched his face. Captain Si, I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to stare at me like that. It makes me feel like the world is ending because of my good looks. Si Miyun, who only suspected a relationship between Chenwen and Lin Yuhan, was speechless. Couldn't Lin Yuhan change this narcissistic habit? He was narcissistic 10 years ago, and he's still narcissistic now. Is narcissism all he does? Even so, on second thought, if it weren't for this habit, they probably wouldn't have met. For a moment, Si Miyun didn't know whether to say good or bad. Seeing Si Miyun's silence, he repeated himself, patting his shoulder reassuringly, don't worry too much. You're only a little less handsome than me. As she spoke, she held up her little finger to indicate the size. Si Miyun, It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. Si Miyun, can't you say something? Lin Yuhan couldn't help but get angry, as Si Miyun remained silent. Suddenly, a staggering thud came from behind. Turning around, she saw the two eavesdroppers fighting over their positions, both knocking themselves to the ground. Seeing Si Miyun turn to look at them, the two gave an awkward smile, picked up a human anatomy diagram to try and hide themselves, and whispered, Captain, we absolutely won't tell anyone. After saying that, they whispered behind the diagram, thinking Si Miyun couldn't hear them. However, they clearly underestimated the echo in the ward. Every word they said reached Si Miyun's ears, and his face instantly turned ashen. Just as he was about to get up to interrupt, Lin Yuan pulled him back, mimicking Song Chunlei and Zhao Mingchuan's hushed tone, saying, What's the rush? Listen to what they have to say. Si Miyun gave him a meaningful look, also lowering his voice. Just don't regret it. Lin Yuan stared at him wide-eyed, her clear, bright eyes blinking, as if to say, I won't regret it if I hear your gossip. Si Miyun gave him a thumbs up. Lin Yuan immediately glared at him, thinking, Who do you think you are? Seeing Lin Yuan's expression, Si Miyun's eyes crinkled into a smile, and he chuckled softly. At that moment, Song Chunlei's supposedly quiet voice came through. Is the captain in heat? He's laughing so happily. Si Miyun's smile froze. He really wanted to turn around and ask Song Chunlei, but Lin Yuan, squatting in front of him, burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Realizing she had overreacted, she covered her mouth with her hand. Si Miyun looked up at the ceiling, thinking despairingly, Let them laugh. It's not like it's the first time I've been laughed at. Their conversation continued. Apparently, after Song Chunlei finished speaking and didn't hear a sound, he kicked Zhao Mingchuan without hesitation. Zhao Mingchuan immediately said, Kick your mother. You almost broke my foot. Hearing this, Song Chunlei pretended to check his feet, then immediately looked up again, covering his nose with disgust, and said, No offense, Lao Zhao, but your feet haven't been washed in 800 years. They stink so bad I'm about to ascend to heaven. Go ahead and try ascending to heaven. Do you dare say your feet don't stink in my line of work? Zhao Mingchuan retorted, immediately bending down to check Song Chunlei's shoes, trying to confirm if his feet were like his. After finally managing to rip off his shoe, he realized what he was doing and angrily threw it away, yelling, Go to hell, Song Chunlei. Am I crazy for taking off your shoe? Song Chunlei nodded in agreement. You know you're crazy. So if you like my shoes so much, I give them all to you later. Get the hell out of here. Take your lousy shoes, and get as far away as you can. Zhao Mingchuan was furious, his neck turning red, wishing he could tear this Song guy to pieces. Suddenly, Song Qinglei's shoe landed thud between the two of them. Seeing the shoe, their hearts skipped a beat, and they stiffly looked up in the direction the shoe had come from. Si Muyun watched them with a half-smile, while Dr. Lin squatted behind them with a smug expression, even waving a greeting when they looked at him. Hi. 5 seconds later, the two of them fled the ward in a disheveled state. Song Qinglei, barefoot, realized his shoe was still inside and hurriedly turned back. The next second, a shoe flew out, almost hitting Song Qinglei in the face. Song Qinglei picked up the shoe, relieved that he narrowly escaped. Then, an idea popped into his head. Undeterred, he peeked into the ward and shouted to Dr. Lin, "Dr. Lin, don't worry, our Captain C smells wonderful from head to toe." Before Si Muyun could come out and attack, he grabbed Zhao Mingchuan and they ran. Halfway there he stopped, held up the shoe, and said to Zhao Mingchuan, "Damn it, why didn't I wear shoes?" Zhao Mingchuan took 2 steps back, clearly overwhelmed by the smell of the shoe. Song Qinglei, just talk, why are you holding up a shoe? I thought you like it. Zhao Mingchuan rubbed the goosebumps rising on his arms, disgusted. I don't like men, get the hell out of here. With that, he took off running, terrified Song Qinglei would catch up, running at the speed of a student sprinting through the school cafeteria. Song Qinglei shouted behind him, "Don't disgust me." In the ward, Lin Yuan was still squatting on the floor, pondering why Song Qinglei had run back to say that. Si Muyun helped him up, and said to the bitter-faced Lin Yuan, "Don't think about it." Why? Lin Yuan looked up at him, seemingly feeling his imposing manner wasn't strong enough. He stood up again, touched his chin, and belatedly said, "He probably thinks we're a couple, right?" He immediately realized his mistake, spat, and muttered, "How could that be? If we were together, who could resist hiding it? If it were me, I'd charter 10 airships, loop my love story on their screens, then arrange for a 365-degree panoramic view of our wedding song on the city's central screens, and then give a lecture at a university to tell everyone in the entire galaxy. I, Lin Yuan, am married." Si Muyun, who was about to explain, silently shut up, already visualizing the scene in his mind. I thought to myself, it would be better if this world really collapsed. Chapter 10. Outside the heavenly realm, in White Knight City. On the top floor of the White Knight Tower, a window was half open, the dim light illuminating a man's pale, bloodless face. His soft black hair clung to his forehead, making him appear incredibly docile. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that his eyes were unfocused. He sat quietly and obediently in his wheelchair, like a porcelain doll. At this moment, Sheng Lin emerged from the shadows, walked to the opposite side of the wheelchair, and knelt down, his gaze fixed intently on the man's features. "You still don't want to wake up?" He grasped the man's hand, which was an inch smaller than his own, then quickly released it, afraid of hurting him. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sounded outside the door. The robot responsible for transmitting the message said, "CO, Lord Baiqiu has arrived downstairs." Sheng Lin's tenderness faded, his face, hidden in the darkness, shifting unpredictably. "Tell him to wait for me in the conference room." "Yes." Sheng Lin pulled the blanket that was about to fall to the floor for the man, then carefully kissed his forehead. As he stood up, his calf trembled slightly, but quickly returned to normal. He looked down, his voice barely audible. "Wait for me." In the conference room, Baiqiu looked at Sheng Lin with interest, teasingly saying, "CO, you taken so long to see me. Can I assume you've forgotten your brothers now that you have a partner?" Sheng Lin glanced at him coldly, saying impatiently, "If you didn't come to see me for important business, then you can get lost." Hearing this, Baiqiu's lips subtly curled into a smile. He gave his subordinate a wink, and quickly produced a recording pen. He gestured for a moment, then smiled and said, "You'd be very surprised." He pressed play, and a cacophony of sounds immediately filled the quiet conference room. A gust of wind followed, then the sound of a gun barrel being pressed against something, and then their familiar voices. "Finally found you, A001. Baiqiu observed his expression for a moment, then turned off the recorder. A001, rescued 3 years ago, his whereabouts unknown. He said calmly, "CO, let's be frank. I know you want to rescue A002, but you can't refuse the person he wants. He was lost here, you better give him an explanation." After Baiqiu left, Sheng Lin slumped in his chair, his hands clenched into fists, turning white. A man in a suit walked in. "CO, did you need something?" Sheng Lin rubbed his temples, as if making a decision. Send someone to Interstellar City. Protect A001's safety. Beneath the white night tower, Yilibai, wearing a black suit hat, looked like a European from a century ago. He casually adjusted his trench coat and said, "The Interstellar City's Triennial Technology Conference is about to begin. Find a way to get our people involved." He added, "Remember, make sure A001 attends." He glanced at the azure sky and scoffed. Meeting an old friend should be quite enjoyable, like the separation of life and death 10 years ago. Lin Yuhan, you certainly made a good friend. Unfortunately, even the smartest person can't escape death. After Zhang Yuanhang was discharged from the hospital, Lin Yuhan took him home. Sit wherever you like. Lin Yuhan poured him a glass of water and explained, "Don't be shy, this is my cousin's house. He'll be back soon, so you can squeeze in with him for now." Seeing him still standing awkwardly, Lin Yuan forcefully pressed his shoulder down onto the sofa. "Why are you so formal? Just sit down when I tell you to. Make yourself at home." Okay. Zhang Yuanhang said okay twice, seemingly trying to hide his nervousness. Lin Yuan sighed. Why was this kid so nervous? To ease the awkwardness, he asked Mi Gu to turn on the TV. Mi Gu obeyed and turned on the TV, returning to Lin Yuan's side. It noticed a gaze on it, and looked up to see Zhang Yuanhang staring intently at it, his eyes filled with intense curiosity. "Dr. Lin, is this your robot?" Zhang Yuanhang swallowed hard, holding his breath, staring unblinkingly at Mi Gu, as if he had seen a priceless treasure. Lin Yuan was adjusting a channel using voice control, and didn't notice Zhang Yuanhang's gaze. Hearing the question, he nodded. He initially thought it was just a casual inquiry, and didn't pay much attention. The next second, Zhang Yuanhang exclaimed excitedly, "Dr. Lin, if your robot participated in the technology conference, it would definitely win first place." Lin Yuan turned around, and snatched Mi Gu from his clutches. "What are you thinking? This is just an ordinary robot, nothing special." Zhang Yuanhang was still immersed in the excitement of seeing the ingeniously designed robot. He almost impatiently said, "Dr. Lin, how is this robot ordinary? Look at all its parts and materials. This robot uses high-tech nano-stitching materials that are no longer produced in the Interstellar City. Its toughness, sealing density, and material plasticity are all among the top 5 in the Interstellar City's top 100 materials list. And I think this robot is only the core part. The construction of its other form, the mecha body, is no less difficult than the core part." His eyes sparkled as he looked at Lin Yuan. "Dr. Lin, may I take a look at its mecha body?" Afraid Lin Yuan wouldn't believe him, he immediately held up 3 fingers to swear, "Dr. Lin, I promise I just take a look." Lin Yuan glanced at Mi Gu and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, its mecha is damaged and hasn't been repaired yet." Zhang Yuanhang looked disappointed. "How could that be?" "Why not? Nothing can last forever. They're like human lives, sooner or later, they all die." Lin Yuan gently kicked Mi Gu, signaling it to get lost. "Mi Gu, there's no need to be so disgusted with me." Zhang Yuanhang didn't speak again, but his eyes still kept glancing at Mi Gu, filled with melancholy and regret. "Lin Yuan, it's obvious you really like my robot." Not long after he sat down, the door beeped with a fingerprint unlock. A blond boy in a dark blue uniform, custom made by the Star Academy, walked in, the school emblem, a hollowed-out gold 5-pointed star, adorning the top of the uniform. The boy had headphones hanging around his neck. He tossed his backpack onto the shoe rack as soon as he entered, paused when he saw the person on the sofa, and after a moment, called out, "Brother?" After calling out, he noticed another boy sitting next to Lin Yuan, who looked about his age, but with slightly sunken cheeks and yellowish skin. The boy immediately lowered his head upon seeing him. He smoothed his tousled hair, surprisingly finding the boy somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite place where he had seen him before. He turned to Lin Yuan, "Brother, what brings you here?" "To borrow your school uniform and ID card," Lin Yuan said bluntly. "What do you need this for?" Lin Yuan glanced at him. "I have to go to your school soon." The boy changed his shoes and said in surprise, "Brother, you don't need to be so desperate as to go looking for a student if you can't find a girlfriend, right? If I remember correctly, you're already 30 years old this year. This kind of behavior is already considered an old cow eating young grass." Lin Yuan tapped his head twice. "What are you thinking? With my looks, I never need to make a move. Recently, I run into a big problem, and it's related to your school. I have to go check it out. You stay home these next few days, and don't go anywhere, otherwise someone might pretend to be your boyfriend. Even in a coffin, you think you were asleep." He gestured with his chin towards Zhang Yuanhang. "This is the outside help I brought for you, Zhang Yuaheng. You haven't improved your skills after studying for years. Had him upgrade the security system at home. This is a serious matter. You really shouldn't be running around outside unless it's absolutely necessary. With that scumbag face, don't go around messing with girls. When are you going to learn some skills from him? That way you won't fail your mecha tests every time. This is my cousin Jiang Yu. Zhang Yuanheng stood up and greeted him. Hello, Zhang Yuanheng. Jiang Yu. Seeing the two kids getting along well, Lin Yuan slumped back onto the sofa. Jiang Yu found his extra school uniform and stuffed it into his arms. Brother, my clothes might be a little too big. Lin Yuan waved his hand. It's okay. Having gotten what he wanted, he immediately got up and left, saying before he left, I'm leaving. If you need anything, ask me Gu for help. If all else fails, go to the police station. With a bang, the door slammed shut, sending a gust of wind ruffling their hair. Jiang Yu cursed inwardly, recalling Lin Yuan's resolute departure. He turned to Zhang Yuanheng and said slowly, Zhang, you heard from my brother, you should hurry up and upgrade that security system. Zhang Yuanheng lowered his eyes. Okay. After leaving the residential area, Lin Yuan received a call from Sima Yun, who asked him to go to Lu Wenwen's place. Ever since a body was found hidden in the archives, Song Chunglei and his men had searched everyone working there, except for one person named Lu Wenwen. According to Wang Xiao, Lu Wenwen's child had a fever a few days after the body was discovered and had disappeared since. Not only that, Sima Yun had the archive searched again, finding a nylon-woven bag under the desk where the body was found, filled with stale, smelly hair stuck to the bag. Seeing the bag, Wang Xiao couldn't eat for 3 days. He even said that the night after the incident at Yuehu Jiangzintu, Lu Wenwen dragged this bag, soaking wet, into the police station. Upon arriving at Lu Wenwen's place, Lin Yuan saw Wang Xiao waving at him from the balcony as soon as he got out of the car. Dr. Lin, come on up quickly. Lin Yuan nodded to him, got out of the car, and strode up the stairs in 2 or 3 steps. He was so focused on going up the stairs that he didn't notice anyone and bumped into someone's arms. Lin Yuan's head hurt a little from the bump. He rubbed it, and when he looked up, he heard the person blocking his way say, sorry. Sima Yun, what are you doing standing at the bottom of the stairs? Acting as a security guard? Lin Yuan looked back, confirming there were steps behind him, and Sima Yun's position was perfectly positioned to block his path. Before Sima Yun could speak, Wang Xiao, who had heard the noise, rushed out and shouted, Dr. Lin, our captain rushed out as soon as he heard you were here. Lin Yuan was completely confused by Wang Xiao's words. He looked at Sima Yun. Do I need to clarify that I'm an adult? Sima Yun glanced at Wang Xiao calmly and uttered 2 words. No need. Then what are you standing here for? Enjoying the scenery. Hearing this answer, Lin Yuan's speechless frustration reached its peak. He pulled Wang Xiao aside. Then you can stay here and look around. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly noticed Sima Yun, who had just said he was looking at the scenery, following behind him. He immediately sneered, Captain C, weren't you looking at the scenery? Why are you in here? Sima Yun ignored the sarcasm in his words, and said to himself, the scenery is gone. Lin Yuan, Speechless. After entering the room, Lin Yuan released Wang Xiao and looked around. Any clues? Not yet, Wang Xiao replied. I remember you, and she were quite close. The identity of she was self-evident. Realizing what Lin Yuan was talking about, Wang Xiao immediately jumped up and denied it. Dr. Lin, everyone in our department is on good terms with her. Then tell me, why would she be so foolish as to drag a corpse into the police station? Lin Yuan coaxed, observing the expression on Wang Xiao's face. How should I know? Wang Xiao scratched his head, feeling that Lin Yuan was trying to trick him. But then he thought that Dr. Lin was also concerned about the case, so he felt relieved. Sister Wenwen usually gets off work at 6 o'clock in the afternoon because she has to pick up her child, and she rarely returns to the police station at night. It was raining that night, so I should have been more careful. He was filled with regret after speaking. There were so many strange things that night, yet he hadn't noticed a thing, even finding Lu Wenwen's words and actions excessively reasonable. Lin Yuan was about to ask about the child's whereabouts when Sima Yun spoke up. Song Chunglei said people to investigate these past few days. Her child was adopted from an orphanage, and returned a few days ago. What about Chenwen? 2 days had passed since Chenwen stabbed someone in the middle of the night. Lin Yuan had stayed at the hospital, and hadn't been able to go to the police station, wondering how Chenwen was doing. Hearing this name, Sima Yun frowned slightly. After waking up, he's acting just like he did after being rescued from drowning that day. He knows nothing. Chen Wen's situation was very strange. They had tried many methods, but couldn't get anything out of him. Asking too many questions only caused headaches, blurred vision, and a blank mind. They really didn't know if he was faking amnesia or genuinely suffering from it, yet his behavior suggested he knew something. Sima Yun's tone was calm. If we can't get any information, we have to release them and send people to follow their movements. These two didn't go anywhere. Their route was no different from usual. You're waiting for them to slip up on their own? That's right. Sima Yun nodded. Chen Wen is too special. Their proactive questioning isn't very effective. Instead, he appears on his own at certain times. For example, they just found Zhang Yuanhang, and Chen Wen came right after smelling the scent. Lin Yuan nodded. Right now, besides this method, other methods are almost ineffective against Chen Wen. He searched the suite to no avail, then returned to the living room. At this moment, a faint sound came from above. Lin Yuan listened intently. The sound of gears rubbing and clanging grew louder and louder. Wang Xiao came out of another bedroom and, noticing his stillness, asked, "Did you hear anything?" Lin Yuan put his index finger to his lips, gesturing for him to be quiet, and asked. Wang Xiao tensed up at his gesture and stammered, "Yes, did I?" That sound. Lin Yuan didn't know how to explain. His gaze searched for a moment, finally settling on the digital watch on Wang Xiao's wrist. He immediately gestured for Wang Xiao to look at his watch. "Listen for yourself." Wang Xiao held the watch to his ear, surprised. "You can even hear the sound of a watch?" Lin Yuan didn't answer him, looked up at the ceiling, and seemed to realize something. His expression changed. "Let's go!" Lin Yuan quickly pushed Wang Xiao out the door, ran into the master bedroom, and came face to face with Sima Yun. Seeing his hurried appearance, Sima Yun wanted to ask, but Lin Yuan picked him up without a word and used the force to smash open the French windows. He gasped, "You criminal investigators are really dangerous." At the same time, the suite exploded. As Wang Xiao tumbled down the stairs, still reeling from the shock of the explosion, the first thing he saw was their strong, capable captain, who could take on 5 men, being held in the arms of the frail Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin was kneeling amidst shattered glass, a sea of flames behind her, while the person in front of her was unharmed. A surge of emotion rushed to his head, and only one thought remained in his mind. "Captain, why don't you just marry him?" Chapter 11. The sun shone brightly, spring was in full bloom. A white Tiger T-type mech sped through the streets of Tonda City. The person inside had fiery red hair that billowed back in the wind, revealing a smooth, full forehead. A silver half-mask covered his face, revealing only his thin, crimson lips. Upon closer inspection, a hollowed-out 5-pointed star could be seen on the lower right corner of the mask. After navigating several streets, he entered a residential area and stopped at a duplex high-rise. "Security system upgrade?" The man raised an eyebrow, scoffing, "You call me for something so simple." He lit a cigarette, swiped his finger across a floating screen, and performed a few simple operations. An invisible net enveloped the wall. He looked up. A blond boy stood on the balcony of the high-rise, his eyes shining brightly. His gaze paused, then he opened the terminal and launched into a torrent of abuse. "Refund the money immediately." The person on the other end of the terminal was a little nervous, not understanding what was wrong with the man again. "Boss, we refund the money or leave." The man threw away his cigarette. "If you receive another call from this number, don't accept any money. Anyone who dares to accept it is fired immediately." Okay. The person on the other end said in a trembling voice. He turned off the terminal, started the car, and disappeared into the shadows of the tall buildings as suddenly as he had arrived. Upstairs, Jiang Yu was overjoyed to see a white Tiger T-type mecha parked downstairs. Anyone who recognized the white Tiger T-type mecha knew that there was only one in the entire Star City. Although it was a product from 10 years ago, the mecha's cool appearance and its ability to transform from a mecha into a mecha with 3 forms made it still very popular among the students of the Science and Technology College, who were deeply fascinated by it. Its performance is comparable to 10 ordinary military flight cabins. Jiang Yu was so excited about the car, he liked that he was practically beside himself. He shook the silent Zhang Yuanhang. "Zhang, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you want a white tiger?" Zhang Yuanhang was a little dizzy from being shaken. "White tiger isn't. Whatever it is, when I'm as good as Lin Yuan, I design one myself." Jiang Yu confidently painted a picture, already envisioning his own unique mecha vehicle. Zhang Yuanhang hesitated, "But your cousin." Jiang Yu pulled him to sit in the living room without any hesitation. "My cousin's name is Lin Yuan, but how could he possibly be the tech genius we know? He quit his job at Central Star Hospital 3 years ago and has been working at Hospital 9635 since returning to Floating Star. He can't possibly be a tech genius. Jiang Yu spoke with absolute certainty. If Zhang Yuanhang hadn't personally witnessed only the Star Academy Student Council's remote screen swipes in Migu, he might have believed him. Lin Yuhan gave him a strange feeling. Like an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. This feeling was especially strong when he saw Migu. Jiang Yu talked on and on for more than 10 minutes, asking Zhang Yuanhang about his interests and hobbies in detail. When he asked about Zhang Yuanhang's school and learned that Zhang Yuanhang was also at Xingyuan, Jiang Yu paused noticeably. He looked at Zhang Yuanhang cautiously. Why don't you go to school? He always felt that the word school held a certain special meaning for Zhang Yuanhang. In recent years, Xingyuan hadn't been like other science and technology colleges. Its student enrollment had declined sharply. He had just witnessed Zhang Yuanhang's abilities. Logically speaking, based on Zhang Yuanhang's grades, he should be a well-known figure at Xingyuan. He searched his memory for a long time, but couldn't recall anyone named Zhang Yuanhang at the school. Jiang Yu's heart pounded. He couldn't wait to know which year Zhang Yuanhang was in. Zhang Yuanhang, could you tell me which year you're in? Ding. The terminal in Jiang Yu's pocket vibrated wildly, the loud volume drowning out Zhang Yuanhang's words. He frantically pulled out the terminal, noticing Zhang Yuanhang's lips move. He quickly leaned closer and asked, "What did you say?" "My terminal volume is a bit loud, sorry." Hearing this, Zhang Yuanhang shook his head. "It's okay." Knowing that Jiang Yu hadn't heard him clearly, he inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know why, but he was afraid to tell others which year he was in at the Star Academy. He would still tell them if asked, but ultimately, he hoped they wouldn't know. Knowing Zhang Yuanhang was unwilling to speak further, Jiang Yu answered the call. A deep, steady male voice immediately sounded. "Are you Lin Yuhan's cousin?" Before Jiang Yu could answer, the other end continued, "Your cousin has had an accident. We appreciate it if you could come and sign the critical condition notice." Opening his eyes, he was met with complete darkness, save for the faint glow of the machine beside him, and the stark contrast of white against the black. Lin Yuhan gently closed his eyes again. Even though he had no memory of what happened 10 years ago, being alone in the dark always gave him a chilling sense of dread. This feeling had lingered for 10 years. It would reappear every time he closed his eyes. "Migu!" He threw back the covers, got out of bed, and walked barefoot on the smooth, cold tiles. The biting cold spread from his feet to his heart, clearing his muddled mind. The curtains in the ward were half drawn, and light shone through the open window, casting a faint glow on the pristine white ceiling. He used the light to open the door. It was dark all around, except for a central area illuminated by light, a meticulously designed, inescapable white pod. He lay inside, quietly sensing his surroundings. 7 days. "Time to change the dressing," one person said in a low voice. Another person said, "Vitality signs are weak. He'd die if this continues." The first person added, "That's not our business." The conversation gradually subsided. Soon afterward, he heard the restart pod open, and outside air rushed in, filling the cramped space. "Cough, cough." He coughed. His long-dormant blood began to boil. "Mr. Lin, this is the improved 2.5 version." A person dressed in full protective gear, with only their eyes visible, took a reagent from a box beside them. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Will I die?" "Yes," the man said casually, as if it were a trivial matter. As if remembering something, he added, "But you won't die so quickly. You can feel it slowly." Lin Yuan closed his eyes, the cold liquid slowly entering his body under pressure. The familiar feeling of suffocation surged up again. "How long has it been?" A slightly hoarse voice rang out in the air. 3 months. Beep. The reboot pod closed again. Lin Yuhan was plunged into darkness once more. So cold, he thought. He looked at his reflection in the reboot pod's transparent mirror and smiled. A blinding white covered his black hair. 3 oddly shaped figures appeared in the disinfectant-saturated corridor. 2 young boys sat on either side of a public bench, while a somewhat cold-looking man, with a bandage wrapped around his head, leaned against the wall, his eyes downcast. The blond boy closest to the door was drowsy. Each time his head rested against the wall, he would unconsciously lower it halfway before suddenly waking up, his eyes wide and blank as he looked around, seemingly trying to figure out what he was doing. Suddenly, the ward door opened from the inside, and a gray-haired man stepped out. Noticing the 3, his sharp eyes swept over them. "Didn't I tell you to go back to sleep?" the director said angrily. Jiang Yu said ingratiatingly, "Grandpa Dean, when will my brother wake up?" He's trapped in a nightmare. If he wanted to wake up, he would have already. A nightmare? The dean turned to leave after saying this, but Jiang Yu stopped him. Then, is there any way to wake him up? Just give him a little push. Jiang Yu scratched his head, looking at the dean's retreating figure with a puzzled expression. If a little push would do the trick, why didn't the dean just wake him up directly, making him worry unnecessarily? He pushed open the door, went in, and gave him a little push. The person who had been unconscious for a day and a night suddenly grabbed his hand, twisting it in a bizarre arc. Ah! After recognizing who it was, Lin Yuhan let go. Brother! You're murdering your own brother, do you know that? I've been worried about you outside for so long, and you give me this kind of gift as soon as you wake up. Jiang Yu accused, applying medicine to his hand. Lin Yuhan moved his stiff hand, ignoring his words. Brother! In the future, if you're going to do anything important, can you at least tell your dear brother? I was still at home when the hospital director sent me here with a critical condition notice. Even though you don't usually care about me, as your brother, I still care about you. If you ask me, leave these dangerous things to someone else. You're so weak, yet you want to be a hero? We don't need any police commendations. You should just focus on recovering. He seemed thirsty, poured himself a glass of water, and continued, Brother, when did you learn Kung Fu? I recommend you learn sometime. Then I can take on 5 people at once. How cool would that be? By the way, you were right, someone actually came to my house these past few days, but he didn't say anything, just upgraded Zhang's security system by 1 level. Now, not only me, but even he can't unlock it. At this moment, Lin Han finally answered him. What does he look like? You probably don't know, he has dyed red hair, cool, a silver hollowed-out 5-pointed star half-mask, and a white tiger T-type mecha vehicle. It's incredibly handsome. Red hair, mask, white tiger. He's from Central Star. When Si Muyun pushed open the door, Lin Yuhan happened to look up at him. His eyes were dark and deep, and when he looked down at people, there was a sense of oppression, yet also a strange aloofness. He was carrying several lunch boxes, which seemed to be still warm, a thin layer of mist covering the transparent bags. Si Muyun distributed the lunch boxes to them, found a seat, and noticed that Lin Yuhan's gaze was still lingering on his face. He subconsciously touched his face. What's wrong? Nothing. It just feels like Captain C is an old friend. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. He had long forgotten who that person was. What a coincidence, I also think you resemble an old acquaintance. He had suspected Lin Yuan might have amnesia, and after a week of observation, it was clear she didn't remember him. 10 years ago, Lin Yuan left without telling anyone except him. At the time, Lin Yuan said, Wait for me, I come back and surprise you. He vaguely knew what she was going to say, but he waited 10 years, only to be greeted by a Lin Yuan with complete amnesia. Lin Yuan was discharged from the hospital after 2 days of recuperation, and before he even left, he bumped into Mo Xiaobei. The other man, for some unknown reason, looked exactly the same as when Lin Yuan left the hospital, leading Lin Yuan to suspect that the hospital director hadn't actually granted him his annual leave. Seeing Lin Yuan, Mo Xiaobei yawned and asked, When are you coming back to work? Lin Yuan pointed to Si Muyun behind him. Do you think I have a chance? And Mo Xiaobei looked in the direction he was pointing. Today, Si Muyun was wearing a dark blue police uniform, buttons fastened all the way up, making him look serious, aloof, and subtly menacing. He immediately abandoned Lin Yuan and walked away. Lin Yuan watched his departing figure and remained silent for a moment. What a good brother. Lin Yuan followed Si Muyun back to the police station, ate breakfast at the entrance, and then went upstairs. Upon reaching the top, he noticed everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Wang Xiao, who had been discharged from the hospital a step earlier, immediately came up to help him carry his things, her manner quite attentive. He looked at Muyun, his eyes questioning what was going on. Si Muyun ignored him, and led him to an office. Wang Xiao, who was following behind, poured him a glass of water, acting as if he were a distinguished guest. Was this the treatment he received just because he saved Si Muyun? Shouldn't he save more in the future? This will be your rest room from now on. If you need anything, just ask Wang Xiao to buy it. Si Muyun handed him the key. Lin Yuan took the key without ceremony and smiled. We're just working on a case together. Captain C, there's no need for such a fuss, is there? Seeing Si Muyun remain silent, he added, Or Captain C, have you finally realized how good I am? Si Muyun lowered her eyes to look at him, her gaze deep, and filled with a strange emotion. It's fine if Dr. Lin thinks that way. Lin Yuan felt his face inexplicably flush. Wang Xiao, who had just received a call from Song Chunlei, rushed over. He didn't know what had happened in the office, only that the atmosphere was a bit strange. He subconsciously lowered his voice and said, "Captain C, Dr. Lin, Deputy Captain Song found traces of Sister Wenwen in the suburbs. She's with several people, and it seems she's about to leave Tonda City." Lin Yuan and Si Muyun looked up simultaneously. Lin Yuan placed the keys on the table with a clang. His tone was indifferent, yet carried a subtle ruthlessness. "We need to settle this hospitalization issue with her." 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan got into the police car. This was his second time in a police car. The first time was when he was arrested on Anyang Street. But this time, he was the one making the arrest. It was a strange feeling. The outskirts of Tonda City weren't desolate wastelands, but rather rows of abandoned warehouses, perfect for hiding. Many AIs were methodically cleaning up the garbage in the warehouses. Actually, the garbage was just old, damaged AI robots from the market, their batteries incompatible and out of power. If the repair shop collects discarded AI robots, then these warehouses are temporary storage places for them, before other AI robots are transferred to the repair shop. After the interstellar city separated from Earth, scientists from the Science and Technology Bureau wanted to research perpetual motion machines. However, it turned out that even in the universe, perpetual motion machines are impossible. Nothing in the world is inexhaustible, including the universe itself. When Earth's resources were depleted, people searched for new homes, building habitable places like Earth in the universe. Interstellar cities allowed human civilization to continue. They soon arrived at the location Song Chunlei had located. Lin Yuan got out of the car first, casually asking, "Is your police station still hiring?" Si Muyun also got out of the car, surprised by the question. "Dr. Lin, are you interested in becoming a policeman? Is it because I have grandchildren in the future, so I'm sending them here to train them? Is that so?" A cryptic light flickered in Si Muyun's eyes. Lin Yuan didn't notice, continuing to walk forward. After walking for a while, they found Song Chunlei through the back door of an abandoned warehouse. It seemed he had already engaged them before they arrived. His once neat and serious police uniform was now torn in several places, with traces of blood seeping out. "Someone's meeting me," Song Chunlei explained simply. "There are 5 of them, each equipped with an M192. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. The M192 was a military-grade rifle, seemingly lightweight, but actually incredibly powerful, with a significantly longer range than other types of guns. He glanced at the warehouse, not far away. It looked quite old. Large patches of paint had peeled off the walls, revealing rust underneath. From his angle, all he could see was a window with glass, verdant mountains stretching into the distance, and a black dot floating in the sky. "What do you see?" Si Muyun asked him. "The flight deck." The black dot in the distance slowly magnified, and strange characters on the fuselage could be vaguely seen. Seeing this, even the usually composed Song Chunlei couldn't help but curse. "They're playing dirty tricks. What's the point of having police if they don't play dirty tricks?" Lin Yuan said, looking at Si Muyun. "Captain C, I don't have a mecha. If they take Lu Wenwen away today, the trail in this case might go cold." Hearing this, Song Chunlei asked in confusion, "How do you know Captain C has a mecha?" "I guessed." Lin Yuan shrugged. Si Muyun glanced at him, didn't explain, took off the necklace she always wore, and crushed it. A massive, black and red mecha appeared. Its red, fluorescent mechanical eyes scanned Lin Yuan, then extended its mechanical arm and placed it in front of him. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. He slowly placed his hand on it, and at that moment, he looked up in disbelief, his voice trembling, and said, "Your name is?" "Snow?" "My name is Snow," the mechanical voice said firmly. Lin Yuan looked at Si Muyun, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. After a long while, he finally managed to utter a complete sentence. "Who are you?" Si Muyun gently patted his head reassuringly, saying nothing. The moment he decided to let Snow out, he had already guessed the outcome. Seeing someone familiar again after 10 years would be painful. "Wait for me here." With that, Si Muyun piloted the mecha towards the distant flight deck. As the mech shrank, Lin Yuan looked away and said to Song Chunlei, "Vice Captain Song, keep an eye on things for me. I need to climb onto the roof and check." Without waiting for Song Chunlei's reply, she ran over the obstacles and soon reached the abandoned warehouse. The warehouse door was tightly shut, riddled with bullet holes. Lin Yuan took a few deep breaths to calm herself and said intently, "Migu, get me up there." Upon reaching the roof, she came face to face with the 5 people Song Chunlei had mentioned, one of whom was a woman bound by ropes. Although she hadn't seen her before, she instinctively knew she was Lu Wenwen. "Who are you?" asked the tall man standing at the front. Lin Yuan froze, not because of the man's significantly different physique, but because he spoke an extraterrestrial language. The languages of the interstellar city have continued from Earth to the present day, and are diverse. The extraterrestrial civilization, as a civilization similar to humanity, naturally also has its own language, called the extraterrestrial language. A short man with tattooed spots grabbed him. This is Interstellar City. Don't expose yourself. The tall man realized he had accidentally said the wrong thing and panicked. Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Yuan asked them in fluent extraterrestrial language. Hearing Lin Yuan's question, the 5 men were clearly taken aback, looking at him strangely. After a moment, a fierce look appeared on their faces. Lin Yuan glanced at the flight cabin. Leave the person here, and perhaps I can spare your lives. No, we must take this person with us. The tall man looked at him warily. Lin Yuan pointed to the massive black and red mecha. See? You're not getting away today. The short man unconsciously pulled the trigger, and the 4 men exchanged glances. Lin Yuan, intimidated by the sight of a gun, stammered, I'm telling you, don't shoot recklessly. If anything happens to me, you're all finished. Don't waste your breath on him. The short man fired a shot at him. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, dodged the bullet, and revealed a nonchalant smile, subtly radiating pressure. He looked at the men opposite him, and coldly said, The people who threatened me are already waiting for you in the ground. Do you want to join them? The short man didn't seem to care and attacked first. The tall man and the others, seeing they couldn't dissuade him, followed suit. They were more than capable of handling someone who only knew how to talk. The short man crushed his bracelet, and a massive mecha suddenly appeared before them. The dark mecha glowed with an eerie red, stretching endlessly, slowly permeating and enveloping the surrounding area. The tall man hadn't expected the short man to so readily attack someone clearly not from the military. It was too late to stop him. Things had only gotten worse. He won't learn his lesson until he's faced with death. The short man climbed into his mech and hurled an iron ball at him from its arm. Watching Lin Han gradually being replaced by the white light of crimson flames, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Without his mech, the opponent was no match for him. He said viciously, Since you're so eager to die, then I grant your wish. Far above, Si Muyun broke free from the opponent's mech and turned to see Lin Yuan about to be engulfed in flames. Forgetting his ongoing battle, he piloted his mech towards Lin Yuan. I hope nothing bad happens. Just then, the mech he was fighting teleported in front of him. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Si Muyun couldn't contain his anxiety and threw a punch. Get lost. Judging by that tone, anyone who didn't know better would think his wife was about to die. The person in the opposing mech mocked. He glanced at his teammates. A skinny man without even a mech dared to challenge him, truly overestimating himself. A human life, is it worth getting distracted? Si Muyun watched the fireball getting closer and closer to Lin Yuan, his heart pounding with panic. He accelerated his mech's speed, reaching its limit. Lin Yuan hadn't remembered him yet. Lin Yuan couldn't die. No. Lin Yuan seemed to sense something and looked back at the sky, watching snow flying desperately towards him. A familiar tremor ran through his heart. The feeling of instant connection was so familiar that he had forgotten how he had gradually forgotten. He had forgotten everyone who had appeared in his life. But he still disliked the feeling of impending death, and even more so, he disliked others watching him die, including Si Muyun, whom he had just met. Everything would end. Migu. He turned his head and called softly. Just as the fireball was about to hit Lin Yuan, a giant hand caught it, instantly freezing it. Behind the giant hand was a massive mech, clad in silver-gray armor, its head flashing a blinding red light. The giant hand clenched into a fist, deflecting the ice ball back. The mech took 2 steps forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yuan, its unique mechanical voice resonating, clearly audible throughout every corner of the interstellar city. The short man's mech was thrown back several steps by the immense force of the impact. Before he could even check the frozen iron ball, he stared in disbelief at the silver-white mech, muttering to himself, the S-02 mech that disappeared 10 years ago. His gaze shifted to Lin Yuan, whose expression remained calm and collected. Who exactly are you? Of course, Lin Yuan chuckled. An ordinary person. The words had barely left her lips when the mech beside him attacked, unleashing a gust of wind as it swept towards the man. The surface of Yuehu Jiangxin's was calm, except for the deep, turbulent currents beneath the water, where an eye slowly opened. Instantly, an electronic information screen appeared before it, displaying Lin Yuan's face. In a mere instant, the screen shattered again, and the lake returned to its calm. Chapter 12. The S-Zero mech, the 35th generation of superintelligent AI since the technological development of Interstellar City, combines mech form and performance, and has always been a legendary existence in Interstellar City. There are only two S-Zero series mechs, numbered S-01 and S-02, named Snow and Migu respectively, hailed as the twins of the mech world. Lin Yuhan found it difficult to describe his feelings upon seeing the S-02 mech again. His eyes darkened slightly, as his gaze swept over the black and red mech, but he quickly regained his calm demeanor. The simultaneous appearance of S-01 and S-02 in Tonda City would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. However, Lin Yuhan couldn't sit idly by and wait for death, nor could he allow someone he had just met to risk their life to save him. They were strangers. He couldn't bear to sacrifice his own life to save the other. That would be a paradox. Perhaps they did know each other before, and their relationship was indeed good, but now he was like a blank sheet of paper, unable to recall any memories of Si Miyun. Out of self-preservation, he couldn't bring himself to wait for someone to rescue him. That wasn't in his nature. Si Miyun piloted his mecha, landing beside him, his eyes filled with an unyielding, thick emotion. Lin Yuhan, he called softly. Hearing his voice, Lin Yuhan turned to look at him. Through those eyes, he felt as if the other person was searching for the shadow of an old friend in him, like the joy of reuniting after centuries. He looked away, reminding him, Captain C, if you don't try harder, they escape. Realizing Lin Yuhan was deliberately avoiding the topic, Si Miyun didn't press the matter. He simply glanced at him quietly, and only left hastily when Lin Yuhan felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Seeing Si Miyun leave, Lin Yuhan breathed a sigh of relief, her unease vanishing. Not far away, the short man piloted his mecha against Migu. His mecha had been recently upgraded, significantly improving its performance. Against the outdated mecha from 10 years ago, he was determined to win, putting all his strength into every attack, attempting to utterly destroy this legendary mecha. Sensing the fluctuations in her mental energy, Lin Yuhan couldn't help but look at the short man. Seeing this, the short man chuckled contemptuously. So what if you have the S-Zero mech? Those 2 steps you took to control it have probably exhausted your already depleted mental energy. I don't know how someone with such weak mental energy obtained the S-Zero mech. With a mech from 10 years ago, how can you possibly contend with mine? Kid, that's not how daydreams work. Don't try to take what isn't yours. Before even sensing Lin Yuhan's mental energy, he vaguely sensed something was amiss. How could someone who looked like nothing but skin and bones possess such powerful mental energy to control a mech? The S-Zero series mechs are called S-Zero, not only because of their inherent superiority, but also because their control is 10 times more difficult than ordinary military mechs, requiring immense mental energy to master. If one's mental energy is weak and they attempt to control it, the mech will destroy their mental energy, causing severe damage. In severe cases, it can even lead to death from brain cell necrosis. This is my mecha, why can't I control it? Lin Yuhan, suppressing his discomfort, countered with a question. 3 years ago, he had barely escaped the abyss. The healing function of the reboot pod had long since failed on the return journey. If it weren't for Migu's appearance at the crucial moment, he would have died 3 years ago. Starved to death. The Lin Yuhan of the past was indifferent to everything. Only after falling into the abyss did he truly cherish the life he enjoyed in the sunlight. Migu, however, brought him hope, a glimmer of dawn in the vast darkness. The short man's tone remained dismissive. Do you really think you're some kind of god? You think you can just control an S-Zero mech like that? Your mental strength isn't even as good as an ordinary person's. Who knows what methods you used? So what if I'm an ordinary person? Lin Yuan stared at him, his expression indifferent. You only have 2 choices. Either keep him here, or die. Ha you? Dream on. The short man laughed, mocking Lin Yuan's overestimation of himself. Is that so? Lin Yuan looked at him indifferently, as if examining a corpse. Then watch closely as someone whose mental strength is inferior to even an ordinary person utterly destroys you. Migu, come back. Hearing Lin Yuan call him, Migu immediately returned to his side. Before he could speak, he saw Lin Yuan take out a syringe filled with a light blue liquid and, without a word, plunge it into his arm. Knowing what Lin Yuan was injecting, Migu immediately stopped him, but in the blink of an eye, the syringe was empty. Master, you can't inject. Knowing what Migu was worried about, Lin Yuan said casually, don't worry, I'm tough. I won't die. Open the cockpit, I need to go in. Migu wanted to say something, but Lin Yuan's command brooked no refusal. It sighed silently and resignedly opened the cockpit. Just then, a roar came from afar. It was an aircraft bearing police markings. As it approached, the hatch was pulled open, and Wang Xiao jumped down, landing steadily on the warehouse roof. Seeing Lin Yuhan, he raised his hand and waved, "Dr. Lin, we're late." Then, Song Chunlei climbed up as well, and Zhao Mingchuan, who had followed Wang Xiao down, helped Song Chunlei up. Song Chunlei patted his police uniform, and said to Lin Yuhan, "Dr. Lin, leave the remaining 4 to us. You can go now." Song Chunlei didn't ask Lin Yuhan why a non-military person would have a mecha. He glanced at the 4 people opposite him, noticing Lu Wenwen bound hand and foot a short distance away. He gave Wang Xiao and Zhao Mingchuan a look, and they understood. Zhao Mingchuan then pulled a gun from his back and tossed it to him. Song Chunlei caught it. "Thanks, brother. Keep an eye on yourself, don't die," Zhao Mingchuan said with a hint of disdain. "You too." Lin Yuhan sat in the cockpit. The control panel in front of him was both strange and familiar, and there seemed to be a fear he himself hadn't even realized. He took a deep breath and slowly pushed the lever. The mecha's mechanical legs moved slightly. Before he could even feel pleased, a mocking laugh rang out. "So, Lin Yuhan, you really think just because your name is Lin Yuhan, you're some kind of tech genius?" "Utterly foolish." Lin Yuhan retorted calmly. "Has your mouth ever been filled with toilet water? Every word you say is more foul than the last. It's a wonder your friend has tolerated you until now. If it were me, I have to sew you up with a needle." Of course, only a fool would think he's a fool. The short man was clearly enraged by Lin Yuhan's words. He said "good" 3 times, his face gradually contorting into a grimace. "Fine, very well. I see how you get out of this mech alive today." "Not necessarily," Lin Yuhan retorted defiantly. As soon as he finished speaking, a punch came flying. Lin Yuhan deftly dodged it, maneuvering his mech. Before he could think, a swinging iron ball flew towards him. He caught it with lightning speed and slammed it to the ground. Instantly, the entire warehouse roof trembled. Song Chunlei and his 2 companions nearby nearly lost their balance and fell. After regaining their footing, their gazes all turned towards Lin Yuhan. The 2 mechs paused briefly, then stepped back a few paces. The shorter man pulled back the iron ball, glanced at the unsteady Migu, and a smile played on his lips. Suddenly, a powerful surge of mental energy emanated from the silver-white mech. The man's smile froze, his expression changed, and his pupils widened in disbelief as he stared at the mech. Meanwhile, Lin Yuhan had finally managed to steady his mech. Before he could even lift his head, his taut nerves snapped. Migu's anxious voice echoed in his mind, "Master." Lin Yuhan was about to say he was alright when his face turned deathly pale, devoid of color, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead. His hand suddenly gripped the control stick, straining until his fingers turned white, as if he were desperately enduring something. "Master, your mental energy." "I'm fine," Lin Yuhan said weakly. He knew the drug was taking effect. He gasped for breath, sat still for a minute, and as he slowly regained consciousness, he leaned back in the cockpit seat, feeling the abundant mental energy. Click. For a fleeting moment, he felt the chip in his brain loosen slightly, but the feeling vanished quickly. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. So even the enhanced mental power from the drug couldn't unlock the chip? In the sky, Miyun seemed to sense something. His movements as he piloted the mecha paused. This was Lin Yuhan's mental power. He had been very familiar with this mental power before, and had cherished it in his dreams. Even now, feeling it again still stirred a tremor within him. Suddenly, his thoughts snapped. He sensed the unusual nature of this mental power. Lin Yuhan's mental power was still surging. The person before him was still relentlessly pursuing him, refusing to give up even though their mental power was inferior, like a snake tightly coiled around its prey. Seeing this, Miyun instantly found it extremely offensive. Without a word, he punched the other mecha, sending it flying a great distance. Seemingly afraid of being caught, he then used his mental power to suppress it, causing it immense pain. Its mental power became disordered, and it was ejected from the mecha. At this moment, Miyun couldn't care less about anything else. He piloted his mecha towards Lin Yuhan, but before he could even get close, he was resisted by a powerful mental force, and couldn't approach. He shifted his gaze to the man standing opposite Lin Yuhan's mecha, a ruthless glint in his eyes. The man was clearly also affected by the vast mental force. His mecha remained motionless. After a short while, the mecha ejected him, moving him away from the range of the mental force's influence. He took a few deep breaths, and was about to get up when he felt a cold touch on his wrist. Turning his head, he saw handcuffs. Looking up again, he saw Wang Zhao's enlarged face. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He turned his head, and saw that several of his teammates were also handcuffed. Noticing his surprise, the policeman standing to the side smiled at him. In this situation, he couldn't help but curse idiot. Wang Xiao handcuffed his other hand. Behave yourself. The man was about to say something more when a smiling policeman hurried forward, holding a dirty towel he found somewhere, and gagged him before he could speak. Afterward, he remarked, truly a mouth that's been through toilet water, even your breath stinks. The man, Compared to their situation, Lin Yuhan's was in a much worse state. Besides feeling the immense spiritual power, a sharp, throbbing headache assaulted him. His current body couldn't withstand this spiritual power at all. Master. Mi Gu's spiritual sea was connected to Lin Yuhan's, so he could naturally sense Lin Yuhan's change. Lin Yuhan felt in his pockets, but found nothing. A chill ran through him. He thought, am I doomed to die today? Lin Yuhan. A familiar voice echoed in his mental energy sea. Lin Yuhan froze, and the throbbing headache lessened considerably. Then, a gentle stream of mental energy entered his mind, calming his escalating, restless mental energy. Even so, the slightly subsided headache returned, tugging at his nerves. He clenched his teeth, struggling to resist. Suddenly, a cool sensation landed on his forehead, smoothing his furrowed brow. It was a kiss. In an instant, Lin Yuhan's mind went blank. The voice from his mental energy sea sounded again. Does it still hurt? Lin Yuhan didn't answer. He had long forgotten the feeling of pain, only remembering the lingering warmth of that cool touch. Her heart was pounding, a lingering urge. In the pharmacy of Hospital 9635, the nurse on duty hung her head, barely daring to breathe under the director's questioning. The director's expression was grave. Who has been to the pharmacy these past few days? Why are you only telling me now that an entire vial of mental energy potion is missing? And why didn't you notify the logistics team to fix the broken security cameras? Director, the nurse stammered. No one has been to the pharmacy these past few days, except who? Yesterday afternoon, Dr. Mo said he was coming to get medicine for a patient. Mo Xiaobei? The director's voice suddenly rose, his suspicion palpable. He just came back to work today. What kind of medicine was he getting for a patient yesterday? Immediately notify him via internal communication to come to the pharmacy. The nurse responded, and hurriedly used AI to notify Mo Xiaobei. Soon, Mo Xiaobei arrived at the pharmacy, his expression no less relaxed than the hospital director's. Director, I got the medicine. But I forgot to get the blocking agent. Director, what does this have to do with you getting the mental energy medicine without reporting it? Mo Xiaobei paused, guiltily touching his nose, and whispered, Yuan had an accident using the mental energy medicine. What did you say? Director was astonished. When Lin Yuan first came to work at their hospital, his mental energy was tested. Everyone who had seen his medical report knew that his mental energy was even weaker than an average person's. If he rashly used mental energy medicine to boost his mental energy, it could very well cause his mental energy sea to collapse, turning him into a mentally challenged person. Thinking of this, the director disregarded everything else and said to the nurse, Get a mental energy blocking agent from the lab immediately. Realizing something serious might have happened, the nurse immediately responded and retrieved a blocking agent from the lab. The two of them took the blocking agent and rushed to the outskirts of Tongda City. Before the aircraft even landed, they saw Lin Yuan sitting on the ground, his gaze somewhat vacant, silently staring at the person sitting opposite him. Si Muyun didn't avoid his gaze, looking directly into his eyes, trying his best to distract him. Hearing a roar, he turned around, and Mo Xiaobei handed him the blocking agent. He quickly took it and injected Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stared blankly at the syringe, his pupils constricted. He suddenly grabbed Si Muyun's hand. I don't want to get it. Your head won't hurt after you get it, Si Muyun reassured him. After reassuring him, Si Muyun thought Lin Yuan would agree to the blocking agent, but unexpectedly, he released Si Muyun's hand, his voice very soft, as if he were talking to him in a daze. You die. Hearing those two words, Si Muyun's heart skipped a beat, a sharp, agonizing pain as if being stabbed. He held Lin Yuan tightly. It won't happen again, it won't happen again. Suddenly, his gaze froze, his breath caught in his throat. He saw countless white hairs buried beneath her black hair, a glaring white that pierced his heart like a thorn, making it hard for his internal organs to breathe. What exactly had Lin Yuan endured in these past 10 years? Chapter 13. Interstellar Time 1952. Compared to other places where people left work early, the technology hall on the central planet was brightly lit, with pairs of eyes intently focused on the screens displayed remotely. Suddenly, a sharp crack rang out, followed by a long silent mechanical female voice. Alarm! Alarm! The floating planet has detected non-military mechs in combat. This left the programmer still working bewildered. Who dared to be so bold? However, the female voice continued broadcasting, 35th generation super intelligent AI. With a bang, the office, which had been locked from morning till night, and even when everyone thought it was empty, was suddenly opened. Su Yin, a cigarette dangling from his lips, dark circles from years of staying up late etched under his eyes, wore a simple black jacket and matching trousers, his Martin boots clicking in the quiet air. Ignoring the programmer's astonished gazes, he stared at the still broadcasting screen. Mech S02. Mech S02. With a snap, Su Yin stubbed out his unlit cigarette, which fell to the ground. Silence. No one dared to look up, nor dared to ask. No one dared to confront Su Yin, this infamous department head. Even if you wanted to find him, he might not be there. He was elusive and aloof. Apart from his close subordinates, no one knew what kind of person he truly was. The cigarette fell to the ground, and they dared not utter a sound. Just then, the door nearby was kicked open, and a baby-faced young man ran in, panting and shouting, "Brother Su! Brother Su! Mi Gu has appeared! Mi Gu is still here, we!" As soon as he entered, he was met with a chorus of eyes. The young man quickly fell silent, glancing cautiously at Su Yin. He couldn't help but scold himself for being so careful with his words. Why was he so flustered now that he knew Mi Gu was still alive? The moment he shouted, everyone in the office, each with their own ulterior motives, knew that Mi Gu hadn't disappeared 10 years ago. Despite the fact that the monitoring AI system had already stated the facts, Su Yin withdrew his gaze and returned to his office. Seeing Su Yin enter the office, the baby-faced youth, ignoring the curious and gossipy gazes of others, hurriedly followed him in and closed the door. Once inside, he eagerly asked, "Brother Su, does Mi Gu's appearance mean Brother Han is back? I haven't seen Mi Gu for 10 years. Su Yin didn't speak, but lit another cigarette, flicking away a few embers with his fingers. He didn't inhale the cigarette, watching it burn slowly before leisurely flicking the ash. His seat faced an open window, and a gentle breeze occasionally blew in, scattering the pile of ash on the table. Seeing his continued silence, the baby-faced youth raised his voice, "Brother Su, say something?" Su Yin's dark eyes met his. Without his mask, his features were sharp and aggressive, and his fiery red hair added a subtle yet intimidating aura. It was the expression of someone who had held a high position for years and received countless compliments, but the youth, who had been by his side for so long, had never seen him show such an expression. In an instant, he knew the answer in Su Yin's heart. Lin Yuhan had returned. Mi Gu, Lin Yuhan's masterpiece, was created during his most talented and spirited year. It happened shortly after the end of the technology conference. Mi Gu and Snow, as twin mechs, caused a huge stir in the interstellar city's technological world upon their debut. Both mechs were bound to their masters by contracts, and could not be controlled by anyone other than the master. Therefore, 10 years ago, when Lin Yuhan disappeared, Mi Gu disappeared with him. No matter how the Science and Technology Bureau searched or inquired, Mi Gu's whereabouts, like Lin Yuhan's, vanished without a trace. How could Mi Gu's reappearance after 10 years not be astonishing? And its appearance meant that Lin Yuhan herself was still alive. The young man had hoped more than once to see Mi Gu again, so he could confirm that the brilliant Lin Yuhan of 10 years ago was not dead, and that the death certificate from 10 years ago was a fabrication. Su Yin sat for a long time. This time, he didn't light a cigarette, but stared blankly out the window. After an unknown amount of time, he turned to the young man. "Eisen, the Triennial Science and Technology Conference is about to begin." Eisen was still immersed in the joy of Lin Yuhan's survival. Startled by Su Yin's words, he realized what Su Yin was saying. Confused, he asked, "There are still 4 months left. Is there a problem with the Science and Technology Conference?" Su Yin stood up, his expression serious, as if he had made a major decision. "Issue a notice to all departments of the Science and Technology Bureau. The Science and Technology Conference will start a month earlier." Huh? Eisen's confusion reached its peak. He couldn't understand why Su Yin would do this. Previous science and technology conferences had never been held early. He tried to dissuade him, saying, "Brother Su, isn't suddenly moving it forward a bit inappropriate? There's no good or bad. Opportunities are for those who are prepared." Su Yin said calmly, his voice low and melancholic. "I'm waiting for him to come to Central Star to find me." The identity of him was self-evident. Hearing the last sentence, Eisen instantly understood Su Yin's thoughts. He immediately left the office and relayed the news of the early start of the Science and Technology Conference. The office fell silent again. Su Yin glanced down at the cigarette ash scattered on the floor, gave a self-deprecating laugh, and his lonely, sorrowful figure was silhouetted against the moonlight. We agreed to come to the Science and Technology Department together, 2 broken promises. His voice was barely audible. Now that you're back, you can't even bear to see me. What did you say? The Science and Technology Conference is being held ahead of schedule. In the large office, an electronic screen was projected onto the wall. A man in a suit stood on the screen, speaking to the person sitting in the office. Hearing the raised voice, he nodded. It's a notice just issued by the Science and Technology Department headquarters. All the science and technology colleges should have received this news by now. Su Yin has been the director for less than 3 years, and his audacity is truly growing. The old man in the office slammed his cane on the ground with a loud thud, and the person on the screen lowered his head. The old man continued, the rules of the Science and Technology Department have remained unchanged for 147 years. This young upstart, with little ability, likes to change these rules. It's practically defying the heavens. Arrange the itinerary, I need to see him now. You probably can't stop him, the person on the screen advised. Our people say they detected a signal from mech number S02. Mech number S02? After saying this, the old man sat blankly in his chair, his electronic cane falling to the ground unresponsive. After a long while he sighed, is that child back? Director, you know he's not dead? The old man scoffed, no body, only a tombstone. It's hard to believe there's nothing fishy going on. I know that child, anyone could die, but it definitely couldn't be him. The old man, not wanting to waste any more words, said to the person on the screen, assist the Science and Technology Bureau in organizing this science conference well. If you encounter that child, protect him. Okay, I take care of it right away. Turning off the screen, the old man bent down to pick up his cane, slowly rising with its help. Turning around, he saw a shadow standing in the shadows of the office. The old man immediately became alert. Who's there? Realizing he'd been exposed, the shadow slowly walked into the moonlight, revealing a face both strange and familiar. Seeing this face, the old man frowned and hesitated, saying, Wen Fu? Why didn't you say anything? After saying this, he suddenly realized something was wrong and took 2 steps back. The shadow gave him a strange smile, looking at him. Junior, Yuan is back. You? Seeing his smile, the old man instantly understood something. Before he could finish speaking, he fell silent, lying on the ground convulsing, his eyes wide open. You should retire too. Lin Yuhan had another dream, but unlike his usual gloomy dreams, this one was set in a snowy winter. That winter was very cold. He walked barefoot on the soft snow, the fine, dense chill spreading from his feet to the top of his head, making him sneeze. Suddenly, a tissue appeared before him. His gaze followed the tissue upwards to a boy about his age, with a cold face. He cautiously asked, Is this for me? Perhaps unaccustomed to such gestures, the boy nodded stiffly. Lin Yuhan happily took the tissue and thanked him, Thank you. Lin Yuhan wiped away his runny nose, then heard the boy awkwardly ask, Are you cold? Me? The boy's voice sounded as cold as the falling winter snow. Lin Yuan instinctively felt himself about to sneeze again. He casually waved his hand, Don't worry, I'm very resistant to the cold. This little bit of cold is no threat to me. He glanced at the boy and noticed that the boy was dressed very warmly, wearing a fluffy hat, a stark contrast to his thin clothes, and his hands, feet, face, and nose, which were purple from the cold. Even though he said he wasn't cold, the boy still took off his scarf and wrapped it around his neck, even trying to take off his shoes and give them to him. Little Lin Yuhan was startled. What are you doing? The boy stared at him intently, his tone firm. You're cold. No, why are you like this? Lin Yuan instantly bristled at his gaze. I don't even know you. Do you have a striptease fetish? Saying this, he was about to take off the scarf and give it back to him. Seeing this, the boy immediately ran away. Come back here. Lin Yuan shouted as he chased after him. At first, Lin Yuan had the energy to chase after him, but his feet were too cold to bear, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing him fall, the boy turned and ran back to help him up. Before he could even regain his balance, a bottle of hot milk was shoved into his hand, so hot he almost dropped it. He started to speak, but when he looked up, he saw the boy running away, his hurried back looking particularly guilty. Lin Yuan frowned in displeasure. Do kids these days just hand things out to anyone they see? Although it was forced upon him, Lin Yuan thought it was better to take it than not. He slowly drank the hot milk and walked back. What he didn't notice was that the boy stopped after running a short distance, turned around, and stood there for a long time, watching Lin Yuhan's thin figure disappear into the distance, blending into the swirling snow, before finally turning back. A layer of fine snow had settled on his shoulders, but his heart pounded like the bottle of hot milk he just delivered, burning with heat. Muyun, let's go back. An old man emerged from behind some nearby cover. The boy looked away. Okay. Lin Yuhan was awakened by a blinding light. He opened his eyes for less than 2 seconds, then closed them uncomfortably, waiting until the dizziness subsided before opening them again. He shifted, realizing something was pressing down on his hand. He quickly looked up. A head with long black hair was pressing down on his hand, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to be wearing a dark blue police uniform. He knew who it was at a glance. To avoid waking the other person, he subtly withdrew his hand, not knowing if the other person was still half asleep, but woke up without even pulling a finger away. The other person looked up and saw faint dark circles under their eyes, their face slightly tired. Seeing Lin Yuhan awake, they said naturally, "You're awake." Lin Yuhan responded casually, "I have Jiang Yu watch over you from now on. I don't trust him to watch over you." Lin Yuhan looked up at him. "Captain C, I remember we're superior and subordinate, not family. What rule in interstellar law states that someone watching over a hospital room must be a family member?" Si Muyun retorted indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Yuhan chuckled. "Then I like to ask Captain C, what interstellar law states that using mental power to save someone always requires a kiss on the forehead?" Si Muyun, do you realize you ruined your image? Si Muyun looked directly at him. "In your eyes, do I still have an image? As far as I thought, someone with a cold personality like you would be more self-disciplined, not kissing and hugging colleagues, or even constantly worrying about their lives. Is that what you think?" Si Muyun said ambiguously, "You still think we're colleagues? If we have to talk about colleagues, Wang Xiao is my colleague, and Song Chunlei is also my colleague. You seen me kiss and hug them, in your words, kissing and hugging. Have you seen me do those things to them? You say I'm a womanizer, you say I'm not chaste, but have you ever thought that I only do this to you? Or to put it another way, you're special, and I only ever been involved with you. Lin Yuhan, have you thought about all of this?" Lin Yuhan was completely confused. "Muyun, what do you mean? Am I not working hard enough? Ever since I joined your police station's case, I've been to the hospital so many times." Si Muyun interrupted him. "Lin Yuhan, your excuse for changing the subject is still so weak. Then what do you want me to say? You're the one who provoked me, and I'm not allowed to avoid it." Lin Yuhan was getting angry. "Si Muyun, this isn't pursuing someone, this is harassment." Wang Xiao had just opened the ward door when he heard this deafening voice, startling him so much that the lunchbox fell to the ground with a thud, and the noise in the ward instantly stopped. He carefully closed the door and asked Song Chunlei behind him, "Deputy Captain Song, am I finished?" Song Chunlei nodded, suppressing a laugh, then, feeling it wasn't enough, added, "Leave no corpse." Wang Xiao's face contorted in despair. Forgetting even his lunchbox, he turned and ran. "Deputy Captain Song, I remembered I have something to take care of at the station. I'm leaving now." Song Chunlei shook his head with a smile, then turned to see Si Muyun, who stood at the door, his face filled with murderous intent. "Where is he?" Song Chunlei pointed in the direction Wang Xiao had fled. Following his direction, the sprinting figure could still be seen. Si Muyun nodded and walked in that direction. Song Chunlei silently lit a candle for Wang Xiao in his heart. Chapter 14. "Brother, you're with that guy surnamed Si?" Jiang Yu shouted at Lin Yuhan as soon as he entered the room, his voice fast and urgent. The next second, he slid from the doorway to Lin Yuhan's side, almost falling over in the process. Lin Yuhan was speechless, looking at him with a "what nonsense are you talking about?" expression. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, looked excitedly gossipy, making even Zhang Yuanhang, who followed him in, seem normal. Lin Yuhan rolled his eyes imperceptibly. "I think you two are a good match. One has an icy face, the other a gossipy face, a powerful combination, invincible." Jiang Yu, who had just regained his footing, thought he might as well have just fallen and buried himself in the ground. "Brother, I don't like men," Jiang Yu said softly. Lin Yuhan sneered, "So I do?" Although Si Muyun was indeed his type. Jiang Yu glanced at him furtively. "You just like Jiang Yu." Lin Yuan interrupted him expressionlessly. "Looks like you're pretty free, huh? You even have time to care about my love life. Want me to play matchmaker for you, one after another? I think you're just bored out of your mind." Jiang Yu immediately retorted, "Brother, who said I'm bored? The school just announced yesterday that the Triennial Science Conference is being held a month earlier. What does the Science Conference have to do with you?" Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. He knew his cousin's abilities. He'd barely passed his final exams after a semester of studying, but despite that, he was still optimistic. At least, he wouldn't have to retake the course. If the topic of algorithms came up, he'd be completely clueless, dizzy, vomiting, and having diarrhea, feeling utterly miserable. Only lying in bed felt comfortable. After some time, you find that the person who was previously suffering terribly is now sleeping soundly. Hearing Lin Yuan's doubt, Jiang Yu immediately objected. Cousin, my not participating doesn't mean Zhang Yuanhang won't participate. He's capable. How could he miss this opportunity? Hearing this, Lin Yuan looked at the silent Zhang Yuanhang. You're going to participate in the Science and Technology Conference? Zhang Yuanhang nodded. Although he was a native of Tonda City, a voice inside him kept urging him to go out into the world. This voice seemed to have accompanied him since birth, becoming especially strong after he entered the Star Academy. He wanted to go out, to go to farther places. I remember the Science and Technology Conference first selects participants from schools, and then the selected individuals represent their schools in the competition on Central Star. The selection period is generally 3 months. The first 2 months are for school-level selection, and the last month is for selection by various science and technology universities. Those who excel at the Science and Technology Conference can get jobs at the Science and Technology Department after graduation. Jiang Yu said blankly, Brother, how do you know the rules of the Science and Technology Conference better than me, a student from the Star Academy? Isn't that common knowledge? Lin Yuan was puzzled, not feeling that what he said was wrong. He even thought it was common sense, and that no one should not know it. Thinking of this, he added, Jiang Yu, were you not paying attention in class? I'm innocent, brother. My teacher didn't explain it as thoroughly as you. He only said that a Science and Technology Conference would be held, but he didn't specify the exact time. The selection period is different for each conference. The specifics depend on the specific circumstances. Lin Yuan was even more puzzled. Why was he so certain that the selection period was 3 months? A technology conference? A technology conference? Had he attended one before? A technology conference, is it that important? It's the dream of every student entering the School of Science and Technology. Who wouldn't want to attend the technology conference? Afraid Lin Yuan wouldn't understand the importance of the technology conference to students in the School of Science and Technology, Jiang Yu's tone was exaggerated and expectant. Brother, how could you, an adult, understand the passion of us young people? Attending a technology conference is like going to the outer world. Not only that, those who perform exceptionally well can even get a pass to the outer world personally signed by the executive officer. Hearing the words pass, Lin Yuan paused, her fingers unconsciously tapping the blanket. Her brain raced, and she asked him, attending the technology conference and getting first place gets you a pass? Yes. Thinking he had gained approval, Jiang Yu nodded emphatically. Lin Yuan smiled. When does your school selection process start? Brother, why are you asking this? Jiang Yu scratched his head, puzzled, but still honestly explained, the school will issue the competition details in a week. It'd probably be the same as previous years, building mechs and testing their performance. At this moment, Zhang Yuanhang, standing to the side, spoke up, Dr. Lin, are you participating? Before Lin Yuan could speak, Jiang Yu exclaimed in astonishment, Brother, you're participating too? You're already so old. Lin Yuan, What do you mean so old? He was only 30, the prime of his life, the golden age of learning, as some educators call it. He said with a half-smile, Jiang Yu, if you can't speak properly, you might as well donate your mouth. Your brother gets 100% attention even walking through the hospital. How come I have a cousin like you who doesn't appreciate my good looks? Besides, what's wrong with your age? I'm a pro. My looks can make Si Muyun lose his bearings. Do you think anyone will chase after you at my age? Hey, why are you all silent now? Wait, damn it, Si Muyun. Lin Yuan was speaking enthusiastically when her gaze inadvertently glanced towards the door, and her voice changed drastically. Si Muyun had arrived some time earlier, seemingly having just opened the door, followed by Wang Xiao, both looking utterly dejected. Perhaps noticing the sudden stillness, Jiang Yu said sheepishly, Brother, I didn't mean to. It's just that your voice was a bit loud. Brother-in-law, ugh, my mouth was tied up, Captain C, he's knocked on the door several times. Lin Yuan remained silent, her face cold. What a brother-in-law. Very well. Some people are already living as if they want to die. Noticing Lin Yuan's increasingly hostile gaze, Jiang Yu felt a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next second a pillow flew towards him. If Lin Yuan hadn't been a patient, it might have been a scalpel instead. Brother, I was wrong. Jiang Yu shouted, hiding behind Zhang Yuanhang. Lin Yuan sneered. What did you do wrong? You shouted pretty fast, and you're making excuses for not shouting properly. You really made something of yourself. It's a waste of your talent to go to the Star Academy. Should I have your aunt take you to a matchmaking agency to improve your professional skills? Try shouting again next time. Jiang Yu was on the verge of tears, loudly protesting his innocence. Brother, I never shout again. At this moment, a voice said, Very good, keep it up next time. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan was furious. What are you doing back here? The person involved was unmoved by Lin Yuan's expression, casually placing the lunchbox on the table, then slowly opening it, a naturalness tinged with an eeriness, even a hint of doting that others might not easily detect. The doctor said your mental strength has been severely damaged. It's best not to use your mental strength for the time being. Lin Yuan retorted defiantly. Then what if I insist on using it? Sima Yun seemed to sigh, saying helplessly, I don't mind using my mental power again. Stop. Shut up. I will never use my mental power in my life. Knowing what he was about to say, Lin Yuan hurriedly interrupted him, furious and wishing she could glue Sima Yun's mouth shut. Jiang Yu cautiously peeked out from behind Zhang Yuanhang. Brother, what did you do with your mental power? What do you know, you're just a kid. Realizing he said the wrong thing, Lin Yuan wanted to slap himself. And as he expected, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu's eyes darted back and forth between him and Sima Yun, circling a few times, seemingly understanding something, before retracting his head like a turtle. Not long after, Zhang Yuanheng's clothes were tugged twice. He turned around and heard Jiang Yu whisper, My brother definitely likes that guy surnamed C. Jiang Yu, exasperated, reminded him, mental power, mental power. Zhang Yuanheng, what about mental power? Jiang Yu pulled his clothes closer, glancing at Lin Yuan to make sure she wasn't paying attention, before whispering reassuringly, mental power fusion, sometimes it's like doing that kind of thing. Zhang Yuanheng was still completely confused. What kind of thing? Jiang Yu was furious. He explained it so clearly, how could Zhang Yuanheng not understand? Looking up and seeing those clear, curious eyes, Jiang Yu's anger subsided instantly. It seemed he really didn't understand. What a blessing it would be if there were one more knowledgeable person in the world. Why aren't you saying anything? Zhang Yuanheng asked. Jiang Yu said wearily, I'm afraid of polluting your ears. How am I supposed to know what it is if you haven't even told me? Jiang Yu pulled him closer. It's something couples. Married couples do. Do you understand? Zhang Yuanheng shook his head. Jiang Yu, If God gave him another chance, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to say it to this blockhead Zhang Yuanheng. Wasn't his meaning obvious? Had he never thought about where he came from? Someone save his filthy mind. Do love, you should understand that, right? Jiang Yu said, utterly dejected. Zhang Yuanheng hesitated. Do love? You? Jiang Yu roared in impotent rage. Jiang Yu, why do you two have to be together for so long? Lin Yuan had noticed their strange behavior long ago, but curiosity drove her to see what they were doing. She didn't hear a word, but the two grew closer and closer, and Jiang Yu was increasingly on the verge of exploding. Jiang Yu was still angry, and didn't notice who was asking him. He blurted out, Of course we're discussing. Before he could finish, he suddenly realized it was Lin Yuan's face, and quickly covered his mouth. Lin Yuan looked completely bewildered. Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't continue asking questions, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuanheng, oblivious to the situation, instinctively followed up with, Do love? Lin Yuan spat out the water he had just swallowed. Sima Yun, who was close by, dodged, but some water droplets inevitably got on his clothes. Lin Yuan paused, then placed his water glass back on the table. The air was silent, no one spoke. Jiang Yu secretly wiped the sweat from his palms, uttering the apology he'd given countless times that day, Brother, I was really wrong. Lin Yuan felt somewhat bewildered. What does this have to do with me? Suddenly, he remembered Jiang Yu asking him what he'd done with his mental power, and what his answer had been. A child wouldn't understand. Understanding the logic behind it all, things suddenly made sense. Lin Yuan ignored Jiang Yu's words. He turned to look at Sima Yun, who was wiping his police uniform with a tissue. Long, strong fingers held a thin tissue, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, after Lin Yuan turned away, the wiping slowed, carefully removing the water droplets from the uniform. Perhaps the distance was too close at that moment, but with a slight tilt of his head, he could see a barely noticeable mole on Sima Yun's wrist, its color extremely pale, yet undeniably alluring. The small mole swayed as Sima Yun wiped it, and Lin Yuan's gaze followed, moving from his cuff to his collar, Adam's apple thin lips. Unexpectedly, it met a pair of dark eyes, and Lin Yuhan subconsciously swallowed. Si Muyin noticed him looking at his wrist bone. He lowered his eyes to look at the mole, and let out a cryptic laugh. Lin Yuan suddenly felt incredibly thirsty and embarrassed. He picked up the glass of water, and gulped down a large mouthful. After finishing, he felt weak, his mind filled with that persistent little mole. He really wanted to bite it. Thinking this, he had completely forgotten why he had been looking at Si Muyin, and he didn't even realize he was staring intently at the mole while holding the water glass. Seeing that Lin Yuhan didn't say anything, Jiang Yu hurriedly slipped out of the ward. Seeing Jiang Yu run away, Zhang Yuanhang felt it wasn't good to stay in the ward alone, so he followed Jiang Yu out. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, seeing the 2/3 wheels finally gone, Si Muyin asked, "You really like it?" He pointed to the small mole on his wrist. "SOSO," Lin Yuan stubbornly denied, but his eyes were fixed on the mole on his wrist. Hearing this answer, Si Muyin's eyes darkened slightly, and he asked again seriously, "Really just SOSO?" Noticing the change in Si Muyin's tone, Lin Yuan pretended to be nonchalant and took a sip of water. "Actually, it's alright." Before he could finish speaking, he saw a clean, white finger rub the small mole. A moment later, the area around the mole turned a faint red from being rubbed. A faint red, yet it struck him like a thunderbolt, lingering in his mind. Si Muyin asked him again, "How about this? Still normal?" Lin Yuan didn't answer him, but murmured, "Si Muyin, can I touch it?" Afraid he misunderstand, Lin Yuan added, "Just once, a light touch will do." Si Muyin's Adam's apple bobbed, and he chuckled softly. "No need for just once, you can touch it for as long as you want." He looked up at Lin Yuan, his dark eyes filled with amusement. "Lin Yuan, 10 years have passed, and you still love the mole on my wrist." Chapter 15. Lin Yuan's gaze froze upon hearing Si Muyin's words. He remembered that Si Muyin's mecha was named Snow, and since he woke up, Mi Gu had told him that it had lost contact with another mecha, Snow, and its own mecha had been forced into a long period of hibernation. It wasn't until 3 years ago, when it sensed the appearance of the reboot pod, that the mecha awoke from hibernation. He withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Si Muyin, I don't like it." To avoid Si Muyin speaking again, he added, "I'm tired." Si Muyin clearly hadn't expected Lin Yuan's reaction. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he got up and left, reminding him before closing the door, "Remember to eat." Lin Yuan didn't respond. After the door closed, he stared listlessly at the ceiling. The weather outside was still beautiful, the bright light reflecting off the other dim corners. He sighed, picked up the lunchbox beside him, ate a few bites, and then put it down again without explanation. "Mi Gu?" he called out. Mi Gu appeared beside the hospital bed shortly after. Lin Yuan gently stroked its head, her voice soft. "I used to think that you were the only one who remembered my past, but now it seems that's not the only one. I should have known the first time I asked you to look up his information. You know him, and he knows you." He looked out the window, the blinding sunlight stinging his eyes. The blurry figure he had seen countless times in his dreams floated before his eyes. 1,000 turns, a haunting dream, just like suddenly turning around. I find him where the lights are dim. His fingers unconsciously stroked Migu's mecha shell, an overwhelming sadness welling up inside him. He took a deep breath and smiled, saying, "Then I must have liked him a lot before. After all, I saw him again, and I fell in love again. Migu, oh Migu, although I've forgotten him, my heart tells me I still love him." After leaving the ward, Si Miyun received a call from Zhao Mingchuan. The surrounding noise mingled with Zhao Mingchuan's voice, carried on the electrical current. "Team Leader C, we discovered a strange device at the bottom of Yuehu Jiangzintu." Zhao Mingchuan continued, "The design and materials of this device are extremely precise. I just went down to investigate and found that the materials used are rare, high-tech fusion materials on the Interstellar City's materials market. Each material is individually expensive and extremely difficult to find. There's even an outer shell forged from the icy black iron from the edge of the outer celestial realm, making it incredibly hard." Si Muyin pondered. The use of icy black iron from the edge of the outer celestial realm must be related to the Interstellar City's recent technological research, and it must be a crucial period of technological iteration. For example, Snow and Migu, as the 35th generation of super-intelligent AI, had their outer shells constructed from materials found by the Science and Technology Department at the edge of the outer celestial realm. Lin Yuhan's appearance injected new vitality into the 35th generation of technological development, which had been mired in challenges for 20 years. However, after his disappearance, the nascent 36th generation of technological development stalled, remaining stagnant. Each iteration brought new mechs, yet the technological level of the new generation remained stagnant. Why was the Xian Tai, the material used, found at the bottom of an inconspicuous lake, even more so at the bottom of a lake where a murder had just occurred? Sima Yun asked. Any other discoveries? Yes. Zhao Mingchuan recalled the shapes he had seen underwater. His hands trembled as he tried to light a cigarette. He managed to light it, but his hand slipped, and the crimson cigarette butt sank into the damp sand, turning grayish-white. He took a deep breath. Captain C, the underwater device is a closed eye. A closed eye? Sima Yun was puzzled and about to ask again, when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone standing not far away, their burning gaze fixed on him. His heart skipped a beat. He turned his head, and saw that the other person's eyes were bloodshot like vines, tangled and chaotic. Upon closer inspection, he could see a chilling smile gradually spreading across their eyes. It's Chenwen. Seeing Chenwen, Sima Yun disregarded his doubts and hurriedly put down his terminal, asking, Chenwen, what are you doing here? Chenwen stood still, meeting his gaze. Of course, I'm here to see you. Interested in cooperating, Captain C? Chenwen coaxed. In exchange, I can tell you where Lin Yuan has been for the past 10 years, and I can help him regain his memory. And you only need to do one thing for me. Chenwen's tone was different now than when the drowned man was first pulled from the water. He seemed like someone behind the scenes, using everything he knew to guide and threaten Sima Yun. Sima Yun asked calmly, what is it? Chenwen didn't answer him, but said, why don't you agree to my request first, then I tell you. That way, we can cooperate better. He continued, I know you like Lin Yuan, but he's like a cripple now. A cripple can't even remember the person he loved most 10 years ago. What right does he have to stand by your side again? Besides, liking someone doesn't mean possessing them. I can help you possess him, completely control him. Hearing this, Sima Yun's expression turned cold, his tone unchanged. How will you help me? Realizing the fish had taken the bait, Chenwen smirked coldly, saying with feigned sincerity, you can rest assured, there's a memory chip in his mental energy C. Right now, his mental energy is weak, so even medication won't help. Of course, to ensure absolute safety, we programmed this chip with a special setting. He can only break the chip's shackles by coming into contact with your mental energy. At the same time, he develop a dependence on you through that contact. Not only that, he permanently loses his mental energy, becoming a lifelong slave, a lowly slave, completely subservient to you. Hearing this, Sima Yun's face turned as cold as could be. It seems you all enjoy using one person's love to hurt another. This isn't hurting. This is called mutual benefit. Chenwen laughed mockingly. I need to remind you, you liked him for so many years, yet he's forgotten you. Why should he, practically a cripple, love you again? Is that so? Sima Yun said coldly. Then you probably don't know. Even if he forgets me, he still fall in love with me. It was the same 10 years ago, and it will be the same 10 years later. Love isn't a shackle, nor is it an unequal class system. It's about mutual attraction, mutual attraction. You don't need a reason to like someone. I only know that the person I loved for 10 years still likes me after returning. Chenwen's face turned ashen with anger. You're so arrogant. Since you refuse to cooperate, don't blame me. With that, he turned and left without looking back, vanishing like a ghost. Sima Yun didn't look at him. He put the terminal that had been disconnected long ago back into his pocket. When he turned around, he saw that the door to the ward was open a crack. A furry head seemed to want to pull its head back before he turned around, but unfortunately, it moved too fast and got stuck. The whole head was stuck in the narrow crack in the door. He rushed forward and freed Lin Yuan's head from the eavesdropping. Finally free, Lin Yuan instinctively touched his head, which had been caught in the door. Just as his hand touched his head, he remembered Sima Yun was still standing in front of him. He chuckled awkwardly. Why are you back so soon? Sima Yun said in a low voice, if I had been any slower, would you have died again? Getting caught in a door while eavesdropping? Lin Yuan, can't you take better care of yourself? How can I not take care of myself? Lin Yuan went along with him. I can lift you with one hand. Before he could finish speaking, Sima Yun suddenly grabbed his hand, pulled up his sleeve, intending to show him how thin his arm was. But just as he rolled it up halfway, a hand stopped him, almost instinctively. The moment Lin Yuan grabbed Sima Yun's hand, his fear reached its peak, his voice almost desperate, no. Hearing the sound, Sima Yun quickly released his hand, realizing he had offended Lin Yuan again, and immediately apologized, I'm sorry. After saying that, he looked directly at Lin Yuan, only then noticing that regardless of whether it was hot or cold, Lin Yuan always wore long sleeves, and he never rolled up his sleeves to expose his arms in public. Realizing his overreaction, Lin Yuan silently lowered his sleeves, whispering that it was okay. Before lowering his sleeves, he glanced at where they had been rolled up, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Si Muyun had lowered them in time. If they had rolled up any further, he would have seen the needle marks covering his entire armpit, densely packed, and the uneven skin he could feel when he touched them. Lin Yuan had never been so afraid to see Si Muyun's expression when he saw the needle marks on his arm. Noticing Lin Yuan's unusual mood, Si Muyun changed the subject, saying, "You heard everything?" Lin Yuan hesitated, knowing Si Muyun was asking about his eavesdropping. The thought of him overhearing the sentimental words of someone almost silent, and the fact that he seemed to be the subject of their conversation, made Lin Yuan incredibly embarrassed. He whispered, "Si Muyun, don't worry, I didn't hear anything." "You're avoiding me, Lin Yuan," Si Muyun said seriously. "You clearly heard everything. Why are you pretending not to know?" Seeing Lin Yuan remain silent, he continued, "Are you waiting for me to tell you?" Before Si Muyun could finish his sentence, Lin Yuan immediately interrupted him. "You don't need to tell me. But I do want to tell you." Si Muyun sighed helplessly. Love needs to be expressed. Lin Yuan's expression froze, and he murmured, "But I'm not worthy of your enduring affection. Si Muyun, I can't remember my past. Just as I've forgotten that we ever knew each other." Seeing Si Muyun's dejected expression, Lin Yuan felt as if his heart was being squeezed in someone's hand, unable to move. He hurriedly said, "Give me some time. I don't want you to date someone with amnesia." Si Muyun's breath seemed to stop. "You mean, you be with me as soon as you remember?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan's mind went blank. He hesitated for a long time before slowly nodding. The next moment, he was pulled into a broad embrace. Hot breath fell on his neck, just like that accident at the police station, rapid and similar. Si Muyun buried his head in Lin Yuan's shoulder, as if transported back to that winter night 10 years ago, when Lin Yuan left. The familiar scent washed over him, and his fingertips trembled as he held his long-lost lover. He sighed softly. He lost weight. Even a light touch felt painful against his bones. Just then, his pocket vibrated. Lin Yuan pulled it out and saw a message from a stranger. "Mr. Lin Yuan, congratulations on successfully registering for the Science and Technology Conference. Your institution is the Interstellar Science and Technology Academy. Please participate in the Academy's Science and Technology competition in a month and a half. We wish you success." Instantly, Lin Yuan's expression turned icy. He had only learned today that the Science and Technology Conference had been moved up, and within an hour, someone had already registered him. He knew without a doubt who it was. He closed his eyes helplessly. These people were truly persistent. "What's wrong?" Si Muyun asked. "Nothing, just a spam message." Lin Yuan lied without batting an eye, taking advantage of Si Muyun's inability to see his expression. Si Muyun, thinking it was a genuine spam text, suggested, "Turn off push notifications, and you receive far fewer messages." Lin Yuan agreed and deleted the message. In the interrogation room of Tangdeching Police Station, Song Chunlei and Wang Xiao looked at the disheveled woman opposite them. Despite her exhaustion, she still wore a polite smile. Since they brought Lu Wenwen back yesterday, she hadn't said a word. After a night, she seemed to have figured things out, and told the officer on duty she had something to say. However, even after Song Chunlei and Wang Xiao rushed back from the hospital and sat there, she remained silent. Wang Xiao, pen in hand, felt a complex mix of emotions looking at his former colleague, with whom he used to chat and laugh, sitting opposite him. But he still spoke professionally. "Sister Wenwen, why did you bring Huang Yueheng's body to the police station?" "As a woman myself, I can't bear it," Lu Wenwen said slowly, a bitter smile on her face. "I have nothing to say. I know nothing about your investigation into the Anyang Street case." "Then why?" Wang Xiao still couldn't understand. Lu Wenwen herself said she didn't understand anything, yet she knew about Huang Yueheng's death beforehand and even found her body. "That's why I called you back." Lu Wenwen sat up straight. That night it was raining heavily, and clothes from the balcony were blown downstairs. I went down to pick them up, and when I opened the door, I saw a woman sitting at my door. The moment I opened the door, she looked up at me, grabbed my trouser leg, and said she wanted me to take her to the police station. She wanted to find a man surnamed Lin, find him, and beg him to save her son. She said her son had been in darkness for a very long time, and she hoped her son could have a good ending, instead of having to save them again and again. She was deeply engrossed in it. Then I asked her, what was that guy surnamed Lin's name? Why did she insist on going to the police station? I remember there's no one surnamed Lin in our police station. At this point, Lu Wenwen suddenly stopped, slowly saying, she said that as long as she appeared at the police station, the guy surnamed Lin would definitely come. If I remember correctly, the doctor who found the body was a new recruit in the team, and his surname was Lin. Hearing the last sentence, Song Chunlei and Wang Xiao exchanged a glance, goosebumps rising on their arms, a chill creeping up from their feet, making them shudder. She also said that the moment the bell tolls, the cycle of reincarnation will begin anew, and they will be reborn. After leaving the hospital, Zhang Yuanhang parted ways with Yang Yu. Because the technology conference was starting earlier than planned, he needed to go back to find the mecha design drafts. After being discharged, Lin Yuan had taken them home, and all his design drafts were left there. To participate in the conference, the design drafts were essential. Returning to the place where he grew up, Zhang Yuanhang felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Although he and Jiang Yu had become friends, it wasn't his own home, and he felt somewhat restrained in his words and actions. At home, however, he could do whatever he wanted. He opened the door with joy, only to freeze in shock. It was a long, moss-covered stone staircase. At the end of the path stood a familiar figure, backlit, his face obscured, yet he recognized him instantly. He instinctively raised his hand, wanting to touch the figure, when a distant yet familiar voice slowly drifted over, Yuanhang, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for so long. His hand was suddenly grabbed. He turned around, and saw that the doorway had transformed into an endless street. The scenery on both sides of the street was very familiar. Zhang Yuanhang was led through it all, the scene shifting and changing, reality and illusion intertwined. He saw so much. His father and neighbors drinking together, his mother and other embroiderers working together with their embroidery boards, even the neighbor's child, playing and unwilling to go home, hiding everywhere. He even saw the old locust tree in the street shedding its leaves and blooming again, blooming and withering, a cycle of decay and prosperity. In the blink of an eye, for seasons had passed, and soon, countless seasons had passed, and he was still running on and on. The surrounding sky darkened, and the person pulling him gradually disappeared. In the moment before vanishing, the voice sounded again, Yuanhang, I can only take you this far. From now on, you have to walk on your own. Zhang Yuanhang didn't speak. The touch in his palm gradually faded, transforming into countless stars that vanished without a trace. He looked up, and the once warm and harmonious street collapsed with a deafening roar. The surrounding space twisted and deformed, leaving only the old locust tree standing in place. His hand gently touched the tree trunk, and countless memories flooded back, gradually encroaching on his pale past. His gaze shifted from initial joy to blankness, then fear, then anger, and finally, only utter helplessness remained. The distorted space was dim and lifeless. A gigantic eye slowly opened, its technologically advanced pupil radiating a red light. A cold, mechanical voice said to Zhang Yuanhang without emotion, Long time no see, Zhang Yuanhang. Chapter 16. In the Information Technology Office, outside the heavens, two parallel space elevators moved smoothly up and down. In the elevator going up, a woman with black hair and red lips stood casually against the wall, her eyes downcast as she watched the scenery recede into the distance. A spacecraft sped past, its roar deafening. She unconsciously pursed her lips, as if about to say something, when a ding sounded, and they arrived at the top floor. The elevator doors opened, revealing a corridor bustling with people, many of whom were also moving about, working in a seemingly chaotic yet orderly fashion. As soon as she stepped outside, the busy people slowed their pace, looking at her in surprise. Several even raised their hands to greet her. Sister Qiao, you're back. Seeing this, she nodded, walked to the facial recognition system beside her, stood up straight, and after the system scanned her, it beeped. A stiff, mechanical voice announced, Welcome back, Su Yuan Qiao. It has been 1,050 days since your last check-in. After scanning her face, she walked deeper into the corridor. The high-tech walls glowed with an unusual blue light, their irregular shapes overlapping, interspersed with neatly organized offices, stretching all the way to the end of the corridor. Reaching the last office, she stood for a moment before knocking. A voice from inside responded at the opportune moment, Come in. The voice-activated door lock opened, and Su Yuanqiao took a breath outside before stepping inside. The person inside, seeing her, said, Find a place to sit. Receiving the instruction, Su Yuanqiao didn't hesitate and immediately sat down on the sofa opposite him, saying, Lord Baiqiu, it's been a long time. Hearing the address, Yi Li Bai chuckled, finally decided to come back from the edge of the iceberg? Actually, I didn't want to come back yet, Su Yuanqiao said earnestly. She disliked beating around the bush and lying. She always spoke her mind and acted decisively. If she hadn't suddenly received the message from the information technology office, she might have stayed on the edge of the iceberg for a while longer. Yi Bai looked at her. I don't know why you like staying on the edge of the iceberg. There's no central heating system, no convenient transportation, and even the nutrient solution sent there is leftover and about to expire. You're one of our office staff. You were born with wealth. I prefer freedom to wealth, Su Yuanqiao retorted indifferently. The edge of the iceberg doesn't have busy transportation lines, nor towering information technology screens, and the blue sky you see is all artificial. It's the most primitive, a treasure left over from the origins of civilization, and the birthplace witnessing the rapid development of the technological age. You really are. Never mind. Yi Bai sighed helplessly. You haven't been home in a long time, have you? Hearing the word home, Su Yuanqiao's expression froze for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. It really has been a long time. Su Yuanqiao wasn't from the outer heavens. After graduating from university, she unexpectedly came to the edge of the outer heavens, the ice mountain, and decided to work there. Counting the time, she hadn't returned to Star City for 5 or 6 years. I don't know why you suddenly asked this. Perhaps you should go home and visit. Yi Bai paused for a moment. You've been in the edge of the ice mountain for almost 4 years, and you've been in the outer heavens for almost 6. I give you a month's leave to go back and see your parents. As he spoke, he opened a drawer and took out a black and white electronic card chip. The chip was engraved with an eagle spreading its wings and soaring. Su Yuanqiao took the electronic card chip and said indifferently, okay. After Su Yuanqiao left, Yi Bai let out a cold laugh. Meanwhile, in a locked laboratory in the central White Knight Tower, the eye embedded in the wall opened, and blood-red numbers slowly appeared in its eyeball. 200. The eerie mechanical voice rang out again, countdown, 200 days. After learning that Huang Weihong had asked for someone surnamed Lin before her death, Lin Yuan slept restlessly. His dreams were bizarre and surreal, shifting between reality and illusion. Suddenly, a house appeared before him, its old, yellowed walls, peeling paint, and rusty handrails filled with various mecha models. Then, he was back where he had slept on Anyang Street. His timeline was slowly rewinding. He walked step by step into Anyang Street, reaching Zhang Daguo's house. The moment he saw the house, his gaze sharpened, staring in disbelief at the house before him, exactly identical to the 3 buildings in Jingren Plaza. In that instant, he seemed to understand something. Then, he heard shouts in the distance. Turning around, he saw the place he had just passed collapsing bit by bit. The idyllic world had vanished, leaving only the old locust tree at the end of the long street, and the still unharmed house before him. The scene shifted in the next moment, and he was back in the reboot pod. However, unlike the previous dream, this time he saw an eye through the transparent glass. It was embedded in the wall, staring at him without blinking, with all sorts of codes floating in its eyeball, glowing with a strange green light. He was surrounded by silence. After an unknown amount of time, he heard a strange yet familiar chime, echoing throughout the reboot pod, spreading from the laboratory to every corner. He was terrified, screaming at the top of his lungs, no. But his cries were useless. He jolted awake, the moonlight streaming in through the window illuminating the fear in his eyes. Remembering the chime from his dream, he disregarded everything else, threw off the covers, and ran outside. Mi Gu, worried that Lin Yuan might wake up thirsty in the middle of the night, returned with a cup full of water. Suddenly, she found the ward door wide open. Entering, she found the person in bed gone. Her mechanical arm paused, and the cup shattered on the floor with a crash. Moonlight spilled onto the broken glass, shimmering and silent. Lin Yuan, just like 10 years ago, left without a word. Lin Yuan ran into Mo Xiaobei, who was on night shift, as she went downstairs. Mo Xiaobei was still feeling guilty for getting the mental potion for Lin Yuan, which had led to his hospitalization. As soon as he saw Lin Yuan, he grabbed his hand, opening to say something, but Lin Yuan quickly pulled his hand away and hurriedly ran downstairs. Mo Xiaobei scratched his head and muttered, "Where is he going in the middle of the night? Wait a minute." Mo Xiaobei turned around abruptly. Recently, Lin Yuan had been assisting the police with a case, leaving the hospital matters to others. It was so late, he should be in the ward. Even if there was something at the police station, it would usually be the guy surnamed Si who picked him up, but Si Muyun had left the hospital that afternoon. Realizing that Lin Yuan's departure was definitely not simple, he immediately followed, but when he reached the first floor, Lin Yuan was nowhere to be seen. The night was dark, and the automatic doors to the lobby were slowly closing, indicating that someone had just left. Mo Xiaobei couldn't help but curse, damn it. Sima Yun returned to the police station after leaving the hospital that afternoon. Although he had heard from Song Chunlei and Wang Xiao that Huang Yuehong had asked for someone surnamed Lin before she died, he felt the world was absurdly small and terrifyingly ridiculous. When Lin Yuan came to the police station, Huang Yuehong had been dead for several days, yet during that time, no one discovered that Huang Yuehong had died at the police station. They only learned about the body in the police station's records room when Lin Yuan arrived. Was it a coincidence? He sat opposite Lu Wenwen and asked, "Since you didn't kill her, why did you run away?" Hearing this question, Lu Wenwen paused, hesitatingly saying, "I didn't intend to run away. After I found Huang Yuehong and brought her to the police station, someone told me to make a deal. If I refused, he would." She didn't finish her sentence, but it was clearly a threat. Sima Yun, then what did he want you to do? Lu Wenwen, he wanted me to disguise Huang Yuehong as a young girl and slip a note into the incision on the human skin mask. Sima Yun pondered, but we didn't find that note. Suddenly, he paused, recalling the day the body was discovered in the archives. When he arrived, the human skin mask had already been removed, and his attention was entirely on Lin Yuan. He hadn't noticed anything amiss with the body. He said to Song Chunlei, "You two go to the morgue and check if there's an incision on Huang Yuehong's neck." Song Chunlei and Wang Xiao immediately got up and headed to the morgue. Watching the two leave, Lu Wenwen looked at Sima Yun. "You still don't believe me? The person I said had the surname Lin is the new doctor in the team? I don't believe such a coincidence exists in this world." Lu Wenwen, "I don't believe it either, but the facts are right in front of me. I have to believe it. He only discovered the body. He didn't kill anyone." Sima Yun said with a grim face, "He's not the only one with the surname Lin in Interstellar City." Lu Wenwen gave an awkward laugh, the smile not reaching her eyes. She still firmly believed that Lin Yuan was the person Huang Yuehong was looking for. Even though the timing didn't match up, it would definitely be Lin Yuan who came to the police station. Not long after, Song Chunlei and Wang Xiao rushed back. As soon as they entered, they said, "Captain C, we didn't find the note, but there were surgical marks on the incision site. I had Wang Xiao check the surveillance footage, and we found." Song Chunlei's voice hesitated. He started to speak several times, then stopped, finally saying, "The surveillance footage for other time periods is all intact, except for the night Lu Wenwen returned to the police station and was alone with Dr. Lin in the records room. Those two segments are blank." Wang Xiao said thoughtfully, "Captain, when I went to the records room that day, I found a large dent in the corner of the wall." Hearing their words, Lu Wenwen showed a knowing look and said coldly, "Sima Yun, how long are you going to defend that Lin guy? I already stuffed the note in, the only one who can take it is him." Sima Yun stood up, his voice equally cold, "I don't believe it." With that, he strode out. Wang Xiao glanced at Lu Wenwen, then at Sima Yun's retreating figure, and said blankly, "Will Dr. Lin really take that note?" Song Chunlei shook his head helplessly. "I don't know." After leaving the interrogation room, Sima Yun sat in his office for a long time. The sky outside was completely dark, and the bright moonlight shone on half of his face. He fiddled with his terminal, lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, the terminal in his hand suddenly lit up. It was a call from an unknown number. Sima Yun's finger slid down, intending to reject the call. However, the moment his finger touched the screen, he inexplicably pressed the answer button. Realizing his mistake, he pressed the screen again to hang up. At the same time, a hurried voice came through, "Captain C, do you know where my brother is?" He muttered under his breath, "Zhang Yuanhang is missing, fine, but why is my brother missing too?" "Jiang Yu?" After recognizing the voice, his finger slid away from the reject button. "Isn't he in the hospital?" "Huh? The hospital? But a doctor just called me saying my brother ran away from the hospital," Jiang Yu said, puzzled. He was already dressed and had left. He returned from the hospital that morning, taken a nap, and when he woke up, he didn't see Zhang Yuanhang in the guest room. He wandered around groggily for a bit, found his terminal, and tried to contact Zhang Yuanhang, but all his calls were rejected. He sat on the sofa, half asleep, all night. Finally, the terminal rang. Thinking it was Zhang Yuanhang, he answered, only to be told that Lin Yuan was missing. Hearing this news, he was completely disoriented. His brother hadn't usually been involved in so many things. How come he'd been injured and gone missing ever since he got involved in the police case? Realizing that Lin Yuan was in trouble, Sima Yun was extremely anxious. "What was the name of the doctor you called?" "He said his surname was Mo, and he was my brother's colleague." "Sima Yun, did he also say where your brother went after leaving the hospital?" Jiang Yu answered almost every question. He didn't say, but he said he found a robot in my brother's ward, but the robot seemed to have knocked over a water glass, and there was glass everywhere. Si Muyun's hand tightened on the termo. He knew clearly that Lin Yuan had left the hospital, leaving Mi Gu behind. He glanced at the sky outside the window. The stars were dim, the moon was high, and there were very few aircraft flying above the city. It was already late at night in Tonda City. Where would Lin Yuan go? Lin Yuan didn't know how long he had been running, or even how far he had run before he remembered that he could ask Mi Gu to take him there. The moment he awoke from his dream, his heart pounded with panic, desperately wanting to confirm something. Despite his frail body, unable to run more than a few steps before becoming breathless, he ran with all his might, stopping and starting. Each time he wanted to stop, a voice inside him kept telling him, if you don't run now, it'd be too late. Too late, too late. He stood at the crossroads, lost and bewildered. The dim streetlights shone on him, and he felt utterly exhausted. He couldn't run anymore, he wanted to stop, he wanted to. He clutched his chest, his eyes darting around, finally spotting the 3 large characters Anyang Street on a sign. He ran towards that road without stopping. After running for a while, the familiar bluestone pavement appeared before him. He looked up into the distance, his gaze fixed, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Thump! He collapsed to his knees. He saw flames everywhere, but no one had escaped. The flames climbed up the branches of the old locust tree, charring the bark black. Vibrant green leaves fell one by one, scattering across the ground before being quickly consumed by the flames and reduced to ashes. Just then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a pair of faded canvas shoes lying nearby, and above them, old, pilling school trousers and a neatly trimmed school uniform. Before he could speak, the man said first, "Senior, you shouldn't have come." "Zhang Yuanhang," Lin Yuan called out in a hoarse voice. "What did you call me?" Hearing his name, Zhang Yuanhang chuckled and said calmly, "Senior, you might not know, but my parents named me Yuanhang, meaning to set sail. What they don't know is that I will never have that chance to sail again in this life. I traveled so many roads, but I can never attend the science conference, I can never leave that building, and I can never see the light. Senior, since you're here, then go to the science conference for me." He took a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and placed it in Lin Yuan's hand. "Its name is Damocles. I hope you can create it and use it to pierce their hearts." The sword of Damocles, a sword hanging overhead, represents ever-present danger or potential crisis. Having done all this, he stood up and walked into the sea of fire without looking back. In the flickering flames, the old house was still visible, flames climbing the walls and engulfing the entire structure. The boy, dressed in his worn school uniform, walked slowly into the fire. As soon as he entered, the raging flames eagerly kissed him, obscuring his figure and merging him with the surrounding fire. He didn't turn back, his voice tinged with laughter. "Senior, I be waiting for you at the White Knight Tower." Lin Yuan froze, old memories resurfacing, the design draft in his hands becoming heavy. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He desperately wanted to know who Zhang Yuanhang was, but when he reached out to grasp that inspiration, it turned to dust, disappearing into the air. "Zhang Yuanhang, who exactly are you?" Chapter 17. Interstellar Time 159. The Tonda City Police Station received a report from a passerby that a fire had broken out in a nearby residential area. The fire had spread rapidly, engulfing the entire area and even affecting other areas. Song Chunlei answered the call and immediately notified the fire department. He and Wang Xiao rushed to the scene, not forgetting to inform Si Muyun on the way. Si Muyun had just arrived at 9635 Hospital and met with Jiangyu. His already somber expression deepened upon hearing the news. He looked at Jiangyu, wanting to say something, but Jiangyu spoke first. "Captain Si, you have urgent matters to attend to." "I find my brother." Si Muyun didn't speak. A teenager going to find an adult. It sounded absurd. Not hearing Si Muyun speak, Jiangyu added, "Mi Gu is with me, Captain Si, don't worry." Hearing this, Si Muyun looked at Mi Gu. From the moment he saw her, Mi Gu hadn't uttered a word, and the broken glass in the ward had been cleaned up perfectly, leaving no trace of the broken cup. Si Muyun nodded. He still trusted Mi Gu's abilities. Leaving the hospital, he boarded his aircraft and headed towards the fire. Even before getting close, he could see flames illuminating half the sky. He squinted at the scene ahead, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He pressed a button on the control panel, dialing Song Qinglei's number, and asked, "Did the person who reported the fire say the exact location?" Song Qinglei paused, then suddenly remembered he hadn't told Si Muyun the specific location. "Yes, it's Anyang Street on fire." Anyang Street? I heard that all 150 houses caught fire. The wind was strong tonight, so the fire spread very quickly. Song Chung-lei seemed to remember something, pausing for a moment. Captain, a witness said he saw two people in the firelight when the fire started. Si Muyun's heart jumped. Who were they? He said he couldn't see clearly from upstairs, but he could vaguely make out a person wearing a hospital gown. He wasn't sure at first, but his elderly relative was hospitalized last week due to an accident, and he recognized the person. The person was wearing a hospital gown from Hospital 9635. Hearing the number 9635, Si Muyun felt a chill run down his spine. His hand gripping the control lever trembled slightly, and for the first time, he suspected Lin Yuan. No one expected Anyang Street to catch fire, but Lin Yuan knew before them and even arrived at the scene. And Lu Wenwen said that Huang Yuehong came to the police station looking for someone surnamed Lin. No matter how you look at it, it can't be Lin Yuan. But what if that person is Lin Yuan? And then, there's the unexpectedly missing note. If Lin Yuan found it, why would he hide it? Thinking about it another way, if Lin Yuan found the note, he would know exactly what was written on it, and it might even be related to him. Having sorted out all his thoughts, Si Muyun's heart sank. He was now unsure whether they had approached Lin Yuan, or Lin Yuan had approached them. He even suspected that Lin Yuan hadn't actually lost her memory, but why would someone who hadn't lost their memory reveal a flaw in their identity? His thinking seemed to have hit a dead end. The clues seemed unrelated to Lin Yuan at first glance, but upon closer inspection, they were all related to her. His memories kept rewinding. Suddenly, he remembered the day Zhang Yuanhang had his accident at the hospital. Shinwen looked behind him, but there was nothing there. He forgot that the walls now had embedded information screens. Perhaps what they saw wasn't an ordinary wall, but a screen hidden within it. Someone was monitoring them. Before Chinwen lost consciousness that day, he heard Lin Yuhan's surprised tone, the words, "You're still alive." He should have realized that this case might be related to Lin Yuan. And Lin Yuhan's subsequent actions of knocking Chen when unconscious were also full of suspicion, even incomprehensible. He should have realized it long ago. Lin Yuan is clever. What he wants you to know, you will know. What he doesn't want you to know, he has 100 ways to keep you in the dark. Even if you rack your brains, you never guess that this is just a means of concealment. Si Muyun sighed. Lin Yuan, oh Lin Yuan, when will you realize you're not alone? Upon arriving at Anyang Street, they found no trace of Lin Yuan. The flames raged fiercely, reaching for the sky. The old locust tree in the distance was reduced to a burnt trunk, but they couldn't see a single person in the firelight. Soon, fire trucks arrived, their long-range high-pressure water sprayers cascading onto the burning house. It took a long time before the charred roof could be barely seen. Firefighters rushed inside to rescue people. Soon after, they emerged carrying a charred body, gently placing it on the ground and shaking their heads at Si Muyun. Si Muyun paused, then said softly, "I remember every residential area in the city has a disaster detection device, and an automatic disaster prevention mode. Why hasn't it been detected after so long? Interstellar cities' disaster prevention measures, such as those for fires, are far superior to those on Earth. At least in the event of a fire, they can promptly detect it and send the information back to the Bureau, minimizing casualties. But now, it seems no different from a fire on Earth. They only arrived after being informed by passers-by." Xiao Mingchuan, arriving late, paused, his face equally grim. "I just checked and found the equipment has been malfunctioning for at least 2 days, and no one has come to repair it." At this moment, Song Chunlei chimed in, "How could the equipment malfunction? These detection devices were all issued by the Science and Technology Department. They shouldn't have any problems for 3 to 5 years. Besides, it was only replaced half a year ago." Wang Xiao whispered, "Could someone have deliberately sabotaged it? Someone had just died on Anyang Street, and the disaster detection equipment had inexplicably malfunctioned and remained unrepaired." Everything seemed logical yet contradictory, as if the fire was meant to happen. Si Muyun rubbed his throbbing temples, looking at the still burning flames, only one thought remaining in his mind. Where is Lin Yuan? A thin figure stood for a while, at the quiet police station entrance. Most of the police officers had followed Song Chunlei to Anyang Street. At this moment, the police station was extremely quiet, except for the junior officers on duty. Only a faint light could be seen through the glass. The junior officer on duty saw him and called out, "Dr. Lin." Lin Yuan nodded, looked up, and walked into the police station. He hadn't thought much when he ran out. His thin hospital gown looked somewhat desolate in the night wind, his back was cold and thin, looking frail and weak, as if a gust of wind would knock him over. The young policeman was about to call out to Lin Yuan when he looked up, and she was already gone. He scratched his head, bewildered, wondering why Dr. Lin, who was supposed to be hospitalized, had time to come to the police station, especially so late at night. Ever since Sima Yun left, Lu Wenwen had felt uneasy, always half asleep, glancing frequently at the closed door. She rarely felt afraid. The first time was when Huang Yuehong came to her and died on her way to the police station, and the second time was tonight. A sense of unease lingered in her heart, a feeling that something was quietly happening. Looking through the glass, she saw the lights outside were already off, utterly dark. She lowered her eyes, looking listlessly at the handcuffs. She had lost count of how many times she had woken up. Suddenly, a tile in the distance lit up. Lu Wenwen looked up with a start. The lights outside were on, and unhurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, each sound feeling like it was walking on her heart. A chill ran down her spine, and she couldn't help but shiver. The next moment, she heard the door open. Looking up, she saw a dark figure standing in the doorway, still wearing a hospital gown, a stain on the knee of his trousers, clutching something tightly in his hand. Before Lu Wenwen could react to who it was, the person spoke calmly. "Where is the person who gave you the thing?" "What thing?" "I don't know." Realizing the other person's purpose, Lu Wenwen insisted she didn't know. Lin Yuan flung the door wide open, revealing a pale face. The cold light shone on his face, his eyes carrying a cold, ruthless glint. He looked up at Lu Wenwen as if she were already dead. "I give you one more chance. Will you talk or not?" "Who are you?" Lu Wenwen asked, her eyes wide with terror. Lin Yuan slowly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing an innocent smile. "Don't you already know?" "Who am I?" The surface of the river on Yuehu Jiangxin Island was unusually calm. A young man stood alone on the shore, gazing intently at the ripples on the water's surface. A moment later, footsteps sounded behind him, their heavy thuds echoing on the sand. The boy didn't turn around, saying flippantly, "You still came." The person behind him said, "You knew I'd come." "It was expected, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly." The boy turned to look at him. "Lin Yuan, sometimes I don't understand whether you really have amnesia or are faking it. You always seem to know exactly what happened." He shook his head. "It's a pity, you can never stop things from happening." "Is that so?" Lin Yuan looked at him, his tone extremely indifferent. "I don't believe in fate, and I never accept it. 10 years ago, you tried everything to kill me, but I survived. 10 years later, it's the same. You can't kill me." The boy scoffed at his words. "You overestimate yourself. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." Lin Yuan gave a cold laugh. "Then you can try." With that, he turned and left without looking back. "Tell him that even if he finds 100 ways to destroy me, I still have 101 ways to survive. I don't mind killing him before I die. Geniuses are born arrogant, and equally brilliant. The world cannot extinguish my will, rules cannot kill my soul. On the smooth, broad road strewn with flowers, there must be blood stained." A cool breeze rustled, lifting his clothes and brushing against his face. His upright back remained as proud and unyielding as it had been 10 years ago. The young man withdrew his gaze, his eyes cold. 10 years had not erased Lin Yuan's youthful vigor. He was still the same Lin Yuan he had been 10 years ago. Lin Yuan walked for a long time. The howling wind chilled his hands and feet, but his chest was warm, and so was the blood in his veins. He stood before a house and gently knocked on one of the doors. After a moment, the door opened, and an elderly man with gray hair came out, squinting at Lin Yuan for a moment before saying uncertainly, "Yuan? Dean, this is my resignation." Lin Yuan sent him the resignation email he had prepared beforehand. The old man was somewhat confused by his actions. There was no need to knock on his door in the middle of the night to send an email. However, the next second, Lin Yuan said, "I was afraid you wouldn't approve it, so I came to see you specifically." He added, "I hope you can give me a few more doses of mental energy potion before I leave." The old man asked suspiciously, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to forge a sword," Lin Yuan said sincerely. "Then destroy the laws of the world cycle of reincarnation." The old man stared at him intently. The Lin Yuan before him was different from the one he had seen at the hospital a year ago. Now, Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with fervor. Although he didn't know what Lin Yuan was going to do, he couldn't help but say, "Use the mental energy potion sparingly." "Okay." The old man signed the document. "I don't know what you're going to do. If you feel tired, come back. 9635 will always be your home." Lin Yuan's eyes stung with tears. "Thank you, Dean." 2 hours had passed since the fire on Anyang Street was completely extinguished. During that time, countless police officers carried out bodies. Some had their faces burned, while others lay peacefully asleep, some with wide open eyes, as if realizing the fire had started and that escape was too late. Their final struggles had turned to silence. Si Muyun walked past the bodies one by one. The young policeman who followed him covered each body with a white sheet. When he encountered a body with open eyes, he knelt down and closed them. He stood up with mixed feelings. Song Chun-lei, who had taken Wang Xiao to check if anyone was still alive, rushed over from afar, his voice heavy. Muyun, 150 households on Anyang Street. No one survived. Hearing the last 4 words, Si Muyun couldn't describe his feelings. He looked up and saw the bodies of a mother and daughter lying on a stretcher not far away. The mother's arms were tightly wrapped around her daughter, who nestled obediently in her mother's embrace, clearly in a deep sleep. They'd probably never imagined they would die in their sleep. Song Chun-lei and Wang Xiao followed his gaze, speechless as well. Wang Xiao secretly wiped away her tears. Captain, they're all dead? Dead in their sleep, and dead in the fire. Just then, a junior policeman called out Captain C from behind. Turning around, he heard him say, Captain C, something bad has happened. The police station just contacted us saying Sister Wenwen has gone mad. What? Si Muyun closed his eyes in despair. What a clever diversionary tactic. Everyone on Anyang Street was dead, Lu Wenwen had gone mad, and even Lin Yuhan, whom he had just suspected, had disappeared. Si Muyun smiled enigmatically. All the sincerity he had given Lin Yuhan had been wasted. Captain, what should we do with these bodies? Bury them in the cemetery. In August of the 150th year of the new era, Zhang Dagua died mysteriously on Anyang Street. Si Muyun, the criminal investigation captain of the Tonda City Police Bureau, led a team to investigate the murderer. After more than half a month of investigation, a fire destroyed 150 households on Anyang Street, and all leads in the case went cold, leaving the case unsolved. During this period, Captain Si Muyun's incompetence led to heavy casualties, and the Floating Star Bureau issued a 2-month dismissal order. After the case was closed, Si Muyun went to Hospital 9635 to look for Lin Yuhan, but the director told him that Lin Yuhan had already resigned from the hospital, and no one knew where he had gone. Even Nigu, whom he hadn't taken with him, and who was with Jiang Yu, had disappeared. Shortly after the Anyang case ended, a hidden electromagnetic wave emanated from the back mountain of the Interstellar Science and Technology Institute. It vanished in an instant, silently. On a night of torrential rain, a slender figure set foot on this homeland. Chapter 18. Boom! A torrential downpour swept through the city, cleansing every corner. Lin Yuhan hadn't climbed a wall in a long time. He struggled to the top, nearly falling flat on his face as he jumped. Having finally regained his footing, he looked up and met a pair of eyes not far away. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, and he stopped swinging his arm. Jiang Yu, who had followed closely behind, noticed something was wrong with his brother as soon as he jumped down. He quickly leaned closer, and was startled by the eyes peeking out from the bushes. The rain soaked them, but they stood there silently, staring into those eyes, neither of them speaking. After a while, Jiang Yu scratched his head and called out, "Brother." Lin Yuan snapped out of his daze, and responded. Suddenly, the bushes moved. Lin Yuan looked again, but the eyes were gone. Seeing this, he turned and walked into the rain. "Let's go!" Jiang Yu followed behind, holding an umbrella, and asked, "Brother, why don't you go after him and see?" Lin Yuhan's expression was shrouded in the rain and mist, almost blending into the torrential downpour, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. He slowly exhaled. "We meet again." "Huh?" Jiang Yu was completely confused, not understanding what his brother meant by "we meet again." Those eyes just now were clearly not human eyes, but rather animal eyes. Thinking of this, he was even more confused. Why would there be an animal here? Or to be more precise, why would an animal be hiding in the bushes in the corner of the Star Academy's wall? With the rain showing no signs of letting up, what kind of animal wouldn't be lying in wait here instead of taking shelter? Jiang Yu couldn't figure it out and wanted to ask Lin Yuan, but when he looked up, Lin Yuan was already walking further and further away in the rain. Seeing this, he was even more puzzled. He was supposed to be a student at the Star Academy, so why did his brother know the way better than him? Without time to figure it out, he hurriedly chased after him. "Brother, wait for me." Lin Yuan easily found his way to the back hill of the Star Academy. His footsteps left deep imprints on the soft, waterlogged ground. Jiang Yu followed behind, struggling to keep up. "Brother, why are we out here in the middle of the night, in this deserted place?" Lin Yuan didn't even look up. "You can choose to go back." Jiang Yu gave a sheepish laugh. Brother, I won't say anything more. Can you please not send me away? Lin Yuan didn't answer, continuing to walk with his head down. Raindrops pelted the ground, mud splashed, landing on his shoes and trouser legs. Lin Yuan glanced at them indifferently and stopped. Jiang Yu, following behind, was still looking around and didn't notice Lin Yuan suddenly stop. He was knocked back a step by Lin Yuan's bump, his forehead throbbing from the impact of Lin Yuan's bone. He rubbed his forehead and said, Brother, have you been eating poorly lately? Why does it hurt more and more when your bones hit you? Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. Don't you know what you're saying? What bones hitting someone? Anyone who didn't know better would think he was a skeleton. Realizing what he was saying, Jiang Yu also fell silent, awkwardly touching his nose. He changed the subject, saying, Brother, why did you suddenly stop? Before he could finish, his voice suddenly stopped. He stared blankly at the bald patch in the distance, unable to utter a word. He stiffened his neck and turned to look at Lin Yuan. Brother, where is this? He'd been studying at Xingyuan Academy for several years now, and he'd been to the back mountain before, but this place felt eerily unfamiliar. If a few more tombstones were added, it would look exactly like a cemetery. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised by Jiang Yu's expression. He squatted down and said calmly, I was buried here for 3 months. I thought I was dead, but one rainy night I crawled out, covered in mud. When I got out, I saw a dog, a robot. They've been digging me out for 3 months. I thought that after surviving those 3 months buried underground, I could live carefree. But I forgot, this was just the beginning of a nightmare. He stood up and walked away slowly. Brother, Jiang Yu murmured, his mind blank for a long time. It's been over a year. Having known me for so long, you should know I'm not a doctor, Lin Yuan said calmly. 10 years have passed, and stepping back here still evokes strong emotions. I struggled underground for 3 months just to survive. But I've forgotten most of what happened 10 years ago, though I can never forget the feeling of being buried alive. Migu, activate shielding mode. After taking a few steps, he stopped, looked at the flat mud, chuckled coldly, conjured a floating keyboard in the air, typed a few commands, then swiped it away, saying to Jiang Yu, back off. As soon as he finished speaking, a crack suddenly appeared in the mud, growing larger and larger, spreading from afar to his feet, forcing Jiang Yu to take a few steps back. Immediately afterward, the mechanical sounds of sensors began to converge from all directions, like a dense drumbeat, following the beating of a heart and the turning of the clock. The overwhelming sound of the rain couldn't drown out the rumble of the mechanical gears. Jiang Yu was so shocked he couldn't utter a word. He stared blankly as the sensor door hidden underground slowly opened, revealing a bottomless tunnel. A whooshing sound of rapid ascent quickly followed, as if something was approaching. As the sound grew louder, Jiang Yu subconsciously swallowed. The next moment, an electronic spiral structure resembling an elevator appeared, landing steadily in front of them. With 2 beeps, the AI's voice announced, Welcome, I am AI Jiwen. Next, I will guide you through the underground laboratory. The spiral door opened, and Lin Yuan stepped inside first, reminding the stunned Jiang Yu, come in. Jiang Yu immediately snapped out of his daze, okay. Once inside, Jiang Yu's emotions were still running high. Brother, what kind of design is this? Why is it hidden underground? Before Lin Yuan could speak, Jiwen's voice rang out, this is a laboratory for researching the 36th generation of technological development. Our laboratory integrates design models from the previous 35 technological developments and has invited Mr. Lu Wenfu, a leading figure in the scientific community. Among them was his student, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, Jiwen, you talk too much. Jiwen, sorry, I haven't had a visitor in a long time. Jiang Yu tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve. Brother, is what he said true? Why only 2 people are needed to research such an amazing design? Lin Yuan's expression was calm. Maybe they think they're arrogant and overconfident. Jiang Yu scratched his head, but it's already designed. How can that be considered arrogant? Hearing Jiang Yu's rebuttal, Lin Yuan scoffed. Does every design necessarily have to be good? Can you guarantee that your design will be usable without testing? No one doesn't think their design is amazing. There's only the betrayal of constant experimentation. He emphasized the last 2 words. Jiang Yu was stunned, about to ask something more, when Jiwen's voice rang out. Distinguished guests, we arrived. Next, you can follow my directions to tour the laboratory. If there's anything that interests you, you can let me know, and we can stay longer. Jiwen's voice sounded above them, reminding them where to go. However, Lin Yuan felt like he was back home. Before Jiwen could even tell him where to go next, he had already found his way. Jiang Yu followed behind, his eyes constantly drawn to the design drafts on the laboratory walls. With each one, an inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up within him, as if he had seen these designs somewhere before. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a new design draft, standing still, his pupils slightly contracted. This drawing depicted Migu, who had always been by his brother's side. However, unlike Migu in robot form, this was Migu in mecha form, the silver-gray mecha lifelike, its head flashing red light. Beside it was a drawing of a black and red mecha, its design similar to its own. Upon closer inspection, one could see small characters written beside it. Lin Yuhan. With a boom, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his blood boiling with an indescribable urge, his ears ringing. He remembered, all the drawings he had seen along the way were Lin Yuhan's designs from 10 years ago, the year she rose to fame. A truly excellent mecha designer would not allow their designs to circulate freely, nor would they present them to the public for display. The walls of this laboratory were plastered with Lin Yuhan's design drafts. Not only were the designs for ordinary mechs displayed, but even the design draft for the renowned S-02 mech, Migu, famous throughout Interstellar City, was openly displayed. It's hard to imagine how Lin Yuhan felt 10 years ago, to see his designs leaked and displayed for all to see. Thinking this, he turned to look for his brother, but when he turned back, he was the only one left in the entire corridor. Lin Yuhan was nowhere to be seen. Even Jiwen's voice had disappeared. He looked up into the depths of the laboratory corridor, his gaze freezing. There seemed to be an eye on the wall at the end of the corridor. After entering the laboratory, Lin Yuan ignored Jiangyu and went to the dark, shadowless depths of the corridor. Jiwen, seemingly drawn to him, followed him, its mechanical voice constantly ringing out above him. "Sir, we can't go to the room ahead." Lin Yuhan didn't speak. His fingerprint unlocked the laboratory door, which had been sealed for many years. The room was empty, containing only a lab bench, spotless, but surrounded by numerous small fingernail scratches. Lin Yuan glanced at it briefly, then strode towards the lab bench, forcefully opening the bottom panel. Seeing the empty space, a mocking smile crept into his eyes. Jiwen was still stammering. "Sir, please don't damage anything here." "Shut up." Lin Yuan interrupted him, standing up. "Where is your symbiotic personality?" Jiwen, "I don't know." Lin Yuan sneered. "Jiwen, it's been almost 10 years, hasn't it? Do you really think I don't recognize you?" Jiwen, "Sorry, my memories have been erased. Perhaps we met before." "Memory erasure? Heh, interesting." Lin Yuan began to survey the entire room, looking at the walls around her. "Migu's mental power can't block it. I refuse to believe it won't return." Jiwen, "Sir, please calm down. Beep. Please do not touch the walls. Please do not touch the walls. Please do not touch the walls." A piercing alarm sounded overhead. Hearing Jiwen's words, Lin Yuan understood and looked at the opposite wall. A giant eye slowly opened in the center of the wall. A chilling, laughing voice rang out. "I heard you were looking for me, of course I came." "Lin Yuan, you come back after all." Lin Yuan stared intently at the eye, smiling as she said, "It's been a long time, Soroya." In the laboratory of the Kanglan City Navigation Museum, there was a severely damaged hull. The long, white hull was printed with 2 words. Reboot. Due to the violent collision with the ground during the initial forced landing, and the subsequent fuel depletion, the hull no longer emitted the glowing blue light, and its functions were almost completely destroyed. The lab staff moved about occasionally, with only a few researchers hunched over the capsule, studying it intently. Even after 3 years, they still couldn't understand its design principles or operational functions. This reboot capsule, which had suddenly appeared 10 years ago, shattered everyone's hopes for technological advancement. Its operating speed surpassed their latest flight capsule research. Moreover, due to damaged parts and incomplete performance data, the research project had been stalled. Zhao Yu, a recent graduate from a science and technology school and an intern, had been assisting the team in studying this capsule since joining the lab. Today, as usual, he used a magnifying glass modified with advanced technology to examine the capsule's interior. After circling it twice without finding anything, he sighed and was about to put the magnifying glass away when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed an inconspicuous, dark corner. He quickly picked up the magnifying glass and placed it in the corner, where he saw 3 indistinct, dented letters, SMY. He blinked, thinking it was his imagination, then quickly placed his hand on it. The moment he felt the uneven surface and the shallow indentations, a strange feeling welled up inside him, followed by a chilling thought. This was carved out bit by bit with fingernails. Chapter 19. The September sun shone brightly in Tonda City, coinciding with the start of the Star Academy's term. The Star Academy's not-so-wide gates were packed with students, some from Tongda City itself, others who had traveled from elsewhere. They stood outside the gate, their eyes filled with reverence for the bronze statue placed not far inside. Up close, they could see 2 gleaming inscriptions on the base, words renowned throughout the entire interstellar city since the dawn of the new era. If you don't remember them, then look up at the stars. That is the peace they fought so hard for, yet can no longer see. At that moment, a voice from the crowd asked, "Hey, isn't that the statue of Chu-Yi, the commander of the first squad who fought to the bitter end against the outer world, single-handedly defending the mountain city?" Another voice replied, "That must be Commander Chu-Yi." When war between the two civilizations was imminent, as one of the first students of the Star Academy, Chu-Yi resolutely abandoned his studies, joined the Interstellar City's expeditionary force, and threw himself into the war against the outer world. Later, when the first combat squad of the HT Legion was established, Chu-Yi submitted a petition to Professor Baixin, requesting to be transferred to the first combat squad and become its commander. Afterwards, he joined forces with Colonel Feds of the Dreamland Military Academy, creating the first squad's undefeated myth. He paused, his tone heavy. In the final battle against the outer heavens, the first squad, isolated and without reinforcements, held out for 7 days in the northern Talisman realm, running out of ammunition and supplies. They thought they could survive those 7 days, but just as reinforcements arrived, the bombs in the mountain city were detonated, and only one member of the first squad escaped. He stared blankly at the bronze statue, recalling the similar statues at the gate of the Menglan Military Academy, only one named Chu-Yi and the other Feldus. He had also heard that in his short life, Chu-Yi had written 3 petitions, one volunteering to join the expeditionary force, another volunteering to be transferred to the first combat team, and a third requesting to marry Feldus. Of the 3 petitions, only 2 were granted. From then on, Chu-Yi and Feldus, who perished in the flames, were also known as the vanguard of Kaiyuan. After standing outside for a long time, a blond boy nudged a white-haired man wearing sunglasses, sitting on a suitcase. "Bro, you've been standing here for half an hour." The man in sunglasses said lazily, "What's wrong with half an hour? Can't I feel a little nervous on my first visit to your school?" The boy asked curiously, "Bro, what do you need to be nervous about at your age? Are you worried that you're too beautiful, and men will flock to you, and you won't be able to control yourself? Ha, do I need love?" The man scoffed. "From now on, I'm sealing my heart and locking away love. One man comes, I slap him. 2 men, I unleash my 18 subduing dragon palms." Hearing this, the boy chuckled coldly and whispered, "I bet you just can't let go of that guy's surname, see?" Hearing the familiar surname, the man's expression changed, and he glared at the boy. "Try mentioning him again, and I break your legs. You like him, but won't let anyone say so." Lin Yuan instantly exploded. "Jiangyu, I already said I don't like him." "Fine, fine," Jiangyu said helplessly, pulling out a photo of Simuyun. "Here, look at it for 30 seconds, no blinking." However, after only 5 seconds, Migu spoke up, calmly reminding him, "Heart rate detected, 140, above normal." Lin Yuan, Jiangyu gasped upon hearing the number, his mind searching for the range of a normal human heart rate. His eyes scanned Lin Yuan from head to toe. "Brother, I can't believe it. 5 seconds, just 5 seconds, and your heart rate spiked to 140, all from a single photo." Lin Yuan awkwardly turned his head and coughed. Feeling unsatisfied, he kicked the traitorous Migu. Migu remained silent. It was just a robot, not a trash can to be kicked around in. Jiangyu continued, "Brother, you don't need to feel embarrassed. After all, the person you've fallen for is the youngest and most promising colonel in our interstellar city, handsome, rich, and with a great physique. You're the one who's winning, not to mention you're beautiful and charming. Can't you stop using 4-character idioms if you can't use them properly?" Lin Yuan said through gritted teeth. "I call this handsome, handsome. To hell with being beautiful. I give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight immediately. Alright, bro, you can enjoy the beautiful, fiery sun while I lie down in the shade. Your dorm is all set up, it's a double room. Rooms are scarce for freshmen, so just make do for now. Don't go to the wrong one, bro." Before leaving, he seemed to remember something and turned back to ask, "Bro, do you really not remember what happened at night?" Lin Yuan said impatiently, "You asked me that 180 times, and I said I don't remember. How long are you going to keep asking?" Jiangyu scratched his head sheepishly. Ever since he went to the back mountain of Xingyuan with Lin Yuan that day, he had nightmares for days, his dreams filled with that eye, and he couldn't forget it. Upon returning, he asked Lin Yuhan if she had seen the eye, to which Lin Yuhan replied no. The eye that had appeared out of nowhere on the wall seemed like his imagination, yet it felt terrifyingly real. Jiang Yu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Lin Yuan spoke first. Don't go to the back mountain unless you have to. Why? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. Lin Yuan's tone was calm yet serious. Even if you go, you won't be able to get in, and even if you could, you wouldn't be able to get out. Huh? Jiang Yu was completely confused. Looking up, he saw that Lin Yuan and Mi Gu were already far away. Watching Lin Yuan's retreating figure, Jiang Yu's doubts deepened. Does his brother really remember nothing? Lin Yuan had Mi Gu pull the suitcase while she strolled ahead leisurely with her arms crossed, attracting many stares along the way. Some bolder individuals even approached her, asking, "Excuse me, are you a freshman too?" Although the question was directed at Lin Yuan, her gaze was fixed on Mi Gu, who was pulling the suitcase, her eyes filled with infatuation. Lin Yuan adjusted her sunglasses, nodded, and then said, "How did you know I'm the strongest freshman this year?" The person asking stammered, "No, I didn't ask." The person asking the question scratched his head awkwardly. "Excuse me, you." Lin Yuan patted Mi Gu's head, independently developed, sturdy materials, parts salvaged from the junkyard and reused. It won't fight back even if you kick or punch it. It can carry things for you and also relax your muscles. You can't find such a good robot anywhere else. Of course, only our family has it. Mi Gu, Is this how you advertise me? I'm at least the 35th generation of super-intelligent AI in the history of Star City's technological development. Lin Yuan feigned a sigh. Don't bother looking anymore. I was just kidding. Look how small this robot is. All it can do is pull a box and kick me a couple of times. The parts are old and worn out. It needs to be taken to the repair shop every now and then. The repair costs are almost as much as buying a new one. Really? The person asking looked at Mi Gu with reluctance. Mi Gu's design was particularly novel to the students of Xingyuan. Although it was only a little over a meter tall, its functions were comparable to those of larger robots on the market. So when he heard that such a seemingly excellent robot could only pull things, his expression was one of regret, even a little disappointment. Such a good robot, how come it can't lift anything? Lin Yuan secretly glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, yawned, and thought, he hasn't even entered the school yet, and he's already openly expressing his love for his robot at the school gate. Even if his robot is sometimes silly, no one can sever their bond. He patted the boy's shoulder, saying with a hint of regret, even if you like him a lot, he won't be yours. Mi Gu, let's go! Lin Yuan called out, then turned and walked away. The person who had asked the question remained standing there, staring blankly at the departing figure of the boy and his device. A moment later, several boys in white shirts gathered around, joining him in looking. One of the boys who was closest spoke up. Lu Xiao, I told you long ago that although this guy is good-looking, he's definitely not someone to mess with. The boy named Lu Xiao looked away and shook his head, not necessarily. This freshman named Lin Yuan was clearly no ordinary person. The boy said again, it's just a robot. Wasn't your grandfather the former dean of Xingyuan Academy? He must have seen plenty of robots like this. My grandfather retired 10 years ago and hasn't touched them in ages, Lu Xiao said calmly. Lin Yuan hadn't gone far. When she heard others asking for someone's name, she paused briefly, but quickly resumed her pace. The surroundings were bustling with people, and the boy's conversation was soon drowned out by the crowd. Lin Yuan glanced back at the crowd, narrowing her eyes. Lu Xiao, that was a familiar name. Xingyuan Academy was quite large. It took Lin Yuan more than half an hour to reach the dormitory area with Mi Gu. Back when she was assisting the police and investigating the Anyang Street case, Lin Yuan had borrowed a school uniform from Jiang Yu, thinking that Xingyuan Academy might have clues about Anyang Street. She planned to visit Xingyuan Academy after being discharged from the hospital, but the unexpected turn of events caught her off guard. Forced to resign from his hospital job, Lin Yuan only realized after having Jiang Yu delete Si Miyun's contact information that he and Si Miyun had worked together for so long without exchanging contact details. However, not exchanging contact details was a good thing, saving him from being questioned about his involvement in the Anyang Street case. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan twirled the terminal in his hand, glancing down at the tips of his shoes, finding it somewhat amusing. He hugged, he kissed, but they hadn't exchanged contact details. He wondered what Si Miyun, who had fallen head over heels for him after only one meeting, thought. Lin Yuan felt inexplicably happy, even imagining Si Miyun's utterly devastated expression upon suddenly realizing he didn't have her contact information. Beside him, Mi Gu's robotic arm, pulling a suitcase, silently watched its owner stop and suddenly grinned foolishly. After a while, Lin Yuhan, seemingly remembering he should go to his dorm, looked up and was about to leave when he saw a pair of mechanical eyes staring at him unblinkingly, as if frozen in place. Realizing that Migu had been watching him while he was laughing, Lin Yuhan's mood soured again. He put on a stern face. "You won't leave unless I do?" Migu lied blatantly. "I don't remember the way." Lin Yuhan snorted, "Cunning AI." Lin Yuhan didn't dwell on it. "Stay close." Little directionally challenged. "Migu, whatever makes you happy." Arriving at the dorm building Jiang Yu had mentioned, Lin Yuan carried his suitcase up to the second floor and entered the dorm room at the end of the corridor. Upon entering, he found bedding already on the other empty bed. His roommate had obviously arrived. He looked around but didn't see anyone. He instructed Migu to make the bed and hang his clothes in another empty wardrobe, then walked around the dormitory twice. After looking around the door for a while, he turned around when a familiar voice called out to him. Turning back, he saw Lu Zhao, whom he had met at the door. A young man was with him, the two of them arm in arm, looking like good buddies. "So you live here?" Lu Zhao greeted him amicably. He then pointed to the door next to him. "I live next door to you. We be neighbors from now on." Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. What a coincidence. Lu Zhao then asked his name. "My name is Lu Zhao. What's yours?" "My name is Lin Yu." "Sorry, I misspoke. My name is Lin Henin." Lin Yuan uttered the embarrassing name with a forced smile, inwardly cursing Jiang Yu for not even thinking of a good name for the identity he had fabricated for him. What kind of man uses reduplicated words in his name? Lu Zhao was clearly taken aback by the name. He hesitated for a moment, seemingly unsure how to respond, his eyes constantly glancing at Lin Yuan. He seemed surprised that Lin Yuan, with such a beautiful face, had such a cute name. Thinking of the last two words, Lu Zhao shuddered, a chill creeping over his own thoughts. He stiffly said, "It's a very nice name." Lin Yuan smacked her lips, not quite understanding the meaning when she heard Lu Zhao say, "I'm going back to the dorm." Lin Yuan responded with an, "Oh," not noticing Lu Zhao's hasty retreat. Back in the dorm, she hadn't sat down long when the automatic door opened. Lin Yuan lazily looked up. A tall figure appeared in the doorway. The custom-made school uniform shirt from the Star Academy stood out on him, highlighting his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. The shirt was meticulously buttoned to the top, demonstrating his dignified and self-disciplined nature. Despite such a perfect physique, he had an ordinary face, the kind of person you wouldn't notice in a crowd. Lin Yuan raised his hand to greet him, only to find the other person's gaze fixed on him since he entered, undisguised and unwavering. Seeing this, Lin Yuan chuckled softly, slowly rising to walk towards him. He grabbed the other person's collar, looking directly into their eyes. "Don't look at me like that. I think you want to die." The other person, pressed against the door, didn't resist, their eyes filled with deep emotion as they met his gaze. For a moment, Lin Yuan felt those eyes were familiar. An indescribable emotion welled up within him, a burning, scorching passion, an unquenchable urge. "You?" Lin Yuan looked away, his tone somewhat unnatural. "What's your name?" The other person glanced at Lin Yuhan's hand gripping his collar, the once neat white collar now wrinkled and gathered in Lin Yuhan's hand. Lin Yuan, preoccupied with reprimanding the person staring at him, didn't realize how close they were until hot breath brushed against his collarbone. He panicked, his hand trembling, and he took a few steps back. He glared at the other man, wanting to yell at him, but the other suddenly said, "My name is Si Yunyun." "What did you say your name?" Lin Yuhan explained incredulously. The name sounded so awful it could make his toes dig into the floor. Lin Yuan grabbed his collar again, slamming it against the door with tremendous force, and said fiercely, "Were you kidnapped?" Si Muyun looked down at him, his eyes dark and unfocused, his voice low and pleading. "If I said no, would you still leave?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently smoothed Lin Yuhan's furrowed brows, as if handling a lost treasure, his tone frighteningly harsh. "Lin Yuhan, I miss you so much." Lin Yuan stared at him, her hands gripping her collar trembling uncontrollably. After a long pause, she managed to utter a single word. "Damn it. That damn Jiang Yu." Chapter 20. Jiang Yu, on the other side of the Star Academy campus, sneezed. The boy walking beside him stopped and teased, "How annoying are you? You sneezed 5 or 6 times on the way here. Are you sure you're not being sarcastic?" Jiang Yu was somewhat aware of his own charm. Hearing this, the boy joked, "Others may not know you, but I know you well. Who knows what heinous things you've done lately to make people want to target you for so many sneezes?" Jiang Yu was speechless, rarely caught off guard. Thinking about it carefully, he realized he had indeed done something unethical recently. He had betrayed his brother. Although his brother had made him delete Si Miyun's contact information, he hadn't expected Si Miyun to contact him himself, and even ask him to use a fake name. Jiang Yu, who had never been good at naming children and loved using reduplicated words, didn't hesitate to give the two fake names, Lin Henin and Si Yun. He even smacked his lips twice afterward. A perfect match. No one in this world could separate his brother and Si Miyun. Jiang Yu was clearly unaware of Lin Yuan's murderous intent. After confirming that he had indeed heard the name Si Yun, Lin Yuan fell silent, a rare occurrence. After a moment, her anger flared, and she glared at Si Miyun with exasperation, gritting her teeth. You came all this way, couldn't you have asked him to give you a more normal name? Si Miyun looked at him. Lin Yuan didn't object to him coming to see him. He slowly said, I wanted to see you, I didn't think that much about it. Hearing this, for words flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Lust had clouded his judgment. Si Miyun was utterly hopeless. Si Miyun, do you want to look in the mirror and see what you look like now? Lin Yuan blurted out angrily, wishing she could throw a mirror in his face. How come I never realized you were such a love-struck fool? That's because you haven't appeared yet. Lin Yuan, damn it, how am I supposed to talk to you like this? I'm not dead, I can see you anytime. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Si Miyun looking at her with an indescribable gaze. Lin Yuan froze, swallowing back the words she was about to say. For some reason, she saw sadness in Si Miyun's eyes, an indescribable sadness. It was like looking at someone you like, but you can't see them at all. Seeing that look, Lin Yuan felt as if her heart was being squeezed in someone's hand, unable to breathe. You? Lin Yuan glanced at him, then looked away, unable to utter a word. Dead is a derogatory term, Si Miyun said calmly. Don't say it again. Lin Yuan, why? I'm afraid. I'm afraid you leave me again. What are you afraid of? I protect you, Lin Yuan comforted him. Even if I die, I won't let you die. Si Miyun, Everything he just said was nonsense. Lin Yuan hadn't heard a word. He used the leverage to pull her back, switching places with Lin Yuan, so she was now leaning against the door. He asked seriously, Lin Yuan, are you really not understanding, or are you pretending? Startled by the sudden counterattack, Lin Yuan quickly grabbed his hand, only to be burned by his palm. Understand what? Just talk, why are you suddenly touching me? Si Miyun didn't answer him. He held Lin Yuan's hand tightly, preventing him from pulling away. Lin Yuan's fingers ached from the grip. He struggled a couple of times, but couldn't break free. Instead, the grip tightened. Lin Yuan, Si Miyun, aren't we a little too close? Lin Yuan asked awkwardly. Not close, just right. Si Miyun answered his question calmly, but his heart pounded fiercely beneath his chest, betraying his inner turmoil. 1,000 curses ran through Lin Yuan's mind. Her breath was practically on his face. Wasn't this close enough? Any closer and they could be kissing. Furious, Lin Yuan nudged Si Miyun's leg with her knee, signaling him to back away. As soon as she did, Si Miyun's face loomed closer, his voice hoarse and unnatural. What are you doing? Lin Yuan, still unaware of her actions, blinked her clear eyes. You're too close. It makes me uncomfortable. Suddenly, there was a loud crash outside the door, as if something had fallen to the ground. Lin Yuan turned her head at the sound, and saw a blurry figure through the crack in the door. Judging from the figure, it seemed to be Lu Zhao, whom she had met not long ago. She only glanced at him before he vanished. Lin Yuan turned and glared at Si Miyun. You didn't even close the door properly. You grabbed my collar first. Lin Yuan denied that she had struck first. You clearly provoked me first. Si Miyun asked in confusion, why would I provoke you? I like you too much to handle. Lin Yuan fell silent again. Si Miyun was truly possessed by a love-struck demon. Si Miyun, I think we both need to calm down, Lin Yuan said calmly. Si Miyun must have been so impulsive, because he hadn't seen him in so long. He used to be such a normal person. How could he be so blinded by love? He added, we're students now, it's not appropriate for us to be dating. This time, Si Miyun fell silent. After a while he spoke, have you forgotten you're 30? What 30? I'm a freshman in college. Don't slander me, Lin Yuan retorted. My heart is only on my career, relationships will only be stumbling blocks to my progress. Hearing this, Si Miyun let out a cold laugh. You better be. Who do you think you are? Si Miyun sighed and compromised, saying, you think I'm inferior because I'm spineless and willingly become a stumbling block to your career? Si Miyun, you can shut up now. Lin Yuan was about to be driven mad by Si Muyun's mouth. He shoved Si Muyun away, his face hardening, and said in a cold voice, "You should reflect on this." "Yes, sir." Si Muyun replied indifferently, but if you listened carefully, you could hear a hint of laughter in his words, as if the two were flirting. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan forced a straight face, trying hard to suppress the heat rising on his face. However, the more he tried not to do something, the more it came to him. Within seconds, his face was burning hot. He hurriedly went to the sink and washed his face with cold water, only feeling slightly better. Turning around, he saw Si Muyun enter the bathroom, and a moment later, he heard the sound of water. Lin Yuan also felt he was being unreasonable, standing at the bathroom door for a while before realizing he shouldn't be there. He quickly lowered his head, his gaze freezing, suddenly realizing that there was no steam coming from the bathroom, meaning Si Muyun was taking a cold shower. He looked out the window. The sun was gentle today, not as unbearably hot as the past few days, and not suitable for a cold shower. His mind incongruously recalled the words Si Muyun had asked him in a hoarse voice just now. What had he been doing then? Oh, kneeing Si Muyun's leg. Realizing what he had done, Lin Yuan was incredibly ashamed. The heat that had finally subsided returned, turning his face an unnatural pinkish red, like a steamed shrimp. Lin Yuan slumped weakly to the ground, burying his head in his arms, and uttered his second curse word of the day. Damn it. Seriously, no one else could do that. Before Si Muyun came out, he hurriedly got up and burrowed under the covers, having Migu cover him tightly. Once under the covers, his face felt even hotter, his breath washing over his skin. It was easy to imagine how red his face was. He couldn't help but curse Jiang Yu inwardly again. Doing something so blatantly under the table, what if things went wrong? How much self-control would Jiang Yu need to resist pouncing on him? He sighed helplessly. What a mess. Unable to find an answer, he heard the water stop. Just as he pulled back the covers to get some fresh air, Lin Yuan quickly covered herself again, cursing himself for being so cowardly. Why hide it when you're blushing? But the next second, the door opened, followed by unhurried footsteps approaching his bed. Instantly, his heart leaped into his throat. Si Muyun didn't see Lin Yuan after leaving the bathroom. After taking a few steps, he noticed a large bulge on Lin Yuan's bed, the blanket only covering the upper half. Her long legs were awkwardly dangling at the edge of the bed. Squinting, he could see her legs trembling involuntarily, carrying a secret joy. He tried calling softly Lin Yuan. Receiving no response, he glanced at Migu, who stood obediently to the side with her back to Lin Yuan, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He hurriedly walked to the bedside. Suddenly, Lin Yuan threw back the covers. In just one glance, Si Muyun's legs seemed embedded in the ground, completely motionless. Before him stood Lin Yuan, her eyes glistening with tears, her face flushed. Even redder than her face were her earlobes, which her hair couldn't conceal, their redness standing out starkly against her white hair. Lin Yuan glared at Si Muyun, both embarrassed and angry. Si Muyun's heart skipped a beat under her gaze, instinctively realizing his cold shower had been a waste. Could you at least hurry up next time you shower? I'm dying of heat. Lin Yuan said angrily, still not satisfied, adding, Si Muyun, you jerk. Si Muyun said softly, I'm sorry. Unexpectedly, Si Muyun actually apologized. Lin Yuan's expression froze, her face flushed, and she grabbed a change of clothes, hastily getting up and rushing into the bathroom. Without thinking, she turned on the shower, only managing to calm down after being hit by a deluge of cold water. After calming down, she thought, maybe she should move out. Si Muyun's charm seemed even greater than she had imagined. But once she decided to move in, moving out would require submitting a mountain of application materials. The approval process alone could take 2 months, not to mention the curfew. Thinking this, Lin Yuan helplessly rubbed his forehead. He'd rather be dead. He came here to build his career, not to date. Couldn't that damn Si Muyun tone down his irresistible charm? Cold water soaked his white hair. Lin Yuan swept his wet hair back, revealing his noble and superior face. The blush had faded slightly, but it was still breathtaking. The beauty mark hidden beneath his eyes seemed to bring the beauty to life. Lin Yuan always knew he was good-looking, but he also knew he had never met his parents, who had given him his striking appearance. After showering, he crawled back into bed, and soon fell asleep. He was awakened by the vibration of the terminal beside his pillow. He threw back the covers, rubbed his eyes, and didn't see Si Muyun. He picked up the terminal and saw a message. List of students who violated school rules and regulations. Mecha Class 1. Lin Hanan, Si Yunyun. Lin Yuan sprang out of bed, wondering why he wasn't following school rules. The next moment, Jiang Yu's message popped up. Brother, why didn't you go to the class meeting? Lin Yuhan, isn't that just a formality? Jiang Yu was a little exasperated. Brother, I told you so many times before I came that you absolutely had to go to the class meeting. Brother, what are you doing? Lin Yuhan looked at the blanket in his hand, a rare hint of guilt in his voice. I overslept. Jiang Yu, sometimes cutting ties is a good thing. Jiang Yu thought helplessly. He said wearily, Brother, do you know who the homeroom teacher of Mech Class 1 is? Who? Lin Yuhan, clearly just as he said, had just gotten up, the rustling sound of him pulling back the blanket traveling through the air. Jiang Yu's voice weakened further. Brother, didn't I tell you? Liao Baixing, the #1 female demon of Star Academy, has been the homeroom teacher of Mecha Class 1 for 7 years because of her formidable strength. She's a master at suppressing any dissent. Should I know her? Lin Yuhan washed her face with water. Brother, you should know her. You better hurry up and go to the class meeting, Jiang Yu pleaded, his survival instincts kicking in. I'm scared. At Jiang Yu's insistent pleas, Lin Yuhan quickly dressed and went downstairs. Before leaving, she glanced back to confirm Si Muyun wasn't in the dorm before closing the door. On the back hill of Xingyuan Academy, Si Muyun was still wearing that white shirt, but this time he wasn't wearing the human skin mask, revealing his familiar face. Beside him stood a black and red robot, its mechanical arm pressed against the ground, seemingly sensing something. After a while, it retracted its robotic arm. There seems to be a device underground. I can sense its electromagnetic waves emanating from a very distant place. Moreover, it reminds me a lot of Lin Yuhan, almost like a second Lin Yuhan. Si Muyun frowned and asked, when was the last time we came to Star Academy? Snow. A month after the news of Lin Yuhan's death came back. Has it been that long already? Si Muyun's tone was very soft, and it soon dissipated into the air. Suddenly, a message popped up inside Snow's system, saying, you seem to be late. It added, you forgot to attend the class meeting Miss Liao mentioned. Si Muyun responded faintly, glanced at the mountains not far away, and turned to walk back. At this moment, a window on the top floor of a tall building directly opposite the back mountain slowly closed, as silently as when it opened, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 21. The Star Academy's campus was designed with minimalism in mind, befitting its status as a science and technology school. There were plenty of green spaces, some even designated for students to study how plants continue photosynthesis in the dark, providing more oxygen to the atmosphere. Initially, the interstellar city only had a few dozen inhabitants. With the construction of new homes and the increase in population, the oxygen supply to the interstellar city's atmosphere became a problem. The number of people on the voyage was limited, and the data they brought was incomplete. Therefore, they had to re-examine the oxygen release from green plants, and as the first school established in the interstellar city, the Star Academy naturally took the lead in this task. Lin Yuan left the dormitory area and passed by a nearby green belt where he saw many people squatting, heads down, staring at the leaves. However, he had no interest in appreciating the scenery. Ever since receiving Jiang Yu's message, his terminal had been ringing incessantly, all from unfamiliar people. Lin Yuan silenced his phone and, as soon as he stepped onto the floor where his classroom was located, looked up and saw Si Muyun rushing towards him, standing at the other end of the corridor. The other person wasn't surprised to see him. Since that message was sent, the news about the two of them skipping Liao Baixing's class meeting has gone viral on the Star Academy forum. Not only that, but seeing the two missing the class meeting, people on the forum started researching their names, and opinions were divided. Many even mentioned the white-haired boy who boasted at the school gate this morning that he was the strongest freshman. I am your dad. Are freshmen this arrogant now? Claiming to be the best freshman before even enrolling, and daring to skip the most important class meeting of the semester. I am your dad. Everyone has witnessed the level of Mech Class 1. It almost includes the best students from all over Star City. With such a big incident, shouldn't the school respond? I was optimized. The person upstairs probably doesn't know the saying, schools can only screen students by grades, not by character. Star Academy's most affectionate. I remember most of the students who participated in the Science and Technology Conference in previous years came from Mech Class 1. Being so undisciplined from the start, no wonder they're increasingly lagging behind other science and technology schools. 23356. The person upstairs must be an undercover agent from another school. There's no strict requirement to attend class meetings at the start of the semester. If you don't want to attend, just ask for leave. Star Academy's first deepest affection. How can there be no strict requirement? Everyone on the forum has gone through this. Attending the class meeting at the beginning of the semester is mandatory. Star Academy is a science and technology school, not some academic school. If you don't even attend class meetings, how will you attend the subsequent mecha train courses, mecha design courses, and courses on mental power control? The forum was in an uproar, while the two people at the center of the controversy slowly walked towards the classroom, not feeling that being late was a serious matter at all. After they met, Lin Yuan asked him softly, "I can forgive my lateness, but what was your reason?" Si Muyan had clearly rushed back from outside, his shirt was disheveled by the wind, and he exuded a chill. Si Muyan's tone was cold, as if he hadn't quite caught up yet, the transition somewhat abrupt. "I went for a walk around the school." Lin Yuan gave a curt "Oh." The Star Academy's location is practically on the outskirts of Tongda City. What's there to see around here? Si Muyan knew from his tone that he wasn't convinced. "Then I take you next time?" Thinking about being alone with Si Muyan again, Lin Yuan immediately waved her hand. "No, I prefer to sleep." The corridor lights were bright, and Si Muyan wanted to persuade her further, but when he looked up, he was dazzled by Lin Yuan's white hair. His attention was instantly diverted, and he asked the question he'd been wanting to ask since they met today. "Why did you dye your hair white?" "White hair makes me look younger, it suits. It suits my freshman image." Lin Yuan casually remarked. "I wanted to dye my hair white for a while now." Si Muyan, "Black hair looks better." Lin Yuan shook her head. "It fades easily." "What?" Before she could finish speaking, a stern voice interrupted them. "You two students outside, how long are you going to stand there?" Hearing this voice, Lin Yuan felt a strange sense of familiarity, and without thinking, blurted out, "Until the end of time, until the seas dry up and the rocks crumble." "You?" The owner of that voice was furious at the inappropriate reply, his Martin boots clattering rapidly, as he prepared to go outside, and see which rebellious person had spoken. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw the two standing together, their posture somewhat intimate, both with stunningly beautiful faces, seemingly a perfect match. However, she had no time to admire their looks, and said expressionlessly, "Who said that just now?" Lin Yuan blatantly lied, refusing to admit that she had said it. It was Tiandi Haishur. Si Muyan, standing beside him, slightly parted her lips, turning her head away from him. Lin Yuan, standing nearby, caught a glimpse of Si Muyan's chest heaving slightly. Without flinching, he nudged her with his elbow and said seriously, "Stop laughing, be serious." Liao Baixing saw their subtle movement clearly. She let out a cold laugh. "You two are Lin Hanin and Si Muyan? 15 minutes late, and still chatting at the entrance? Didn't you read the admission instructions the system said before you came to school?" Hearing their names from strangers for the first time, Lin Yuan and Si Muyan's faces cracked, almost losing their composure. Finally, they exchanged a glance, seeing the same disdain in each other's eyes, and coughed simultaneously, saying in unison, "What are the admission instructions?" Then they froze. Liao Baixing, "I give you a private classroom?" Lin Yuan asked, "How did you know we'd be sharing a room?" Liao Baixing, Better not to say anything at all." Liao Baixing laughed angrily. "Fine. What a great roommate. Sharing joys and sorrows, and never forgetting each other, huh? You two will be sharing a dorm for the next 4 years, never to be separated. I will not approve any of your dorm-changing applications." Lin Yuan, having inadvertently shot herself in the foot, immediately begged for forgiveness and apologized. "Teacher, The words had barely left his mouth when they were covered. He looked up following the hand, his eyes questioning why his mouth was being covered. Si Muyan didn't look at him, but said earnestly, "Thank you for your kindness, teacher." Liao Baixing. Liao Baixing had lost count of how many times he had fallen silent. Lin Yuan, The students from Mecha Class 1, who were eavesdropping in the shadows, In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, completely silent. No one had expected Si Muyan to say such a thing. Only 2 seconds passed before the students in the shadows reacted, pulling out their terminals, and posting the explosive news on the school forum. Because Lin Yuan and Si Muyan hadn't attended the class meeting in time, Jiang Yu, who had lost several strands of hair from worry, remained glued to the forum reading their messages. Having finally noticed a reduction in posts about the two on the forum, he poured himself a glass of water. But as soon as he sat down after taking a sip, a fresh, hot post with a bright red hot tag quickly topped the front page. Jiang Yu sensed something was wrong. He swiped his fingers a couple of times, and the water he hadn't swallowed instantly gushed out. At that moment, he didn't bother wiping the water droplets splashed on his clothes. His eyes were glued to the post's title, a feeling of helplessness rising from his feet to his heart. The hot title read, "Two late-arriving freshmen are head over heels in love, refusing to be separated by the female demon." His roommate noticed Jiang Yu's strange behavior and asked curiously, "Is the water poisonous? Why did you spit it all out?" Jiang Yu didn't answer, silently wiping the water droplets from his clothes with a tissue. This water wasn't just poisonous, it was inextricably linked to poison. Jiang Yu clicked refresh again, and a barrage of posts sprang up like mushrooms after rain, all revolving around the conflict between the two and the female demon Liao Baixing. Let's talk about the love-hate relationship between these two big shots. Why are Yunyun and Henin so ambiguous? Is it driven by human nature or moral decay? Two freshmen are deeply in love, and the female demon offers her tearful blessings. Seeing the ambiguous words tearful blessings, Jiang Yu despairingly shut down the terminal, hoping against hope that his brother wouldn't use the school forum. Otherwise, if he saw these posts, he either beat up Simuyun or, worse, suffer the consequences himself. Ever since his brother came to Tongda City, he always managed to unintentionally display extraordinary fighting skills. Jiang Yu, a weakling with no strength, was no match for him. Even seeing Lin Yuan show the slightest hint of wanting to fight, he had to stay far away, afraid of being dragged into it. Lin Yuan pulled Simuyun's hand away, coldly looking at him. "Did I agree to live with you for 4 years?" The teacher agreed. Simuyun met his gaze, not avoiding it at all. Lin Yuan was so angry he laughed. He grabbed Simuyun's clothes, intending to punch him, but his hand fell back halfway. He pulled Simuyun closer, his voice indistinct, close to Simuyun's earlobe. "Simuyun, do you like living with me that much?" Then he pushed him away again, raising an eyebrow before Simuyun could answer, and said resignedly, "Then let's live together forever. Let's see who can't take it anymore." Upon hearing this answer, Simuyun visibly froze, and after a long pause, replied, "Okay. To live together for a lifetime." Hearing Simuyun's reply, Lin Yuan nearly ground her teeth to powder. "Simuyun, this makes me feel like you're head over heels in love with me." Simuyun's tone remained unchanged. "You can think that way if you want. If you don't find it annoying, I tell you every day that I like you. Until the moment you no longer shy away from being with me, decide to be with me, and stop pushing me away to bear everything alone." Lin Yuan felt that since meeting Simuyun, he seemed like a different person, becoming sensitive and suspicious about his departure, and constantly saying he liked her. The Simuyun before was clearly not like this. He glanced at Liao Baixing's face and whispered, "Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy." Simuyun also whispered back, his tone terrifyingly serious. The way the two of them were whispering to each other looked like they were flirting in public, disregarding everyone else. Liao Baixing had a headache. She rarely encountered such rebellious and unreasonable students. One she knew 10 years ago, with her sharp tongue, was one example, and now Lin Henin and Si Yunyan had appeared. A wave of déjà vu washed over her. She interrupted their conversation. "Why are you too late?" Hearing the question, Lin Yuan slapped away Si Miyun's outstretched hand and looked at Liao Baixing. "I overslept." She looked at Si Miyun and asked, "And you?" Si Miyun, practicing how to climb over the wall to get out of the school. Liao Baixing fell silent again upon hearing this answer. The management system of Xingyuan Academy was comparable to Menglan Military Academy. There was a curfew at night, and students weren't allowed to leave. The only way to go out at night was to climb over the wall. This also resulted in the Star Academy's walls being built very high, making it difficult for ordinary people to climb over. Only those with unconventional methods and exceptional talent could manage to get out. Unexpectedly, less than a day after arriving at the school, they were already figuring out how to get out. Liao Baixing's gaze shifted back and forth between the two. Not only did they share a dormitory, but they also did the same things together. Truly, where there's a hidden dragon, there's bound to be a phoenix chick. She sighed helplessly. "Fine, I let you off the hook this time for being late, but don't be late for important meetings next time." As she turned to turn around, Liao Baixing saw Lin Yuhan's hesitant expression and asked, "Is there anything else you want to say? Teacher, can that list be withdrawn?" Hearing this, Liao Baixing suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a list. From her enrollment to graduation, and then back to work at the school, she hadn't seen that list for 10 years. 2 new students broke a 10-year record of not being on the list upon their arrival. While it wasn't something to boast about, it still impressed her. She rarely saw anyone as arrogant as the person from 10 years ago. Thinking of this, a strange feeling welled up inside her. She casually said, "That list is useless. It's just to remind you to come to the class meeting." Liao Baixing called the two into the classroom. Lin Yuhan and Si Miyun went in and chose empty seats in the back row. Just as they sat down, a familiar head turned to look at them. Lin Yuhan looked up and saw Lu Zhao. Seeing Lu Xiao in the same class as her, Lin Yuhan was a little surprised, but then she thought that it wasn't surprising that he could be in the best class in the Star Academy. The Lu family had always been quite accomplished in the field of science and technology, but what a coincidence, you're in this class too. Lu Xiao greeted Lin Yuhan, then turned to greet Si Miyun, but was startled by the unconscious chill emanating from Si Miyun and withdrew his hand. Seeing this, Lin Yuhan put her arm around Si Miyun's shoulder, pulling him close, and introduced him to Lu Xiao. His name is Si Yunyun, the Yun in Muyun Kai, meaning cloud in twilight. Hearing a name with a similar reduplicated word to Lin Yuhan's, Lu Xiao's heart stirred again. Two men, with names that used reduplicated words. Their relationship seemed ambiguous, but even their names were ambiguous. Lin Yuhan added with a mischievous grin, "Don't you think Hanan and Yun are a perfect match?" He didn't look at Si Miyun, afraid that the man would give another unexpected answer. After all, since they met, every answer from him had been surprising and unpredictable. Lu Xiao hesitated, unsure how to answer, and forced a smile, saying yes, right? Lin Yuhan gave him a wicked grin. "Friend, be confident. A perfect match." Just then, he noticed a fervent, obsessive gaze fixed on him, seemingly emanating from a building not far away outside the window. He looked up. The lights outside were dim, the moonlight sparse and fragmented. Despite this, his excellent eyesight allowed him to see an unlit glass window slowly closing. He could vaguely make out a human figure behind it, so familiar he would recognize it even if it turned to ashes. Lin Yuhan's gaze froze, a chill creeping into his heart. Unbearable memories resurfaced, and he felt as if he had been transported back to the darkness of 10 years ago, shrouded in darkness. He composed himself, turned to Lu Xiao, and gave him an innocent smile. "Your surname is Lu. Don't you have an elder in your family named Lu Wenfu?" Hearing the question, Lu Xiao nodded. "That's my grandfather." Instantly Lin Yuhan's smile widened. "I admired your grandfather for a long time. Could you introduce me?" Afraid of putting Lu Xiao in a difficult position, he added, "No need to get close, just a glimpse from afar is enough." Before he finished speaking, his hand was suddenly grabbed. Turning around, he saw Si Miyun tightly gripping his hand, saying, "Lin Yuhan, your hand is trembling." Lin Yuhan calmly pulled his hand away, his tone indifferent. "Is that so? I'm just excited." Si Miyun looked directly into Lin Yuhan's eyes, and noticed that although Lin Yuhan was smiling, there was no smile in his eyes, nor the excitement he had described. There was only a chilling coldness emanating from his very bones. "Lin Yuhan." Si Miyun grabbed his hand again, looking at him with deep, unwavering eyes. Lin Yuhan's icy expression vanished. She looked at their clasped hands, raising an eyebrow with feigned interest. "You really want to be with me? You follow me no matter what?" Si Miyun remained silent, still staring at her. Lin Yuhan pried his fingers apart. Si Miyun thought she was about to pull away again, but instead, she intertwined her fingers with his. Their warm palms pressed together, their blood boiling. Lin Yuhan looked up and met Si Miyun's gaze. Si Miyun was stunned. He had never seen Lin Yuhan like this before, a nonchalant look, indifferent to worldly affairs, yet capable of shooting someone with a gun the next moment, the ruthlessness in her eyes surpassing even her usual arrogance. He suddenly closed the distance between them, his warm lips brushing against Si Miyun's forehead, just like when Si Miyun had kissed him using his spiritual power, except then, the spiritual power was cold, and now it was warm. He seemed oblivious to how close they were, unaware that he had kissed Si Miyun's forehead. Like a demon just crawled out of hell, his body damp with sweat, he whispered in Si Miyun's ear, "Si Miyun, I want to kill someone. I want to kill him." This was the first time Lin Yuhan had shown such hatred in his eyes towards Si Miyun, a hatred tinged with resentment, anger, and mockery, brewing and deepening over 10 years. The Lin Yuhan of the past had bright, lively eyes, always smiling, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Even the barely noticeable beauty mark at the corner of her eye seemed alive. But now, Si Miyun's heart sank. Lin Yuhan, oblivious to Si Miyun's change, casually said, "I want to commit a crime. Do you want to follow me?" Though she said this, she secretly awaited Si Miyun's answer. Not only that, he lowered his eyes to look at the hand he was gripping so tightly it had turned white, thinking that if the other dared to say no, he would never let him hold his hand again, nor would he ever allow the other to kiss him while he was in a daze. He would push the other away immediately. He thought that someone like Si Miyun, who was dedicated to protecting the safety of the interstellar city, would show him disgust. However, the other only sighed, and said what had been on his mind for a long time, his tone tinged with reproach. "When did you realize you weren't alone?" He continued, "From the moment we met, I wanted to be with you for life. If you want to kill, I go with you. If you want to set fire, I do it with you. I liked you for a long time. Even though you don't agree to be with me yet, please don't abandon me, okay? Hearing Si Muyun's words, Lin Yuhan's hands trembled involuntarily. The next second, his hand was tightly gripped, fingers still intertwined. The heat from their bodies seemed to gather in his palms, sweat beating on his skin, mingling and merging with each other. Even the pounding of their hearts grew louder. Lost in the heat, Lin Yuhan couldn't tell whose heartbeat was louder. His mind was filled with only one thought: he loved Si Muyun. He had spent nearly 7 years escaping, 3 years healing his battered body, and over half a month meeting Si Muyun, who kept professing his love for him. The long, tedious journey had culminated in a heart ablaze with intense passion. A ray of light had suddenly pierced through the darkness of his prison, illuminating his world. In a nearby building, a dimly lit office contained only a chair. An elderly man with graying hair sat in the chair, his eyes coldly fixed on the empty wall opposite him. After a long pause, he slowly said, "Zoroa, 3 years have passed. My most prized student has returned. Everyone wanted to protect him. Everyone wanted to give him endless help. Even the science conference was held in advance for him. Tell me, why does he deserve such treatment? And why is he so fondly remembered?" He laughed loudly. Then his tone turned icy. The science conference 10 years ago made him famous. 10 years later, this is his belated funeral. The dead should die. Everyone wants him to live, but I want him dead. Chapter 22. The September wind was as cool as August's. Lin Yuan felt overwhelmed by his emotions today. He went straight to bed upon returning to his dorm, and fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. However, he woke up with a start not long after. The dorm lights were already off. He sat on his bed, his gaze blankly sweeping around. After a moment, his eyes fixed on the empty bed opposite him. Si Muyun wasn't in the dorm. He threw back the covers and got up, his bare feet stepping onto the cold tiles. The chill of the tiles seeped up from the soles of his feet, making him shiver involuntarily. He hadn't taken 2 steps before he stopped, his gaze turning to the window. To his surprise, he saw a pair of eyes glowing green, staring unblinkingly at him. Seeing those familiar eyes, Lin Yuan felt as if his blood was running cold. A nameless fear gripped him, and his gaze towards the green eyes became unfocused. No, I can't die yet. I still need to see someone. Who is it? Will he wait for me after I die? Will he wait for me? Young Lin Yuan lay on the cold laboratory table, the stinging pain of the electric shocks numbing his nerves. His bright eyes, dulled by each shock, were now lifeless. On the wall not far away, a live feed from the ground was projected. A tall boy stood on a mound of earth, a black and red robot, barely taller than his legs, beside him. The boy stood motionless, gazing into the distance. The feed only showed the boy's upright back, his military uniform looking exceptionally smart, his youthful figure hinting at the maturity and composure he would later possess. Just then, a mechanical voice sounded, "Do you think he know you're here?" "Where are I?" Lin Yuan stammered, his mind hazy. He struggled to lift his head, looking at the screen on the wall. His breath caught in his throat, tears silently streaming down his cheeks, leaving 2 streaks in the cold light. He forced a smile, a distorted, ugly grin, a smile distorted beyond recognition by the tears. You can't kill me, so you think you can use him? You're all too naive." Lin Yuhan's throat felt like it was on fire. Every word was excruciating, but he persisted. "I stopped liking him a long time ago. Give up on that idea." The mechanical voice continued, "Even now, you're still being stubborn. If you manage to escape and return to this place, do you think you'd tell him that the closest you were to him was only 50 meters? Or will you tell him that where he's standing now is where your body is buried?" The mechanical voice finished with a chilling laugh that echoed throughout the laboratory. Lin Yuan, what does it feel like to be the first to taste the bitter fruit you created? You should look in the mirror. Your face is the ugliest I ever seen." Lin Yuan closed his eyes weakly. All his past passion now seemed like a joke. He coughed violently, opened his eyes, and looked at the screen. The boy, dressed in a neat military uniform, turned around, his eyes fixed ahead, seemingly meeting his gaze through the screen. It was with this turn that Lin Yuan saw the boy's face clearly. It was the young Si Muyun. His still childish face already carried an aura of isolation, not to mention his face was indescribably cold. However, he was adept at hiding his emotions. Apart from a few complex emotions flickering in his eyes, his face revealed nothing. They stared at each other silently for 2 seconds. He saw the boy lift his leg and walk forward step by step, stepping out of the screen. Before disappearing completely, a gust of wind seemed to rise, blowing the boy's clothes, and something fell to the ground. Lin Yuhan looked closely. It was a very familiar mirror. If he wasn't mistaken, this mirror was exactly the same as the one he had taken from the police station. Such an ordinary mirror. Si Muyun had kept it for 10 years. Or perhaps, more than 10 years. Lin Yuhan laughed self-deprecatingly. You know I can't escape, so why do you still humiliate me like this? Watching me struggle with insecurity, making me feel like a clown? Mechanical voice, not really. I know what weaknesses I can exploit to manipulate you. And I know you're just an ordinary person who can like people. The screen on the wall hadn't disappeared yet. After Si Muyun left, all that could be seen on the screen were endless distant mountains and lush green fields. If the camera were turned around, one could see the familiar teaching buildings, campus, teachers, and friends of Lin Yuhan across the mountains. This is the back mountain of Xingyuan Academy. It's unknown which dean applied to allocate this land to Xingyuan Academy, but the construction project was repeatedly shelved, so no one knew that dark seeds had been sown beneath this land, year after year. The laboratory temperature was always kept at a comfortable level for human comfort, but Lin Yuan felt an endless cold. A fear that grew from the depths of her heart flowed continuously to her limbs. The boiling blood in her veins seemed to be poured into cold water, becoming still and cold. He didn't know how much time had passed when the screen disappeared, the lab lights dimmed, and a cold white light illuminated only his small area. When he awoke again, a gigantic eye stared intently at him. The first batch of test subjects for the reboot project, number A001, successfully transferred to White Knight Tower headquarters. Welcome to the source of the bell. My dear creator. Lin Yuhan had been sitting on the edge of the bed for an unknown amount of time, clutching the blanket, his eyes staring blankly ahead. After a while, he mechanically put down the blanket and walked to the bed opposite him. Si Muyun was sleeping peacefully, and Si Muyun's bed wasn't empty, as he had just seen. Lin Yuhan then realized it was a dream. Since Si Muyun's spiritual power merged with his own, he had been dreaming more frequently than before. Sometimes he even doubted whether it was a dream or a memory he couldn't recall. Everything in the dream felt like a personal experience, and what he dreamed of was merely a recollection. Was all of this because of Si Muyun's appearance? He couldn't help but recall Si Muyun's conversation with Chen when in the hospital. Si Muyun's spiritual power could indeed help him recover his spiritual power, but it also inevitably led to dependence on Si Muyun. Given his feelings for Si Muyun, relying on him was certainly a good thing. But what if he died again? Lin Yuhan gave Si Muyun a deep look, turned around, pushed open the door, and walked out. The moment the door closed, the person on the bed opened their eyes. He had been awake since the moment Lin Yuhan sat up. He clearly sensed that this wasn't the first or second time Lin Yuhan had woken up in the middle of the night. He seemed to have grown accustomed to sleepless nights, lost and dejected. After leaving his dormitory, Lin Yuhan wandered aimlessly through the campus. It was late at night in Tonda City, and the campus was nearly deserted. He saw only a few people hurrying past him, seemingly returning from playing outside and scaling the walls. Following his limited memories, he arrived at the rooftop of the teaching building. Opening the door, he saw a long-haired woman in a trench coat sitting on the wall not far away. The night wind tousled her hair, but she seemed oblivious to the turmoil, silently drinking from a bottle of liquor. Hearing the door open, she turned around, squinting, and said, "What are you doing here so late instead of sleeping?" Lin Yuhan chuckled lightly and walked towards her unhurriedly. "Teacher, I'm not sleeping either, I'm here drinking." Liao Baixing clicked her tongue softly, and seeing Lin Yuhan brought another inexplicable headache. "What? Instead of sleeping with your roommate, you're on the rooftop getting some fresh air? Or did he kick you out of bed, and you couldn't stand it and ran away?" Lin Yuhan, "Teacher, are you being overly concerned about my love life?" Liao Baixing continued drinking, saying nonchalantly, "It's all right, your relationship is all over the forums. Everyone in school knows you two are a couple." Lin Yuhan was silent. Everyone knows it, and that's considered all right. Did he understand that there was a problem with his legs? Liao Baixing glanced at him and said, "Don't tell me you're really bored and came to the rooftop. This isn't a place to fool around." Lin Yuhan picked up the unopened bottle of wine at her feet, opened it with a hiss, and took a slow sip. Liao Baixing chuckled at his unpretentious manner, took another sip from the bottle, and said, "You really are quite informal. Since you're here, let's chat." Liao Baixing spoke casually, as if it were a casual conversation. "What did you see tonight?" Lin Yuan suddenly looked up, smiling, and said, "Teacher, what are you asking? I don't understand." "It's even better if you don't understand. Anyway, you don't need to." Liao Baixing looked up at the moon in the sky. The bright moon was round and large, and a few clouds slowly approached, obscuring the moonlight. Her tone was somewhat casual yet serious. What you can see, I can also see. You don't seem like the kind of person who comes to the rooftop to wallow in self-pity because of relationship problems. I guess it's related to what you saw, or rather, you should know something. Liao Baixing didn't look at Lin Yuhan, but she knew Lin Yuhan was looking at her. I met many people, the clever, the foolish, the simple-minded, the wicked, but 10 years ago, I met a very special person. He was intelligent, lively, talented, and exceptionally gifted. All difficulties were like invisible grains of sand before him. I admire people like him. He could live as he pleased, unbound by rules, unburdened by trivial matters, and even if he liked someone, he would run away from school without a second thought just to see that person. Liao Baixing paused, looking at him. Do you know what happened to him in the end? Lin Yuhan didn't know why Liao Baixing would suddenly ask him. He shook his head and said, I don't know. He died in the end, Liao Baixing said calmly. He died in a place no one knew, and in the end, only a tombstone was sent back. Lin Yuhan hadn't expected this ending. She sighed, my condolences. Liao Baixing jumped off the wall, picked up the empty bottle, and said casually and nonchalantly, it's good that I'm dead. After I'm dead, no one will compete with me for first place anymore, and no one will oppose me. Peace and quiet. Lin Yuan asked, puzzled, why do you say that? Liao Baixing gave her an ambiguous expression. You should know that people with outstanding talent are easily envied. Not only are they easily envied, but their exceptional talent can also bring them death. If he had been willing to back down back then, it wouldn't have been him who died, but me. Liao Baixing picked up the empty bottle, and walked further and further away. He hadn't finished his last sentence before he was downstairs, which meant Lin Yuhan only heard the first 2 sentences. Lin Yuhan wanted to ask more, but after taking 2 steps, she realized Liao Baixing was nowhere to be seen. Lin Yuhan's gaze shifted to the bottle in her hand, a complex emotion welling up inside her. Liao Baixing felt strangely familiar to him, no less so than when he first met Sima Yun. Perhaps, he had known Liao Baixing before. Liao Baixing went downstairs, and noticed someone standing behind a stone pillar at the corner of the first floor. The figure looked somewhat familiar. She tossed her wine bottle into the trash can, strolled over, and teased, Major C, why aren't you sleeping in your dorm? Why are you here getting some fresh air? The person standing behind the pillar was none other than Sima Yun, who had woken up after noticing Lin Yuan leave. Sima Yun ignored the teasing in her voice. He's still upstairs? The he was self-evident. Liao Baixing nodded and asked him, are you sure it's him? After saying that, he added, he's changed a lot. It's him. Sima Yun said confidently, I've seen his keyboard. It's exactly the same as it was 10 years ago. This can be considered a return to the first impression, seeing your beloved first. Liao Baixing belatedly said, I'm still very curious. What exactly did you two meet tonight? At the mention of this topic, Sima Yun's expression turned somewhat cold. Go and investigate Lu Wenfu. You suspect him? He announced 10 years ago that he was going to Blue Star for recuperation, and hasn't come out for a long time. Sima Yun said gravely, not necessarily. Not long after Lin Yuan left, he announced he was going to Blue Star for recuperation, and not long after, Lin Yuan had an accident. I didn't suspect him at first, after all, he was Lin Yuan's teacher. But tonight, when his name was mentioned, Lin Yuan only said 1 sentence. Liao Baixing. What did he say? He said he wanted to kill someone. Hearing this, goosebumps rose on Liao Baixing's arms. Her mind automatically conjured up the tone of Lin Yuan's voice when she said those words. An incredulous thought slowly surfaced. Her mind raced, and after a long pause, she said, you mean, Lin Yuan's disappearance is related to Dean Lu? But in the past 10 years, Lu Wenfu hadn't completely disappeared. Even tour groups visiting Blue Star had encountered him. How could someone so frequently in the public eye? Liao Baixing didn't dare to think further. She looked up at Sima Yun and said, I made some progress in investigating the matter behind the Star Academy these past few years. At the foot of the Star Academy's back mountain, there's an abandoned laboratory. I secretly sneaked in and looked inside. The equipment there had been destroyed using non-violent methods. Not a single piece was usable. But I found a manuscript in a strange room. It had a drawing of an eye and 3 words written on it. As she spoke, she took out the manuscript and handed it to Sima Yun. Sima Yun took the paper and looked at it. The eye was closed, and the words Zeroya were written next to it. Sima Yun glanced at it, folded the paper, and was about to return it when he paused, unfolded it again, and looked more closely. Liao Baixing, seeing his movement, asked in confusion, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the drawing? Si Miyun folded the paper back, his voice slightly lowered. It's not a problem with the drawing. This is Lin Yuhan's handwriting. He pondered for a few seconds and then said, I seem to have heard of this eye somewhere before. He thought for only a few seconds before saying to Liao Baixing, in the Anyang tragedy a while ago, the police found a device at the bottom of Yuehujiangzhentu Island. Its shape. It was a closed eye. Chapter 23. Lin Yuan sat on the rooftop for a long time, until the first rays of dawn appeared on the horizon, before leisurely walking back to his dormitory. Upon entering, he glanced at the bed opposite him. Si Miyun was still fast asleep. He mechanically lay back down, closed his eyes, and created the illusion that he hadn't left the dormitory at all. When it was time to get up, he heard movement across from him, and slowly opened his eyes, got up, and greeted him, Good morning. Hearing the voice, Si Miyun looked at him and replied with a slightly hoarse voice. Lin Yuhan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Si Miyun to respond. When Si Miyun wasn't speaking, his face was cold, not to mention his personality, which matched his expression perfectly. He would never greet someone he met in the morning. After greeting him, Si Miyun, while Lin Yuhan was still in a daze, got up to wash up. So much so that Lin Yuhan didn't even notice the bloodshot eyes and tired expression on Si Miyun's face, which suggested he hadn't slept much. Lin Yuan made the bed, and then went to wash up. 20 minutes later, when they were ready to leave, passing by the neighboring dormitory, Lin Yuan glanced at it subconsciously, only to be pulled back by Si Miyun's arm. Lin Yuan glared at him. What are you doing? Si Miyun released his hand and reminded him, We're going to be late. Lin Yuan took out his terminal and checked the time. 7:31 in interstellar time. Their class didn't start until 8 o'clock. How could they possibly be late? Si Miyun, next time you lie, can you at least make up a better excuse? Lin Yuan said smugly, having successfully exposed Si Miyun's lie. Before he could even enjoy the moment for 2 seconds, his hand, which wasn't holding the terminal, was suddenly grasped. Before he could react, the other person's fingers intertwined with his, holding his hand firmly. The tone was like the helplessness of someone watching their lover flirt around. I don't want you to see others. Lin Yuan paused, stunned. No, what do you mean? I have eyes that don't look at people, so what am I supposed to look at? You? Yes, look at me. Si Miyun replied, gripping his hand tightly. Lin Yuan struggled a couple of times, but his body hadn't fully recovered from the effects of medication over the years, and his strength was no match for someone as strong as Si Miyun. He couldn't break free no matter what he did. Finally, he resigned himself to his fate, and tightened his grip on the other's hand. Since they couldn't separate, they'd be glued together like glue. Whoever let go first would lose. Si Miyun seemed to sense Lin Yuhan's change of heart, subtly tightening his grip back, his face calm and collected, exuding a doting air of my lover is holding my hand tightly. The two appeared hand in hand at the classroom door, attracting the attention of a large group of students. Surprisingly, all eyes were fixed on their clasped hands, their gazes burning with gossip. Lin Yuhan felt a little uncomfortable under Si Miyun's gaze. He quietly moved closer. Could you let go of my hand? Si Miyun looked down at him and whispered, I'm a little cold. Lin Yuhan was speechless. If you're cold, so be it. Why are you holding my hand? Can I warm it up with my body heat? If I could really do that, then what's the point of a temperature control system? You could just hold my hand for life, I wouldn't object. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said, and even looked down at their hands. The well-defined bones of their hands were clasped together, the thin skin showing prominent veins from the force of their grip. From his angle, he could just see the small mole he couldn't forget. Lin Yuhan's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He looked up and met Si Miyun's dark, smiling eyes. Then he saw Si Miyun raise their clasped hands to his chest. After holding them, your heart won't be cold anymore. Lin Yuhan, could you be any more flirtatious? Si Miyun replied, you can continue to covet me, but I belong only to you, including the mole on my wrist. Only you can touch it. Lin Yuhan's brain went boom. And instantly burned. He stared blankly at Si Miyun, angrily saying, you pervert. Who wants to touch you? Touch your mole? Let go of me. I don't want to shake your hand. Okay. Si Miyun didn't object, releasing his hand and giving him a promise. Whenever you want to touch it, come find me. Lin Yuhan, who had only taken a few steps, stumbled upon hearing this. After regaining his balance, he turned and glared at Si Miyun, saying fiercely, I never come to you in this lifetime. Then he turned and ran away immediately. Watching the fleeing figure recede into the distance, Si Miyun chuckled softly, heartless. 30 years old, still acting like a child. Lin Yuhan ran too fast to hear Si Miyun's words. Before she could even sit down in the classroom, a strange, hoarse voice came from the back door. Is Lin Yuan here? Hearing the voice, Lin Yuan turned around and saw 3 boys of similar age standing in the back corridor. The boy in the middle had a straight eyebrow and a particularly gloomy face. The moment his eyes met Lin Yuan's, his arrogance and disdain were undisguised. Lin Yuan was completely confused. You're looking for me? The boy standing near the front said. You're the one who claims to be the top freshman, Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan nodded. So you know I'm the top freshman. I thought it hadn't gotten out yet. At this moment, the boy standing in the middle sneered, his eyes sweeping over Lin Yuan with hostility. He arrogantly said, with your skinny arms and legs, you dare call yourself the top freshman? You probably struggle even to control a mecha with your mental power. You know perfectly well how you got into Mecha Class 1. Lin Yuan was displeased by his words. The top freshman isn't going to Mecha Class 1? Are you expecting me to live in the sewers with rats like you? You, the boy said angrily. Lin Yuan had already realized that the person standing at the back door wasn't from Mecha Class 1. As the strongest class in the entire school, Mecha Class 1 consisted of top talent selected from all over Star City. Their numbers and names were determined before enrollment, so they received the attention of the entire school from the moment they entered. Every 3 years at the Science and Technology Conference, Mecha Class 1 students were the most numerous to represent the school in the competition. What do you mean you? Lin Yuan scoffed. A bunch of sour grapes. What else could I possibly have to get into Mech Class 1 besides my talent? Are you just jealous that I'm good enough for a better class? The boy standing nearby shouted, bullshit. We all know Jiang Sun's grades. He's more than qualified for Mech Class 1. If you hadn't suddenly appeared and taken his spot, he wouldn't be in Class 2. Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled and looked at the boy. You know the spots are fixed. You yourself said I'm the top freshman. So let me ask you, the top freshman is ranked first. Was it the top freshman who pushed him down? Look me in the eye before you speak, Lin Yuan said calmly. If his grades are really as excellent as you say, then I'd be happy to be his classmate. But if his grades don't match what you say, then I'm sorry, I can't be so petty as to judge others by my own standards, and I hope you won't do the same. After all, once someone starts framing others, it becomes addictive. The boy was about to say something when suddenly, a slightly burly boy bumped into him. Realizing he bumped into someone, he scratched his head sheepishly. Excuse me, are you alright? The boy managed to straighten up against the wall, about to retort, but then he looked up and saw the person in front of him was twice his size, and quickly fell silent, his face contorted with embarrassment. I'm fine. That's good, the boy said indifferently. Instead of gossiping, you should practice not getting bumped into. I don't think your little body is that strong. Eat more. Realizing the person in front of him was doing it on purpose, the boy's anger flared up. You? Don't call me you anymore. Everyone is born with a name. You can call me Zhao Minglang. Zhao Minglang pushed past the boy who had been blocking the doorway, turned to the person behind him and said, Lu Zhao, next time you encounter someone blocking the door like this, don't be polite. One kick will keep them quiet for 3 months. Lu Zhao, clearly still half asleep and looking dazed, stammered, Huh? Zhao Minglang ignored him, walked straight to Lin Yuan, patted him on the shoulder, and gave him the look of an adult looking at a naughty child. Brother Lin, you too, eat more. Lin Yuan, suddenly feeling like he'd been given a good guy card, stammered, Little brother, actually I could take on 5 people with one hand. Zhao Minglang shook his head. Brother Lin, you should be more humble. Lin Yuan wanted to argue, but the boy outside the door named Jiang Sun spoke up. Lin Yuan, don't think you can stay safe just because you're in Mech Class 1. Just you wait and see. Who's afraid of who? Lin Yuan retorted defiantly. Jiang Sun gave him a cold glare and walked away without looking back. Sima Yun didn't return to the classroom for several minutes after he went to do something. Lin Yuan caught a glimpse of him out of the corner of his eye, and was about to greet him, when Liao Baixing also entered the classroom in high heels. Standing on the podium, she surveyed the room and said, For the first class of the semester, as per school practice, we begin with an anthropometric test. Get ready, and come downstairs with me. Before leaving the classroom, she reminded everyone, Hurry up, everyone. Our class will be first. There are other classes after us. Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard about the anthropometric test. Anthropometric test, including mental strength. His current mental strength wasn't even comparable to that of an average person, let alone being tested. At this moment, the person sitting in front of him said, I heard that the mental strength test for Mech Class 1 is extremely strict. In previous years, students entering Mech Class 1 had to reach at least grade A in mental strength. If their mental strength level doesn't reach grade A, even if their written test scores are excellent, they will be assigned to another class. Why? You can't deny someone's ability just because of mental strength. You don't know, Mech Class 1 trains people to the standards of the Science and Technology Department. If you build a mech but can't pilot it, isn't that a waste? The person in front of him was still talking, but Lin Yuhan couldn't listen anymore. Having finally passed the exam to enter Mech Class 1, was he really going to give up because of insufficient mental strength? He suddenly recalled the night Anyang Street caught fire, Zhang Yuanhang, wearing a faded school uniform, eagerly handing him the design draft he had examined countless times. The crumpled, yellowed paper was full of youthful spirit, and his tone was tinged with regret, yet he still had the courage to walk alone into the inferno. "Migu, give me a reagent," Lin Yuan said resolutely. Migu took out the mental strength reagent and gave it to him, along with the blocking agent. He took the reagent and was about to inject it when his hand was suddenly grabbed. The other person's tone was cold, their eyes fixed on the reagent in his hand. "What are you doing?" Lin Yuan laughed nonchalantly. "I'm just trying to improve my mental strength. See Muyun, I finally got in here. I have a reason not to leave." Si Muyun's voice was deep. "Then you can't hurt yourself. Lin Yuan, compared to what I've been through, this is nothing, just a minor inconvenience. Please let go." Lin Yuan struggled to break free, but the other person held him tightly, forcing him to look up at him. "Si Muyun, don't force me to do it." Si Muyun didn't let go, looking directly into his eyes. "I help you." "How will you help me? I'm an upright person. I don't cheat." Si Muyun said seriously, "Not cheating. It's about merging with your mental strength." Chapter 24. Lin Yuhan's mind went blank for a moment, as if he had heard a fantasy. "Are you crazy?" "No, the mental energy potion has had too much of an effect on you." Si Muyun said sincerely, "A sudden surge in your mental energy will attract attention, and I believe you don't want that." He added, "Mental energy fusion won't cause a sudden surge in mental energy, but it can temporarily raise your mental energy to a level. My mental energy is more effective than the potion." Lin Yuan hesitated, but he suddenly remembered the first time Si Muyun used his mental energy and kissed him. Si Muyun seemed to have guessed his concerns and said softly, "Here's what we do. If I do anything inappropriate to you, you can stop me anytime." Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then nodded with some doubt. The next second, an extremely cold mental energy entered his mind, wandering through his mental energy sea, intimately touching his mental energy. Lin Yuhan's heart pounded uncontrollably. Her fingers gripped Si Muyun's shirt helplessly, and she opened her mouth, wanting to call for him to stop. Noticing Lin Yuhan's movement, Si Muyun leaned closer and said, "The initial stage of mental energy fusion might be a little uncomfortable, just bear with it." Lin Yuhan couldn't bear it, and closed her eyes, inwardly cursing his words. It was more than just uncomfortable. The moment her mental energy flowed through her, it was no different than standing naked in front of Si Muyun. Si Muyun's mental energy level was very high. Soon, his eyes filled with tears, and a faint pink tinge appeared on his sickly pale skin. Her grip on Si Muyun's shirt tightened. She opened her eyes, looked around, and, making sure everyone else was busy with their own things and hadn't noticed her strange behavior, whispered, "How much longer? I feel unwell." He felt a persistent, subtle, yet palpable spiritual energy surrounding him. Si Muyun lowered his gaze, and reassuringly said, "It'd be alright in a moment." Hearing this time frame, Lin Yuhan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, it should be over soon. However, he didn't know how much time had passed. When Lin Yuhan looked around again, only the two of them remained in the classroom. He looked up and met a pair of dark, intense eyes. Si Muyun's gaze was oppressive, like that of someone watching their prey, waiting for the right moment to strike. "Si Muyun." Lin Yuan blinked her watery eyes at him, "Are you alright yet?" Only after saying this did he realize something was wrong. Si Muyun had said he helped him, so how did it become him helping Si Muyun? Thinking this, Lin Yuhan's mind, affected by the mental energy, cleared a little. He pushed Si Muyun away, stood up, and changed the subject, saying, "It's about time we went down for the test." After saying this, he felt like a heartless scumbag, using and discarding someone. He tried to steady his voice, saying, "Don't be too sad, your mental energy is very good." Si Muyun chuckled at this, "Then use it more." Lin Yuhan, having shot himself in the foot, stammered, "No need." Lin Yuhan refused, "I have medicine. But I won't let you lose control." Si Muyun retorted calmly. He added, "Besides, aren't you enjoying it too? My mental energy can be useful to you. It can help you recover your memories. If you need it, come find me anytime. He moved closer to Lin Yuhan, looking at him. Or is it that you don't like this method? Looking into those eyes, Lin Yuan paused, then looked away. I need to go down for testing. Si Muyin hadn't expected a response anyway. He helped her straighten her disheveled shirt. Despite the heat, Lin Yuan had put on a light shirt, but after the fusion of spiritual energy, she felt hot and rolled up her sleeves slightly. Looking down, Si Muyin could clearly see something densely packed and extending into her sleeves at her elbows. He suddenly remembered pulling up Lin Yuhan's sleeve at the hospital. Back then, although he noticed her expression was off, he hadn't investigated. Now, seeing it again, his heart felt like it was soaked in lemon juice, both sour and bitter. Her arm beneath the sleeve seemed to hold a secret. Before even reaching the school's testing room, he saw a long, seemingly endless queue. Lin Yuhan, oblivious to faces, glanced at the queue several times, but couldn't identify which class was Mech Class 1. Instead, she dragged Si Muyun to the back of the line and encountered Jiang Sun and his two companions, who had recently caused trouble. Jiang Sun, bored from listening to their conversation, turned around and saw a familiar face standing behind him. The person behind the face greeted him warmly. Seeing this, Jiang Sun was about to give a cold smile when his gaze shifted, and he was suddenly met with a pair of unfathomable black eyes. The oppressive aura of a superior was overwhelming, and he stiffened, suppressing his smile. After suppressing his smile, he secretly glanced at the person again, feeling he had seen them somewhere before. But seeing that utterly ordinary face, he turned away reassured, muttering to himself, "How could my cousin Si Muyun be here?" Lin Yuhan nudged Si Muyun with her elbow, gesturing for him to look at Jiang Sun standing in front of them. Why did he suddenly stop smiling? Didn't he just tell me to wait and see? I'm standing right here. Why isn't he even looking at me? Si Muyun immediately grasped the key phrase in her words. He contacted you before? Yeah, it was when you shamelessly flirted with me in the hallway. Lin Yuhan said, that kid even challenged me to a fight. Jiang Sun, who had been hoping for a peaceful resolution, couldn't take it anymore and turned around, wanting to yell at her, but being intimidated by Si Muyun's gaze, he had to lower his voice. Are you out of your mind? I didn't challenge you to a fight. I'm not going to stoop to the level of a rat. Lin Yuan snorted. Jiang Sun, Lin Yuhan. Who told you to call Grandpa by his name so directly? No respect at all. Lin Yuan patted his shoulder. But, seeing as you're so sensible, from now on, you be the second freshman in my heart. Jiang Sun, This Lin Yuhan must really be sick. Jiang Sun's eyes widened into cross-eyed glares. He said fiercely, I don't need it. Lin Yuhan shook her head. What a hot-tempered kid. Hearing this, Jiang Sun wanted to say something more, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed an extremely cold gaze falling on him. He felt like he was being pricked by needles, like a fishbone stuck in his throat, unable to utter a single word. He instinctively felt that if he said another word, the owner of that gaze would pick him up and throw him 3 meters away. Forced to submit to the dark forces, Jiang Sun glared at Lin Yuhan resentfully. You just wait. After saying that, as if he had seen a fierce ghost, he turned around without hesitation, leaving Lin Yuhan looking bewildered, but full of fighting spirit, ready to fight another 800 rounds. Lin Yuhan looked at Si Muyun. What's he doing? Si Muyun, maybe it's because you're too handsome, he feels inferior. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, quite satisfied with the answer. I know my handsomeness is unmatched. Jiang Sun, who was eavesdropping in front, muttered, Who asked you? Lin Yuan continued talking to himself for a while, slowly moving forward with the group. The closer they got, the more surprised cheers they heard, seemingly astonished by someone's pheromone level. Lin Yuan stood on tiptoe to look for a while, but unfortunately, the person in front of him was taller than him, and even on tiptoe, he couldn't see clearly. Most of his vision was blocked by the back of the person's head. He sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Si Muyun asked him, What's wrong? Lin Yuan didn't answer. Still worried about your mental strength? Si Muyun asked tentatively. If you're really worried, you can have your robot test it for you. Lin Yuan replied, Never mind, there are only a few left before it's our turn. She added, I trust you. Not long after, only Jiang Sun and one other boy remained in front of them. The boy in front of Jiang Sun put on the sensor cap, and the corresponding value on the screen kept climbing, reaching S level before stopping. The boy next to him also reached S level in mental strength. After the two finished their tests and left, Jiang Sun stepped forward, turning back to look at Lin Yuan a second before putting on the sensor cap, and said provocatively, Lin Yuan, take a good look. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, not to be outdone. I'm watching. Don't disappoint me, second among the freshmen. Hearing the last sentence, Jiang Sun's blood, which had finally flowed smoothly, flowed backward again, almost making him die of anger. I want to see just how high your mental strength is. Stop talking nonsense. If you're not going to test, don't waste the time of the students behind you. Lin Yuan thought that after saying this, Jiang Sun would properly test her mental strength, but Jiang Sun mistakenly thought that Lin Yuan had given up unilaterally and snorted happily. Lin Yuan inadvertently saw this, and her lips twitched. Why is he acting like a child who hasn't been weaned? Jiang Sun put on the sensor cap, and a second later, the value on the screen rapidly climbed, only stopping when it reached SS level. The people around were stunned by this value. Just 2 seconds later, a cheer erupted from the crowd, followed by a series of exclamations of surprise. Wow, this guy looks so skinny, but his mental strength level is so high. With his level, he could easily control a mecha, and his mental connection is even faster than others. Why am I not SS level? There aren't many people with SS level mental strength in the school. There were already 2 SS level freshmen, and now another one. Damn! This year's freshmen are too strong. They're almost on par with the class from 11 years ago. Jiang Sun was feeling smug a second ago when he heard these praises, but his face darkened afterward. He wasn't the first person to be tested as SS level. Lin Yuan was also a little shocked when she saw the number, realizing that the person who had been provoking her all along really had some skills. She remembered that telling Si Muyun that her mental strength was at A level was a mistake. If her mental strength was inferior to this kid's, wouldn't she be laughed at for 4 years? He's so wise and mighty, so tall and imposing, how could he be laughed at? Si Muyun. After Jiang Sun left, Si Muyun was about to take a step forward when she heard the person standing beside her softly call her name. The voice lacked its usual harshness, becoming much softer, as if it were a coquettish tone. Si Muyun stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Yuan whispered, "Could you help me one more time, just this once?" He then promised, "Don't worry, I definitely won't treat you unfairly." Si Muyun looked at him and said calmly, "Okay. Si Muyun, you're so kind." Lin Yuan hugged him tightly. "From now on, you be a great benefactor to my Lin family." Si Muyun lowered his eyes and remained silent. "More than a benefactor, I want to be your lover." Before putting on the sensor cap, Lin Yuan noticed that Jiang Sun hadn't left but was standing to the side with a watchful expression. Lin Yuan ignored him because Si Muyun's spiritual energy had silently entered his spiritual sea. He quickly put on the sensor cap, his eyes fixed on the fluctuating numbers on the screen. Just as Lin Yuan was about to signal Si Muyun that the value had reached SS level, Si Muyun ignored him, and the screen in front of them continued to climb, even reaching SSS level without stopping. Lin Yuan knew something was wrong and reached out to pull Si Muyun to stop. Suddenly, the instrument beeped twice, and the next second, the screen shattered, emitting 2 plumes of black smoke. Lin Yuan, brother, I asked you to help me, but I didn't ask you to help so drastically. Those around them were clearly surprised that the instrument had broken. Since the students from 11 years ago had broken it, no one had been able to break it in the past 11 years. That same group of students from 11 years ago produced 4 exceptionally talented students, who rose to fame at the science conference 10 years ago. Those around them looked at the two with terrifying eyes, as if they were looking at 2 monsters. Jiang Sun was so shocked he couldn't utter a word, leaving behind a cold laugh before turning and leaving. Lin Yuan, bewildered, removed his sensor cap and turned to Si Muyun. Your mental power exceeds SSS level? The highest mental power level recorded in Star City is currently only SSS level. Although there are those exceeding SSS level, they are extremely rare. The Star Academy's sensory testing equipment can only detect up to SSS level. Anything above SSS level will malfunction. The equipment's malfunction now proves everything. Si Muyun removed his sensor cap, not hiding anything. My mental power level is SSS level. Then why? Your mental power influenced me, creating a mental power resonance. Hearing the words mental power resonance, Lin Yuan's mind went blank for a moment. Mental power resonance is the brainwave reaction generated when 2 people with similar mental power levels exchange mental energy within each other's mental energy sea. The most powerful aspect of spiritual resonance is the fusion of 2 people's spiritual energies, resulting in a manifestation of a spiritual energy level exceeding that of the other. This explains why Si Muyun's pheromone level is SSS, while the instrument measures a spiritual energy level exceeding SSS. He and Si Muyun achieve spiritual resonance. But how could someone whose spiritual energy is even weaker than an ordinary person reach SSS level? You mean, This year's freshmen have 2 spiritual energy levels exceeding SSS? A group of older people sat around a round table in the bright office. Despite their age, their eyes were incredibly clear, several pairs of eyes fixed intently on the screen on the wall. The screen displayed the footage of the spiritual energy measuring instrument malfunctioning between Lin Yuhan and Si Miyun. As soon as the footage appeared, everyone else instinctively focused their attention on the instrument, except for one elderly man with half-white hair who stared blankly at Lin Yuhan's face. This face. It was so similar to the face from 10 years ago. Chapter 25. Jiang Yu was still half asleep when he felt someone shaking him. He groggily opened his eyes and saw it was his roommate, who was also his best friend in the next bed. The man was holding a terminal, looking at something with an expression of utter shock. Jiang Yu ignored his expression, picked up the terminal, and glanced at the time. It wasn't even his usual wake-up time yet. He was 2 hours early. Seeing the number, he shoved the man away, yelling, "Can't you see your dad sleeping? Why are you shaking me like that? You're giving me a concussion in my sleep." But before he could finish, a loud slap landed on his face, jolting him awake. Jiang Yu, damn it. Friend, so this wasn't a dream. Have you been itching for a beating for too long? Jiang Yu said through gritted teeth. His friend said disdainfully, "You can still sleep? Do you know that this year's freshmen have 2 students with mental strength levels exceeding SSS level? What did you say?" Jiang Yu wondered if he had misheard. He had actually heard something unbelievable. His friend slapped him again, trying to snap him out of it. "Go check out the school for him." Jiang Yu opened his terminal and said, "Are this year's freshmen really that strong? Do you know their names?" "Oh, I heard they're Lin Henan and Si Yunyun." Hearing those 2 familiar names, Jiang Yu felt like he'd been struck by lightning. "Who?" His friend repeated, "Lin Henan, Si Yunyun." Confirming he wasn't hallucinating, Jiang Yu remained silent for a long time before muttering softly, "They didn't tell me their mental strength level was this high. It's hard not to become a star at school now." After testing their mental strength, Lin Yuhan and Si Miyun walked together along the long, shaded path of the school. Students strolled around them in 2s and 3s, their eyes occasionally glancing at the 2 of them, before glancing down at their terminals, seemingly confirming something. Lin Yuhan nudged Si Miyun, feigning distress, and said, "We're really going to be big shots now." Si Miyun was speechless. "You're not happy even if we are? Who says I'm not happy? Being a big shot, endless glory, bringing honor to our ancestors and family, how glorious is that?" Lin Yuhan said proudly. "If I win first place in the Science and Technology Conference, that'd be even more glorious." With that, he took a few steps ahead, leaving Si Miyun walking behind. Si Miyun watched his retreating figure and whispered, "That day will come. I will help you become first place in the Science and Technology Conference again. This glory should have been yours." The news that Lin Yuhan and Si Miyun's mental strength levels exceeded SSS level, and that 3 other freshmen in this year's class had reached SS level mental strength, spread throughout the entire school in less than half a day. After learning about this, Jiang Yu tried to contact his brother to ask what was going on, but Si Miyun answered the phone. So, he blurted out instinctively, "You 2 are finally together?" Lin Yuhan, who was still tidying up his messy desk, looked up and heard this. He snatched the terminal from Si Miyun's hand and said bluntly, "Tell me, when do you want to die? I grant your wish." "Jiang Yu, how did you 2 become one person?" Lin Yuhan choked, Sometimes I think you're inhuman. How can 2 people become one? Show me." Lin Yuhan laughed in exasperation. "I lived this long, and I never seen 2 people merge into one." Lin Yuhan was so focused on killing Jiang Yu to silence him, that she didn't notice Si Miyun's eyes darkening, silently refuting his words. Actually, they could merge into one. Lin Yuhan was still bickering with Jiang Yu, her hands still busy rummaging through the tidy desk drawers. Soon, books were scattered everywhere, some even landing on Si Miyun's desk. Si Miyun glanced at them, moving the books that couldn't fit to empty spaces on the desk until it was completely full. Lu Zhao, sitting at the table in front of him, turned to ask Lin Yuhan something, but saw Si Miyun put his index finger to his lips, gesturing for silence, indicating that Lin Yuhan was busy. Lu Zhao nodded blankly and turned back. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhao tugged at Zhao Minglang and whispered, "Don't you think Brother Yin dotes on Brother Lin? You asked a stupid question." Lu Zhao scratched his head. "Tell me, are they together or not?" Zhao Minglang retorted, "They're sitting right behind us. Wouldn't it be easier for you to turn around and ask?" Faced with Zhao Minglang's words, Lu Zhao wanted to roll his eyes, even wanting to say, "Do you think I'm a brave person?" If he really asked, given Lin Yuhan's personality, his fate would only be worse than others. Not for any other reason than that being so close to him would make him more likely to get beaten up. After arguing with Jiang Yu, Lin Yuhan remembered that Jiang Yu had called him, seemingly to ask him something. But seeing the call had already ended, he tossed the terminal back to Si Muyun. Never mind, kids always need a good spanking. After hanging up, he continued fiddling with the messy desk drawer. Si Muyun, taking the terminal, glanced silently at Lin Yuhan, who was buried in the drawer, making occasional rattling noises, and sighed inwardly. After all that, it's still a mess. He doesn't know what's so interesting about it. In fact, it's even messier now. Because of their excessive mental power levels, they've been frequently called on in class these past few days, with teachers giving them particularly intense looks, as if they spotted two glittering pieces of gold. At first, Lin Yuhan was quite willing to stand up, but later he noticed that the more often he stood up, the more the entire class stared at him, making him look like a monkey in a zoo, naked and facing a human camera. And not only that, the monkey himself seemed to enjoy it, grinning foolishly at the humans. So Lin Yuan skipped class, with Si Muyun, who insisted on following him, by his side. Lin Yuan asked, "We're not conjoined twins. Why are you following me?" Si Muyun replied, "I'm afraid you think I'm too old and go find someone else." Lin Yuan was silent. "Are you asking for a beating? I'm a year older than you. If you call someone your age old, then what am I? A 30-year-old? This time, it was Si Muyun's turn to be silent. Sometimes Lin Yuhan's words are well placed. Seeing Si Muyun's discomfiture, Lin Yuhan began to play the role of an elder, patting his shoulder earnestly. "Little brother, I call you little brother now, and I protect you if you skip class from now on." Si Muyun glanced at him impassively. Were they some kind of shady underground organization? Lin Yuan said again, "I already called you little brother. Shouldn't you call me big brother?" Si Muyun stared at him, speechless. "Don't be shy, it won't kill you to call me that." Lin Yuan continued teasing him. Si Muyun paused. "I prefer you to call me something else." "For example?" Si Muyun looked up at him, parted his lips slightly, and uttered 3 words, "boyfriend." Lin Yuan froze upon hearing those 3 words, and after a long while, said, "Si Muyun, are you even putting on an act anymore?" "I never thought about acting." Si Muyun said seriously, "Lin Yuhan, it's not because I like you, but because I know you like me too. The one truly acting is you. But I willingly enter the game." Lin Yuhan couldn't say a word. Suddenly, a slight movement came from the nursery not far away, and Lin Yuhan's gaze was immediately drawn to it. A short while later, an old yellow dog leaped out of the nursery and ran towards the two. The old yellow dog ran very fast, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to collide with Lin Yuhan, Si Muyun swiftly pulled Lin Yuhan away. Upon seeing the old yellow dog, Lin Yuhan seemed frozen in place, completely motionless. Si Muyun hurriedly called out, "Lin Yuhan." Lin Yuhan seemed not to hear him. He slowly squatted down, his gaze sweeping over the whip marks on the old yellow dog's body, his eyes stinging with tears. "7 stars, is that you, 7 stars?" He reached out his hand to the old yellow dog. Si Muyun, seeing this, tried to stop him, but the old yellow dog, as if seeing a long-lost friend, affectionately rubbed against his palm and barked twice. "7 stars, I missed you so much." Lin Yuhan hugged the dog, tears streaming down his face. The moment he landed that rainy night, seeing the old yellow dog reminded him of its name. He also remembered the 3 months he was buried underground, when this old yellow dog and Mi Gu dug through the soil behind Xingyuan Academy for 3 months. He barely escaped, only to be forced back into the mire, and from then on, 7 stars and Mi Gu disappeared without a trace. 10 years have passed in a flash. The once spirited little yellow dog has become an old yellow dog, its legs limping when it runs, and its body bearing numerous unknown whip marks. 7 stars, who hit you? Lin Yuan gently stroked 7 stars back, touching each of the uneven scars, the image of the whip striking 7 stars slowly surfacing in his mind. He reluctantly raised his head, struggling to hold back the tears that were about to spill. Just then, a pair of hands gently covered his eyes, and a familiar voice softened, "Cry if you want to, I cover it for you, no one will see." As soon as Si Muyun finished speaking, his palms were wet with hot tears. From his angle, all he could see was Lin Yuhan's trembling shoulders. It was easy to imagine how heartbroken he was, his hands covering his eyes. He knelt down opposite Lin Yuhan, and gently pulled him into his arms. "Lin Yuhan, this is the 2nd time." Lin Yuhan sobbed uncontrollably, choking out, "What do you mean, the 2nd time? This is the 2nd time I've seen you cry." Si Muyun's hand gently stroked his white hair. His flawless white hair showed no trace of black at the roots. White was clearly Lin Yuhan's natural hair color. Saying that white hair made him look younger was just an excuse. Seeing this, Si Muyun sighed and hugged the person in his arms tightly. I won't let you cry a third time. Lin Yuhan hugged Si Muyun back, tears streaming down her face, soaking the shirt on his shoulders. Almost desperately she said, Si Muyun, help me. Help me. I don't want to be buried underground for 3 months again. I don't want to be buried alive again. Realizing Lin Yuhan's emotional state, he quickly patted her back, comforting her. No, this time I'm here with you. No one can hurt you. Lin Yuhan was still crying. It was Qixing who dug me out. It was it and Migu who dug me out. Please save it. Si Muyun glanced at Qixing squatting beside him, swallowed the bitterness in his heart, and gave Lin Yuhan a solemn promise. From now on, I am your sword. You can command me to do anything, good or bad. I only want to be with you. Lin Yuan stared at him blankly, stunned for a long time. While he was in a daze, Si Muyun wiped away the tears on his face. He gently called out, Si Muyun. I'm here. Coming back to his senses, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, I want to build a mecha. Its name is Damocles. I want to use it to plunge into the heart of my homeland's abyss, exposing those filthy past events to the sunlight, to face the judgment of the world. Si Muyun said without hesitation, okay, I help you. Aren't you afraid I lie to you? Lin Yuhan was startled by Si Muyun's reaction, and couldn't help but ask. Si Muyun stared at him without speaking. After a long while, he muttered to himself, fine, I lie to you, just don't abandon me. Lin Yuhan, Si Muyun, do you know what you call this? Lin Yuhan quickly composed himself, a wicked thought forming in his mind. Si Muyun was puzzled. What? An older man desperate to get married. Now it was Si Muyun's turn to fall silent. If you really want to marry me, then I reluctantly. Realizing that Si Muyun's next words might not be normal, Lin Yuan immediately interrupted him. We're students now, let's discuss marriage later. Without waiting for Si Muyun's reaction, she immediately grabbed Qixing and ran off. Left behind, Si Muyun, Lin Yuhan, do you dare show your real ID and say you're still a student? However, he quickly lowered his eyes, his expression darkening. If he weren't a student, would Lin Yuan propose? Thinking this, he silently calculated the time remaining until the end of the science conference. After settling Qixing, Lin Yuan called Jiangyu. Jiangyu replied quickly, Brother, what's up? Come to the wall tonight. Remember to disguise yourself well, don't let anyone recognize you. Lin Yuan said, glancing down at Qixing, stroking its fur, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the whip marks on Qixing's body. Seeing the whip marks, a cold smile crept across his face, his eyes turning icy. Jiangyu didn't know what his brother was doing, but he clearly sensed a change in his tone, as if he had returned to that night at the Star Academy's back mountain. He tentatively called out, Brother. Lin Yuan snapped out of his daze, and chuckled, Come on over early. Hearing his brother's voice, Jiangyu's skin crawled, and a chill ran down his spine. Although his brother was laughing, there was a distinct, unsettling coldness in his laughter. Jiangyu stammered a reply and hung up. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the bright tiles in the distance. He looked up, his gaze freezing. The sun shone brightly outside the window, but he felt as if he were in an ice cave, a persistent fear gripping his heart. Caught between two extremes, he broke out in a cold sweat. His roommate, returning from outside, saw him like this and exclaimed in surprise, What did you do wrong to make you so guilty? Jiangyu, still somewhat shaken, replied, It's just sweat from exercising. His roommate gave a dismissive "oh," clearly unconvinced. Jiangyu ignored him, changed his clothes, and went out for dinner. Lin Yuhan, after hanging up, returned to the dormitory. Upon entering, he looked around but didn't see Si Muyun. His gaze fell on Migu in the corner, and he asked, How's the investigation going? Migu, my data shows that you left Star Academy because of a boy named Lu Zhao. Since leaving at that time, you lost contact with me. Shortly after you left, I detected that the laboratory at the foot of the mountain behind Star Academy sent an electromagnetic wave to the outside world, coded A001. This electromagnetic wave only appeared twice, once after you went to see Lu Zhao, and once when you returned 3 years ago. Lin Yuhan listened silently, gazing towards the direction of the back mountain of Star Academy. That torrential rainy night buried too much. Lin Yuan found it hard to recall, yet equally unforgettable. Why is Xing Yuan involved with Anyang Street? He then asked, How's the code you were asked to decipher these past few days going? Migu, Zhang Yuanheng's electronic information file has been encrypted by the college. I only deciphered one sentence. The specific information still needs confirmation from the paper version. What is it? Zhang Yuanhang is a student from the class of 2014. Chapter 26. Shueding Mansion was a renowned residential area on the Central Star, not only because it housed the wealthy and powerful, but also because of its proximity to the various political centers of the Central Star. For example, the Science and Technology Department and the Administrative Center were only a 10-minute walk away. When Su Yuanxiao disembarked from the spacecraft, she stood at the entrance for a long time, stuffing the card core back into her pocket, taking a deep breath, before entering Shueding Mansion. Shortly after passing the guard post, two gray-haired heads quietly peeked out of the window, watching her figure disappear at the intersection before turning away and exchanging glances. One of them asked, "When did such an imposing person arrive at our Shueding Mansion?" Judging from her aura, she's almost as imposing as Director Su of the Science and Technology Department. The other said, "Don't you think she looks familiar?" "No, do you? Do you think my memory is better than yours?" The two argued for a while, unable to reach an answer, and then sat at the window, chin in hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, an engine roared to life, and a man with fiery red hair appeared. He stopped his car and waved to them, "Uncle Lu, second Uncle Lu." The two looked up and saw Su Yin. Their worried expressions vanished, replaced by kind smiles. "Little Yan's back?" Su Yin nodded. The two old men were longtime residents of Shueding's residence, twin brothers who looked exactly alike in their youth, and whose appearances hadn't changed much in their old age. Later, when they took up their posts at the guard post, it was even harder to tell them apart when they stood together. However, as Su Yin spent more time with them, he could distinguish them by their mannerisms. The one with the kind face was Uncle Lu, while the more talkative second Uncle Lu was. Grandpa Lu looked at him and said, "Xiao Yin, why are you back so early today?" "We have guests," Su Yin explained. Normally, he would stay at the Science and Technology Department until midnight. The Triennial Science and Technology Conference was in the preparation stage, and the entire department was incredibly busy. As the director, he had to constantly monitor the projects to ensure nothing went wrong, leaving him little time to go home. "Going home early today, or?" At this moment, Grandpa Lu asked, "Are you going to your parents' place today?" Su Yin nodded. He wasn't going home today. After graduating from Xingyuan, he had moved out of his parents' house, though he still lived in Shueding's residence. Thinking about why his parents had invited him home for dinner, his hand unconsciously tightened on the car handle. He turned to say goodbye to the two men and drove away. After Su Yin left, the two old men exchanged a glance. After a long while, Grandpa Lu said, "I remember who it is." Second Grandpa Lu asked, "Who?" "Su Yuanxiao, the adopted daughter of the Su family." Su Yuanxiao walked slowly, her mind replaying her past life in Shueding's mansion. She was adopted by Su's parents when she was 6 years old. At that time, she was still in the orphanage, and not very tall. Before being adopted, she always thought they had no children. But when she returned home, a boy much taller than her opened the door, his fiery red hair and cold face startling her, causing her to take a step back. The boy saw her reaction, chuckled, and stepped aside, saying, "Come in." That day, it wasn't Su's parents who came to pick her up, but rather staff from the orphanage. The staff dropped her off at the door and left, so when she saw Su Yin, she had no choice but to take small steps inside. Su Yin closed the door behind her, and had the robot pour her a glass of water. "Drink your water, and come upstairs with me." Su Yuanxiao, who had already drunk several glasses of water at the orphanage before coming, stammered, She said haltingly, I'm not thirsty." Su Yin glanced at her. "All right then, how old are you?" 6 years old. 6 years old isn't young anymore, but why do you look so thin, like a monkey?" Su Yin asked, lifting the child up with one hand and looking her over. Struggling in midair, Su Yuanxiao said, Put me down." Su Yin put her down and heard her whisper, "I'm not a monkey." Hearing this, Su Yin laughed. Hearing the laughter, Su Yuanxiao glared at him angrily, her large, dark eyes full of life. Seeing those eyes, Su Yin laughed even louder. Su Yuanxiao stammered, She turned her head away from Su Yin, covering her ears to try and block out his voice. She silently thought to herself, "This guy is so mean." Su Yin laughed for a few minutes before stopping, straightening his expression, and deciding not to tease her anymore. "From now on, your name will be Su Yuanxiao." "Why?" Su Yuanxiao wanted to ask him why he had chosen a name for her, but when she looked up, Su Yin had already turned and left. The boy's back was already showing signs of becoming a teenager. There was an open window in the direction he left, bright light streaming in and illuminating the entire hallway. He walked against the light, casually, his steps unrestrained yet revealing a resolute strength. When she came to her senses again, Su Yuanqiao had forgotten what she wanted to ask. That evening, after taking a shower, Su Yuanqiao stood at the top of the stairs on the second floor and heard a loud argument coming from downstairs. The boy, whose voice hadn't yet gone through puberty, possessed a childish yet terrifyingly distinct voice, standing out starkly against the backdrop of a boy and girl. The boy laughed and said, "I was just giving her a name, and you're reacting so strongly. Anyone who didn't know better would think I held a knife to your throats and forced you to choose this name. Su Yin. You're utterly lawless." Su Yin glanced at them coldly and said in a flat voice, "If I were truly lawless, you all be in jail right now. I know what you're up to. If you dare cross that line even a centimeter, we see you in a military court." With that, Su Yin got up and went upstairs. He hadn't taken 2 steps when a heavy object slammed into his back, landing with a crisp sound. Su Yin seemed oblivious to the pain, laughing mockingly as he continued upstairs unhurriedly. Just then, an angry shout came from behind. "You unfilial son." Su Yin replied indifferently, "Meeting you? What's wrong with being an unfilial son for once?" He went upstairs and encountered Su Yuanqiao at the top of the stairs. "Why are you standing here?" He crouched down and asked, looking at her. Su Yuanqiao didn't speak for a long time, so he carried her back to the room, covered her with a blanket, and said, "Sleep well." Su Yuanqiao stared at him intently, and as he left, she asked, "Why is my name Su Yuanqiao?" Su Yin casually replied, "I just like the name, there's no reason." Su Yuanqiao didn't say anything more, watching the boy leave the room. Was there really no reason? Later, when she truly understood why Su's parents had adopted her, Su Yin had already grown from a boy into a young man. On the day she left the Su family, it was raining heavily outside. Su Yin gave her his only umbrella and slipped a SIM card into her hand. The young man stood in the rain, his face still as cold as when they first met, but his flamboyant red hair made his face appear even more striking, and he seemed much taller. He said, "Leave?" Su Yuanqiao asked him, "Why?" "I want you to be free." Su Yuanqiao gripped the umbrella handle, looked at him, and asked the same question she had asked on her first day at the Su family home. "Su Yin, why did you choose this name back then?" Hearing this, Su Yin gave a standard smile, his tone as casual as before, liking something doesn't need a reason. In that instant, Su Yuanqiao seemed to understand something. She turned and left, without looking back at the young man standing in the rain. So she didn't know that the young man stood there watching his figure disappear into the rain and mist before slowly turning back, muttering a complaint, "You left just like I told you to, you heartless little thing." Su Yuanqiao collected her thoughts, and, as she reached the bottom of the stairs, heard the sound of an engine beside her. She turned her head, and saw Su Yin, whom she hadn't seen for many years. His unchanging red hair and striking face, weathered by life, had replaced his former youthful innocence with a mature, masculine look, tinged with an air of ambiguity. Upon seeing that face, Su Yuanqiao was visibly startled, but quickly regained her composure and looked away. Su Yin was clearly unsurprised to run into Su Yuanqiao downstairs. He calmly parked his car and asked, "Why are you back?" "I missed home," Su Yuanqiao said softly. Hearing this answer, Su Yin felt as if he heard a fairy tale. He smoothed his fiery red hair and walked alongside her, saying, "If you miss home, come back." Su Yuanqiao looked up at him. "You really want me back?" "But at least not this family." Su Yin didn't answer Su Yuanqiao, but she understood his meaning from his words. She asked again, "So many years have passed, why haven't you gotten married yet?" Su Yin turned to look at her and countered, "Even if I wanted to get married, would she accept my parents?" He laughed first, then shook his head, answering his own question, "No one would accept a lunatic." His parents were patients of power, resorting to any means to gain power. Even knowing that the hospital system had detected Su Yuanqiao's super SSS mental strength, they went to great lengths to adopt her, all to gain power for themselves in the military. "Su Yin!" Su Yuanqiao called after him. Su Yin didn't turn around, saying calmly, "Go in." "If you didn't want me to come back, why did you come back?" Su Yin stopped, his tone more serious than ever before, "Because I knew you were back." Su Yuanqiao stood there speechless. If Su Yin had turned around, he would have seen the tears in her eyes, but he didn't. He paused for only 2 seconds after saying that, then turned and walked inside. As he stepped onto the stairs, he suddenly said, "Su Yuanqiao, I gave you a chance to leave. This time, you came back on your own." Su Yuanqiao's gaze froze, and she sniffed twice, wanting to say something. Suddenly, a head popped out of the upstairs window, calling out happily, "Xiao Yin, Yuanqiao, come upstairs for dinner. Su Yuanxiao looked up and saw it was her mother. Her mother's appearance was exactly the same as when she left, except for a few more wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She regained her composure and followed Su Yin into the Su family home. Upon entering, Su's father warmly invited the two to eat. Su Yin, seeing this insincere scene, said nothing, pulled out a chair for himself, and then sat down in his own seat. Su's mother intended to invite Su Yuanxiao to sit next to her, but before she could even raise her hand, she saw that Su Yuanxiao had already sat down next to Su Yin. She pulled at her face, forcing a kind smile. After all these years, you two siblings are still so close. Before she could finish speaking, Su Yin, without looking up, said, "Of course I'm close to the one I raised." Su Yuanxiao, who had just sat down, stammered, "Eh." Hearing Su Yin's words, Su's mother wasn't angry, continuing her stiff smile. "What's the difference between you raising her and us raising her?" "There's no difference." Su Yin interrupted her calmly, his tone sarcastic. After all, no parent asks about a child's mental strength level the moment they meet. Making a child constantly take medicine to quickly improve their mental strength, even believing a 3-day high fever is just a side effect and will pass. Raising a child like that, there really is no difference. Su's mother angrily retorted, "Xiao Yin, how can you talk like that?" Su Yin said with a forced smile, "Just telling the truth." Yuanxiao finally came back. "And you have to cause trouble?" Su's father couldn't help but ask from the side. Su Yin turned to look at him. "Who knows what your intentions are after she comes back?" Su Yin. Hearing his name, Su Yin smiled enigmatically, saying each word clearly, "I raised her. Why should I let her suffer? If you were good parents, you shouldn't have adopted her." Hearing this, Su's father immediately became displeased, shouting sharply, "Su Yin, what do you mean?" Literal meaning. Su Yin put down his chopsticks, stood up unhurriedly, and said, "Greed knows no bounds. You better watch yourselves." With that, he pulled Su Yuanxiao away. Just as they stepped out the door, a loud shout came from behind. "Su Yin, if you dare leave this room today, don't ever come back." Su Yin paused, then walked out as if nothing had happened, calmly saying, "Then I won't come back." "You unfilial son. How could I have given birth to such an unfilial son? If you're so capable, don't ever come back." Downstairs, Su Yuanxiao stopped him. He turned around, lifting his eyelids to look at her. "What, you can't bear to part with him? No, you're really going to break up with him like this?" "Su Yin, I argued with him hundreds, if not thousands, over the years. Are you delirious from a fever?" Su Yuanxiao, She shouldn't have asked. "So where do we go next?" "Home, of course." Su Yuanxiao followed Su Yin home. As soon as they entered, she saw a small pink backpack on the sofa, with 2 small French fry plush toys hanging to the side. She asked casually, "You have a child?" Su Yin chuckled in exasperation at this. "Su Yuanxiao, you seem overly concerned about my love life. Can't I even ask?" Su Yuanxiao looked at him. This was just a basic question. "It's not that I can't ask." Su Yin grabbed her hand, cornering her against the wall. "It's just that your question wasn't precise enough." "Precise? You should ask me if I have someone I like, instead of asking a bunch of nonsense." Su Yuanxiao was a little confused by Su Yin's words, and without thinking, she asked, "So, do you have someone you like?" "Yes." The moment Su Yin finished speaking, Su Yuanxiao's ears rang, her mind went blank, and after a long while, she murmured, "Is it Brother Yuhan?" Su Yin, ? Does he look like he likes men? Su Yin was so exasperated by Su Yuanxiao that he laughed, but then fell silent. He released her hand, looked at the pink backpack, and explained, "That's your backpack. After you left, they collected your things and were planning to throw them away, so I had a recycling truck bring it here." Su Yuanxiao still didn't understand. "Then why did you put it on the sofa?" Besides remembering him, what else could it be? Su Yin threw down this sentence and went into the bedroom, not looking at Su Yuanxiao's expression behind him. Remembering him, feeling nostalgic, no one knew. His affection was like moss that couldn't see the light, timidly hiding in the shadows, yet unable to suppress its rampant growth, until it filled his entire heart, wandering through every cell. It turns out that hiding in the shadows for too long can make you afraid when you finally see the light. Su Yuanxiao stood there for a long time, then sat down next to her pink school bag. Mechanically, she opened it, and saw the handmade craft she made years ago, perfectly preserved inside. A lump formed in her throat. She took out a greeting card. It was a craft assignment, meant to be completed with her parents and have XX likes written on it. But her parents weren't home at the time. Su Yin had helped her complete it. After finishing, She wrote brother on the back with colored pens. Su Yin saw it and scolded her for doing that. With tears in her eyes, she could only make another one with him, writing family on it. After that, she couldn't find the card. She thought Su Yin had thrown it away long ago, but unexpectedly, it was still in her school bag. She flipped the card over, her gaze suddenly freezing, her breathing quickening. Below the line of text was a sentence in Su Yin's handwriting. I like it too. Brother, you like it. I like it too. At this moment, in the Su family home, Su's father and mother sat on the sofa, staring at the comedy program playing on the screen in front of them. Their anger hadn't subsided in the slightest. After a long silence, Mr. Su said, "We can't let him continue to be so arrogant. He's been hindering us at every turn since we were little. Who's the master of this house, him or us?" Mrs. Su, standing nearby, said worriedly, "Now that we have no power, how can we contend with the Science and Technology Department?" Does he really think being the director of the Science and Technology Department is so easy? He has a bunch of people who are afraid of him. Mr. Su's gaze turned fierce. The scientific and technological achievements produced by the Science and Technology Department in recent years have been far inferior to before, especially the 36th generation AI research project that has been stalled for 3 years. He's been in office for 3 years and hasn't accomplished anything. What do the old guard in the scientific community think? Mrs. Su, wasn't there a rumor back then that Lin Yuan had already broken through the 36th generation research barrier? Could it be that he has? Absolutely impossible, Mr. Su said decisively. Lin Yuan is long dead. Even if he gave the key results to that son, he would have released them long ago. There's no way he'd been so inactive until now. Unless... Mr. Su seemed to sense something, and turned to look at the information screen. The screen, which had been playing a comedy, suddenly displayed a man in a black and white tuxedo. He calmly removed his hat, and said with impeccable manners, "Greetings, gentlemen. Would you be interested in collaborating?" Mr. Su looked at him warily, and asked sharply, "Who are you?" "My name is Yili Baichio." Yili Baichio on the screen clasped his hands together, giving them a perfectly timed smile, but his words sent chills down their spines. "I can help you regain your power, but in return, you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" "It's simple." Yili Baichio spoke slowly and deliberately, his polite smile as if discussing a casual matter. "I want Su Yin dead." Su's father suddenly looked up, his sharp eyes scrutinizing his facial expression. Su's father, noticing his movement, deepened his smile. "Why should we believe you?" On the screen, Yili Baichio crossed his fingers and said casually, "Su Yuan Qiao can sever Su Yin's vital point. Lin Yuan can kill him." Hearing this, Su's father and mother exchanged a glance, seeing shock in each other's eyes. After a long silence, Su's father asked in a trembling voice, "You mean, Lin Yuan isn't dead? At the technology conference, he will appear." Yili Baichio said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, one of the 4 symbols matched will soon be unveiled. By then, it will be too late for you to act. Cooperate now, and everything will still be in time." Chapter 27. Night fell quickly. Jiang Yu had been crouching at the foot of the school wall for a short while when Lin Yuan arrived. However, his gaze didn't fall on Lin Yuan, but rather on the person behind him. If he wasn't mistaken, Lin Yuan, who had been desperately trying to avoid seeing Si Muyun a while ago, was now inseparable from him after only a few days apart. Lin Yuan noticed his gaze and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" From the moment he appeared, Jiang Yu's gaze frequently fell on Si Muyun. Although he would look away, he would quickly return, as if he had discovered some extraordinary living fossil. Jiang Yu whispered, "Brother, didn't you say you seal your heart and lock away your love?" Lin Yuan, He rummaged through his memory, finally figuring out what Jiang Yu meant by sealing your heart and locking away your love. He was about to deny it when he heard Si Muyun say, "Your brother has liked other people before?" Jiang Yu blurted out, "Of course not. It's just that when he sees your picture he..." "Jiang Yu," Lin Yuan called out coldly. Jiang Yu realized Lin Yuan's tone was off and immediately covered his mouth, giving Si Muyun a cautious look. But Si Muyun pretended not to understand, and said to Lin Yuan, with interest, "Dr. Lin, if you want to see my photos next time, you can just ask me." Lin Yuan looked up at him, not to be outdone, and retorted, "You're standing right in front of me. Why not look at the real person? Do you think a photo can better represent Captain C's appearance?" She then chuckled casually, "Little brother, don't underestimate your charm." Si Muyun, unable to refute. Jiang Yu, unable to blend into their vibe, scratched his head blankly. Why were his brother and Si Muyun talking like they were flirting? Lin Yuan and Sima Yun didn't speak again, and Jiang Yu didn't dare to say anything more either. The group followed the route to the school's archives room, where students' paper files were stored. It was late at night, and the corridor was dark. Jiang Yu walked ahead of the two, but was pulled back after taking just one step. He turned around and saw his brother. However, his brother's expression was somewhat serious. His eyes weren't looking at him, but rather at the depths of the corridor. Jiang Yu hurriedly asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Lin Yuan pulled him back behind her and explained, "Infrared light." "Huh? Where did this infrared light come from?" Jiang Yu also looked into the depths of the corridor, examining it very carefully, not missing a single corner, but he couldn't see anything, only feeling a chill in the surroundings. "The human eye can't see it." At this moment, Sima Yun said, "However, I can." Saying this, he summoned his robot. The black and red robot instantly attracted Jiang Yu's attention. Lin Yuan glanced at Snow indifferently, and suddenly the image of the white-themed Migu robot flashed through her mind. The two robots standing together seemed somewhat like a couple's color scheme. Jiang Yu circled Snow once, then looked up at his brother. "Brother, don't you think it looks like the mural we saw that night?" Lin Yuan feigned ignorance. "What mural?" After saying that, she said to Snow, "Disarm the security device." Snow responded, and quickly disarmed the infrared security device. Jiang Yu, standing to the side, was stunned. Ignoring his brother's question about the mural, he turned and asked, "Brother, isn't this Captain C's robot? How can you control it?" "I don't know," Lin Yuan said casually. "Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Even the robots are envious." Hearing this, Jiang Yu, "Brother, look at what you're saying." Jiang Yu turned to look at the silent Sima Yun, who looked at him with indulgent eyes, even taking Lin Yuan's things for granted. Jiang Yu silently turned back. He didn't believe his brother and Captain C weren't having an affair. After Snow deactivated the device, the three quickly walked down the corridor to the archives at the end. Before opening the door, Jiang Yu asked curiously, "Brother, what are we doing in the archives?" "Looking for something." Lin Yuan had Snow open the door again and went inside. Unable to get a definite explanation, Jiang Yu asked Sima Yun again, "Captain C, do you know?" Sima Yun countered, "Even your brother doesn't want to talk to me. Do you think he'd tell me?" "Yeah. Then how did he allow you to come along?" Sima Yun calmly said, "He said he wanted to marry me, so I came with him." As if hearing some shocking news, Jiang Yu exclaimed, "Shock." Noticing the two hadn't followed, Lin Yuan turned back and, hearing this, exclaimed, Lin Yuan glanced at the two indifferently and said, "Are you two very free?" Jiang Yu was startled by the sudden voice, but relaxed when he saw Lin Yuan. "Brother, can you make some noise when you walk? You're appearing and disappearing like a ghost. It's a little scary." "Lin Yuan, is it possible that I am a ghost?" "Jiang Yu, brother, don't scare me." "Knowing I'm not, hurry up and come in." "Okay." Jiang Yu flashed into the archives room. Lin Yuan, with a half smile, said to Sima Yun, "Captain C, do you want me to invite you in?" "No need," Sima Yun said. "I can't make my lover bend over." Lin Yuan, Jiang Yu, who had run into the archives but hadn't gone far, heard this and silently gave Sima Yun a thumbs up. As expected of Captain C, he always knows how to handle his brother. However, before he could lower his hand, he heard a cold voice, "Jiang Yu." Jiang Yu jumped in fright and quickly turned and ran inside. Lin Yuan called for a long time without getting a response. Looking back, he was long gone. Jiang Yu was nowhere to be seen. Lin Yuan choked back tears. "Did I say what I was looking for? Why are you running so fast?" Sima Yun, remembering the thumbs up Jiang Yu had given him, instantly understood and said to Lin Yuan, "You probably scared him." Then he continued, "What are you looking for that you had to come so late at night?" "Zhang Yuanhong's paper file," Lin Yuan said calmly. Without waiting for Sima Yun's reaction, he went into the archives room. After hearing Lin Yuan's answer, Sima Yun looked up at his departing figure, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. What happened on Anyang Street, and what was it to Lin Yuan? The Star Academy's archives room didn't have an intelligent system. To find the file you wanted, you had to do it manually. This was also why Lin Yuan had called Jiang Yu over. Although Jiang Yu wasn't very quick-witted, at least he could use it. Jiang Yu thought Lin Yuan was going to scold him again, so he hurriedly ran into the depths of the archives room without paying attention to where he was going. When he realized that something was wrong, he quickly stopped. Looking up, he saw a mechanical eye on the wall, exactly the same as the one he'd seen that night in the underground lab behind the Star Academy. However, this eye didn't move. Jiang Yu tried taking 2 steps forward, his hand trembling as he touched the eye. Relieved to find it was solid wall, he breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, he saw a file folder beneath the eye, with a 1-inch photograph attached. Next to the photograph was a line of text. Zhang Yuanheng, class of 2014, drowned upon entering university, file closed. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's heart sank. He shifted his gaze back to the photograph, his eyes freezing. The Zhang Yuanheng in this photograph looked exactly like the Zhang Yuanheng he had seen. An identical Zhang Yuanheng. The dead Zhang Yuanheng. The 140th class of students. Jiang Yu recognized every single word, but put them together, he felt as if a black fog had veiled his eyes. His usually beating heart stopped at that moment. Everything he saw told him. Zhang Yuanheng was dead. But how could a dead man stand before him, chatting and laughing? How could someone who died 10 years ago reappear before everyone? Jiang Yu couldn't understand. His hands trembled as he picked up the file folder. Suddenly, something fell from under the folder and hit his foot. The archives were dark, and Jiang Yu couldn't see what it was, only that it was another file folder. He crouched down and picked up the file folder. The file folder also had a photo attached. The person in the photo was smiling brightly, their face slightly youthful, yet unable to conceal their unrestrained arrogance. Despite this, someone had drawn a large red X on the photo. Jiang Yu glanced at it, his breath catching in his throat, tears streaming down his face. It was a photo of Lin Yuhan when he was young. He looked exactly like his brother, Lin Yuhan. His brother was Lin Yuhan. Through his tear-filled eyes, he looked at the black characters beside it, which read, Lin Yuhan, class of 139, died in the 140th year of the new era. File closed. Lin Yuhan died 10 years ago. No wonder his brother was so familiar with the rules of the Science and Technology Conference. No wonder his brother had a floating keyboard. No wonder his brother wanted to return to Star Academy. Star Academy was his brother's alma mater. Suddenly, the words his brother had spoken to him that night, when he returned to Star Academy, flashed through his mind. While everyone accepted Lin Yuhan's death, no one knew that Lin Yuhan had been buried alive underground for 3 months. He had fought for a sliver of hope to survive, and that hope had taken him 3 whole months. 3 months. Lin Yuhan had once built 3 groundbreaking mechs that shook the interstellar city in just 3 months. The 4 symbols White Tiger T-type mech Sanyan, the Azure Dragon KG-type mech Bailiao, and the Black Tortoise DC-type mech Qinglan, along with the S-0 twin mech Smigu and Snow. But those 3 months buried underground became an inescapable nightmare for Lin Yuhan. Suddenly, he clutched his throat, turned his head away, and gagged. He didn't know how long he retched, but then, he heard the sound of mechanical gears turning. The noise wasn't loud, but it was unusually clear in the quiet air. He hurriedly looked up, and the eye on the wall he had been touching suddenly moved, its green pupils staring at him unblinkingly, like emerald gems. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. You are not Lin Yuhan, you are his younger brother Jiang Yu. The words had barely left his lips, when a young man appeared before him. It was Chenwen, the one who had vanished years before. Chenwen looked at him expressionlessly. You shouldn't have barged in. Hearing this, Jiang Yu instantly understood. This scheme was originally set up for Lin Yuhan, but he had accidentally stumbled in, and thus, he had become the target. Chenwen continued, Since you're here, there's no way I'd let you go back. Those who know these things are all dead. You must die too. Jiang Yu stared at him, his face deathly pale, saying nothing, only clutching the file folder in his hand tightly. He didn't want to die. He didn't want his death, unjustly claimed for 10 years, to be buried like this. Could he leave alive? Lin Yuhan and Si Muyun searched the archives for a long time, only finding Chenwen's file folder. The two spread the file out on the table, looking at it for a while, but couldn't figure anything out. Lin Yuhan, flipping through the documents, said, Chenwen, from Kanglan City, drowned the year he enrolled, a student from the class of 140, the same year as Zhang Yuanheng. Si Muyun, still climbing the ladder to find documents, heard Lin Yuhan's voice and asked, How do you know Zhang Yuanheng was from the class of 140? Migu told me, Lin Yuhan replied. After finishing his search, he looked around and said curiously, Where did Jiang Yu go? Is the archives room really that big? Before he finished speaking, a file folder fell to the ground. Lin Yuhan looked up and met Si Muyun's eyes. He noticed that the latter was holding other documents. This file folder had fallen while Si Muyun was searching. It didn't look like a properly organized file, it looked like it had been hidden away. Lin Yuhan immediately got up and picked up the file folder. Her expression turned grave when she saw the name on it. Si Muyun noticed Lin Yuhan's expression and quickly climbed down the ladder to examine the file folder. The file folder read, Yang Ming, class of 2014, burned to death the year he enrolled. File sealed. Lin Yuhan and Si Muyun simultaneously recalled the body on Yuehu Jiangxin's island, submerged in water for over 48 hours. That body was named Yang Ming, drowned, but his sealed file stated he died in a fire. After a moment of silence, Si Muyun asked, that night, did you go to Anyang Street? Lin Yuhan looked at him. What do you want to ask? Do you want to know if I killed him? I didn't suspect you. Si Muyun spoke slowly. I was just thinking, if Yang Ming's death is related to Zhang Yuanhang, and he was burned to death, and Zhang Yuanhang lived on Anyang Street, perhaps. He didn't finish his sentence, but Lin Yuan already understood his meaning. The fire on Anyang Street definitely happened. If Yang Ming really was burned to death in the fire, and died in the 140th year of the new era, then it means that a fire occurred on Anyang Street 10 years ago. And this fire recurred 10 years later. Lin Yuan said, do you think it's possible? 10 years later, I can still see the actual scene that happened 10 years ago. Si Muyun shook her head, I don't know either. Lin Yuan stood up and said, let's find Zhang Yuanhang's file before making a decision. Just as she finished speaking, a loud banging sound came from a wall, which quickly stopped. Lin Yuan and Si Muyun exchanged a glance, ran to the wall, and decisively kicked it open. The wall rolled away, revealing an open eye and scattered documents. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's gaze froze as she looked at the ground. There was a terminal on the floor. It belonged to Jiang Yu. Realizing something was wrong with Jiang Yu, Lin Yuan quickly looked at the open eye on the wall, but it was already closed, its previous stillness restored. Lin Yuan angrily slammed her fist against the wall. At that moment, Si Muyun squatted down, rummaged through the stack of documents, took out a design draft, and handed it to Lin Yuan. What's this? Lin Yuan asked, taking it, but after only one glance, she fell silent. Si Muyun, your name is written on this. Perhaps only you know. Lin Yuan calmly replied, I do know. As she spoke, Si Muyun noticed that Lin Yuan's hand holding the paper was trembling. He immediately grasped Lin Yuan's hand and put the paper away. If you don't want to look, then don't. Lin Yuan didn't answer him, but continued, this is the design draft I've been searching for 10 years. For symbols vermilion bird, we type, name undecided. Lin Yuan closed her eyes, leaning wearily on Si Muyun's shoulder, and whispered, in the 140th year of the new era, the stagnant 35th generation of interstellar city began to develop. Shortly after I crawled out from underground, I learned that the vermilion bird design draft had been taken by the Liu family. I went to the Liu family and met 9-year-old Liu Zhao. That night, after leaving the hospital, I went to Anyang Street. Zhang Yuanhang gave me a mecha design draft and asked me to build it. He knows who I am. Si Muyun. Lin Yuan called softly, I can tell you what I experienced in these 10 years, but I can't tell you what happened 10 years ago. Because I don't remember anything. Memory is like a wave, easily washed away and forgotten. The memories of 10 years ago had long since faded with the injected drugs and his shattered mental strength. He lay like a puppet in the reboot pod, slowly forgetting the past, slowly feeling the immense mental energy draining from his body, and slowly awaiting death. Will it hurt? Probably. 10 years ago, he was a prodigy envied by everyone. 10 years later, he was a reboot pod criminal on the run. His pride, his youthful vigor, had long since vanished after the technology conference 10 years ago. Si Muyun gently hugged him. This isn't your fault. Having been by my side for so long, didn't you ever have a thought of capturing me? Lin Yuan hadn't expected Si Muyun's way of comforting people to be so simple, and couldn't help but ask. Si Muyun asked in confusion, capture you? Why? Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan saw that his gaze was clear, he didn't seem to be lying. Don't you know who I am? Lin Yuan stared directly into his eyes. Si Muyun, boyfriend. Lin Yuan, Si Muyun is hopeless. Lin Yuan didn't want to talk to Si Muyun anymore, and pushed him out of the archives. Si Muyun asked him, aren't you going to save Jiang Yu? He won't die. Nobody can touch him. After saying that, Lin Yuan called out to Migu, copy that electromagnetic wave frequency, and send it to the White Knight Tower outside the heavens. Write the number A001. After you send it, you and Snow go and smash up the principal's office, especially that eye on the wall. Peel off its circuit board and information screen. Without those things, let's see how arrogant it can be. Lin Yuan walked out of the archives, saying, oh right, transform into mecha form and smash it, then hang a banner. No. Play a voice message saying that Colonel Si Muyun, the youngest and most promising officer in Star City, is charging forward for love. Si Muyun, Migu, Snow, Wait, is this right? Lin Yuan turned, smiling at Si Muyun. Colonel C, you don't want to? Once you're on my ship, you're mine. If Colonel C doesn't want to, there are plenty of handsome young men out there. Si Muyun interrupted him, immediately saying, I do. Migu, Snow, Why don't you two just get married right there? Half an hour later, a huge hole was smashed into the roof of the Star Academy's tallest building. In front of the damaged building, a black and a white mecha stood in midair, their heads flashing red lights, broadcasting something in a rigid, mechanical voice. General Si Muyun, the most renowned general of Interstellar City, charges into battle for love. General Si Muyun, the most renowned general of Interstellar City, charges into battle for love. General Si Muyun, the most renowned general of Interstellar City, charges into battle for love. Below the administration building, two tall figures leaned against a tree trunk in the shadows, wearing the Star Academy's specially made white shirts, arms crossed, watching the office above them being repeatedly smashed. A gentle night breeze stirred their clothes. Lin Yuan stared straight ahead, casually saying, You really enjoy being the subject of my rumors? If that person is you, Si Muyun replied, It's not a rumor. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan laughed in exasperation. You seem unsurprised that I smashed the principal's office. The person living there is fake. Lin Yuan glanced at him in surprise, then said with interest, You know? As far as I know, more than half a month ago, the Dean of Star Academy, Yu Guishan, fainted in his office, but this new dean hasn't shown his face since taking office. It's really intriguing. Si Muyun looked at him and said confidently, You know who he is. Hearing this, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, You obviously know, why ask when you already know? Captain C, why don't you think about who your white moonlight is that you're so devoted to? As soon as he finished speaking, Si Muyun silently glanced at him, as if accusing him of his behavior. Lin Yuan, In the principal's office, after Migu and Snow smashed things, the two mechs stood facing each other in the office. Migu, should we turn this music off? Snow, have they left? Migu, it seems not. Snow, then I turn it up a few decibels. Migu, Has your master finally completely let go of his pride? The music was turned up, and the two mechs turned on their lights, illuminating the pattern of a giant eye on the wall. Snow took a few steps forward and asked, What's this? Migu followed, It seems to be a mech one level higher than ours. One level higher? Snow said doubtfully, Isn't the Star City's technological civilization at the 35th generation? Why would they have technological products one level higher than ours? Who knows? We only have a handful of researchers on the surface. We don't know about those retired guys. Migu echoed its words. Snow turned to look at him. I have a feeling you know something. That's just a feeling. If my intelligence affects you, then I'm sorry, my program can't be changed. Snow, As expected of Lin Yuan's robot, even their tone of voice is identical. Snow turned back to look at the eye. Is this what we're supposed to smash? Migu nodded. Snow confirmed the target and punched down, instantly creating a dent in the eye. Migu watched his action and followed suit with a punch, even harder than Snow's. Snow, you seem to harbor a lot of resentment towards him. Migu, I don't think your master is talkative. Don't you think you talk too much? Sorry. Snow apologized, mimicking its words. If my talking affects you, then I'm sorry, my program can't be changed. Migu, ? A mimic. Migu angrily punched through the eye's circuit board, smashing the information screen to pieces. Still not satisfied, it tore down the wall. Snow, silently watching it finish, muttered, He thought to himself, a violent maniac. Inside the locked laboratory of the White Knight Tower, a figure sitting in the shadows slowly opened its eyes. He looked at the enormous eye on the wall and sneered, You guys really are like mad dogs, biting anyone you can't find a bone to bite. Like mad dogs. Suddenly, a crack split open from the center of the eye, followed by countless more. The blood-red eyeball snapped open in fury, darting around and shouting angrily in a mechanical voice. Lin Yuan. Chapter 28. The next morning, Lin Yuan heard someone shouting outside before he even got out of bed. He pulled the blanket up a little, rolled over, and covered his ears. Suddenly, he heard the rustling sound of clothes being put on. Compared to the noise outside, it wasn't loud, but perhaps because he was so close, Lin Yuan heard it exceptionally loudly. He threw off the blanket and looked at the culprit who had woken him. Before the cold smile could even form on his lips, he turned his head and saw a perfectly defined six-pack. The owner of the six-pack seemed to notice Lin Yuhan's gaze, half covering himself with his clothes, but not completely hiding the waistband of his half-belted pants, where the defined abs were still clearly visible. Lin Yuhan, Si Muyun. Lin Yuhan called out, so now you think your face isn't attractive enough for me, so you're starting to use your body? He added, I don't like your body type, save your effort. Si Muyun responded calmly, slowly buttoning up his shirt in front of him. Lin Yuhan, After buttoning it up, Si Muyun glanced at him, don't worry, I like you. Lin Yuhan, Si Muyun, are you sick? Yeah, sickness from falling in love with you. Si Muyun's words silenced Lin Yuhan again. He silently covered his eyes with the blanket, refusing to look at Si Muyun. The latter, seeing this, unconsciously smiled slightly. After washing up, the two went out together. As they opened the door, a commotion rushed in. Did you know? The principal's office was vandalized last night. Who's so bold as to vandalize the principal's office? Do they want to quit school? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan yawned leisurely, thinking, it's not just that he doesn't want to study. He could practically tear the school down. Just then, a sudden voice said, you guys don't know the Dean of Star Academy has changed, do you? What do you mean? A curious person asked. Literal meaning? The person said calmly, his tone brimming with undisguised superiority. He glanced contemptuously at the person who asked, as if wondering how anyone could not know, before casually continuing, half a month ago, the former Dean Yu Guishan, who had taught for 30 years, suddenly collapsed in an accident. The current dean is Lu Wenfu, who retired 10 years ago to recuperate on Blue Star. Who is Lu Wenfu? I probably don't need to introduce him. Before he could finish, a voice interrupted him. How come I didn't know my grandfather was taking office? Lin Yuan looked up and saw Lu Zhao, with Zhao Minglang beside him. Lu Zhao retorted, where did you get this information? My grandfather has been recuperating on Blue Star since he retired 10 years ago. He's rarely returned to Central Star in the past decade, so why would he be here on Floating Star? What evidence do you have to prove you're telling the truth? Who are you? Hearing this, the man turned to look at him, his eyes sweeping over him disdainfully. You ask me for evidence? Why don't you prove you're Lu Wenfu's grandson? I remember his grandson died in an accident 10 years ago. You dare claim to be Lu Wenfu's grandson today? Do you think you come back to life? You? Lu Zhao was furious. But then he remembered that he hadn't seen his grandfather for 10 years, and now, besides their surname, he had nothing to prove their relationship. Seeing that Lu Zhao couldn't produce any evidence, the man immediately became arrogant, his tone growing increasingly haughty. Not far away, Si Muyun heard this, and his eyes darkened slightly. He looked up, wanting to ask Lin Yuan, but she had already anticipated his reaction and smiled, saying, want to ask me about what happened back then? Si Muyun, how am I supposed to explain to you that the dead can't come back to life? Lu Zhao isn't dead. Si Muyun confirmed this fact by looking at his expression. Lin Yuan agreed, indeed, not dead. Because the one who died was me. With that, he walked towards Lu Zhao, silencing Si Muyun's further questions. He looked at the person who had been provoking Lu Zhao and slowly said, how come you're the only one who knows the dean has changed? I've been here for so long, and my homeroom teacher never told me the dean had changed. You're neither a homeroom teacher nor a school teacher. How could a student know this news before the homeroom teacher and other teachers? Or are you not a student at all? Upon hearing the last sentence, everyone present looked at him, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Xiao Wensheng looked at Lin Yuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and asked warily, who are you? I'm not a student, so who are you? Lin Yuan, Mecha Class 1, Lin Henin. Hearing Mecha Class 1, Xiao Wensheng narrowed his eyes, his tone softening slightly. I thought someone was being arrogant. Turns out you're from Mecha Class 1. There's more than just me from Mecha Class 1 here, Lin Yuan said slowly, like Lu Zhao you just mentioned, and the tall guy next to him, and the people who came with me, they're all from Mecha Class 1. Xiao Wensheng, He offended a whole bunch of people in one go. But he stubbornly pointed to the person directly in front of him and said, is this one too? Lin Yuan looked in the direction he was pointing, and coincidentally, the person he was pointing at was Jiang Sun. The latter hadn't expected Xiao Wensheng to point at him and ask such a question, and still maintained a smug, gossipy expression. Jiang Sun dropped his onlooker's expression and said matter-of-factly, didn't your parents teach you that pointing at people is impolite? And what do you mean this one too? My name is Jiang Sun, a student in Mecha Class 2. Don't always mistake me for someone from Mecha Class 1. I know I'm excellent, but I don't associate with blind people. He finished by giving Lin Yuan a defiant look. Lin Yuhan replied calmly, "Nobody cares which class you're in." Hearing this, Jiang Sun immediately bristled, his voice rising considerably. "You, Lin Han, we see about the school's evaluation. Let's see what kind of mecha you can pull out. Wait and see? Why don't you just fly to the moon?" Jiang Sun, Lin Hanin's words were more venomous than poison. How did his cousin end up with this person? Thinking this, he secretly glanced at Si Miyun and noticed that his cousin looked no different than usual, but his complexion was noticeably better than the deathly pale face of a few years ago. So he hadn't been poisoned to death after all? What are you looking at so intently? Lin Yuan noticed Jiang Sun's gaze fixed on Si Miyun and couldn't help but ask curiously. Jiang Sun was busy thinking and didn't realize who was asking him. His mouth moved faster than his brain, and he said, "I'm wondering why Si Yunyan hasn't been poisoned to death by Lin Hanin's mouth yet." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw Lin Yuan looking at him with a half smile. Jiang Sun, why was Lin Hanin born if he already exists? Jiang Sun wanted to say something more, but when he looked up, he saw Si Miyun walking towards them. He immediately turned and ran. If he didn't run, he was afraid Si Miyun would hear what he said and have Snow come and beat him with a stick. Just then, another commotion arose not far from them. Jiang Sun paused for a moment, still not understanding why the principal's office had been vandalized. A shout erupted from the crowd. Last night, someone saw two mechs, one black and one white, vandalizing the principal's office. They were playing a voice message while they were smashing it, saying something about Colonel C charging for love. Which Colonel C? Besides that one from Beifu Jingyuan, who else with the surname C could hold such a high position at such a young age? Jiang Sun, after hearing this, The silence today was deafening. After Jiang Sun left, Xiao Wensheng looked left and right, seeing only people he couldn't afford to offend, and ran away, while everyone was distracted. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. "Lin Hanin, you scumbag! Lin Yuhan, Si Muyun, Lu Xiao, Xiao Minglang, Jiang Sun, seemingly still not satisfied, added, "You dare to defile my cousin, you're finished." "Cousin?" Lin Yuan asked, completely bewildered. He looked up in Jiang Sun's direction, and saw a group of people huddled together, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion. Lin Yuan knew their topic even with his eyes closed. In a flash, remembering what he asked Snow and Migu to do last night, he instantly understood. He turned to Si Muyun, raised an eyebrow, and called out again, "Oh, it's my cousin." Si Muyun, Lin Yuan added, "They don't even look alike, probably adopted." Si Muyun, Lu Xiao and Zhao Minglang exchanged a glance, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Interstellar City is so big, how come they all end up going to school together? Si Muyun didn't speak, tacitly acknowledging that Jiang Sun was his cousin. But he didn't expect that in less than a class period, his relationship with Jiang Sun had already spread. Not only that, but on the second day of school, Jiang Sun and Lin Yuhan had a fight, and neither liked the other. The school forum was constantly discussing which side Si Muyun was on. Lin Yuan had long heard about the gossip forum at Xingyuan Academy. After registering an account, she eagerly read the headline to Si Miyun. Si Yunyun from Mecha Class 1 and Jiang Sun from Mecha Class 2 are actually cousins. Will his relationship with Lin Hanin last? Will Jiang Sun agree to the marriage? Will their relationship completely fall apart after marriage? Damn, what rubbish. She had intended to use the headline to mock Si Miyun, but as she read it, it felt like she was shooting herself in the foot. He's marrying Si Miyun? Does he need Jiang Sun's consent? Lin Yuhan cursed inwardly, then looked up to see Si Miyun staring intently at him. Why aren't you reading anymore? I'm not reading anymore. Lin Yuhan was so angry she wanted to throw the terminal in his face. Was anything she was supposed to hear being read aloud? Si Miyun chuckled lightly. We don't need his consent to get married. If you don't like him, I just tell Andy to stop him from coming to our house. Lin Yuhan glared at him. Who wants to marry you? Yeah, I know, not now. Lin Yuhan, When Liao Baixing walked in, her gaze unconsciously glanced at Lin Yuhan and Si Miyun, only looking away when she saw they weren't causing trouble. She walked to the podium in her high heels, and after standing still, said, Our school's science and technology conference competition will be held in a month. The competition content is quite simple. A few days ago, you had your mental strength levels tested, that counts as one assessment. The second is the connection between mental strength and mecha. Starting from this class, all our classes will be held in the control room until the competition ends. The third is the ability to build mecha. This requirement is also simple. Within a limited time, build a mecha that can connect with your mental strength. The building level requirement is A level or above. Of course, it's not enough to just be exactly A level. Those who go to the Central Star to participate in the Science and Technology Conference will definitely be selected from the entire school. And we, as a century-old institution in the field of science and technology, our school has never lacked outstanding talents. And you, as freshmen, to stand out in the competition, your mecha building skills must reach at least S rank. Only with top-tier mecha building skills can you emerge victorious from the final testing ground. But one of the students said, "We never even touched a mecha before. How can we build an A-rank mecha so easily?" Hearing this, Liao Baixing laughed. "Building an A-rank mecha isn't difficult. When I first enrolled, I didn't know any more than you. In fact, my classmates always slept in class. Every time I tried to study diligently and saw them like that, I wanted to slack off too, thinking, let whoever wants to participate in the Science and Technology Conference participate." "So, teacher, you also attended the Science and Technology Conference back then?" Liao Baixing nodded. The students below erupted in chatter. In the last row, Lin Yuan calmly elbowed Si Muyun, removing her hand from his, and scolded, "Can't you listen carefully? We're going to attend the Science and Technology Conference." Si Muyun glanced indifferently at the comics on his desk and chuckled. Seeing him laugh, Lin Yuan immediately shoved the comic book back into the desk drawer. "What are you laughing at? The pot calling the kettle black." Lin Yuan, Liao Baixing continued, "Once you enter Star Academy, everyone aspires to the Science and Technology Conference. Participating in the conference gives you a chance to become famous throughout the interstellar world. Those who participate are geniuses selected from their respective schools through rigorous rounds of competition. The year I went, one of them came from our school, and his story is still told throughout the interstellar city." Teacher, is it Lin Yuan?" "That's right, it's him." Liao Baixing sighed. "He entered school with me. He was late for the class meeting, got scolded by the homeroom teacher, and after his mental strength was tested, he slept on his desk. His daily pleasure was going to the back mountain of Star Academy to tease the birds. Back then, he looked like some idiot who was just coasting through school, until 2 weeks before the Science and Technology Conference evaluation, he suddenly called me over. The day Lin Yuan called her over, it was raining outside in the corridor. Gu Xi and Su Yin walked beside him, but their eyes gleamed as they looked at her, as if they had seen some rare treasure. She took a few steps back in fear and asked, "Is there something you need?" "Hello, are you Liao Baixing, the one with a mental strength level exceeding SS rank?" The gentle-looking Gu Xi pulled the sleepy-eyed Lin Yuan, and the rather fierce-looking Su Yin back a step, giving Liao Baixing a harmless smile. "It's like this. The Science and Technology Conference evaluation is imminent, and our team is short one person. Would you like to team up with us?" Liao Baixing glanced at the group. She recognized all three. She heard rumors about them since entering the university, but she never expected them to approach her, especially Lin Yuan, who seemed to sleep all the time and hadn't been awake a single day. She whispered, "My mecha isn't finished yet, I'm afraid." "It's alright, we have a mecha here." Liao Baixing asked suspiciously, "Isn't the evaluation based on your own mecha? Do you have extra time to build other mechas?" Of the three, only Gu Xi seemed reliable. Lin Yuan and Su Yin looked even less reliable than the other, not to mention the fight they had right after entering the university, which had caused quite a stir. Thinking it over, she wanted to politely decline, "No need." Just then, Lin Yuan, standing behind her, said, "Refusing is useless. No one, but you can control this mecha." "What do you mean?" Liao Baixing looked up at him. "Bailu, come out." Lin Yuan called lazily, and a light green robot appeared, its matching eyes looking particularly pleasing. A leaping dragon was printed on its round body. He patted Bailu's head and said, "Whether you can win back your master's heart depends on yourself." After saying that, Bailu understood his meaning, flew out of the corridor, and with 2 beeps, transformed from robot form into a huge, controllable mecha, then into the shape of a motorcycle. The transformation into 3 forms. Liao Baixing was stunned. "What kind of mech is this? How can it transform into 3 forms?" Given the current level of technological development in Interstellar City, the mechs they could manufacture only had 2 forms. One was a robot, and the other was a mech. This was the first time he'd seen one that could transform into a mech vehicle. Lin Yuan called by Liao back. "One of the 4 Symbol series mechs, the Azure Dragon KG-type mech vehicle. It can startle a prairie fire within 100 miles, and kill within 100 steps, hence its name, by Liao San Yen." A white robot appeared beside Su Yin, with a tiger printed in the same spot on its body. Lin Yuhan explained. One of the 4 symbol series mechs, the White Tiger TA-type mech vehicle. It can withstand the scorching summer heat, yet remain calm and cool, hence its name, San Yin. Qinglan. A black robot appeared beside Gu Xiai, with a Xian turtle on its body. The golden patterns were lifelike. Lin Yuhan touched it. Hey, he said, also one of the 4 symbol series mechs, the Xuanwu DC-type mech, named Qinglan after the Qinglan and Bailu series. After introducing the 3 mechs, he looked at Liao Baixing. The 4 symbol series mechs are all SS level or higher. You need to have a mental strength level of SS level or higher, otherwise, these mechs are a waste. Liao Baixing wanted to ask him how he researched these mechs, but thinking of Lin Yuhan sleeping in class every day, she instantly understood that Lin Yuhan wasn't the clueless slacker he appeared to be, but a gifted individual. With just 1 mech from the 4 symbol series, he had already far surpassed many of his peers. Lin Yuhan nudged Bai Liao, it needs you. At this moment, Gu Xiai seized the opportunity to propose an alliance. Bai Xing, we're both 4 symbols mechs. Why don't we form an alliance and go to the Science and Technology Hall together? Believe in yourself. You don't want Bai Liao to only appear in the Star Academy, do you? They deserve a bigger stage. Liao Baixing stared blankly at the green robot. It seemed somewhat timid, yet reluctant to let her go, and cautiously approached her. Master, my name is Bai Liao. I'm very obedient, and won't interfere with your life. Can you please not abandon me? She crouched down to look at Bai Liao, releasing her mental energy to connect with it. In just an instant, she felt the vastness of Bai Liao's mental energy sea, and there was no rejection reaction like when connecting with mechs used in class or teaching. Bai Liao seemed tailor-made for her. She stood up. Okay, I form an alliance with you. Bai Liao's life shouldn't end here. The 4 symbol series mechs, with their 3 forms, shouldn't end here either. At that year's Science and Technology Conference, 3 quadrilateral mechs stood side by side. Besides the yet-to-be-designed Vermilion Bird, there were 2 black and white twin star S0 mechs that caused a sensation throughout the interstellar city. The appearance of these 5 mechs caused a sensation throughout the entire interstellar world. It marked the arrival of a new technological era. A young man had pioneered mech design, injecting new vitality into stagnant technological development. And the name of the designer for all these mechs was written on 1 page, Interstellar Science and Technology Institute. Lin Yuhan. Chapter 29. After telling the story of attending the Science and Technology Conference that year, Liao Baixing led the students of Mecha Class 1 to the control room. On the way to the control room, Lin Yuhan and Si Muyun followed behind the group. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a familiar figure. It was Lu Zhao, walking slower and slower. His back seemed to carry a heavy burden. Recalling what had happened that morning, Lin Yuhan thoughtfully strode forward, placed her hand on his shoulder, and asked casually, "What's wrong?" Startled by the sudden touch, Lu Zhao turned and saw Lin Yuhan. He quickly suppressed his pounding heart and said with a pained expression, "I don't know, my grandfather came to the Star Academy." Lin Yuhan comforted him, "It's alright. Maybe his job hasn't been confirmed yet, and he's thinking of telling you only after it's settled." "But," Lu Zhao hesitated, "my grandfather has been retired for 10 years. Why would he suddenly come all the way from Blue Star without a word? I'm at the Star Academy too." Hearing this, Lin Yuhan calmly suppressed her emotions, thinking, what else could it be? A person who's been dead for 10 years suddenly returns, and openly at that. Anyone would come back to see him, especially someone who knows how he died. Lin Yuhan patted his shoulder. "Alright, it's a good thing your grandfather is taking office, you should be happy." Lu Zhao looked up at him, voicing his long-held question. "Aren't you curious?" "Curious about what?" "That person said this morning that I'm a dead man." Lin Yuan said calmly, "I don't believe what others say, I only believe what I see." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao's expression froze for a moment, then he smiled with relief after a few seconds. "That's right, I'm still standing here, how could I be dead?" How could he be dead? Even if he were dead, why would he be standing here, going to school with everyone else? With his worries gone, Lu Zhao's pace quickened considerably. Lin Yuan calmly withdrew her gaze, and turned to Si Muyun. "What do you want to ask now? The underground laboratory in the back mountain, or Lu Zhao's matter?" Si Muyun, "I know when you want to tell me. And if that day never comes?" Lin Yuan countered. Before she finished speaking, Si Muyun suddenly grabbed her wrist. Looking up, she met his deep eyes. Lin Yuan hadn't seen Si Muyun with that look in his eyes for a long time. The last time she saw it was when he went to the police station as a doctor, the day they met. For a moment, neither of them spoke, just staring at each other. After a long pause, Si Muyun said something completely unrelated. Your hair is white. Doesn't it look good when it's dyed white? He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. How did you know? He had clearly asked the hairdresser to leave some black at the roots, and he had repeatedly confirmed that the roots weren't completely white. How did Si Muyun know his original hair color was white? Or had Si Muyun already noticed before he even got his hair white again? He looked up at Si Muyun. You? When you had your mental breakdown? Si Muyun's tone held an inexplicable sadness, tinged with a hint of heartache. Your roots were white. So what? Lin Yuan chuckled softly. So what if she discovered his original hair color was white? What does white hair signify? Does it mean he's already old? Lin Yuan found that besides laughing, he couldn't make any other expression. He smiled at Si Muyun. You want to ask me how I got white hair, right? Lin Yuan knew what Si Muyun wanted to ask, and he knew that if he didn't tell him now, Si Muyun probably wouldn't let it go. 10 years ago, I left the Star Academy and went to Central Star because someone told me that the design drafts for the Vermilion Bird had been auctioned off for a high price to a businessman who knew nothing about mechas. That businessman's surname was Xiao, Lin Yuan calmly explained. When I got there, I discovered that there was no Vermilion Bird there, nor was there a businessman surnamed Xiao. I stood on the administrative avenue of Central Star, and all that awaited me was an eye and a dying boy. That boy told me his name was Lu Xiao. It was a very peaceful day. That eye told me that either I lived, and he died, or I died, and he lived. This shouldn't have been my. Even if I die, going to the Central Star will only give me the design drafts for the Vermilion Bird. Besides, he's Lu Wenfu's grandson. Even if I die, I never let Lu Wenfu go. Why should I risk my life to save the descendant of my enemy? At this moment, Si Muyun spoke softly, but you still saved him. Lin Yuan looked at him in surprise and nodded. That's right. I saved him. When I arrived, he was barely clinging to life. If I had been any later, he would have been dead. I didn't have any real hatred for him. Those who truly harbor hatred are hiding in peaceful places, enjoying their old age. I couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Besides, I'm already a dead man. Hearing the last sentence, Si Muyun felt as if his heart was being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. Thinking back to the past, some things Lin Yuan had almost forgotten, while others were etched in her memory, impossible to forget. Liao Baixing called him that arrogant and flamboyant genius boy from 10 years ago, but his memories of that period were a complete blank. The four symbols matched, the black and white twins. He only remembered one name. If Migu hadn't been by his side, he probably wouldn't have imagined he'd be associated with these legendary mechs. His memories of Anyang Street were blank, his identity 10 years ago was blank, even the people and events around him were blank. Everyone said he was a prodigy, but even prodigies die. Lin Yuan said calmly, after saving Lu Xiao, I didn't die. Instead, they took me to a dark and gloomy place. There were only medical equipment there, no light or sound. The only thing I could do each day was sleep under the injections they gave me. I never seen their drug before, but I know my body's functions are declining. I forget a lot of things and get sick easily. I heard them say it's called organ failure. When a person is truly reduced to skin and bones, even the most advanced medications can't cure the simplest cold. Then their experiment will be a success. Si Muyun, what kind of drug is this? How can it cause organ failure? They call this drug non-life. Lin Yuan smiled. After injecting non-life, cells die, tissues are damaged, organs fail, melanin production in the system decreases, and hair naturally turns white. He slowly rolled up his sleeve, revealing a dense network of needle marks. These are the marks they left when they injected me with the drugs. Once there's the first injection, there's a second. Once there's the first year, there's a second year, and it keeps repeating day and night until they finally succeed. But once they stop, no one knows what their next plan is. Si Muyun stared at the countless needle marks, momentarily unable to breathe. His mind went blank for a moment. He couldn't imagine how Lin Yuan had endured this inhuman treatment time and time again. Does it hurt? Si Muyun asked, his voice trembling. Lin Yuan shook his head with a smile, lowering his sleeves. I'd long forgotten. I didn't even cry, yet you seem more heartbroken than me. He teased with a laugh, pulling the man into his arms, patting his back, and said with emotion, Little brother, now you know why I didn't want to talk about it. Such a dark past, anyone who touches it would be devastated. I love it, I can't bear to part with it. Seeing you cry makes me feel terrible. Before he finished speaking, his shirt was already soaked with tears. The usually composed Captain C was now crying like a child, his lips tightly pressed together, his eyes red-rimmed. Lin Yuhan held him close, wiping away his tears gently, and sighed, "Yesterday you said you wouldn't let me cry, and today you're crying yourself. Si Muyun, you're so selfish." Si Muyun remained silent. Lin Yuan sighed again, "Si Muyun, my heart is broken in two. Please stop crying." He took Si Muyun's hand, placed it on his chest, and asked, "Did you hear me?" Si Muyun barely managed to shut up, his voice hoarse as he asked, "What did you hear?" Lin Yuan lifted his face, making him look at her, and said earnestly, "I heard your voice shatter." Si Muyun froze, then grabbed his hand, and called his name earnestly. "Lin Yuan." "I want to kiss you." A kiss. Naturally, it didn't work. Lu Zhao, who had already gone downstairs, didn't see Lin Yuan and Si Muyun come down, so he went back upstairs. Upon reaching his floor, he saw the two of them embracing, and Si Muyun, who was half a head taller than Lin Yuan, said he wanted to kiss him. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao immediately ran away, slapping himself as he ran, thinking to himself, "What kind of behavior is this? They're a young couple on a date, and I have to come and watch. He's sick." Thinking this, he rushed downstairs at his usual speed. By the time Lin Yuan and Si Muyun reached the top of the stairs, Lu Zhao was nowhere to be seen. Lin Yuan glanced amusedly at Si Muyun, whose face darkened. "That kid runs pretty fast." Si Muyun silently glanced at him, his voice barely audible. "You pushed him away faster than he ran." Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly, not denying it. Just now, when Lu Zhao came up, he shouted their names. Without thinking, Lin Yuan pushed Si Muyun away, so fast that both of them were stunned. Especially Si Muyun, looking at his empty palm, subtly concealing the disappointment in his eyes. But remembering what Lin Yuan had just said, Si Muyun added, "You said you like me?" Did I? Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, looking down at Si Muyun. "You don't want to admit it?" Si Muyun stared at the top of his head. Lin Yuan reverted to his previous excuse, "We're students. This is university, not high school." Lin Yuan, Si Muyun pressed on, "Lin Yuan, we're not really students. Everyone knows we like each other. Everyone thinks we're a couple. You even said you like me. Are you still trying to hide?" Lin Yuan suddenly realized, "You aren't crying at all." Si Muyun, ? He laughed through gritted teeth. "Fine, you didn't say you like me, and I didn't cry. It was all an act, Lin Yuan. Let's see how many more no's you can come up with." Suddenly realizing he had completely angered Si Muyun, Lin Yuan guiltily touched his nose. Did he feel like he shot himself in the foot? He looked around for a moment, then rushed downstairs before Si Muyun, quickly changing the subject. "We're going to be late." Si Muyun forced a smile. Inside the control room, the students from Mech Class 1 who arrived early were already admiring the mechs displayed indoors. Lu Zhao arrived at the control room before Lin Yuan and Si Muyun. Just as the two stepped into the classroom, the school bell rang in the corridor. Lin Yuan chose a corner seat. It wasn't time for their mental connection to fully form yet. Aside from using his mental power for the final assessment, he could simply stay next to his mech and sleep. Thinking about it, he realized he'd been in class for quite a while. He caught a glimpse of the person next to him sitting down, turned around to greet them, and nearly scared himself to death. However, before he could even show his alarm, the other person jumped up. "Holy crap, what are you doing here?" "Lin Yuan, I also wanted to ask you, what are you doing here?" Jiang Sun covered his mouth and nose with his collar, standing far away, looking like he'd die if he got close to Lin Yuan. He looked around Lin Yuan with disdain, not seeing Si Muyun, and grinned, showing his big teeth. "So you're juggling multiple relationships, now nobody's protecting you." Lin Yuan, juggling multiple relationships, This kid must be crazy, he's purer than pure water. Which of your underlings are they? Did they think you were useless, and go to someone else? Lin Yuan retorted defiantly. Leaving aside Liao Baixing not mentioning the practical class, or the mecha class too, just the fact that Jiang Sun picked the seat next to him at a glance, it's hard to say who's more unlucky. "What underlings?" Jiang Sun asked. How could he not know he had underlings? Lin Yuan reminded him, "Weren't those guys who came to provoke me at the door the other day your lackeys?" Jiang Sun gave an "oh," and said disdainfully, "Those few good-for-nothings who wasted their lives think they can be my lackeys? I'm a top talent going to participate in the Science and Technology Conference." Lin Yuan glanced at him indifferently. "Jiang Sun, what kind of look is that? Who do you think you are? Starting from this class today, I will definitely grind you into the dust." "You?" Now it was Lin Yuan's turn to be disdainful. He looked Jiang Sun up and down. He wasn't even as tall as him, and only had some flesh on his arms. Zhao Minglang standing in front of him looked like a figurine. Lin! Han! Han! Jiang Sun was so angry he wanted to hit Lin Yuhan. Suddenly, everyone in the practical training room looked up at Jiang Sun and Lin Yuhan's location. Jiang Sun noticed the air suddenly quiet down and looked up at Liao Baixing, who was standing at the front of the classroom. But when he looked up, he saw Lin Yuhan giving him a bright smile. Jiang Sun, He cursed Lin Yuhan inwardly, then turned to look at Liao Baixing, who stared at him expressionlessly. Jiang Sun, 5 minutes later, Jiang Sun looked at his seat in the first row, his speechless frustration reaching its peak. Is Lin Yuhan even human? He pointed to the empty seat next to him and asked Liao Baixing, Teacher, since I'm sitting in the first row, shouldn't he be sitting there too? Before he could finish speaking, he saw a very tall person sit in that seat, his muscular physique extremely eye-catching. Hearing Jiang Sun's words, he turned around and said, This seat is mine. The speaker was none other than Zhao Minglang. Jiang Sun turned to look at the empty seat on the other side, as if to say something, but when he turned around, he saw Lu Zhao's smiling face. Lu Zhao, noticing him looking over, raised his hand in greeting, Hello? Jiang Sun, ? He turned back to glare at Lin Yuhan, but instead met a pair of deep, dark eyes. The oppressive gaze instantly reminded him of the horrific beatings he suffered as a child. Cousin! Jiang Sun called out weakly, turning his head away without speaking. With Liao Baixing in front, Xi Muyu behind, Zhao Minglang to the left, and Lu Zhao to the right, all these people were bewitched by Lin Yuhan. That despicable Lin Yuhan, he thought angrily, focusing his attention on the mecha in front of him. Undisturbed, Lin Yuhan leaned comfortably against his mecha. He waved to the person looking at him, Focus on class, I'm going to sleep. His classmate murmured, Was that right? With that, Lin Yuhan actually fell asleep, looking completely detached from worldly affairs. He didn't notice that after he fell asleep, someone quietly opened the mecha he was leaning against. The mecha's eyes quickly turned red, but as if due to a malfunction, the red light quickly dissipated. At the same time, the eyes in the Star Academy principal's office suddenly opened. A person in a Star Academy uniform stood before it, respectfully saying, My dear master, it's been a long time. Chenwen, where is he? Chenwen smiled slightly. He's in the control room. Our people have already activated his corresponding mecha. If you wish, you can connect to that mecha's mental energy C. However, Mi Gu and Snow are both with him, and there are 3 SS-level mental energy users nearby. If you make a move, it might be somewhat disadvantageous. Is that guy surnamed C also with him? Chenwen, yes. The child he risked his life for 10 years ago is also with him. Who? The mechanical voice suddenly became sharp. My dear master, please don't worry, Chenwen reassured him. That child is Lu Zhao, your friend's grandson. He's currently in the Mech Class 1. He's very talented. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he'd be one of those attending the Science and Technology Conference. Lu Zhao. The eyes pronounced the name word by word, then suddenly, as if remembering something, it paused, burst into laughter, a chilling mechanical laugh echoing throughout the office. A dead man. What pathetic humans. After the practical class, Lu Zhao planned to return to his dormitory. Zhao Minglang, who was packing his things, asked him, Going to dinner? Lu Zhao wearily shook his head. No. Hearing this, Zhao Minglang looked up at him, surprised, and asked, Why are you so pale? It's probably because I used up too much mental energy. Lu Zhao rubbed his temples. Then you should rest well. I bring you some food. Thank you. After thanking him, Lu Zhao went back to his dormitory. Once in his dormitory, he washed his face, dragged his tired body to bed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. After returning to the dormitory, Zhao Minglang put the food on the table and went to wake Lu Zhao. However, he shook him several times but couldn't wake him. He sighed helplessly and covered Lu Zhao with the blanket. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Lu Zhao's lips were trembling. He quickly stopped, touched Lu Zhao's forehead with his hand, and immediately pulled it away because it was hot. Lu Zhao. What's wrong? Zhao Minglang placed a damp towel on his forehead. Lu Zhao unconsciously opened his mouth, but his lips trembled violently, and he vaguely tried to say something. Zhao Minglang leaned closer, his voice almost pleading for help reaching his ear. Save me. Save me. Grandpa, I don't want to die. Bang. The dormitory door was kicked open. Zhao Minglang turned around and saw Lin Yuhan. Lin Yuhan looked like he had just woken up, but his eyes were sharp, and a white, half-human-sized robot was beside him. Brother Lin. Zhao Minglang called out. Lin Yuhan glanced at Lu Zhao, then looked up at him. What did he do today? Zhao Minglang didn't know why Lin Yuhan was suddenly asking this, but he honestly replied, he connected to the mecha with his mental power. Mental power? Lin Yuhan frowned. He hadn't used his mental power at all today, so why was Lu Zhao affected? Even if Lu Zhao was in this state, it should be due to his mental power. Without a second thought, he approached Lu Zhao. Mi Gu, test his mental strength threshold. Okay. Mi Gu scanned Lu Zhao's entire body and said, my results show that his mental strength threshold has reached the critical point of SS level. His mental energy seems to have 3 streams of mental energy, one is his own, and the other 2. Mi Gu hesitated, glancing at Zhao Minglang beside him. Noticing his gaze, Lin Yuan said calmly, continue. Okay. Mi Gu, having received the order, began reading the data meticulously. I detected 1 stream of your mental energy, but it's very weak, almost imperceptible. And the other one? Its mental strength has already surpassed that of piloting a 35th generation mech. Based on your level, I reasonably suspect that someone is illegally building military mechs and intends to kill humans. Lin Yuhan, He kicked Mi Gu, just state the result, don't say anything unless your speculation is confirmed. Mi Gu, Zhao Minglang, standing to the side, was completely confused. Brother Lin, what does this mean? Does Lu Zhao's mental energy have your mental energy? A little, but not much. Lin Yuhan explained casually, then suddenly chuckled, looks like I didn't smash him hard enough yesterday. Lin Yuan said nonchalantly, it's okay, take good care of him. Before leaving, he turned back and said, don't make a sound no matter what you see. Zhao Minglang nodded blankly. Stepping out of the dormitory, Lin Yuhan's face turned cold. She looked up at the highest point of the Star Academy and sneered, so you really want to meet me? Mi Gu, mecha form, take me up. Mi Gu swiftly transformed into mecha form. A massive object floated in midair, slowly extending its palm. Lin Yuhan jumped onto it. The two flew towards the highest building in the Star Academy. Look! What's that? On campus, someone exclaimed upon seeing a white mecha flying in the sky. However, when he saw that the mecha was steadily supporting a person in its palm, he was speechless with shock. After a long while, he snapped back to reality when someone around him called out, but quickly fell into deep thought again. Isn't that Lin Hanin from Mecha Class 1? Why is she flying towards the principal's office? Did he smash up the principal's office last night? Just as the words left his mouth, an angry shout came from above. Lu Wenfu, get out here. Chapter 30. Are you sure you haven't got the wrong person? Not long after Lin Yuan shouted, an elderly man with gray hair leisurely walked out of the smashed principal's office. Behind him was a young man in a Star Academy uniform. The young man smiled at him. Long time no see, Dr. Lin. His eyes swept around Lin Yuan, and he asked with interest, isn't Colonel C with you? The young man was none other than Chen Wen. Lin Yuan glanced at him expressionlessly. Mind your own business. He looked at the unfamiliar, gray-haired old man and sneered. What? You have the guts to cause trouble but not the guts to see me. Lu Wenfu, I'm back, where are you going to hide now? The old man walked forward unhurriedly. Dean Lu isn't here. After saying that, he squinted at Lin Yuan for a while, then said, You're not from Xingyuan, who are you? Who I am is unimportant. Mi Gu landed, and Lin Yuan stepped down. I don't think you're a living person either, hurry back. What do you mean? Hearing this, the old man glared at him. Mi Gu, disconnect. Lin Yuan didn't answer him, but instead said to Mi Gu beside him. Mi Gu instantly understood his meaning, and severed the connection network in his eyes. The instant the connection was severed, the old man with wide-open eyes vanished as a phantom, leaving only Lin Yuan, Mi Gu, and Chen Wen, who had been watching the whole thing, in the large principal's office. Where is he? Lin Yuan looked up at Chen Wen. Ever since the old man disappeared, the latter had a smile playing on his lips, but his eyes were as cold and sinister as a venomous snake. Chen Wen glanced at the spot where the old man had disappeared, clapped his hands, and laughed. No wonder you were a genius 10 years ago, you can tell a person's life or death at a glance. It's just a pity. Did you think you could leave here today? You want to stop me? Lin Yuan scoffed. Either tell me where Lu Wenfu is, or, as your senior, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Chen Wen, senior's tone is too arrogant. Even my parents couldn't teach me how to be a person, let alone a half-baked person who's been dead for 10 years. He then smiled and said, even if you find my file, have you considered that I deliberately left it for you? Zhang Yuahang has regained his memories, but you haven't. On this point, my priority will always be higher than yours. Lin Yuan stared at him, silent. He truly hadn't regained his memories, and he truly didn't know what had happened back then. But now, Lu Xiao's mental strength had surged, and he had no choice but to save him. What exactly do you want? Lin Yuan intuitively felt that Lu Xiao's surge in mental strength was definitely not that simple. Having talked with Qin Wen for so long without seeing Lu Wenfu, it felt like a game of chess had been set up for him, just waiting for him to walk into the circle. Nothing much, just wanted to show you something. Qin Wen snapped his fingers. Come out, Qinglan. Hearing the last two words, Lin Yuan's pupil shrank, as if he thought he had misheard. Qinglan, as Gu Xi's mecha? How could it be in the Star Academy? However, 3 seconds after Qin Wen finished speaking, he saw a black mecha with a xuanwu, black tortoise, pattern printed on its fuselage slowly emerge from the shadows of the principal's office. The components propelled by the mech huffed and puffed as it moved. It walked to Qin Wen's side and said in an unfamiliar tone, "Long time no see, mech number S02 me Gu." In an instant, a surge of blood rushed to Lin Yuan's heart. He clenched his fists to barely keep his balance. Seeing this, a ruthless glint flashed in Qin Wen's eyes, his smile widening. Senior, oh senior, the 4-symbol series mechs are nothing special. With just a flick of a finger, they forget their original masters. As the designer, did you ever imagine it would one day stand opposite you? Lin Yuan felt his heart pounding, as if it were about to burst from his chest, a bloody mess laid out before him, assaulting his eyes. Despicable, scoundrel. He gritted through gritted teeth, each word dripping with blood, his eyes bloodshot. He had spent 7 years in the laboratory, never imagining that Qinglan would one day change hands, or even stand against him. Seeing the familiar mecha standing before her now, its owner nowhere to be found, Lin Yuan found it all laughable. But after the laughter came a lump in her throat, like a sharp knife stabbing into her heart without warning, leaving her speechless with pain. Where is Gu Xi? Lin Yuan could no longer suppress her anger. Despite facing the angry Lin Yuan, Qin Wen's smile remained unchanged. He said playfully, "Wherever senior is, that's where he is." Hearing this, Lin Yuan closed her eyes and supported Mi Gu with one hand. Qin Wen continued, his tone unwavering, "Now Lu Xiao's mental power has surged, Jiang Yu and Gu Xi are missing, and Lin Yuan, of these three, who are you going to save?" Shut up. Lin Yuan had never felt that a person's voice could be so unpleasant, every word was polluting the air. He opened his eyes and looked at Qinglan. Although the 4-symbol series mechs are powerful, your mental strength is insufficient to control them. Do you still think this is the era of 10 years ago? Qin Wen said coldly. A 4-symbols mech, if I want to, there's no one I can't control. Heh. Lin Yuan laughed angrily. He stared coldly at Qin Wen, suddenly realizing that the reason he wasn't stopped back then was because he was waiting for this. The 4-symbol series mechs and the S0 mech, designed 10 years ago, were like his lifeblood. Touching either one could be fatal. 10 years ago, it was the vermilion bird, now it's the black tortoise. History always repeats itself. Lin Yuan decided not to waste any more words with him. He withdrew his hand from Mi Gu and said calmly, "Then let's fight. If you lose, get lost. Don't dirty my mecha." He took a few steps back, but suddenly noticed that the wall, whose circuit boards had long been removed, had lit up. You guys are really persistent. In the Star Academy's faculty office, Bai Liao placed the brewed coffee in front of Sima Yun and turned back to Liao Baixing's side. Liao Baixing took a sip of coffee and asked, "What brings you here today?" Sima Yun didn't touch the coffee in front of him. He kept replaying everything he had seen today in his mind, as if he had made a decision. "How's the investigation I asked you to do last time?" "Oh, this." Liao Baixing had Bai Liao pull out the information he had found, and as he read, he said, "A month ago, Elder Lu left Blue Star, but he didn't seem to notify anyone. Strangely, he didn't return to Central Star, but came directly to Floating Star. Bai Liao tracked him down using his terminal's location tracking, but the location disappeared the day after he arrived on Fuxing. It completely disappeared, only reappearing at Xingyuan 3 days later." She looked at Sima Yun. "Weren't you investigating the Anyang Street case last month?" Just as his location reappeared, a fire broke out on Anyang Street. Not only that, a month ago, Suyin also came to Tonda City, apparently to design security equipment for a certain area, but he left Tonda City after completing it. She then wondered why so many people had appeared in Tonda City simultaneously within a month. But it was only after this that Lin Yuan truly came into everyone's view. What's the connection between Lin Yuan and Tang Deqing? By the way, did you break into the principal's office last night? Sima Yun nodded. Lin Yuhan's cousin is missing. Liao Baixing was surprised. Missing? We went into the archives together, but after he went in, we lost contact with him. By the time we realized it, he was gone. Sima Yun explained calmly. We went to look for Zhang Yuanhong's paper file, but we didn't find it. Instead, we found someone else's file. A while ago, there was a murder case on Anyang Street, and a drowning case on Yuehu Jiangxinsu Island. The files we found are for that missing student, and the student who drowned. The contents of the files are very strange. Both of them were in the same class 10 years ago, and died in the same year. Liao Baixing listened while rubbing the goosebumps rising on his arms. No way, can the dead come back to life? Sima Yun neither nodded nor shook his head, but said, there's a student in this year's class named Lu Zhao. This morning, rumors were flying. Someone's insisting Lu Zhao died 10 years ago. Ah? Liao Baixing was surprised and speechless. If he's dead, what I'm seeing now is a dead body. Lin Yuhan saved him. Hearing this, Liao Baixing fell silent, then said after a while, he wouldn't save someone for no reason. Sima Yun, because of Zhu Kei. Zhu Kei. Liao Baixing murmured, instantly understanding. Back then, with the Science and Technology Conference approaching, Lin Yuhan had devoted tremendous effort to designing the 4-symbol series mechs and the S0 mech, but the final mech in the 4-symbol series, Zhu Kei, was still not designed. She had asked Lin Yuhan why it wasn't designed. At the time, Lin Yuhan gave her a vague answer, saying that a suitable candidate hadn't been found, so the mech couldn't be designed. At the time, she found it unbelievable. It was the first time she heard that finding the right person was necessary to design a mech. Thinking about it now, Lin Yuhan's idea was correct. The 4-symbol series of mechs were designed entirely based on them, and their adaptability was unmatched by anyone else. Liao Baixing snapped out of his thoughts. He should have designed the vermilion bird back then, and wouldn't have needed to travel all the way to the central star. Sima Yun said calmly, he not only went, he searched for this design for 10 years, finally finding it in the archives. How could this be? Liao Baixing couldn't utter a word. Using the vermilion bird's design to lure Lin Yuhan to the central star, causing his death, searching for so many years, only to find it in the nearest place. Wasn't this just making a fool of Lin Yuhan? Liao Baixing silently sipped her coffee, imagining Lin Yuhan's expression upon discovering the vermilion bird design drafts in the archives. A sense of powerlessness washed over her, a long-forgotten weariness settling in. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the distant sky. Sima Yun and she turned simultaneously, seeing a white mecha slamming a black one to the ground. However, the black mecha quickly reversed the situation, smashing the white mecha to the ground. Liao Baixing squinted for a moment, recognizing the white mecha as Migu, but the black mecha. Qinglan? As soon as Sima Yun finished speaking, Liao Baixing saw the Xuanwu emblem on the black mecha, undoubtedly Gu Si's mecha, Qinglan. But clearly, Gu Si wasn't there. If Gu Si were there, Qinglan and Migu would never have fought, and Qinglan's condition seemed very strange. At this moment, Bai Liao said, I detected a sudden surge in someone's mental energy nearby. Before he could finish speaking, Sima Yun had already run out with a grim expression. Liao Baixing also got up and ran towards the principal's office. In the dormitory, Zhao Minglang checked Lu Zhao's temperature again. It was exactly the same as before, and a trace of surging mental energy floated in the air. Just as he was frantically trying to figure things out, a pair of cold hands grabbed him, and a person with a furrowed brow called out, Lin. Zhao Minglang leaned closer to him. Lin what? Lin. Lu Zhao opened his mouth, but quickly fell silent, unable to say anything. Although Lin Yuhan had said not to make a sound no matter what he saw, judging from Lu Zhao's current state, it seemed that if the sudden surge in mental energy wasn't resolved soon, he might not make it. Thinking this, he grasped Lu Zhao's hand in return, releasing his own spiritual energy to reassure him, it'd be alright soon. His spiritual energy entered Lu Zhao's spiritual sea, which he assumed was already in complete chaos, but suddenly he saw a fiery red bird circling within it. Sensing the intrusion of unfamiliar spiritual energy, it looked at him warily, but after a moment, it slowly bowed. Zhao Minglang's hand, holding Lu Zhao's, trembled slightly, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. The fiery red bird was a vermilion bird. He withdrew from Lu Zhao's spiritual sea, but felt a vast spiritual energy emanating from afar, rapidly expanding throughout the entire Star Academy. Wherever this spiritual energy passed, it was as if a heavy snowfall had fallen, its coolness permeating everything. Zhao Minglang was instantly stunned. He looked up towards the source of the spiritual energy, and in just a moment, he felt an even more exaggerated surge than Lu Xiao's spiritual energy. He also sensed this spiritual energy within Lu Xiao's spiritual sea. This is Lin Yuhan's spiritual power. Chapter 31. Above the principal's office, a white and a black mech faced off. Lin Yuan stood amidst the ruins of the principal's office, coldly tossing away an empty syringe. In the distance, the last rays of the setting sun disappeared completely as the sun moved away, and the dim moonlight gradually appeared in the dark night sky. Jinwen glanced at the syringe on the ground and chuckled. Now you also need drugs to recover your mental strength. Lin Yuhan's tone was cold, but at least I can beat you. Shortly after Lin Yuhan injected the reagent, her mental strength began to rise and spread outwards. Jinwen also sensed this mental strength, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he calmly watched Lin Yuhan. Without the blocking agent, you have a hard time surviving this time, wouldn't you? Chunwen said, observing Lin Yuhan's expression. Sure enough, Lin Yuhan's face changed after hearing his words, but she quickly regained her composure, as if she had already guessed the outcome. He calmly said, So what? I must get Qinglan back. Then let's see if you have the guts. Just as he finished speaking, a loud crash came from above him. Qinglan raised his fist and slammed it down on Migu. Perhaps due to past grievances, Migu didn't dodge Qinglan's attack, standing motionless. Seeing this, Chenwen laughed sarcastically. What a good brother. Standing there waiting to be beaten? Even with the deepest feelings, in a life or death situation, I still abandon you without a word. He looked up at Qinglan, smash it hard. Bang. With a crash, Migu couldn't withstand the force and slammed into the wall of another teaching building. Migu. Migu stood up, clutching the spot where she had been hit, and gently shook her head at Lin Yuhan. I'm sorry. I couldn't bring myself to do it. 10 years ago, everyone knew Lin Yuhan and Gu Xi were best friends, but what no one knew was that Migu, created just a step after the 4-symbol series mechs, also became best friends with them. AI inherently lacks emotions and cannot perceive human feelings. However, the moment it was fully programmed by algorithms, it could already sense human affection. The 4-symbol series mechs were the same. Looking at Qinglan's increasingly unfamiliar eyes, it felt powerless, even hesitant. Qinglan was its friend. How could it hurt her? Lin Yuhan wasn't surprised by Migu's words. If it were Gu Xi instead of Qinglan standing here today, he wouldn't have acted either. He and Gu Xi were like brothers. He couldn't bring himself to kill them. Standing opposite, Chenwen noticed the tenderness on the faces of the two and chuckled. What a display of brotherly affection. No wonder your body was nowhere to be found 10 years ago. No wonder you were locked in the lab for 7 years. And no wonder you escaped but left Gu Xi in the lab. Lin Yuhan, if Gu Xi knew you escaped and did nothing but waste time, what do you think he would think? That's not quite right either. Gu Xi is in the same state as you were for those 7 years. He can't open his eyes, he can't speak, and even after the injection of the deadly drug, his rejection reaction was more severe than yours. TSK, if we had discovered this talent earlier, you wouldn't have stood a chance. As he spoke, a glint of excitement appeared in Chenwen's eyes. Chenwen. Lin Yuhan didn't want to waste any more words with this man. From the moment Chenwen first appeared, every word he spoke felt like a sharp knife piercing his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. You're really annoying. Is that so? Chenwen said with a smile. Before he finished speaking, a white mecha appeared behind him and kicked him hard. Caught off guard, Chenwen was sent flying several meters away, unable even to stand up. He raised his head, glaring fiercely at the two of them, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fine, very well. Lin Yuhan had used up a lot of his mental energy, his face pale. He said to Migu, hold him off. Migu received the order and flew towards Chenwen. Lin Yuhan walked towards Qinglan, but after only one step, Qinglan walked towards him first. Lin Yuhan, don't even think about using your mental energy. Qinglan has been modified by Soroya. It won't accept anyone's mental energy. Chenwen shouted. Lin Yuhan didn't turn around. Migu, gag him? Even if you gag me, it won't change the fact. Chenwen's mouth was suddenly covered by Migu, and he fell silent. The world instantly became quiet. Lin Yuan stared at Qinglan, who was walking towards him step by step, and slowly released his mental energy into Qinglan's mental energy sea. However, just as his mental energy was released, he caught a glimpse of the wall of the principal's office that had been smashed open, and the next second, his mental energy was repelled by a strong force. Lin Yuhan was knocked back 2 steps, looking at Qinglan in disbelief. Qinglan, don't waste your energy, human. From the moment my master abandoned me, my mental energy sea automatically closed. Lin Yuan, Gu Xi wouldn't just abandon a mecha. Who are you to him? You think you can just say he wouldn't? Back then, I was lying in an abandoned factory, a complete wreck. If it weren't for Soloa saving me, I'd be a cog in some ordinary robot by now, Qinglong said angrily. As a renowned mecha in Interstellar City, it absolutely couldn't bear to be dismantled into parts to assemble other robots. Besides, Soloa later told him that Gu Xi had long abandoned it. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have come looking for it after its accident? Lin Yuan listened, then closed his eyes helplessly. Soloa, it's Soloa again. You just trust someone of unknown origin and choose not to trust your master? He spoke calmly, the Qinglong before him no longer the mecha he had built. Terrifyingly unfamiliar. What is there to trust about him? Lin Yuan smiled softly. What are you laughing at? Lin Yuan opened her eyes to look at it, the former affection gone. Stupid. Damn human. Qinglong swung her fist at him. Die. No one expected Qinglong to attack suddenly. Lin Yuan and Qinglong were only 3 meters apart. It was too late for Lin Yuan to dodge. Lin Yuan's face turned pale as she watched the fist flying towards her. She hurriedly dodged to the side, but suddenly, a white mecha blocked her path, stopping Qinglong's fist. Migu? No. Lin Yuan reached out to grab Migu, but saw the white mecha being knocked away. With a thud, the outermost parts of the mecha fell uncontrollably to the ground. 1, 2. Lin Yuan could already see the core device hidden beneath the outer shell. Migu was blasted to the edge of the principal's office. To avoid falling, it knelt on the ground, increasing friction and sliding a deep black gash before finally coming to a stop. It clutched its chest, raised its head, and its eyes flashed red. The mecha's fuselage is severely damaged. The core is about to eject. Everyone froze at the sight. Lin Yuan stared blankly at the mecha, his blood running cold. Migu. I'm sorry, master. Migu said apologetically. My mecha is broken again. Broken again. Lin Yuan smiled bitterly. It wasn't even fully repaired to begin with. At that moment, a cyan mecha landed not far away, and Liao Baixing jumped down. Sorry I'm late. I handle this from now on. Immediately afterward, a black and red mecha also landed. Lin Yuan looked up and saw Si Muyin running towards him anxiously. Are you alright? Si Muyin helped him up, but his gaze faltered when he saw the scattered parts of the rice grains. The core of the rice grains had been ejected and landed at Lin Yuan's feet. After regaining his balance, Lin Yuan said to Si Muyin, I need your spiritual power. Si Muyin didn't ask why, and released his spiritual power. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed. He looked down, and saw Lin Yuan's hand gripping as tightly. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, his white hair fluttering wildly in the night wind. He looked at Qinglong and whispered an apology. The next moment, 2 streams of spiritual power broke through Qinglong's sealed spiritual sea. On the other side, Qinwen was held captive by Liao. Liao Baixing found a rope to tie him up, and stuffed some unknown substance into his mouth, completely silencing his incessant chatter. Liao disgustedly released Qinwen, who fell to the ground without warning, letting out a series of cursing groans. Liao, Master, could you please stop stuffing your unfinished food in your mouth? Liao Baixing, no choice, you can only keep it for a while, use it for a day. Isn't this a good way to block it? Liao, Realizing that what was stuffing his mouth was Liao Baixing's filth, Qinwen immediately struggled, only to be kicked in the back. Liao Baixing's foot was on his back, and he leaned down to look at him. Behave yourself, or I skin you alive. Qinwen, Lin Yuan and Si Muyin worked together to solve Qinglong's problem, and the light on the wall disappeared. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could rest for a while, his mental strength began to become unstable again. His legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground, but fortunately, Si Muyin caught him in time. Noticing Lin Yuan's unusual state, Si Muyin reached into his pocket for the injection device. He just pulled one out when a hand grasped his. He looked down. Lin Yuan, pale-faced, shook his head. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. Si Muyin noticed his unease. Just nod or shake your head. Lin Yuan accepted the suggestion and nodded. Si Muyin waved the injection device in his hand and asked, Is there a problem with this? Lin Yuan nodded. Then he shook his head. Si Muyin, ? Do you want to take it? Lin Yuan shook his head. Si Muyin decisively shoved the injection device back into his pocket, so quickly that Lin Yuan felt it the moment he shook his head. Lin Yuan, Does your head still hurt? Si Muyin asked. Lin Yuan nodded. I want spiritual power. Si Muyun's expression froze. Lin Yuan looked up at him, his eyes glistening with painful tears. Is it not allowed? I didn't say it wasn't allowed, it's just... Si Muyun looked at him hesitantly. This time we have to try a different method. What method? Lin Yuan asked seriously. Si Muyun didn't speak again, his gaze lingering on his lips. Lin Yuan noticed Si Muyun's gaze, and already knew what he wanted to do. He whispered, someone's here. Then let's hide secretly. Liao Baixing finished dealing with Chen Wen, but after not hearing any movement from Lin Yuan and Si Muyun, he turned around and saw that the two were nowhere to be seen. She glanced at the damaged Mi Gu, then at the bewildered Qing Lan, and kicked Bai Liao without hesitation. Take our spoils and go back. Bai Liao, You're human, you're right. Liao Baixing straightened his sleeves and said casually, oh right, there's also Snow over there, take him too. Bai Liao silently glanced at his master, inwardly thinking, we're here to work, not to scavenge. In the end, Bai Liao dragged Chen Wen with one hand, Mi Gu, Snow, and Qing Lan with the other, following behind Liao Baixing, who had nothing in his hands. The mechs behind them were either damaged or useless, leaving only the intact Snow. Bai Liao dragged the mech back as he looked at it, which hadn't suffered any real damage. Snow silently looked up and met his gaze. Bai Liao was puzzled. One day, the S-0 mech was actually being dragged away as junk. Shortly after they left, the moonlight illuminated the shadows of the principal's office. Lin Yuan, his legs weak, leaned on Si Muyun, slightly panting, Si Muyun, I want more. Si Muyun responded in a hoarse voice, rubbing his wrist. He looked up and saw Lin Yuan's glazed eyes. Want to kiss it? What? Si Muyun pointed to the mole on his wrist. Yes. Lin Yuan blurted out, seemingly possessed. The next moment, the wrist bone with the small mole was brought to his lips, Si Muyun's dark eyes staring intently at him. Here you go. Chapter 32. Central Star, Administrative Avenue. Lu Zhao grew up on Central Star, and was intimately familiar with Administrative Avenue. However, since the Star Academy started, he had left this place where he grew up. He looked at the tall buildings on both sides of the road. This area had been designated as an administrative district by the Interstellar City Committee. The Central Star's administrative building, the Science and Technology Hall, and the renowned Huar Auction House, famous in both civilizations, were all located here. Lu Zhao didn't know how he ended up here. He had just been in the Star Academy's control room, attempting a mental connection with his mecha. He walked along Administrative Avenue until he reached the towering statue at the end. It was a huge spaceship, entirely sculpted in bronze, with two golden characters, Voyage, engraved on its hull. The Voyage was an airship that, a century ago, received orders from Earth to travel to the depths of space in search of a new home. During the long journey, the researchers on board braved countless difficulties, wandering the silent universe for a long time before finally finding a planet suitable for human habitation. To commemorate the Voyager, a sculpture of it was erected at the end of the Central Star's Administrative Avenue, becoming a landmark of the planet. He walked slowly. He had been to Administrative Avenue many times before, but this time he had a vague, uneasy feeling, a sense that something was about to happen. Suddenly, a person wearing a hat stumbled out of a building. He seemed to have been through something, as he collapsed to the ground after exiting the building. Lu Zhao was startled and wanted to go forward to check on him, but upon seeing where the person had come from, he hesitated. The person had come from the Huar Auction House building. His mother had told him that the attendees of the Huar auction were either wealthy merchants or desperate outlaws walking a tightrope. They came from all over the interstellar city, traveling thousands of miles to the Central Star because of one thing, one item. Looking at the man's attire, Lu Zhao had a vague idea of his identity. Just then, two more people came out of the building. One kicked the man lying on the ground, cursing, "You dare to come in here without money? Don't you know this is Xiao Shan's territory?" The man seemed unwell. He coughed twice after being kicked but didn't speak. The two spat on the ground and simultaneously cursed, "Bad luck, get lost." After cursing, they went back into the building. Lu Zhao squatted in a corner, watching him. The man seemed unaware that someone was watching him. He lay there for a long time before finally managing to get up. As he stood up, Lu Zhao saw that his hands, which were supporting him on the ground, were covered in blood. Only his snow-white jaw was visible under his white hat. He didn't look like a living person, but rather a dead one. After standing up, he walked step by step towards the sculpture of the Voyage. Lu Zhao's gaze followed him, moving slowly. Suddenly, the figure froze, its head stiffly turned towards him like a puppet. Lu Zhao was startled and quickly averted his gaze, hiding himself. A moment later, he heard approaching footsteps, heading in his direction. His heart leaped into his throat. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard a faint sobbing sound, extremely weak, almost lifeless. Then, a weak voice said, "Don't cry." The person crying didn't speak. But Lu Xiao felt the voice was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He didn't pay much attention, because the voice rang out again. "What's your name?" The crying person barely managed to stop sobbing, saying haltingly, "I. My name is Lu Xiao." Hearing this name, a chill ran from the soles of his feet to his heart. Lu Xiao froze on the spot, forgetting even his nervousness. Lu Xiao. What a nice name. Before Lu Xiao could recover, he heard these words, and a strange intuition arose in his heart. This person wanted to kill him. But the person outside, named Lu Xiao, was clearly unaware of the danger. He looked up, his hands covered in mud, and said, "Brother, please save me." The other person was puzzled. "Why should I save you? I don't want to die." The other person patted Lu Xiao's head, his tone cold. "But between the two of us, one of us has to die. You know, I hate people with the surname Lu the most." Hearing this, Lu Xiao shrank back in fear, but didn't retract his outstretched hand. He timidly asked, "Brother, will you kill me?" The other person chuckled. "I will. But you won't die. Brother." Hearing his younger self's voice, Lu Xiao felt a pang of sorrow. He desperately wanted to go out and see that person. He felt he knew this person. The man ruffled his hair again, stood up, and said gently, "Live well. Brother, don't go. It's on the sculpture. How can you live if you don't go?" The man laughed again, but it was a sarcastic laugh. The footsteps faded into the distance. Lu Xiao mustered his courage and rushed out, intending to call out to the man, but instead saw a heavily wounded man kneeling beneath the sculpture. He was covered in blood, yet he stood like an indomitable warrior, one leg unable to buckle. He remained motionless in that position, the sculpture before him bearing a terrifying, gigantic mechanical eye, staring unblinkingly at him. Lu Xiao saw the torrential rain pouring down on him, washing away the dust, but unable to erase his wounds. His mud-caked hands hung limply at his sides. Around him, every flower, every tree, every blade of grass was bursting with life, vibrant with spring's growth. It was supposed to be a passionate and beautiful spring, yet he felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, surrounded by the cold snow of winter for miles around. Sensing someone behind him, he turned wearily, a bright smile appearing on his face. "It's all right. Still alive." Lu Xiao saw that familiar face, tears instantly welling in his eyes. All strength seemed to drain from his body. He could no longer straighten his back. He stared blankly at the smiling face. "Brother Lin. How could it be you? What are you doing here?" Lin Yuhan coughed twice, slowly saying each word, "Fool, it's me, Lin Yuhan." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao burst into tears. When Lu Xiao woke up, he was greeted by a snow-white ceiling, the light flickering brightly, somewhat blinding. Perhaps sensing his movement, Zhao Minglang, who was lying beside him, looked up and instantly became alert upon seeing the awakened Lu Xiao. However, he noticed that Lu Xiao's face was covered in tears, and pulled out a tissue to hand him. "Wipe it off." Lu Xiao responded and took the tissue. As soon as Lu Xiao woke up, Zhao Minglang busied himself. He asked the ward's AI to pour Lu Xiao a glass of warm water, and instructed the robot to buy food. After giving the instructions, he noticed that Lu Xiao's gaze was fixed on a single point in front of him, like a frozen wooden figure. Zhao Minglang waved his hand twice in front of him. "What's wrong?" Lu Xiao snapped out of his thoughts, put down his water glass, and calmly said, "When I was 9, didn't I secretly run away to play?" Zhao Minglang nodded. They had grown up together, and knew each other's stories all too well. He didn't know why Lu Xiao was bringing up his 9-year-old past, but he had a feeling that Lu Xiao seemed like a different person after waking up from this mental disturbance. He said, "That year you went out to play, got caught in the rain, and came back with a high fever, which terrified your aunt and uncle." "Actually, I didn't sneak out that day, and I didn't have a high fever." Lu Xiao's voice was steady, but Zhao Minglang still saw her hands trembling slightly, as if she couldn't control them. Lu Xiao looked at him with red eyes. "My grandfather told me he was going to take me to see someone. This person is called Lin Yuan." Lu Xiao's tears could no longer be held back, "But that day, I was beaten half to death, barely clinging to life, and he saved me. Brother Lin saved me." Hearing the last sentence, Zhao Minglang thought he was hallucinating and asked again, "Who did you say?" Lu Xiao took a breath. "Brother Lin, it's Lin Yuan. 10 years ago he didn't die. He came back to find my grandfather. Today is the weekend, And Lin Yuhan got up early, shaking Migu awake in the corner, going home. After saying that, he didn't even bother with seeing Miyun sleeping in his bed, washed up, and went out. Migu, clutching parts of its mecha, followed behind Lin Yuhan and asked, "Master, aren't you going to say hello to Colonel C?" "Say hello to what?" Lin Yuhan gave it a disdainful look. "Our consistent principle is, flirt and run, sleep with someone and run even faster." "Migu, isn't that a scumbag?" "Scumbag? It's just a name. Si Miyun will be secretly laughing when he wakes up." Lin Yuan said irreverently, being able to sleep in the same bed as a scumbag is his good fortune. "Oh, so you two were sneaking off to sleep that night?" "Of course not, we were just kissing." Lin Yuan didn't notice who was beside him, getting carried away with his own words. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late to take back what he said. He glared at Liao Baixing, who had suddenly appeared. "What are you doing here?" Liao Baixing took a step to the side, revealing by Liao carrying snow, and said casually, returning the trash. "Snow trash, snow, eh? It stayed with you for 2 days?" Liao Baixing nodded. "Of course. You two were all lovey-dovey, rolling around in bed together. It wanted to go back but couldn't. It went back the first day, but was kicked out by Si Muyun. That night, it came back to the trash can in my office, becoming trash brothers with Bai Liao. Lin Yuhan, you're making it sound like I slept with him. Didn't you?" Liao Baixing asked doubtfully. "You look rosy-cheeked, refreshed, and walk with a light step, a far cry from your usual skinny self." Lin Yuhan was silent. Seriously, are you being polite?" After spending so much time together, Lin Yuan had realized that Liao Baixing's sharp tongue was no less than Si Miyun's, and he even used short sentences with a distinct rhythm, making her believe things she didn't have. "We didn't sleep together, so give up on that idea," Lin Yuan said righteously. "Someone who looks exactly like your type, and you actually refrain from making a move?" Liao Baixing clearly didn't believe it. 10 years ago, Lin Yuhan's pursuit of Si Miyun caused a huge stir at Xingyuan Academy. Everyone knew he was dating Ming Lan, a freshman he snatched away right after enrollment. Liao Baixing entered the academy with him, even in the same class. Back in the first year of the academy, there was always a perpetually sleepy person sitting in the back seat. Later, in the second year, this sleepy person stopped sleeping and skipped class to go to Ming Lan Military Academy in the neighboring Kanglin city. He wouldn't return until late at night, and his first attempt to climb over the wall resulted in a comical scene on campus. Those who returned with him late saw him triumphantly scaling the wall, but perhaps due to his overconfidence, he tripped and fell before he could even stand properly. Looking down, he resembled a frog with its limbs outstretched, ready to leap. It's said that Lin Yuhan paid hush money to those who saw him fall that night to forget, but the news still spread the next day. Someone asked them if Lin Yuhan hadn't given enough. They replied that it was the first time they'd seen a top student fall so hard in love that they couldn't bear to keep the news quiet. Lin Yuhan, upon learning this, was utterly bewildered. His homeroom teacher didn't let him off the hook either. Entering the classroom, just as the bell rang, he called him up and asked, "How did you end up with such a beautiful girlfriend that the whole school knows about it?" Lin Yuhan, "Teacher, I'm interested in a guy." The teacher's eyes widened upon hearing this, but then, remembering it was Menglan Military Academy, it wasn't unusual to have many boys, and he composed himself. The teacher then asked, "You like him this much after only knowing him for a day?" "No, I picked a fight with him," Lin Yuan explained. "Besides fighting and sleeping all day, can't you study properly?" Lin Yuan looked up at him. "Teacher, he said he'd marry me if I gave him a mecha." Hearing this, the homeroom teacher glared at him. "Are you sure you didn't force him to agree?" "Teacher, you know me too well." Lin Yuan, exposed, just smiled. "You?" The homeroom teacher shook his head with a smile, telling him to sit down without asking further. Liao Baixing had assumed the two were already together, but after Lin Yuhan's death and his entry into the military to work with Si Miyun, he learned they hadn't been together at all. Even their first meeting didn't involve the fight Lin Yuhan had described. Instead, he clung to Si Miyun's hand, shamelessly following behind him. From this incident, Liao Baixing fully understood Lin Yuhan's stubborn nature, devoted, but unwilling to give a formal commitment. He charmed Si Miyun when he was still young and oblivious, but once Si Miyun began to notice, he would disappear, even dying. Lin Yuhan, unaware of Liao Baixing's thoughts, said, "Of course I have to endure it, after all, I'm a scumbag." Liao Baixing, He's even addicted to it. She glanced at Lin Yuhan. "Actually, even scumbags sleep around. This is the first time I've seen you so cowardly." Lin Yuhan, as a teacher, please demonstrate first. Liao Baixing smiled. Interesting, but I have no interest in love. Having a robot that loves picking up trash is enough of a headache. Bai Liao, silently defending herself in her heart. I don't love picking up trash. Let's go take Snow back. Having received the order, Bai Liao dragged Snow back towards the dormitory building. It didn't understand why Snow, a fully fledged mecha, wouldn't walk back by itself. Did it really think it was just a tool for dragging trash? At this moment, an empty plastic bottle appeared in its field of vision. Without thinking, it picked it up and stuffed it into the backpack Liao Baixing had made for it. After doing all this, it noticed a pair of eyes staring at it. It turned around and heard Snow's deep voice. You reflexively pick up trash whenever you see it, and then you say you're not a trash collector. Bai Liao, It silently took out the trash and threw it at Snow's face. You're the one who picks up trash. Snow, After saying goodbye to Liao Baixing, Lin Yuan led Migu towards the school gate. Arriving at the residential area in their spaceship, the two turned into a small alley and stopped at the repair shop at the end. The repair shop was busy repairing delivered mechs as usual. The shop owner, Ming, put down his pliers, looked up, and saw Lin Yuan standing outside the shop. He raised his hand in greeting. Mr. Song, long time no see. Chapter 33. Lin Yuan replied, long time no see. Ming, wiping his sweat with a towel hanging around his neck, asked, what brings you here? He then noticed Migu carrying a cardboard box filled with various parts, some bearing familiar symbols. Ming glanced at them before looking away. Lin Yuan led Migu into the shop. I'm afraid I have to trouble you again. No trouble at all, Ming said casually. However, once inside the repair center, with Migu's crippled mecha displayed before Ming, he fell completely silent. He turned to ask Lin Yuan how she had ruined a perfectly good mecha, but when he looked up, he saw Lin Yuan and Migu arguing. Migu complained, Master, you could have fixed it. Lin Yuan crossed her arms and ignored her. Poor, no materials. Migu, Colonel C is rich. Lin Yuan, I don't know him. Migu, Ming watched as the banter between the man and the mecha escalated, silently withdrawing his gaze and looking back at the dilapidated mecha before him, letting out a silent sigh. Such a good mecha. How did it become so useless? Ming didn't know what model Migu's mecha was, but he noticed something strange when he first saw it 3 years ago. This mecha was a product of 10 years ago. Its materials were incredibly expensive at the time, not to mention its outer shell was made of Xian iron transported from beyond the heavens. Xian iron was extremely rare then, but Migu not only used it, but the outer shell was almost entirely made of Xian iron. But Migu's architecture was what shocked him the most. It was too similar to the architecture of the S0 mech from 10 years ago. This unique architecture had only been designed by one person in Star City. But now, that person is gone. Lin Yuan, unable to bear Migu's rambling any longer, kicked it over. Lying on the ground, bewildered, Migu stammered, Lin Yuan said, don't go crazy. He walked towards Xiaoming and explained his purpose. I'm not just here to ask you to repair my mecha, I also want to ask you for a favor. Xiaoming replied, we're about the same age, so there's no need to call you that. Okay, Lin Yuan responded, I want to ask you to help me build 2 mechas. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming immediately froze, hesitatingly saying, I only know how to repair mechas. No, knowing how to repair them is enough. What I need you to do is find a very crucial material. What material? Xiaoming was very curious about what kind of material Lin Yuan needed him to find. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Mysterious iron. Mysterious iron? Lin Yuan nodded. That's right. I can find all the other materials, except for the mysterious iron from the outside world. I heard you served in the Northern Talisman realm years ago, and accumulated quite a few connections. Obtaining mysterious iron should be a piece of cake for you. How do you know I served in the Northern Talisman realm? Xiaoming's sharp eyes looked at him warily. The man before him wore a well-fitting white shirt with a light jacket over it, appearing refined and gentle, except for his pale, bloodless face. Lin Yuan, Mr. Xiaoming, your identity isn't a secret in my system. Besides, serving in the Northern Talisman realm is a very honorable thing, isn't it? Hearing the last 2 sentences, Xiaoming chuckled self-deprecatingly. If it's an honorable thing, why don't you go? With my frail body, joining the army would only lead to my death, Lin Yuan stated the facts. I have no interest in your past in Baifu Jinjuan. I just want you to help me find the Xian iron. Oh, and your warehouse too. Xiaoming, you're asking for too much. Lin Yuan glanced at him. Migu, bring the things. Migu responded, pried out the parts from the top of the cardboard box, and dumped the box on the ground. A bright light flashed before Ashuming's eyes. He closed his eyes, and waited a while before opening them, only to see a small, shimmering mountain of silver. Lin Yuan looked at the mountain and said, "A small gift, nanosilicon cores. Where did you get these?" Ashuming looked at him in surprise, but still took 2 steps forward, squatted down in front of the mountain, and used the light from the warehouse to verify its authenticity. A military hospital. Lin Yuan didn't specify which hospital. Nanosilicon cores are chips whose use is strictly prohibited by the laws of Interstellar City. Their function is similar to the performance-enhancing drugs used by athletes on ancient Earth, but the target is mechs. When a mech suffers major damage, even if it's repaired, its performance cannot be compared to its previous state. Others can only see the mech's perfect surface, unaware of the internal damage. In such cases, only by installing a nanosilicon core in the mech's mental energy can its performance be maintained. However, as time went on, the mass-produced nanosilicon cores were maliciously misused, causing a large number of military and civilian mechs to malfunction, experience unexplained disconnections of mental energy connections, and involuntary ejection from their cockpits under normal circumstances. To mitigate mecha accidents, the military submitted a proposal to the Central Star Committee to destroy malfunctioning mechas that had used nanosilicon cores, and to conduct mental energy intervention on the pilots. Subsequently, nanosilicon cores were classified as contraband by the military, and completely sealed away. Ming didn't know how Lin Yuan had found the nanosilicon core, but he desperately needed it. He slowly stood up. "Alright, I can find you the Xian iron, but I have one request." "Go ahead. I want to know your identity." He turned to look at Lin Yuan. Her pale face was expressionless, without a trace of intrigue, but he knew Lin Yuan was definitely not named Song Qingmo. A person who could independently build mechas wouldn't be unknown in the Interstellar City, especially one with a novel mecha architecture. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, her laughter particularly radiant in the dim light. "Then let's get to know each other again. My surname is Lin Yuan." For a moment, the air was utterly silent. Ming was completely stunned, frozen in place, unable to react. After a long while, he managed to utter, "What did you say your name was?" "Lin Yuan. Is it some kind of hard-to-remember name?" Lin Yuan had anticipated Ming's reaction. When he returned, he hadn't fully regained consciousness, so he had Migu choose a name for him while he was in the system. When he woke up, he realized Migu had chosen Song Qingmo. Later, when he went to Anyang Street, he used that name as well, and it remained in the files of the Tongda City Police Station to this day. Confirming Lin Yuan's name again, Ming saw Migu beside him, and suddenly understood. Aside from the creator of the S0 mech, no one in Star City could build such a unique mech. How could Lin Yuan be unknown? Ming looked at him hesitantly, recalling the rumors of his death, and asked doubtfully, "You didn't die back then?" 10 years ago, news of Lin Yuan's death spread to every corner of Star City. Everyone knew he was dead, and that his remains were never found, only a tombstone was sent back. What caused such a stir was his recent rise to fame at the technology conference. The young Lin Yuan presented a groundbreaking design, a highly personal mech, breaking with Star City's traditional mech design and pioneering new ideas, providing new insights for the development of the 35th generation of superintelligent technology. Hearing this, the smile on Lin Yuan's face faded slightly. Death and life aren't just a matter of a few words. Ming, you're really optimistic. Ming chuckled awkwardly. If he were the one who died, he might not be able to smile. "I'm used to it," Lin Yuan said calmly. "Dying sooner or later is the same as dying anyway." Ming was utterly speechless. Lin Yuan had Migu pack up the nanosilicon cores and handed them to Ming. "From today onwards, I'm borrowing this warehouse. And the Xian iron, I hope you find it soon. When will you need it?" Ming asked him. "The day the Academy's evaluation is over." With just one sentence, Ming understood what Lin Yuan was thinking. He wanted to participate in the Science and Technology Conference and had made the necessary preparations. "Ming, if you need any help, just let me know," Lin Yuan responded. He never refused an extra helper. By the time Lin Yuan and Migu emerged from a shuming shop, the sun was high in the sky. They strolled casually through the neighborhood, each with their own AI. Migu asked, "Master, where do we go next?" "Zhang Yuanhong's house." "Migu?" ? Lin Yuan walked ahead, saying slowly, "There's a repair shop near his house. They have the parts we need. We can check out his house then, maybe we find some clues." Long before Zhang Yuanheng gave him the design drafts for Damocles, he had noticed the repair shop near Zhang Yuanheng's house. It was a collection of discarded AIs from all over Tonda City, as well as AIs transported from elsewhere. The prototype of Damocles was born from that repair shop. That repair shop must have the materials to build Damocles. Migu followed behind him, saying, "But his house on Anyang Street disappeared in that fire, didn't it?" "The one on Anyang Street disappeared, but the one at Jingran Square might not," Lin Yuan said. "That house has too many suspicious points. It wouldn't disappear so easily." Migu nodded, somewhat confused. "Master, when should we go look for Jiangyu?" Jiangyu has been missing for several days now. Yesterday, his roommate called Lin Yuan to ask about him. However, Lin Yuan managed to evade the question. Hearing this, Lin Yuan glanced at it. "No rush, the real show hasn't even started yet." "What show?" Migu, not quite understanding human language, asked, "Are we going to see a play?" "No." Lin Yuan flicked its forehead. "The most urgent thing is to create the vermilion bird." "Migu, didn't you say you hadn't met the right person?" Lin Yuan looked into the distance. "Yes, but I met one 10 years ago." "Migu, question mark. Your mecha is broken. If we don't get the vermilion bird out soon, we won't even have a ticket to the Central Star." Lin Yuan started talking nonsense again. Migu silently glanced at him, only to meet Lin Yuan's smiling eyes. Okay, he'd been fooled again. Migu pointed to the part of its body that corresponds to the human heart. "Master, doesn't it hurt here?" "Why would it hurt if I'm not dead?" Lin Yuan asked curiously. "Migu, it hurts." Lin Yuan, question mark, aren't you a robot? Migu said pitifully, "It hurts to be tricked." Hearing this, Lin Yuan sneered. "Sorry, let's not talk about AI. Chapter 34. In the Star Academy dormitory, Sima Yun, still half asleep, touched the cold spot beside him. He opened his eyes, glanced at it, and remained silent, so heartless. Just as he sat up, he saw a pair of black mechanical eyes peeking out of the window. He knew who it was without even guessing. He called out to Snow, "Aren't you coming in? How long are you going to stand at the door?" Snow silently withdrew its head, and a moment later appeared at the door, cautiously peeking in. Seeing that Sima Yun was the only one in the dormitory, it entered. Witnessing all this, Sima Yun, Snow came to the bedside and straightened the slippers that had been kicked aside. Sima Yun looked at its actions with bewilderment. "This isn't a garbage dump." Snow's hand paused, and it looked up at him. "Master, you still know I'm not garbage." Sima Yun instantly remembered what he had done yesterday and fell silent. It was indeed he who had sent Snow to collect garbage with Bai Liao. At that time, Lin Yuan's mental strength hadn't recovered yet, and she couldn't be left alone for a moment. He knew Lin Yuan didn't like being watched, so Snow, who was squatting in the corner, chased him away. As for why Migu wasn't chased away, Migu was smart. The moment Bai Liao dragged him away, he never thought of coming back. Only Snow, this slow-witted AI, returned on his own shortly after being dragged away. Sima Yun felt ashamed and apologized, saying, "Sorry, I had a stereotype." But it was true that Bai Liao loved scavenging. Back when he worked with Liao Baixing and Bei Fu Jingyuan, Bai Liao would rummage through trash cans everywhere, even collecting trash from various military camps stationed in Bei Fu Jingyuan and throwing it into the trash cans. This led to Bai Liao being praised wherever it went, but over time, people gradually became desensitized to this diligent garbage-collecting robot and developed a clear understanding. This robot genuinely loves collecting garbage. Snow, walking with it, was also considered a companion. The people of Bai Fu Jingyuan looked at them like two trashy AIs. Later, Bai Liao learned of this and explained to them that it was actually its owner who loved collecting garbage. This reached Liao Baixing's ears, and Liao Baixing was so angry that he chased after Bai Liao and beat it up. It even caused a laughing stock in Bai Fu Jingyuan. Sima Yun didn't want to say anything more and changed the subject. Where did Lin Yuan and the others go? Snow, on a date. Sima Yun paused in getting out of bed, his dark eyes looking at it, as if saying, "Say that again." Feeling a faint chill, Snow said again, "Miss Liao said so. She said you couldn't satisfy Mr. Lin," which made him so angry that he got up early to go find another man. Just then, a cold laugh came from the person in front of him. Heh. Snow silently lowered his head. At that moment, Liao Baixing, who had escorted Snow back to his dormitory and was walking back to his office, sneezed. Looking up, a tissue was handed to him. "Liao Baixing, you insulted me." Bai Liao, who kindly offered the tissue, "Although I collect trash, I never betray others." "Oh, trash machine." Liao Baixing took the tissue. Bai Liao, give me back the tissue, thank you. Collecting trash again? Bai Liao, Bai Liao strode away angrily, but after only 2 steps, he heard Liao Baixing's laughter behind him. Even though he was far away, he could still hear it. Bai Liao, is this ever going to end? Si Muyun finished washing up and was about to go out to find Lin Yuan, but before he even stepped out of the dormitory, his terminal rang. He looked at the 2 large characters Mother displayed on the terminal screen and fell silent. He only pressed the answer button when the ringing was almost over. A gentle female voice came through shortly after. Yun Yun, how have you been lately? As soon as she finished speaking, a male voice came from the other end. Why don't you just ask him what's going on with his relationship? Such a big thing, and you haven't told us. The female voice said, you don't believe me when I say you're old-fashioned? Who questions their child after seeing them only once in a while? The male voice, After the 2 finished speaking, the female voice spoke again into the terminal. Yun Yun, have you been dating recently? Is she pretty? What's her personality like? After hearing these 3 question marks, Si Muyun could feel his father's silence even through the terminal. He moved the terminal slightly further away, thinking, no wonder they're a couple. They bicker first, then do the same thing. Hearing the terminal's inquiry again, Si Muyun picked it up again and said, Mom, he's a man. A man? A man is good too. Huh? Chung Su's tone gradually became strange, as if she didn't believe him. She pinched Si Weiyu beside her, earning a glare in return. Chung Su winked at him, then turned her attention back to the terminal. Yun Yun, what do you like about him? He's handsome. Chung Su earnestly said, handsomeness can't put food on the table. Si Muyun retorted, Mom, he's the most handsome person I ever seen. Noticing the change in Si Muyun's tone, Chung Su quickly complied, is there anything else about him besides his good looks? He's very capable, Si Muyun said earnestly. He gave me my mecha. Your mecha? Chung Su instantly caught the key phrase. Wasn't that the one Lin Yuhan from Star Academy gave you? How could he? Before she could finish, Si Weiyu had already pressed the hang-up button for her. Chung Su tossed the terminal onto the table and glanced at him. Si Weiyu, wife, our son has made himself very clear. Chung Su angrily replied, I don't understand. Si Weiyu, He had the AI butler pour Chung Su her favorite milk coffee, shoved the cup into her hand, and coaxed, don't be angry. He's a grown man now. Who he likes isn't his own choice. Chung Su unceremoniously took the milk coffee, took a leisurely sip, and said, don't always blame our son. I haven't even asked you about the time he lost his scarf. Wife, this really has nothing to do with me. Hearing Chung Su say this, Si Weiyu immediately remembered that a while ago, when Chung Su was tidying up her clothes, she discovered that Si Muyun's scarf was missing. Upon discovering its disappearance, Chung Su immediately had the AI butler retrieve the date the scarf went missing. The AI didn't record the date, but it did record the reason for its loss. Si Weiyu hadn't picked up Si Muyun that day, and the 2 met at the door. Si Weiyu casually gave Si Muyun's scarf to the woman in the car. Chung Su saw the last 2 words, and let out a cold laugh. You Si Weiyu. That day, Si Weiyu came home from get off work at the military headquarters, and immediately sensed something was wrong. His wife, who was not usually very gentle, was unusually gentle today, and the table was full of his favorite dishes, but he had a bad feeling. He sat down, but didn't touch his chopsticks. His wife, sitting opposite him, smiled brightly. Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? Si Weiyu, wife, just tell me what I did wrong. You don't have to torture me like this. All right then. Chung Su put down her chopsticks. What happened with the scarf you gave to a woman back then? Si Weiyu asked her, completely bewildered. What scarf? When Yun Yun was 7, the scarf I knitted for him disappeared. Chung Su looked at him, wondering what excuse he could come up with. I asked the AI butler today, and it said you gave it to a woman in a car. Give me an explanation. Si Weiyu, Who is behind this? Si Weiyu had absolutely no recollection of giving a woman a scarf. Everyone around him except Chung Su was a man. Let alone giving a scarf. Even several grown men together couldn't scrape together a scarf. Wife, I've been with you since I was 18. Where am I supposed to give someone a scarf? Si Weiyu protested. Chung Su wavered slightly. How should I know? Si Weiyu, She was utterly wronged. More wrong than Do-yi. Si Weiyu recalled his experiences these past few days, feeling incredibly aggrieved. He glanced at Chung Su's expression, remembering Si Muyun's matter, and said calmly, Wife, wait a minute, didn't our son say that Lin Yuan died 10 years ago? So what if she died? Yun has a necrophilia? Chung Su suddenly realized, understanding that Si Weiyu's words about Si Muyun were already quite clear. She opened her terminal, swiped a couple of times, and pulled up her chat history with Jiang Sun, saying, Xiao Sun said his girlfriend's name is Lin Hanin. After saying this, she looked up and met Si Weiyu's gaze. His name. Sounds familiar. Familiar in what way? Don't you think it's the same as Lin Yuhan's, except for the middle character? Chung Su said thoughtfully. Suddenly she realized, could it be that the Lin Yuhan our son mentioned isn't dead? Si Weiyu understood her meaning, then the rumors from 10 years ago were also false? As soon as she finished speaking, the couple exchanged a knowing glance, understanding evident in each other's eyes. I agree to this marriage, Chung Su said decisively. With that, she stood up and ran upstairs. Get ready, we're going to Fuxing to pick up our daughter-in-law. Si Weiyu glanced at her retreating figure and reminded her softly, Wife, have you forgotten? We can't leave Central Star. That's you, not me. I'm going on a private visit. Chung Su acted as if she didn't care about Si Weiyu's life or death, quickly going upstairs and disappearing in a flash. Si Weiyu, Si Muyun hung up the call, got dressed, and was about to leave when the doorbell rang. He opened the door and saw Lu Zhao, whom he hadn't seen for 2 days. Si Muyun, what's up? Lu Zhao peered inside, not seeing Lin Yuhan, before turning his gaze back to Si Muyun. Brother Yun, do you know where Lin Yuhan went? Si Muyun frowned, remembering what Snow had said, and said unhappily, he went to find another man. Lu Zhao, ? Lu Zhao looked at him in shock, stammering, Brother Yun, aren't you two together? Why is he going out to find another man? Did you get dumped? Si Muyun, Do I look like I know? Damn, even though Lin Yuhan saved me, he's such a jerk to you. He's already eyeing other men before he's even finished what he has. How can there be such a person? Lu Zhao became more and more astonished as he spoke, to the point where he couldn't bear to look at him directly. Si Muyun glanced at him silently. You don't need to exaggerate. Fine, fine. Lu Zhao said, and slipped away. Si Muyun closed the door. Just then, the terminal rang again. He saw the message on the screen, a cold smile appearing on his face, and answered. The next moment, Lin Yuhan's cheerful voice came from the terminal. Colonel C, interested in a date at Jingran Square? Chapter 35. Si Muyun's smile froze for a moment. He said okay, silently hung up the call, and then glanced at Snow, whose presence was undeniable in the corner. After a long while, he chuckled, Heh. You guys are the ones going to find Min. He loves me so much. Snow, Far away in Jingran Square, Lin Yuan stared at the disconnected phone in his hand, silent for a moment. He felt that Si Muyun's tone was a little strange just now. It was like he was interrogating him about cheating. Was it just his imagination? He stuffed the terminal back into his pocket and looked at Migu, who remained silent beside him. The latter noticed his gaze and took a step back. Lin Yuhan, are you sick? Migu was clearly still bothered by what he said not long ago. I don't like people. Lin Yuhan laughed mockingly, as if I like AIs, don't flatter yourself. Migu, I think we must maintain normal social distancing. Migu said seriously. Lin Yuhan's scumbag nature was something this AI only realized belatedly. Lin Yuhan kicked Migu, saying mercilessly, then go pick up trash with Bai Liao. Am I something cheap? Lin Yuhan retorted, then am I some kind of scumbag? Migu apologized, I always thought you and Colonel C were already together. After all, holding hands, hugging, kissing, and sleeping together are things couples do. If you're not a couple, then you're really scumbag. Lin Yuhan, My fists aren't that hard, but they're more than enough to kill a robot. When did I turn my back on you? The moment I got out of bed? Lin Yuhan asked in a cold voice. Migu, that AI with a screw loose, clearly knew what he and Si Muyun were doing, but it still went back to its dorm early and quietly stayed in a corner. It had absolutely no sense of propriety. Lin Yuhan didn't want to deal with Migu anymore and strode towards Zhang Yuanhong's house. However, as soon as he reached the top of the stairs, he noticed something was wrong. Building number 3 in Jingran Plaza looked like it had been renovated. The peeling paint on the railings was gone. The peeling paint on the walls was gone. There was no staining or dust. Everything seemed to have returned to the building's original state. He walked up step by step and pushed open Zhang Yuanhong's door. Before entering, Migu scanned the entire house, but found nothing unusual. The moment Lin Yuan stepped inside, he felt an overwhelming cold, as if he had returned to the time in the reboot pod. He stopped after only 2 steps. Migu noticed his abnormality and reached out its mechanical hand to nudge him. Lin Yuan remained standing, speaking softly. Did you see that? Migu asked. Saw what? There's someone sitting on the sofa. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the sofa, seemingly unable to believe her eyes, yet she couldn't deny the presence of a shadowy figure, undoubtedly Zhang Dagua, who wasn't dead. Just then, the sound of pots and pans clattering on the floor came from the kitchen. Lin Yuan turned to see an elderly woman wearing an apron, pushing open the old kitchen door and carrying out steaming hot dishes. Seemingly too hot to handle, she quickly walked to the table, put the dishes down, blew on her hands, glanced at Zhang Dagua on the sofa, and urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and tidy up your son's room. He's bringing friends home for dinner today." Zhang Dagua, unperturbed by the urging, chuckled and said, "Wife, what's the rush? It's quite a distance from Xingyuan to our house." Fine, fine, I'm the only one in a hurry in this family," the woman said helplessly. The woman turned and went into the kitchen to get the remaining groceries. Lin Yuan recognized her face. It was Huang Yuehong, who had died not long ago. His gaze swept around the house, unsure why he was seeing all this. The furnishings were the same as when he first arrived, but noticeably newer. Recalling their conversation, he instantly realized this was before the case. Suddenly, his gaze froze, as if he remembered something. When he went to Anyang Street under his assumed identity, half asleep, he overheard someone say that Zhang Yuanhong's parents had divorced. But judging from Zhang Dagua and Huang Yuehong's interactions, they didn't seem like the type to divorce. What caused their divorce? Was it Zhang Dagua gambling and losing money? Lin Yuan didn't know the answer. Within his line of sight, Zhang Dagua and Huang Yuehong were chatting and laughing, looking like a long-married couple with a deep and lasting bond. After serving the dishes, the couple sat on the sofa watching TV, while waiting for Zhang Yuehong to return. Lin Yuan paced around the room a couple of times, making sure they hadn't seen her, before sitting down on the sofa to watch TV with them. The couple kept changing channels, seemingly uninterested in the dramas being filmed. However, when they switched to the news channel, they stopped. Lin Yuan glanced at them, their eyes lit up, seemingly very interested in the news broadcast. Just then, the television announced, "Hello everyone, welcome to the news channel. Today is the first day of the Science and Technology Conference, and a young man from the Interstellar Science and Technology Institute of Tonda City on the floating star made a stunning appearance at the conference. His self-designed, developed, and built 4-symbol series mechs and black and white twin stars broke through the traditional mech designs of Interstellar City for a century, achieving a landslide victory. His designs were stunning, unique, innovative, and energy efficient, conquering the judges and audience present, and defeating contestants from other parts of Interstellar City." Lin Yuan stared blankly at his own photo on the screen, a flash of inspiration passing through his mind, fragmented and incomplete images floating in his mind. Migu came to his side. "Master." He sighed softly, words caught in his throat, and finally he could only say, "This was the first day of the Science and Technology Conference 10 years ago." Migu was stunned. 10 years ago, the moment her master became famous, it was broadcast throughout the entire Interstellar City. Lin Yuan's name spread throughout the streets and alleys, making him a household name as a genius. But now, Zhang Dagua and Huang Yuehong, watching the screen and chatting, couldn't hide their envy. Huang Yuehong sighed, "Do you think our son will go to the Central Star in 3 years? I heard that people there travel in spaceships, starships fly overhead, and farming is all mechanized, controlled by robots." Zhang Dagua patted her hand. "Don't worry, our son's name is Yuan Hang. He'd definitely be able to fly out of the floating star. We worked hard all our lives. Isn't it all to see our son achieve success? Besides, our son is from the Star Academy. His future is limitless. Don't you even know whose son he is?" Huang Yuehong chided me reproachfully. Zhang Dagua echoed her words. "Of course, it was born to my beloved wife." Lin Yuan listened silently to everything, something stirring within him, but it faltered as soon as it began to emerge. He sat there for as long as Zhang Dagua and Huang Yuehong talked. He watched the food on the table slowly cool, the couple seemingly forgetting their purpose, talking endlessly while staring at the screen. Suddenly, the screen cracked, Zhang Dagua and Huang Yuehong's voices ceased, and the world returned to silence. He silently watched the room return to its original state, then sent Migu to check the hallway, who returned to say it was back to normal as well. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, then tears streamed down his face, unstoppable. "Master, don't cry," Migu said stiffly, trying to comfort him. Lin Yuan stubbornly insisted, "I didn't cry, I just found it a little funny." "Migu? Question mark. This case on Anyang Street might have started from the technology conference 10 years ago. Lin Yuhan's tone was calm, but her eyes were growing increasingly red. What we see now, what we know, what we understand, might all be projections from 10 years ago. Miku asked, then why can't we see Zhang Dagua and Huan Weihong? Digital life. He stood up and looked out the window. The scorching sun baked the earth, and distant flight paths were bustling with activity. This world was noisy and busy, no one cared who died, and no one cared who lived. Everyone wore cold glasses, witnessing the deaths of others. If it weren't for digital life, he couldn't think of anything that could preserve human consciousness and recreate everything from 10 years ago today. Simu arrived at Jingren Square, near Zhang Yuanheng's house, when he heard a series of clanging sounds, like someone was forcefully hammering something. He followed the sound and saw a familiar figure buried in a pile of scrap parts. A white robot followed not far behind, the two working diligently. His suspicions grew, only to be completely confirmed when he saw Lin Yuhan. Lin Yuhan wore work gloves and a gray apron, seemingly to keep her clothes clean. Her face was covered in patches of dust, making her otherwise clean appearance stand out starkly. She was busy looking for something when she looked up from the pile of parts, and saw Simu standing not far away. She waved and said happily, Colonel C, you finally arrived. Simu, ? After a moment of confusion, he decided to walk towards Lin Yuhan. Lin Yuhan had clearly already arranged where Simu would go. He rummaged through the pile of parts again, and only looked up when a pair of shoes landed in front of him. He looked up, wanting to say something to Simu, but heard the other ask, are we on a date? Lin Yuhan nodded, picked up the pile of parts he had found, and said to Simu, yes, this is a date gift for you. Simu stared silently at the parts in Lin Yuhan's hands. The parts, of varying sizes, were piled together, and the sweat on Lin Yuhan's forehead showed he had been searching for a long time. But who gives parts to their date on a date? For a moment, Simu didn't know what to say. Noticing Simu's silence, Lin Yuhan pretended not to understand and asked, don't you like it? No, I like it very much. Simu grabbed his hand, looking steadily at him, I like anything you give me. The sudden confession left Lin Yuhan somewhat bewildered. He had only intended to use an excuse to trick Simu into helping him with chores, but seeing Simu's current demeanor, he figured she genuinely believed him. Is Simu really a fool? Can't she live without him? Simu, he called out, I'm a little curious about how you act when you lose control. Why should I be curious? Lin Yuhan looked at him, not avoiding his gaze, everything I said was a lie, can you please not believe it? But you are real. Simu's tone was serious. I can't help but believe it. Chapter 36. In the dimly lit laboratory, the mechanical eye on the wall snapped open in anger, glaring at the person resting with their eyes closed in the corner. It spoke angrily, what have you done? Zhang Yuanheng, clearly anticipating the mechanical eye's arrival, didn't open it, but instead said calmly, isn't it better to let others know more about you? Idiot! The mechanical eye looked at Zhang Yuanheng's indifferent, nonchalant demeanor, wishing it could crush him with its own hands. Zhang Yuanheng, are you abandoning your parents and friends? Hearing this, Zhang Yuanheng laughed mockingly, abandon them? Zorua, if I weren't, I would have been tortured to death by your repeated reboots. My parents, my friends, even myself, would have died completely within the program you wrote. We are neither living nor dead, but half alive, constantly reincarnating. So what? Humans are born lowly, unworthy to be our friends. The mechanical eye flushed red, the redness spreading across its entire eyeball. Ha, born lowly. Zhang Yuanheng repeated its words with a laugh. Zorua, I wait for the day you're utterly destroyed. I wait for the day you see the light of day again, and I destroy you with my own hands. Sororia, you won't have that day. Humanity will eventually perish. Zhang Yuanheng's voice was icy. Is that so? 10 years. I spent 10 years in a chaotic program, and I'm still alive and well. I witnessed the deaths of my parents and friends time and time again, and I'm still alive and well. If I die, their deaths, their injustices, your sins will be unknown. I won't let these things be buried underground. Even if I die, I drag you down with me. Madmen. Madmen like Lin Yuhan. You're all madmen. Sororia's voice shrilled, its sound quickly causing the entire laboratory to vibrate, but having no effect outside. It stared menacingly at Zhang Yuanheng. I want the complete annihilation of human civilization. Then try. Zhang Yuanheng raised his hand and swiped the keyboard. The bluish-green keys were exceptionally bright in the darkness. His fingers danced rapidly, calmly typing code after code, pressing confirm as he typed the last letter. The next moment, the previously arrogant Soroya instantly went silent, the red light in its eyes slowly fading. Zhang Yuanhong's tone remained as calm as ever. Even if your coding level is higher than what I learned, you can only stop me at the last moment of the restart. You can't stop me from learning, you can't stop me from improving, and you can't stop me from destroying you. He swiped the keyboard again. The bluish light disappeared, and the opposite wall no longer emitted red light. The entire laboratory returned to darkness and stillness. He leaned against the wall to stand up, walked to the empty space in the center of the laboratory, and slowly sat down, his voice so soft it was almost a murmur. You guys. You be awake soon, won't you? Lin Yuhan and Si Muyun stayed at the repair shop until nightfall, gathering almost all the materials needed to build the vermilion bird. As they left, Lin Yuhan leaned wearily on Si Muyun's shoulder, tossing him the design draft. You go build it. Si Muyun took the design draft, remaining silent. He massaged her shoulders, earning a compliment from Lin Yuhan. Not bad, a little harder. Not only did she have free labor, but she also got a shoulder massage. Lin Yuhan found it increasingly easy to direct Si Muyun. Si Muyun subtly increased the pressure, asking, Why did you decide to come here today? The two of them had recently visited Jingran Square together, so they were aware of what had happened there. Si Muyun had expected Lin Yuhan to return eventually, but he hadn't expected her to come to the repair shop. Logically, Zhang Yuanhong's home should have been more appealing than the repair shop. Lin Yuhan yawned sleepily and mumbled, I need to build a vermilion bird, otherwise I can't go to the central star. Hearing this reason, Si Muyun paused for a moment, then said, Don't you have Migu? Just bring Migu along. Lin Yuhan shook her head, useless mech, can't even beat a Qinglong, I'm too ashamed to bring it. Migu, trying to minimize her presence, felt a pang of embarrassment upon hearing this. She'd been insulted again. Si Muyun also fell silent. Seeing their identical reactions, Lin Yuhan burst out laughing. Why don't you two go to a DNA testing center to verify your parentage? It's so funny, ha ha ha. Si Muyun, Migu, The two exchanged a glance, choosing to ignore Lin Yuhan's laughter. Lin Yuhan's stomach ached from laughing. Looking up at Si Muyun's speechless face, she found it even funnier. Si Muyun, stop laughing. I didn't want to either. Lin Yuhan laughed until tears streamed down her face, but Si Muyun really did look like a human machine. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow fell over her. Before Lin Yuhan could react, his lips were already pressed against something warm, surrounded by a barely perceptible trace of spiritual energy. Lin Yuhan's mind went blank. She tried to push him away, but the other person held the back of her head, preventing her from escaping. This time, Si Muyun kissed deeply, determined to silence the babbling mouth. Si Muyun. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yuhan was released, breathing softly, her red eyes fixed on him. The other man raised his hand, and gently massaged the corner of her eye. Lin Yuhan blinked uncomfortably. A sigh fell on his head. Like a fragile doll, no matter how you raise her, she'd never be the same again. Lin Yuhan looked up at him, his expression serious. Si Muyun, I only look weak. If it really came down to a fight, you might not be my match. I know, you're stronger than you were 10 years ago. Si Muyun gently ruffled his hair, his voice soft. But you're also thinner than you were 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you still had some flesh on you. Now you're so thin you're practically bony. Lin Yuhan's hand clenched uncomfortably, as if he thought of something. Did Lu Zhao say something to you? Hearing that name, Si Muyun's eyes darkened. You care a lot about what Lu Zhao told me. Content. I do care. Lin Yuhan didn't deny it. After this, Lu Zhao has completely regained his memory. Although he was only 8 or 9 years old back then, he was old enough to remember things. Now, thinking back, it's not something easily forgotten, on the contrary, it's even more unforgettable. Si Muyun understood. So you didn't tell me everything that day. Lin Yuhan didn't expect Si Muyun to be so clever. His expression became obviously flustered, and he stammered, It's all in the past. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed. He looked up and saw Si Muyun's dark, bright eyes, hiding unknown emotions, thick and unyielding, yet with a hint of tears, frighteningly hot. Lin Yuhan. Si Muyun called his name sharply. Lin Yuhan tried to brush it off. What? I told you everything I know. I still want to know. Lin Yuhan, that's all I can remember. Si Muyun clearly didn't believe Lin Yuhan's explanation. Even after they'd known each other for so long, he hadn't proactively asked Lin Yuhan about Anyang Street, afraid that if he did, she would run away. But now, he didn't think that way. Although Lin Yuhan had forgotten what happened 10 years ago, he hadn't forgotten these past 10 years. He knew what he was doing, what he had experienced, even things related to Anyang Street. Looking at his expression, Lin Yuan clearly guessed that Si Muyun didn't believe him. He said softly, "I didn't tell you everything, not because I didn't trust you, but because I came back this time with the determination to die. Si Muyun, you're a good person, you have a long life ahead of you. Liking me will burden you with many things, will show you a side you don't want to see, and will shatter your view of the world. I'm a dead man, someone who should have died long ago." "Nonsense." Si Muyun immediately hugged him. "Lin Yuan, I also really want to know what happened back then. Now I only have two paths before me. The first is to recover my mental strength and break through the chip locked in my brain. The second is to attend the technology conference and retrace the steps Lin Yuan took back then." He looked into the distance and said softly, "But I now discovered that this whole thing started at the technology conference 10 years ago. Those hidden in the shadows have been plotting for years, while those standing in the light are waiting for death. What we see now is fake, but it's also real. Fake mixed with real mixed with fake, it's impossible to tell the difference. It's like a farce in the human heart, going on for years, it's in unknown. Only if he stops thinking, abandons imagination, can this farce possibly end." "Si Muyun," he called out, "this world isn't as good as we think, but it's not as bad as we think either. It's just that over time, people inevitably forget their original intentions, and forget who they were before." Hearing these words, Si Muyun seemed to understand something, and a pang of sorrow welled up in his heart. "I help you restore your spiritual power. Si Muyun, have you forgotten what Chenwen said?" Lin Yuan looked at him seriously. He hadn't forgotten what Chenwen had said in the hospital corridor. If Si Muyun chose to use his mental power to help him, his mental power would become dependent on Si Muyun, no longer like himself. But if he didn't restore his mental power, he would know nothing about the reasons for what happened back then. Even if Zhang Yuanhang knew, how could so royal-led Zhang Yuanhang tell him so easily? Lin Yuan lowered his eyes and pushed Si Muyun away. The latter looked confused at his action, and the next moment his collar was pulled back. Lin Yuan blinked. "What should I do? Now when I'm sad, I want to kiss you." Taking advantage of Si Muyun's silence, he said with distress, "But what if I don't want to give you a title? After all, even the AI thinks I'm a jerk." Si Muyun, Fine, I won't give you a title, but you can only like me." "Lin Yuan?" Si Muyun looked directly at him and asked, "What, you can't even like me?" "I can't do it." He had barely finished speaking when he saw Si Muyun's eyes turn dangerous. Seeing this, Lin Yuan smiled and whispered in his ear, "Boyfriend. If you won't even give me a title, how can you only like one person?" Seeing him hesitate, Lin Yuan poked him. "Why are you so stunned? I called you and you didn't like it, but when I stopped, you kept asking." "Si Muyun, you're not lying to me, are you?" Before she finished speaking, he was pulled into someone's arms again. Si Muyun's heart pounded wildly through his clothes, so fast it was uncountable. His hands holding him trembled uncontrollably. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly and hugged him back. "Si Muyun, how did you lose control over just 3 words?" In the Star Academy's office, Liao Baixing, wearing tall boots, sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, leisurely looking at Chenwen sitting on the floor. She picked up the coffee Liao had just brewed, took a sip, and said unhurriedly, "Chenwen, right? I remember you're not a freshman this year." Liao, standing beside her, said, "He's a student from the class of 2014. "Oh, class of 2014, still a junior." She put down the coffee, added 2 rock sugar cubes, seemingly guessing what Chenwen was thinking. "Are you waiting for someone to rescue you?" "Well, I'm sorry, but no one can come into my office except myself." Hearing this, Chenwen suddenly looked up, glaring at her fiercely. "You modified your office without permission." "What do you mean by modified my office without permission?" Liao Baixing said dismissively, "This is my office. Why can't I modify it? Quickly explain what happened. I have more than one mecha here." After speaking, Qingluan, who was squatting in the corner, looked at the two of them. Liao Baixing was pleased with this action. She took another sip of coffee. "I could guess even if you didn't say it. You're probably doing someone a favor, right?" "Well, not exactly doing someone a favor. It's probably an AI, and you just happened to run into it. I can see you're willing but unwilling. This kind of contradictory mentality won't last long working alongside an AI." "What do you mean?" "What could I mean? Just telling the truth. If you don't want to say, I won't force you. I'm not Lin Yuan, fighting all the time isn't my style." Liao Baixing said slowly, as if chatting casually. "I just have some connections. If you want, we can talk to the military. I guess you really like Baifu Jinjiwen." Chen Wen angrily said. You. Liao Baixing smiled. I bet you know a lot. The underground lab on the back hill suddenly fell into disuse. The fire on Anyang Street, even Zhang Yuanhang's mysterious disappearance. Zhang Yuanhang was also a student from the class of 2014. You two were in the same year. Not only the same year, but you also knew each other, and knew how the other died. But I bet the current you isn't you. Being controlled by AI must be unpleasant. I happened to be studying this area when I was at Xingyuan Academy. If you're willing to tell me, I can help you break free from its control. Hearing this, Chen Wen remained silent for a long time, then looked up and asked her, Why should I believe you? Because, Liao Baixing paused, all of this should end. Liao Baixing came out of the office late at night. Bai Liao and Qing Wan followed behind her. Having not eaten dinner yet, she was hungry and sleepy, and lazily yawned. Suddenly, her gaze froze. Waking from sleepiness, she looked up at the figure standing deep in the corridor. She raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a smile. Dean Lu, it's an honor to have you here. Her voice turned cold. I wonder if you come to demand someone's release or to kill someone. Chapter 37. Boom! A loud bang illuminated the night sky of Tonda City. People hurrying home were forced to stop and look up. A bluish-green mech stood in midair, with a woman with long, curly black hair sitting on its shoulder. Beside it was another black mech. But most striking was the white-haired old man standing opposite the two mechs and the woman. He seemed to stand in midair effortlessly. But upon closer inspection, a faint, almost imperceptible, eye could be seen behind the old man. What are they doing? People below exclaimed. Didn't Tonda City ban mecha flight a long time ago? Don't you think these two mechas look familiar? We never seen these kinds of mechas on the market. Could they be from the military? But why would the military attack an elderly man? They're not from the military. One of those mechas is the well-known Azure Dragon, and the other is the Black Tortoise, which disappeared many years ago. The Black Tortoise disappeared after Lin Yuhan died 10 years ago. How could it appear in Tonda City now? Everyone spoke in disbelief, completely baffled. Compared to the commotion on the ground, Liao Baixing and Lu Wenfu, facing off in the air, were much quieter. Liao Baixing sat in his mecha, observing Lu Wenfu's expression. His face, as dark as ink, revealed nothing special, but recalling the old man's unexpected appearance in the corridor, he seemed to understand something. She said confidently, You can hear my conversation with Chen Wen. I can indeed hear it. Lu Wenfu did not deny her words. His sharp eyes were fixed on the two mechs, lost in thought. Liao Baixing noticed his gaze, and laughed mockingly. Dean Lu, after all these years, your gaze still lingers on the mecha you designed for Yuhan. Are you doubting me? Lu Wenfu looked at her. Liao Baixing, it's not so much suspicion as curiosity about your relationship with that eye. I think an AI wouldn't have evil thoughts without a reason. Lu Wenfu gave her a presumptuous look. You underestimate the power of AI, and you underestimate their thinking. I don't think so, Liao Baixing denied with a smile. I acknowledge their power, but in terms of thinking, they're still very different from humans. For example, my mecha likes to scavenge for trash, and no matter how hard I try to change that habit, I can't. It's a real headache. The headache-inducing by Liao. Hearing this, Lu Wenfu said unhurriedly, That's a scumbag in the AI world. Bai Liao angrily retorted, Who are you calling a scumbag? You old geezer. After saying that, Liao Baixing slapped its shoulder. Quiet down. Bai Liao, It silently glanced at Liao Baixing, then silently looked away. At this moment, Qing Wan, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Picking up trash isn't being a scumbag, you are. Hearing this, Lu Wenfu turned his gaze to her, his eyes filled with malice. He sneered, Qing Wan, you regained your memories. But even if you have, what's the use? He's already dead, killed by you. Don't try to shift the blame onto others, you don't deserve it. Qing Wan said calmly, her words growing sharper with each remark. Liao Baixing turned to look at it. The latter's eyes were calm and devoid of emotion, as if it had seen all the vicissitudes of life, and also resembled the original chilling gaze of the AI. Lu Wenfu was clearly angered by Qing Wan's words. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an unfathomable light. Suddenly he laughed again, this time not with the previous cold laugh, but with a chilling, heartfelt laugh. What a pity, none of you will escape today. Suddenly, a gentle yet weak youthful voice rang out, Grandpa. Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Wenfu's expression faltered, then he looked down towards the source of the sound. On the teaching building of the Star Academy, Lu Zhao, wearing a white shirt, looked at him with a pale face. Lu Zhao, what are you doing here? Lu Wenfu asked with concern, but noticed that Lu Zhao's eyes were very different from before, filled with regret mixed with reluctance and clarity. Lu Xiao's eyes were filled with tears as he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar white-haired old man before him. He had always lived with his parents since childhood, but every time he returned to his grandfather's house, his grandfather would always greet him with a kind smile, asking how school was going and if he had missed him. He had always thought his grandfather's kindness was just a facade, that he was kind to everyone. But after what happened when he was 9, and after this incident, Lu Xiao finally understood. His grandfather, who had always been so good to him, had changed in ways he didn't know, becoming a demon feared by everyone. He closed his eyes and calmly said, "Grandpa, don't do anything foolish again." "Lu Wenfu, what foolish thing did I do, silly child?" "I was thinking of the development of civilization." Lu Wenfu continued in his usual tone, instructing his children and grandchildren to emulate justice, but Lu Xiao and Liao Baixing found it utterly ironic. Some were burying their sins, while others, cloaked in the guise of good people, were doing the things that sinners should do. Lu Xiao decided to stop playing dumb with Lu Wenfu. "Grandpa, I know everything. It's not too late for you to turn yourself in at the interstellar prison." "Turn yourself in?" Lu Wenfu laughed as if he heard a fantasy, then looked coldly at his grandson whom he watched grow up. "Lu Xiao, don't forget, your surname is Lu. You have no right to threaten me into doing this." Lu Xiao said painfully, "Precisely because my surname is Lu, I must advise you even more." Lu Wenfu scoffed, as if mocking Lu Xiao's unrealistic ideas. "Since you've chosen to go with Lin Yuan and the others, don't blame me. What's done is done. The die is cast. My plan is only one step away from true success. Lin Yuan, you can't stop me." As soon as he finished speaking, a punch came hurtling towards him. Lu Wenfu gave a disdainful smile. Just as the fist was about to hit him, a slender figure suddenly appeared before him. Qinlan tried to pull back, but it was too late. He hurriedly withdrew his strength, but a suction force pulled his fist towards the man, shattering his internal organs. "Qinwen." Seeing this, Liao Baixing's expression immediately changed, and he directed Bai Liao to rescue Qinwen. Qinwen coughed up several mouthfuls of blood from the impact, blood trickling into the air. A few drops landed on Lu Wenfu's face, but most of the blood fell onto Qinlan's fist. Qinlan stared at him blankly, asking in confusion, "Why didn't you dodge?" Qinwen's body plummeted downwards. He clutched his aching chest, a genuine smile appearing on his face. "These past years. I'm sorry. You?" Qinlan couldn't utter a word. Qinwen coughed a few more times, his voice weakening. "I can't escape. I always known I'm a pawn, a dog to be manipulated. I have no right to choose my own life, nor the chance to change everyone's fate. Hurry up." Liao Baixing shouted again, urging Bai Liao to speed up. But Qinwen's descent was accelerating. "Don't come to save me, I'm going to die today." He then looked at Lu Wenfu. "Dean, back then we entered the school not only because of Xing Yuan's century-old reputation, but also because of you. We just never expected you to deceive everyone, including him. Lu Wenfu, how can you face all the students who came to study here? A poor student with no resources, a backward street struggling to catch up with the city's development. You let down everyone, you let him down, and you let Lin Yuan down." Qinwen's voice was high-pitched and piercing, like a dying cuckoo singing its final, blood-soaked song. He gave a bitter smile. "It's just a pity, I won't live to see the day the truth comes out." "Then die," Lu Wenfu said mercilessly. The next moment, Qinwen saw a huge eye open behind Lu Wenfu, its blood-red pupils staring straight at him, as if announcing his death. Suddenly, a green mecha caught him. Liao Baixing jumped off the mecha and stood on a rooftop not far away. "What do you mean die? I kidnapped you. Did you get my permission?" She turned to Lu Xiao and said, "Take good care of him. Call the emergency services at Hospital 9635. Leave the rest to me." She then turned to Lu Wenfu. "Dean, it's been a while since we warmed up. Today I test that eye. Bai Liao, Qinlan, come back." Bai Liao and Qinlan, upon receiving the order, quickly returned to her side. Liao Baixing raised her eyes, coldly looking at the eye behind Lu Wenfu, feeling a long-lost sense of oppression. However, looking at the two extraordinary mechs beside her, her heart calmed down. "Teacher, do you need my help?" Lu Xiao asked worriedly. He had witnessed the power of this eye. "No need, just keep an eye on him." Liao Baixing refused Lu Xiao's help and began to release her mental energy. She glanced at the two mechs and said, "Dual mech mental energy connection." Lu Wenfu had been watching Liao Baixing's actions coldly. He didn't believe that a teacher who spent most of her time at the school would have the means to deal with him. Even with a high level of mental power compatible with one's own mecha, one can only control one mecha, the other is essentially useless. Thinking this, he sneered, overestimating yourself. Zorua, since she wants to challenge you, then play with her properly. Zorua's mechanical voice came unhurriedly. Foolish human, one move is enough to kill her. As soon as the words fell, everyone present felt an immeasurable, vast, and powerful mental power. Their gazes involuntarily turned towards the direction from which the mental power was released, where they saw one person and two mechas standing on the rooftop. Red light flashed on the two mechas, and the four symbols corresponding to them were reflected in their open mechanical eyes. In an instant, Lu Wenfu sensed something unusual. Before he could react, he saw two mechs fly into the sky, merging together one above the other. Lu Wenfu stared in disbelief. What is this? Lin Yuan hadn't told him how to operate the four symbols mechs back then. The two mechs successfully combined, releasing a new level of mental power, comparable to the oppressive aura emanating from Zorua. Liao Baixing crossed her arms, her trench coat billowing in the wind, and smiled slightly. Excuse me, the second of the four symbols mech series, by Liao and Qinglan, has successfully combined. Mental Power Connector, current teacher at Star Academy, Liao Baixing. She looked up at Zorua. My dislike of fighting doesn't mean I can't fight. By Liao Qinglan, go tell it who's the current ruler of the mech world. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed through the sky as Bai Liao and Qinglan slammed their fists into Zorua, shattering its glassy eyes into pieces. Liao Baixing watched leisurely eyes. Huh? Nothing special. Alarm, alarm. Night had fallen, and the programmers in the Science and Technology Department, already exhausted, were slumped over their desks when they suddenly heard the unfamiliar alarm. They instantly sprang to attention. They exchanged glances, seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. What's happening now? One asked. I remember the last time this alarm went off was when they detected mech number S02. What's it this time? I don't know, the other replied. However, several seconds passed without the alarm broadcasting any further information. They couldn't help but wonder what had happened that even the AI couldn't report. Everyone stood up, eager to investigate, when suddenly, the mechanical voice announced, non-military mechs detected in combat on Floating Star, including the Azure Dragon KG mech, the Black Tortoise DC mech, and an unknown advanced AI. Hearing the familiar mech models, everyone froze, looking up at the large screen on the wall. But nothing was displayed, only the cold, mechanical voice continued its announcement. Didn't the Black Tortoise disappear a long time ago? How could it appear on Floating Star? One person wondered. Another person raised a question. Don't you find it strange? The last time the S02 mecha appeared, it was also on Fuxing. This time, Xuanwu also appeared on Fuxing. Isn't it too much of a coincidence that these mechas, which disappeared for 10 years, are all appearing in the same place? But Fuxing is a populous planet. Why do non-military mechas always appear there? At this moment, someone sitting in the corner said, Have you forgotten that the Star Academy is located on Fuxing? You mean to say that the appearance of these mechas is related to the Star Academy? Everyone looked towards the corner. The man always wore a mask and had said when he first arrived that he was disfigured and couldn't show his face. The people from the Science and Technology Department were initially somewhat wary and curious about what kind of face he had under the mask. However, after seeing that he, as a programmer, could break the hand of someone much taller than themselves with one hand, they were too frightened to investigate further. He was usually quiet in the Science and Technology Department, neither speaking nor making a sound. His rare response to them aroused their curiosity. Seeing the crowd approaching him, the man said unhurriedly, Perhaps. After all, the designers of these mechs are from the Star Academy, so it wouldn't be surprising if they appeared there. That's right, they were all designed by Lin Yuan, so it's only natural that they appear at Star Academy. Does this mean Lin Yuan isn't dead at all, and he's still at Star Academy? The crowd discussed amongst themselves. The person sitting in the corner watched all this silently, then dragged his chair to his feet. At that moment, someone next to him called out, Lin Han, where are you going? He chuckled in a low voice, the restroom. Oh! The person responded, turning back to continue doing their own thing. The masked man called Lin Han suppressed his emotions, looked at him for a moment, and then gave the retreating figure a chilling smile. The mechanical female voice continued broadcasting the unfinished message. According to mental energy detection, the Xuanwu and Qinglong mechs currently in combat on Floating Star have formed a dual mech mental energy connection, merging into one, with a mental energy level exceeding SSS, causing significant damage to the unknown mech. Dual mech mental energy connection? How interesting. Lin Han thought to himself, walking out of the studio and into the corridor. He followed his memory down the corridor of the science hall. Suddenly, a gaze fell upon him. He looked up and saw a woman with an extremely imposing presence approaching. Her gaze swept over him probingly before returning to its own. As they brushed past each other, Lin Han smiled. Su Yuanxiao stopped and gave him a strange look. Lin Han didn't stop, only stopping when he reached the restroom. He stared at the empty restroom, lost in thought. He turned to face the sink, his completely black eyes devoid of emotion. He slowly removed his mask, revealing a shocking face, pale and bloodless, with only a red mole at the corner of his eye brightening his features. If anyone were in the restroom, they would recognize this face as identical to Lin Yuhan's. Chapter 38. The stars were faint at night. Liao Baixing withdrew her spiritual power, not letting Bai Liao and Qing Lan chase after Lu Wenfu, but instead focusing her attention on Qinwen. She went to where Lu Zhao and Qinwen were, checked Qinwen's injuries, and decisively called Bai Liao over. It's too late. We have to get him to the hospital now, or he die. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her hand being pulled. Looking down, she saw it was Qinwen. Thinking Qinwen was about to give up, she quickly picked him up. At this moment, Qinwen's weak voice came. No, don't save me. Liao Baixing was stunned, looking at him angrily. You mean I risked my life to save someone who didn't want to live? Qinwen, you're out of your mind. Deal with Lu Wenfu, not me. Qinwen, Liao Baixing, ignoring what Qinwen might say next, immediately had Bai Liao take Qinwen to the hospital. She and Lu Zhao got into the Qinglan and followed closely behind. The night in Tongda City was quiet. The two mecha vehicles rode side by side on the road, attracting frequent glances from passers-by. But the mecha vehicles, true to their namesakes, were incredibly fast and disappeared just as quickly. Liao Baixing was a skilled driver, going very fast, startling Lu Zhao every time he stopped. Liao Baixing glanced at his face in the rearview mirror and said, "Get used to it soon. You be driving one too." Me? Lu Zhao asked uncertainly. Liao Baixing responded lazily, "From now on, we be fighting side by side." Lu Zhao paused, a sense of fear rising within him. "Teacher, I can't do it." Liao Baixing chuckled, bent over, and increased his riding speed. "What do you mean can't or can't? A man shouldn't say he can't. At your age, I was already fighting on Central Star. Besides, this is the first time I've seen the four symbols find their own match." Lu Zhao was completely confused. "Teacher, what are the four symbols?" "Four elephants." Liao Baixing smiled without saying a word. Lu Zhao, Teacher, this isn't funny. The three arrived at the hospital, and Liao Baixing immediately found a doctor to arrange surgery for Qinwen. Watching Qinwen being wheeled into the emergency room, she said, "Doctor, this patient is crucial to us. Please, you must save him." The doctor adjusted his glasses, gave her a strange look, and said apologetically, "We will do our best." Liao Baixing clearly expected the doctor's response. She calmly took out a badge from her pocket. "I am Liao Baixing from Squadron 771. I am assisting Colonel C in investigating a classified case. Lying inside is a key figure we just found. We hope Hospital 9635 can do everything possible to save him." Seeing the familiar eagle eye badge, the doctor's expression immediately changed, and he said seriously, "Yes, sir." The doctor entered the emergency room, and Lu Zhao asked curiously, "Teacher, what's this?" "This?" Liao Baixing fiddled with the badge in his hand, his tone casual. "The symbol of identity for Military Squadron 771 of the Star City." Lu Zhao, "Teacher, I never heard of it. It would be strange if you had." Military Squadron 711 is an army permanently stationed in the northern Fujin Garden. They possess the most advanced technological weaponry in the entire Star City. For example, the second-tier military mechs, designated AE series, are specially supplied to Squadron 771. Currently, the acting officer of Squadron 771 is the distinguished General Yen Sun. Lu Zhao exclaimed, "General Yen Sun?" "Yes." Liao Baixing nodded. Military Squadron 771 has always been a mysterious entity in Interstellar City, and also its most powerful line of defense against impending danger. After the war with the outside world a century ago, Interstellar City learned a valuable lesson. Civilization can be wealthy, but it must be strong, and it must have a solid backing. National defense, technology, economy, none can be neglected. Therefore, Military Squadron 771 has always been stationed at Baifujinjiwan, at the border between the two civilizations, so as to be able to react as quickly as possible in the event of danger. Moreover, The squadron is currently commanded by Yin Sun, who was the undefeated commander of the first combat team a century ago. Back when the mountain city exploded, Yin Sun rose from an insignificant figure in the squadron to become a highly decorated commander of the newly formed combat team, making a huge contribution to the infrastructure construction of Interstellar City. His name is widely known and admired. Lu Xiao grew up on the Central Star, and had heard countless stories about Yin Sun. However, after the infrastructure construction of the Interstellar City was completed, Yin Sun faded from public view. Unexpectedly, he was still working in the military, but, hearing the words acting, Lu Xiao immediately became puzzled. "Teacher, why is General Yin Sun acting instead of holding a permanent position?" "Oh, that's..." The one who was originally in charge went to find his wife, and General Yin couldn't stand it, so he came back to take charge. Liao Baixing said casually, secretly thinking to himself, not only did he go to find his wife, but he also followed her into the academy as a student, making it known to everyone. Lu Xiao, is the colonel of Squadron 771 really that unreliable? Liao Baixing continued. You see him at the Science and Technology Conference. I heard his wife is only 18. A 29-year-old man dating a young girl, who's barely an adult. Teacher, are you even speaking humanly? Lu Xiao thought he was hallucinating. Was the commander of a mysterious squadron really that cunning? Liao Baixing turned to look at him, a sly smile on his face. As a teacher, would I lie to people? He just couldn't believe it. An 18-year-old dating a man 11 years older than herself. Even though human lifespan has increased to 150 years, hearing this still seemed unbelievable. Liao Baixing clearly had no qualms about spreading rumors about Si Muyun. Finding a wife was true, but it was a secret order from the Central Star Committee. Finding a wife was just a pretext for carrying out the mission secretly. The age difference in their relationship was half true, half false. Both had been in the workforce for 7 or 8 years. They were masters at disguising themselves as students, blending seamlessly into a crowd so well that no one could tell they were students or working adults. Liao Baixing glanced at him. Don't overthink it. Free love is encouraged now. Liking someone is a matter of mutual consent. Lu Xiao was speechless. Teacher, no wonder you're still single. Liao Baixing, ? Liao Baixing chuckled coldly and kicked Bai Liao, who was snickering. Go pick up trash. Bai Liao, how am I supposed to explain that I'm not picking up trash anymore? Lin Yuan and Si Muyun received Liao Baixing's call late at night. The two had just moved the parts they found into Asiaming's warehouse, piling them up like a small mountain. Si Muyun looked at the pile of parts and said, Do you want to find some more? Lin Yuan shook his head. No need, this is enough. He directed Mi Gu to sort and pack the parts, then went to pour 2 glasses of water, handing one to Si Muyun. He took out the design draft and glanced at it, saying, There's something about this drawing that's been puzzling me. Where? Lin Yuan spread the drawing out in front of them, pointing to a strange interface, saying, It's here. Logically, a complete mech shouldn't need interfaces, especially one piloting a 4-symbols mech with SS-level mental power. What's the extra interface for? Si Muyun looked up at him. You've forgotten about this too? I can't remember. Lin Yuan nodded, while drinking his water. 10 years is a long time. Who would remember such a small, inconspicuous detail for so long? Si Muyun didn't speak, crushed the necklace, and released snow. Lin Yuan looked at him curiously, not understanding what he was doing. Si Muyun gestured for Snow to come closer, pointing to an inconspicuous spot and saying, The location shown on the blueprint should be here. Lin Yuan looked in the direction he pointed. The location was in the lower middle part of the robot's body. Because it was in robot form, the gap was small, but upon closer inspection, it revealed a hidden space that extended further inside. What is this? Lin Yuan was even more puzzled. To make sure Lin Yuan could see it clearly, Si Muyun had Snow transform into mecha form. The next moment, Lin Yuan could clearly see the interface. It was more like a groove than an interface. He looked at it thoughtfully, as if he had thought of something. He put down the blanket and ran towards Mi Gu's mecha. Sure enough, he saw the exact same groove on Mi Gu's body, only Mi Gu's was shallower than Snow's. After reading it, he fell into deep thought again. Why did Lin Yuan design these grooves 10 years ago? Although they wouldn't look out of place on a mecha, they inevitably aroused curiosity. Did I say anything to you 10 years ago? Lin Yuan asked Si Muyun. Si Muyun noticed his confusion and said softly, You didn't tell me the purpose of these notches. You only told me that you had fulfilled your childhood dream. Even mentioning his childhood? Lin Yuan chuckled. What dreams would an orphan like me have? Wait. Lin Yuan stopped speaking, a figure flashing through his mind, some vague words echoing in his ears. He heard them very vaguely, yet they were undeniably there. Noticing Lin Yuhan's unusual expression, Si Miyun immediately asked, "What's wrong? Is your head hurting again?" "No." Lin Yuhan shook her head. "I might have to go to Blue Star." "Blue Star?" Lin Yuhan wiggled her fingers. "When I was little, someone took me in. Later, I met Jiangyu's parents, and that's how I got my cousin Jiangyu. They used to live on Central Star, but it seems the person who took me in had an accident, so they moved to Blue Star." As she finished speaking, she felt Si Miyun's hand, which was supporting her, stiffen, and she seemed a little lost. She looked up and heard Si Miyun say, "If Jiangyu doesn't come to Fuxing for school, will you not come here?" Lin Yuhan, Si Miyun, it's inevitable that I go back to Fuxing." Lin Yuhan took a deep breath. "Even if Jiangyu doesn't come, I still come to Fuxing." Si Miyun's expression froze. Thinking about what had happened in the past month, he gave a bitter smile. "That's true." Lin Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but then the terminal beside him rang. He immediately went over and answered it. Liao Baixing's grave voice came through the wires. "Yuan, please come to Hospital 9635. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yuan didn't ask why, put on his coat, and rushed to Hospital 9635 with Si Miyun. Outside the emergency room, Liao Baixing hung up the call, glanced at the silent Lu Zhao, and gently shook his head. Lu Zhao, tears welling in his eyes, choked out, "Teacher, is it still no use? His internal organs are all shattered. He's only breathing when he gets to the hospital." Liao Baixing sighed. Why couldn't they save him? They could clearly sense that Qinwen was a key figure, but Lu Wenfu wouldn't allow Qinwen to speak consciously about everything he knew. Inside the emergency room, a nurse tried to stop the bleeding with cotton wool, but found that the patient's blood was flowing like a river, and she couldn't stop it. Realizing what was about to happen, her hands trembled uncontrollably, and tears streamed down her face. Just then, a hand grasped her trembling hand, and a soft voice said, "It's no use, don't waste your energy." Qinwen's expression was ashen, as if he already knew he was going to die. He slowly moved his head, looked out the window, and forced a smile. "The moon is so round tonight. I really want to go home. I really want to see them again." Cough, cough, cough. Qinwen coughed violently, his heart and lungs aching. Suddenly, he felt a warm liquid flowing down his lip. He shakily raised his hand, touched his lips, and saw his hand covered in blood in the light. A smile, more painful than tears, appeared on his face. "Doctor? Doctor?" The nurse nearly collapsed at the sight. But instead of a doctor, Liao Baixing and Lu Zhao, who had been standing outside, rushed in. The first thing they said was, "How is he?" Before they could finish speaking, they saw Qinwen on the operating table, covered in blood. Blood was flowing from his mouth, nose, and eyes. Liao Baixing and Lu Zhao froze. "Qinwen." Liao Baixing called out, but couldn't utter another word. The word she wanted to say remained unspoken. A wave of helplessness washed over her, and she felt helpless. Her eyes darted around quickly, and she tried desperately to calm herself before saying, "Qinwen, Lin Yuan and the others are on their way. Hold on a little longer." "I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer," Qinwen said, coughing, blood everywhere. "No," Liao Baixing said firmly, "you have to hold on until they get here. You don't want them to die in vain." Hearing this, Qinwen's eyes widened, and his hands slowly clenched into fists at his sides. Yes, what would they do if he died? Didn't they choose to do this hoping to clear his name? Thinking this, he felt a surge of relief. Liao Baixing breathed a sigh of relief, her feelings complicated, and called for a nurse to stop the bleeding. She walked to Lu Zhao's side, saw his intention to speak, and gestured for him to be quiet. 3 minutes later, an aircraft stopped outside Hospital 9635. Lin Yuan and Si Miyun got off and rushed into the hospital. Upon reaching the 3rd floor of the emergency room, they arrived at the resuscitation room at the end of the corridor. As soon as they opened the door, they saw the others looking at them as if they had been saved. Lin Yuan's gaze didn't linger on them for long. He shifted his look to Qinwen, who was covered in blood and barely clinging to life. At that moment, Qinwen looked at him, a sigh of relief washing over him. "You finally come." He spoke slowly, his mouth agape. Everyone on Anyang Street, they were all burned alive, not drowned, not suddenly. He coughed painfully twice, glancing at the others in the ward. "And Senior Gusiai, he was injected with untimely death. The person you're looking for is... Qinwen coughed up blood, staining the only clean spot on his clothes completely red. Qinwen's vision blurred. With his last breath he said, No, don't go to the Science and Technology Bureau. After saying this, Chinwen's hands could no longer move, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the lights above, as if he had seen something. What's that? Following his gaze, the others could see nothing. At this moment, Lin Yuhan, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. Don't look, there's an eye there. Lu Xiao asked doubtfully, an eye? But wasn't it smashed? Lin Yuhan shook her head and said in a deep voice, as long as the information screen is there, it won't be destroyed. Upon hearing this, everyone except Lin Yuhan and Si Miyun felt a chill run down their spines, an unknown coldness spreading through them. What exactly is it? Lu Xiao asked weakly. Why is an eye so terrifying? It's nothing, just an eye. Lin Yuhan's tone was calm and frightening. A human eye. Chapter 39. A human eye? Liao Baixing and Si Miyun exchanged a glance, sensing that more and more things were surfacing. But what followed was increasingly shocking and unsettling. Take the eye they were encountering, for example. They initially thought it was a mechanical eye, but it turned out to be made from a human eye. Lu Xiao's gaze fell on Lin Yuhan, seemingly curious how she knew the eye was made from a human eye. But Lin Yuhan didn't explain. He walked to the bedside and gently closed Chinwen's eyes. He whispered, You worked hard. This should be the last time. He looked up at the window. The sky not far from Hospital 9635 remained dark. Before the Anyang Street fire, the sky there was always dark. Even after the fire, it remained dark. Anyang Street was like a forgotten passerby, submerged in the rapidly developing town, its existence gradually erased. No one cared what happened there, and no one knew what had happened. Lin Yuhan withdrew her gaze and turned to Si Miyun. Si Miyun, I want to regain my memories. You become dependent on my mental power. Lin Yuan seemed to have made a decision. I can't wait any longer. The longer the situation on Anyang Street isn't resolved, the more victims there will be, and the more complicated things will become. He took a deep breath. Liao Baixing, starting tomorrow, intensify Lu Xiao's training, especially in terms of mental strength and physique. Don't worry, I send him to military academy for training tomorrow. Liao Baixing readily agreed. Lu Xiao, standing to the side, Brother Lin, teacher, I think training at the academy is pretty good. Lu Xiao tried to persuade the two. Although he had never been to a military academy, he had heard about the rigorous training there. If he had the ability to get into a military academy, why would he be here at Xingyuan? Going to a military academy would be his death. Not enough, your physical fitness is too weak. Lin Yuan felt a headache coming on, when he saw that Lu Xiao's build was about the same thickness as his own. Lu Xiao wanted to argue, Brother, I'm really not weak. Alright then. Lin Yuan nodded, pointing to Liao Baixing and Si Miyun, if you can beat one of them, you don't need to go to military academy. Lu Xiao first glanced at Liao Baixing, the latter's strength, which he had just displayed, was already terrifying. He definitely couldn't beat him. Then he looked at Si Miyun. Although Si Miyun's mental strength was extraordinary, he had never seen Si Miyun demonstrate his fighting skills. Even with a high level of mental strength, it didn't necessarily mean he couldn't win. He was a perfect example. Liao Baixing had clearly decided who he was going to challenge. He covered his mouth and silently walked to the side, leaving Lu Xiao utterly bewildered. Si Miyun also looked somewhat surprised, glancing at him uncertainly. Feeling slighted, Lu Xiao retorted, Brother Yun, I won't let you off easy. Si Miyun paused, then said, No need. Lu Xiao glanced at Liao Baixing and Lin Yuhan's expressions, a strange feeling rising within him. Something felt off. He looked at Si Miyun, who clearly showed no sign of worry about being challenged. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Yun, why do you seem so unfazed? Si Miyun, no need. Lu Xiao, Liao Baixing, who was standing to the side, seemed unable to hold back his laughter. He strode towards him and kindly reminded him, Lu Xiao, you should just go to military school. I can beat him. At this moment, a sneer came. Going to military school is a no-brainer. If you want to spend half a month lying in the hospital, you can try. What does this mean? Lu Xiao was suddenly stunned. He looked at the three people without speaking, and the strange feeling grew stronger. When he saw Si Miyun's face, a flash of inspiration struck him. Jiang Sun's cousin isn't. He stared blankly at Si Miyun, too shocked to utter a word. Brother Yun, you're Si Miyun? Damn, who can beat you? Lu Xiao blurted out. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Si Miyun look meaningfully at Lin Yuhan, and Lu Xiao's gaze followed. The latter showed a calm expression under the gaze, seemingly unconcerned about being able to beat Si Miyun. Realizing he couldn't beat anyone present, he cried out in despair, I'm going to military academy. Lin Yuhan, seeing Lu Zhao's dramatic reaction to his decision, said speechlessly, "No one dies at military academy. Why are you crying? Are you going to Qinwen's funeral?" Lu Zhao, Lin's words were like poison. He was just a weak kid. Liao Baixing found it amusing and patted him on the shoulder. Going to military academy is for your own good. Otherwise, with your small frame, who can you beat in the final assessment? Huh? There's a final assessment? Lu Zhao was shocked. How come he never heard of this before? Lin Yuan looked over in confusion. When did Star Academy add this to the competition? Wasn't it always a mecha battle where the stronger one won? Liao Baixing shrugged, saying helplessly, the committee made this decision yesterday. The final assessment will be held in the back mountain of Star Academy. I heard there's no limit to the number of participants this year. Anyone who can make it out of the back mountain can participate. Forget about that. There aren't any supervising teachers this year either. If any teachers want to go, they have to sign up themselves. If there are a lot of people, there might even be a competition. Liao Baixing said, feeling exhausted. The back mountain? Lin Yuan said thoughtfully. Sima Yun asked, what are you thinking about? He seemed to have guessed what Lin Yuan was thinking, but still couldn't help asking. Lin Yuan glanced at the group, then, seeing no reason to hide anything, said, there's an abandoned laboratory at the foot of the back mountain. If I'm not mistaken, that laboratory will be reopened for the final assessment. Lin Yuan added casually, it's aimed at me. If the final assessment did indeed reopen that laboratory, it would undoubtedly be to prevent Lin Yuan from going to the Central Star. However, this contradicted what Qinwen had said. Liao Baixing asked, that abandoned laboratory is deserted. What are they planning to do? What did you see when you went there? Lin Yuan felt something was amiss. Liao Baixing truthfully replied, when I went in, there was just an abandoned workbench, somewhat like a hospital operating table, but completely unusable. Besides finding a design draft, there was nothing there. Hearing this, Lin Yuan finally realized what was wrong. He said in a low voice, the real path to the laboratory is an electronic spiral elevator. An electronic spiral elevator? Liao Baixing was taken aback, having never heard of such a thing before. Lin Yuan nodded. It's been too long, so I don't remember clearly, but that laboratory didn't look like what we see with our naked eyes. I went there once before, but Soroya arrived just in time, so I didn't get to see the other places. We might have to go again. At this moment, Sima Yun said, when school started, I had snow probe its range. It's only the size of a classroom. It couldn't detect anything larger. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious, and he continued, Soroya can block the signals from Migu and Snow. Moreover, Soroya's code level is higher than Migu and Snow's. If its true form fully appears, neither Migu nor Snow will be its match. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. A technological eye that had never appeared before the world, with a code level higher than the 35th generation of super-intelligent AI. In the long history of interstellar cities' technological development, a code level higher than the previous generation meant that the current generation of development had arrived. Thinking of this, they seemed unable to believe their ears. While the leading figures in the science and technology department were still developing the 36th generation of super-intelligent technology, some people had already developed it. Not only had they developed it, but they had also used it for many years, and apart from the core personnel, no one knew about it. Suddenly, Liao Baixing and Sima Yun remembered seeing the design draft with Lin Yuan's name on it, and they were even more shocked, looking at Lin Yuan as if he were a monster. Lin Yuan, Brother Lin, how are you so amazing? After listening, Lu Zhao was completely enamored, looking at Lin Yuan with nothing but admiration. Lin Yuan modestly said, it's alright, the book exaggerated it. To divert attention, he quickly added, let's deal with Qinwen's matter quickly. Okay. Lu Zhao wasn't listening to anyone now. Whatever Lin Yuan said went. He even almost forgotten about Lin Yuan's insistence on sending him to military academy. They only rested after following Liao Baixing to transport Qinwen's body to the cemetery and buying a tombstone for him. When it came time to carve the inscription, he became lively again. When asked about Qinwen's birth and death years, he blurted out without thinking, New Era 131 and New Era 150. Before he could finish, Lin Yuan interrupted him, wrong, it's New Era 121 and New Era 140. Huh? Lu Zhao didn't react immediately, scratching his head and saying, why 121 and 140? He's not. Lu Zhao seemed to realize what was happening and didn't continue. Lin Yuan squatted expressionlessly beside him, her fingers tracing the carved tombstone. He died the same year as me. Lu Zhao's arms broke out in goosebumps, a chill running down his spine. Lin, brother Lin, are you saying Chinwen is actually dead? Not really. Lin Yuan neither confirmed nor denied it. He's just living on in another way. Lu Zhao turned to look at Liao Baixing and Sima Yun. Their faces showed no change, as if they already knew Chinwen was dead. He silently looked away, seemingly remembering something, and asked Lin Yuan, Brother Lin, if you hadn't saved me back then, would I be like him? In the year 140 of the new era, he was only 9 years old when he experienced a life-or-death ordeal. No. Lin Yuan stood up, not looking at him. You would die instantly. Lu Xiao, He swore that from this day forward, he would never speak carelessly again. After settling Chinwen's body, Liao Baixing took Lu Zhao back to school. She needed to take Lu Zhao to military academy for registration tomorrow morning. If they didn't go back soon, he might not be able to get up. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and Sima Yun remained in the cemetery. Sima Yun noticed Lin Yuan staring blankly at Chinwen's tombstone, and couldn't help but ask, Why are you always spacing out? Lin Yuan was brought back to her senses by his words, and lowered her eyes, saying, Liao Baixing once told me that when I died, only a tombstone was sent back. I want to know, where is that tombstone? Hearing Lin Yuan's question, Sima Yun's expression became somewhat unnatural, and his eyes darkened. He said calmly, I already had it smashed. Why? Lin Yuan looked up, asking curiously, her tone tinged with accusation, I'm already dead, and you still had my tombstone smashed, Sima Yun, you have such a cruel heart. Sima Yun, Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't we mortal enemies before? Sima Yun's voice was somewhat bitter, why would you think that? Lin Yuan retorted righteously, you smashed my tombstone, why can't I think that way? Sima Yun fell silent again. Sima Yun remained silent for a long time. Lin Yuan secretly glanced at him, but unexpectedly, the other suddenly looked down at him, his voice as soft as if he were guilty, I didn't smash it. Lin Yuan thought he was hard of hearing, otherwise how could he not hear what Sima Yun was saying? He asked again, what did you just say? Sima Yun glanced at him silently, unsure whether Lin Yuan genuinely couldn't hear or was pretending. What's with that look? Lin Yuan felt looked down upon by Sima Yun, otherwise, why would Sima Yun have such a helpless and resigned expression? Nothing, Sima Yun said calmly. Lin Yuan, ? They just confirmed their relationship today, and he's already becoming distant. The old saying is true. Men are so fickle, however, just as Lin Yuan was about to speak, Sima Yun grabbed his hand and solemnly said, I didn't smash your tombstone. Then why? I don't believe you die. Lin Yuan froze, his mind buzzing, like a rusty machine that had stopped working. He looked up at Sima Yun, whose expression was clear, his dark eyes shining brightly. This was the first time he had heard someone say they wouldn't die. Having laid dormant for years, everyone he met said Lin Yuan was dead, yet one person stubbornly insisted he was still alive. Lin Yuan's heart felt like it was soaking in hot water, both hot and swollen, as if the blood in his entire body was boiling. Thank you. Sima Yun, thank me for what? Thank you for believing I'm still alive. Lin Yuan felt a long-lost sense of belonging. This was given to him by Sima Yun. Caught off guard by Liao Baixing's sudden action, Lu Wenfu stumbled to the back mountain of the Star Academy, opened the entrance to the underground laboratory, and entered under the cover of night. Standing in the electronic spiral elevator, an untimely electronic voice sounded above his head. Welcome back, my master. Hearing the voice, identical to Solomon's, Lu Wenfu smiled grimly. Jiwen, inform Yi Lebekia to expedite the plan on Central Star. Yes, sir. Jiwen responded, and a moment later, the voice rang out again, my dear master, Lord Yi Lebekia said our people have infiltrated the Science and Technology Department. This plan is foolproof. Excellent. This time, I will wipe them all out. After getting off the elevator, Lu Wenfu, leaning on his cane, arrived at a room. The room was dark, only the dim light from the operating instruments nearby illuminated the space. A thin figure could be vaguely seen huddled in the corner. Lu Wenfu walked slowly towards the figure, poking it with his cane at its leg. The next moment, the figure flew out. He sensed something was wrong and had Jiwen turn on the laboratory lights. Sure enough, when the lights came on, he saw that the person who had been thrown out was a cotton doll, and the person who had been lying there had vanished. Lu Wenfu's sinister gaze swept across the entire laboratory, finally spotting several hidden scratch marks behind a door. He sneered and kicked the door open. Seeing the unfathomable long corridor behind the door, his laughter grew louder. You like running around, don't you? Since you're so eager to know what it is, then I let you see enough. Jiang Yu had been tied up in the lab for several days, the two file folders in his hands nearly torn to shreds. When he first arrived at the lab, he didn't see anyone, not even the boy who had kidnapped him. It was all dark, but something felt familiar, like he'd seen him somewhere before. The next day, he was woken up by someone knocking on his ear. A dark brown cane struck him, sending a sharp pain through him. He hugged his arm and huddled in a corner, but when he looked up and saw who had hit him, his mind went blank. Standing before him was Lu Wenfu, who had announced his retirement and gone to Earth 10 years ago. However, the Lu Wenfu before him was clearly different from the one on television. The Lu Wenfu before him looked much worse, his eyes always held a gloomy light, and his gray hair stood out starkly in the darkness. Considering his own situation, Jiang Yu didn't think Lu Wenfu had come to rescue him. He feigned ignorance and asked Dean Lu, "What are you doing here?" Lu Wenfu was clearly surprised by Jiang Yu's reaction, revealing his familiar, kind smile. "Little Jiang, I've been arrested too." Hearing the address Little Jiang, Jiang Yu subtly concealed the suspicion in his eyes. He hadn't told anyone his surname was Jiang. And Lu Wenfu not only knew he was here, but also his surname and given name. It would be strange if Lu Wenfu didn't have any questions. "Dean, do you know where this is?" Jiang Yu was adept at feigning ignorance. Even Lu Wenfu, a cunning old fox, couldn't detect anything amiss. Lu Wenfu sighed, clearly unaware of the question Jiang Yu had asked. Jiang Yu sighed in acknowledgement. "We're truly in the same boat." "Yes," Lu Wenfu agreed, then, as if noticing something, asked Little Jiang, "What's that in your arms?" Jiang Yu became alert. Was this finally happening? Back then, Qinwen had kidnapped him, and he'd gone to great lengths to fool Qinwen away. Now, Lu Wenfu was here to see him, also because of the file folder. He remained outwardly calm, offering a friendly smile. "Dean, I found this at the junkyard. I was just wondering where to throw it away." "How many days have you kept it? Is it very smelly? Do you want me to take care of it for you?" Lu Wenfu's eyes were fixed on the file folder in his arms, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Hearing this, Jiang Yu thought, "There's definitely something fishy going on." He readily agreed, "Sure." Lu Wenfu hadn't expected Jiang Yu to be so easily fooled. He watched with glee as Jiang Yu pulled the file folder from his arms and handed it to him. Jiang Yu's smile was equally bright. Just as it was about to touch Lu Wenfu's hand, he grabbed the file folder and slapped Lu Wenfu across the face, not forgetting to kick him afterward. "Pa! You old geezer, trying to steal my stuff. Do you really think I'm a freeloader?" Jiang Yu slapped him again. Lu Wenfu was stunned, never expecting Jiang Yu's sudden action. He struggled to his feet, angrily shouting, "You dare hit me?" Jiang Yu scoffed, "What's wrong? Aren't we all born to be beaten? I bet you never suffered. Here's my slap for you." Lu Wenfu, Lu Wenfu was filled with rage, vowing to beat this ill-mannered Jiang Yu to death. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yu looked at the man sprawled on the ground, unable to move, and laughed. He leaned down to examine Lu Wenfu's expression, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. "You old geezer, you want to kill me? I just slap you to death. You're like a little fly, flying and flying useless, and always causing trouble." "Jiang Yu, you're asking for it," Lu Wenfu said through gritted teeth. "Oh, I'm so scared." After saying that, she slapped Lu Wenfu across the face with the file folder again. "Scared of my ass? I'm hitting you because I'm here. So you're the one who bullied my brother, right? An old man about to be buried, and you're jealous of the young? Do you have my brother's talent? Do you have my brother's looks? You're trash." Lu Wenfu, Lu Wenfu was furious and roared, "Jiwen, are you still watching the show?" "Jiwen, sorry master, I save you right now." As soon as he finished speaking, an eye appeared on the wall, and 2 mechanical arms emerged from the wall, lifting Jiang Yu up. Jiang Yu instantly grinned. "Oh, you can't beat him, so you call for backup? What kind of hero are you? You treacherous bastards. Jiang Yu, do you want to die?" Lu Wenfu looked at him with a dark expression. "No, I'm so respectful of elders and kind to children, I didn't even use my hand to slap you. See how considerate I am." "Lu Wenfu, you're courting death." Jiang Yu was lifted up by 2 mechanical arms and placed on the experimental table. At this point, he still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, spouting nonsense. Lu Wenfu merely sneered at this. Only when Jiang Yu was completely bound to the experimental table did he realize something was wrong. He strained to look up at Lu Wenfu, his neck stiff, and said, "What are you doing? Imprisoning people is illegal. From the moment you came in, you were already dead. No one knows whether you're dead or alive." Lu Wenfu said calmly, "Here, everything is up to me." Jiang Yu understood and immediately struggled, but after struggling for a long time, he still couldn't budge. The next second, Lu Wenfu's cold voice rang out again. You like playing around so much? Then I let you experience how Lin Yuhan died. Jiwen, treat our distinguished guest well. With that, he turned and left the laboratory. Just as he stepped out, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Ah! Lu Wenfu's lips curled into a silent smile. The laboratory door closed slowly behind him, and all sound ceased. Inside the laboratory, Jiang Yu's eyes rolled back. His hands and feet were bound, rendering him immobile. Each electric shock, more intense than the last, eroded his consciousness until, finally, he was too pained to even cry out. He lowered his head, tumbling down from the lab table. Seeing the scratches on the side of the table, a chill ran through him. This was the underground laboratory his brother had brought him to. It was also where his brother had been buried for 3 months. 3 months, it could kill, or it could give life. Jiang Yu collected his thoughts, and crawled forward along the tunnel. His fingers were split open, blood seeping from the wounds. Touching the ground caused excruciating pain. He had no strength left. He would stop to rest after each step, not knowing how long he had been crawling, when he noticed a light in the distance. His heart leaped with joy, and he quickened his pace. After only a few steps, he stopped. He thought there was something wrong with his ears. He could hear the sound of fingernails scratching, piercingly loud in the quiet passageway. He thought he was hallucinating, so he calmed himself and continued forward. However, the closer he got to the light, the clearer it became. Jiang Yu's mind was filled with a scratching sound. Besides this sound, there was also a faint, mournful cry. Fearfully, Jiang Yu clutched the file folder in his hand and crawled forward with bated breath. Suddenly, his foot stopped moving. He felt a cold embrace encircle his ankle. But there was no breathing behind him. He swallowed hard, stiffly turning his head. One glance was enough to make Jiang Yu's breath catch in his throat. It was a woman with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. Her pale, bloodless hands gripped Jiang Yu's ankle tightly, her face filled with anxiety. Ah, a ghost! Before he could finish, his mouth was covered. Jiang Yu looked at her in fear, unsure of what she was going to do. Her hands were so cold, unlike anything a living person would have. You, what do you want? Jiang Yu asked, his voice trembling. The woman didn't speak, but released her grip. Only then did Jiang Yu notice that the woman was kneeling. You? I beg you, save my son, save him. The woman said, kowtowing, blood and tears streaming down her face, forming a horrifying tear trail. Jiang Yu immediately sat up, trying to help her up. Please get up. The woman seemed not to hear him, repeatedly kowtowing until her head bled. I beg you, please save him. I beg you to save him. Save him, save him, save him, save him. Save him, save him, save him, save him. The woman repeated this countless times, and Jiang Yu's tears flowed uncontrollably. May I ask, if I may, what is your son's name? Jiang Yu asked. Instantly, the woman raised her head, looking at him with her bleeding eyes. His name is Zhang Yuanheng. Chapter 40. The next morning, Liao Baixing took Lu Zhao and Zhao Minglang to the military academy for registration. Lin Yuhan found it strange that there was suddenly an extra person. When she asked Liao Baixing, he said that Zhao Minglang was worried Lu Zhao's small frame would be bullied at the academy, so he applied to go along as well. Hearing this, Lin Yuan instantly laughed. It was obvious that Lu Zhao had begged Zhao Minglang to go with him. However, when the list of those registering at the military academy was released, Lin Yuan was stunned. She pulled over Sima Yun, who was helping repair the mecha, and pointed to the third name, saying, What's your cousin up to now? The third name on the list was Jiang Sun. It was originally agreed that Lu Zhao and Zhao Minglang would go together, but now there was suddenly another name on the list, someone completely unrelated. Lin Yuan had no idea what Jiang Sun was up to. Sima Yun was equally puzzled. He turned around and called Jiang Sun, but it took a long time for the other end to answer, and even then, he didn't dare to speak. Sima Yun, Jiang Sun, what are you doing at the military academy? Jiang Sun's loud voice came through. Who knows if they're secretly studying behind my back? Lin Yuan, who had just heard this, murmured, Hello, study buddy. Sima Yun, Lin Yuan was amused by Jiang Sun's bizarre thought process. Who would be crazy enough to go to a military academy to study? He pointed to his head at Sima Yun, and continued building the Vermilion Bird's framework. Sima Yun didn't know what to say about Jiang Sun. He felt that Jiang Sun was somewhat competitive, but perhaps a little too much so, always trying to outdo everyone else. Sima Yun said calmly, Then study hard. I check on you in a month. Huh? Cousin, isn't that too much trouble for you? Jiang Sun said this, but secretly, he was praying his uncle wouldn't come. Everyone had witnessed Si Muyun's performance at Menglon Military Academy. If he really came, Jiang Sun might get beaten to a pulp. Si Muyun pretended not to understand his implied meaning. No trouble at all. Since you want to study, I definitely help you. Jiang Sun, He shot himself in the foot. Cousin, really, I don't need to. I don't want people to know I got in through connections. Oh. Si Muyun's voice remained indifferent. I thought you were just showing off your status at the military academy. Jiang Sun, ? Please don't be stereotypical. Jiang Sun honestly replied, Cousin, how could I dare? If I showed off to Menglon, my mom would break my legs. I have to go now. The instructor called me to training. Hearing the last sentence, Si Muyun laughed. What training on Sunday? This kid just wanted an excuse to hang up. Seeing Si Muyun hang up, Lin Yuhan had a look of amusement. Your cousin is quite interesting. Si Muyun put down the terminal, his expression indifferent, but his words were still sarcastic. Interesting means you like to cause trouble for others. If you have so much energy, go to the military academy and learn how to be a decent person. Are all the people at the military academy tall and long-legged? Lin Yuan asked curiously. After saying this, she sensed a dangerous gaze drifting towards her. Lin Yuan defended herself. I was just curious. Don't be curious. Lin Yuan was a little angry. Why? Si Muyun explained. From now on, you only have me. Lin Yuan, little brother, your possessiveness is a bit strong. Always strong. Si Muyun didn't deny it. Lin Yuan, You win. Lin Yuan didn't argue with Si Muyun about this anymore. He spread all the tools on the table on the floor and focused intently on building the vermilion bird. In the month leading up to the academy's evaluation, he and Si Muyun routinely shuttled between the control room, classroom, and warehouse. During this time, Axioming brought the Xian iron he had acquired to the warehouse. Looking at the vermilion bird, which was already taking shape, he was astonished. Is this the vermilion bird we couldn't build back then? The four symbols mechs, which appeared out of nowhere back then, had always been a mystery to the mech pilots in the interstellar city, because their uniqueness left many pilots clueless about how to design them. The white tiger, azure dragon, and black tortoise were so stunning that later designs for new mechs leaned towards the transforming aspect. At this moment, Lin Yuan, standing on a ladder welding parts for the vermilion bird's head, replied upon hearing this, this is just the basic components. It won't be complete until the outer shell is built, and the newly programmed code is implanted. Ashim nodded. Lin Yuan was explaining the construction methods for the new version of the mecha. As a mecha engineer, it's very taboo to reveal the core parts of one's designs to others. Of course, Ashim was just a mecha repairman and had no interest in such matters. He poured the untreated black iron onto the ground and quenched it with a great fire, forging it into the shape required for the mecha's outer shell. The 100-pound black iron was not easy to handle, but the man beside Lin Yuan was very strong. With his help, the task, which should have taken 7 days, was completed in just 3. Afterwards, he thanked the other person, who simply said it was nothing. Axioming had been following Lin Yuan's mecha building project closely. The man beside him was busy running around, never complaining of hardship or fatigue, his expression never changing. This made him curious about where Lin Yuan had found such a devoted person. Lin Yuan, hearing his curiosity, didn't even flinch, smiling as she said, "That's my boyfriend." Boyfriend? Wait, who did you say he is? Axioming thought he was hallucinating. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, clearly anticipating Axioming's reaction, patiently repeating, "My boyfriend." No wonder he listens to you so much. Hearing Lin Yuan's answer again, Axioming had convinced himself, and his expression returned to normal. Lin Yuan said softly, "He pursued me. How could he not listen to me?" Axioming chuckled awkwardly, disagreeing. The one being pursued is usually the one who takes the initiative. The pursuer is more passive. You're right, Lin Yuan said with a sigh, but I'm also rather passive. Axioming was a little curious. Why do you think that? Lin Yuan sighed. He's too enthusiastic. Axioming, He was inexplicably fed a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. For some reason, when he thought of Si Muyun's cold face when he wasn't smiling, he couldn't possibly associate him with the word enthusiastic. Lin Yuan actually said Si Muyun was enthusiastic. Was it a filter created from being together for so long? Axioming didn't ask any further, because Si Muyun walked over. I have some things to do at the shop, I'd be going now. After saying goodbye to the two, Axioming left the warehouse. Upon arriving at the shop, He heard the screen on the wall playing Tonda City's live news. Today, affected by heavy rain and strong winds, Anyang Street in the city suffered its worst flood in nearly 10 years. The Tonda City Police Department has dispatched personnel to provide rescue. However, a month ago, a fire broke out on Anyang Street due to high temperatures, and all 150 households perished. As far as we know, Anyang Street also experienced a flood in the winter of the 140th year of the new era. The shop assistant greeted him upon seeing him. "Boss, you're back?" "That's it." Ashuming closed his umbrella, shook off the water, and complained, "This awful weather, it's raining again." The assistant replied, "It's been raining for a week now, and some places are even flooded." Ashuming tidied himself up, changed into his work clothes, picked up his tools, and began repairing the newly delivered mecha. He asked casually, "Any news from Baifu Jinjiwen lately? I heard that Colonel C has been away from Baifu Jinjiwen for almost 3 years. Even General Yen Sun couldn't stand guard like this anymore, so he summoned General Siweiyu." The assistant whispered. Hearing the timeline, Ashuming paused. Almost 3 years? Time really flies. Simuyun, having finished his work, walked over and saw Axiuming's hurried departure. He asked, "What were you two talking about?" Lin Yuhan didn't even lift her eyelids. "We were talking about our love story." Simuyun's expression froze. Question mark. Lin Yuhan smiled at him. "Colonel C, do you not believe me?" "It's not that I don't believe you, it's just an accident." Simuyun's tone became somewhat enthusiastic. "I thought you were going to hide our relationship forever." Lin Yuhan was speechless. "Am I really that untrustworthy in your eyes?" Realizing his mistake, Simuyun immediately apologized. "Sorry, I misspoke." "What did you do wrong?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly confused. Simuyun, Seeing Simuyun's speechless expression, Lin Yuan found it amusing. He pulled him closer with his clean hand. "I don't accept verbal apologies." "Then what do you want?" Simuyun asked, as if a block of wood. The next moment, Lin Yuan tiptoed and gently pressed his lips to his, a fleeting touch, giving Simuyun no time to react. After the kiss, Lin Yuan licked his lips. "Simuyun, even Migu is more human-like than you." Migu, who had been busy without rest, "Master, were you calling me?" Neither of them paid any attention to Migu. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, Simuyun pulled him back. Lin Yuan leaned against the table, his lower back against Simuyun, who was a head taller than him. Simuyun's dark eyes seemed to accuse him of stealing a kiss. Simuyun's hands were on either side of Lin Yuan's body, as he lowered his head to kiss him. Both were breathing heavily, their hot breaths mingling for a long time before they separated. Simuyun rubbed Lin Yuan's brows and eyes, his voice hoarse as he said, "It's time for our spiritual fusion tonight." "I know, you don't need to emphasize it," Lin Yuan said lazily. He felt comfortable from the kiss, his brows and eyes relaxing, like a little fox squinting, as he felt Simuyun's hands on his face. When he felt comfortable, his eyes were always smiling as he looked at Lin Yuan. Simuyun couldn't stand Lin Yuan's appearance, and lowered his head, to kiss him again, before stopping. Lin Yuan leaned against him, laughing and teasing. "Simuyun, did you practice this before?" Simuyun knew what he meant but wasn't annoyed. "No, maybe it's because you're easier to kiss." "Lin Yuan, are you praising me or insulting me?" "Praising you," Simuyun said without batting an eye. "Then I reluctantly accept it." Simuyun's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Okay." That night, Lin Yuan lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes red, clearly having cried. The culprit leaned down and bit his collarbone, his voice even hoarser than during the day. "Want more?" Lin Yuan snapped back to reality in pain, glaring at him. "You did that on purpose. How else could I kiss you?" Simuyun's low, hoarse laughter was particularly clear in the quiet air. Lin Yuan's ears turned bright red, and he raised his hand to rub them. The next second, a cold hand touched his earlobe. "I massage it for you." "No." Lin Yuan politely refused. "Really don't want to." Simuyun glanced at him, his dark eyes filled with scattered starlight, terrifyingly bright and frighteningly hot. Lin Yuan was instantly mesmerized, and blurted out, "Yes." When his earlobe was touched, Lin Yuan's body visibly trembled. "Simuyun, so sensitive." Lin Yuan kicked Simuyun angrily. "Take your mouth away before you speak." Simuyun mimicked him. "No." Lin Yuan, Simuyun laughed. "Simuyun, is it fun to bully me?" Lin Yuan was speechless with anger. Simuyun looked at his flushed face and watery eyes, his heart pounding with restlessness. "No," he said softly. "It's my first time being someone's boyfriend. I was so clumsy." Lin Yuan couldn't stand these words and interrupted him. Annoying. Do what you want, no one's stopping you. Si Muyun looked at him seriously. 300 words omitted here, he whispered, that's enough. Si Muyun agreed verbally, but his hands didn't stop. Lin Yuan could only bury his red, swollen eyes in the pillow, sobbing softly. When it was finally over, Lin Yuan grabbed Si Muyun's hair, tilted his head back, and kissed him. Breathing, he cursed, I said that's enough.